Respect from one expect 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 respect respect from one expect respect from one expect respect from one expect respect.
Welcome to the RES Regional Champions. It is the first day, but we've been waiting for this moment for a really, really long time. We have 8 teams that are eager to prove that they are great, that they are the best. But here at the desk, my name is Heko, and I will be the driver of the conversation. But the most important thing is obviously the 2 people here by my side, because they are the brains, they are the masterminds that are going to be explaining us, or hopefully explaining all of the things that are going to be happening on the server, or maybe outside the server. Yumi and Tita.
I don't know about mastermind,
but I do like the sound of being a passenger princess. The second she said, I've got the aux cable, I've got the music going, all right, let's go.
I mean, I'd love to just sit by and let the whole desk just write it out, but we have to talk too, I guess.
Yeah, like don't do like, the classical rookie. I'm going to ask you questions, you're like, I don't know, Heko, I don't know. Like, I already have PTSD from that, so like that is not what I want to see at the desk.
Talking to too many players.
Exactly. Well, we're gonna have like a really, really long day because we have like 8 teams, we have 2 groups, and we're gonna have 4 best of 3s. It's quite exciting.
Yeah, 2 days where we have 4 best of 3s consecutively, and then things start to ease up as we get further and further through the tournament. Especially when we're looking at group stages, so many are sullied by best of 1s that we decided that we were just going to make sure that the best team always won in the group stage.
And not only that, but because it's also a 4-day format, you don't have to have any of the teams repeating, so you won't have, until the final day, where obviously semifinalists and finals are at the same time, you don't have any of the BS where it's like, oh, well, I guess we have to play 2 matches in a row, well, we have to prepare for different tournaments, for different opponents, things like that. So that's quite nice at the very least.
It is. I mean, it's going to be a day like full of actions, but as already kind of like mentioned, that we have 2 groups at this tournament, like Group A and Group B, which means that some teams will not see each other until like the playoffs, which always like brings up the questions like which group is maybe stronger or which one is like easier.
Yeah, well, I think it's a good conversation to have is, coming into this tournament, I don't think there is like a significant favorite. So Group A is stacked full of teams that, you sort of allude to the idea of this being the regional championships. We ran regional cups, and these are the teams that seem to be the most consistent at either getting all the way through or were winners in some of their respective seasons. But Group A, I think, is probably more stacked just because I think, I say all the teams expect to win. I think Solid are maybe the one exception to that. Everyone else in Group B, I think, has, I guess, a proven or at least a claim to winning this type of trophy.
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, even when you look over towards Group B, it feels like there's more quote-unquote unstable rosters there, right? With Fnatic obviously having added Knock, with Unpaid being, well, unpaid.
Yeah.
It's in the name, guys. It makes it a lot easier in that way. So I think Group B is definitely the weaker one of the 2, but it also feels like there's a lot of very interesting storylines coming out of it. So even though it might be the weaker one in the beginning, when we get to the playoff stage, it doesn't mean that these teams don't have an equal or, in my opinion, if not better chance of taking the whole tournament.
Yeah, and it also brings up maybe like the topic of do you want to like start in the easier group and then have a harder time in the playoffs? Because it depends. But obviously we're gonna have like a day full of action. We're gonna have 4 best of 3s. It's gonna be like super exciting, especially because like when it comes to some teams, like we've been seeing them like farming like different like tier 2, like, or maybe like even sometimes like tier 1 tournaments. But with some other teams, like there's like a big question mark. Maybe we know like one player in the roster, but the rest it's a mystery.
I think especially when you look over towards teams like Namiga, right? It's so interesting to see what they're going to perform like on LAN, especially because this isn't the typical environment where you're just going out and like, oh, I guess I have to play Donk now in my first tournament because my seeding's not great. Because like Michael mentioned, everyone has a chance against everyone else over here. So hopefully we get to see the best from these teams.
Yeah, and I think as well, when we're talking about what this type of a tournament holds, not only is it a $250,000 prize pool, which will affect your Valve World rankings, but it's also it's kind of a soft ramp up into the RMRs and the major cycle. It's also a good opportunity to see how these teams will perform in a safer sort of LAN environment. You don't have to deal with a crowd yelling in your face. You're within prac rooms, so it's more of a studio LAN environment, and so that is a good way to sort of just jumpstart you into future LAN endeavors.
It's kind of like taking those baby steps.
Sure.
It's about like not just being like thrown into the water and like either you learn how to swim or like you drown.
Sure, but heck, also you're being thrown into a pool of $250,000, right? So you might be saying it's baby steps, but at the same time, it's big money we're talking about over here,
Especially if you've not made money.
Yeah.
Especially if you are unpaid, right?
Hey, there you go. Always back to that.
Always back to back. But yeah, but I mean, I believe like at this point, considering we will have like a long day, we can maybe like start talking about the first matchup because it is gonna be Aurora against Fluxo, and those are, you know, the two teams. Aurora, they've been forming so many tournaments. Fluxo, at least I don't know how it is for you guys. For me personally, it is a team that is like, hey, I know Art, I know a lot about him, but the whole team, they're just like forming like the region.
Well, they're just two different teams at different stages of their life cycle. You know, for Aurora, they ramped up coming into this year. They probably had the most amount of LAN attendances out of anyone within the Tier 2. And for a young team as well, I feel like that probably stressed them out quite a bit. Whereas Fluxo are I guess, in the foundation laying period. I think Art even had this interview where he was talking about just the idea that this is a long-term project that they're trying to build within the South American scene.
I mean, theoretically, you're right, Michael, in the sense that this does feel like it's a team where it's on the way up for Fluxo and it's on the way down for Aurora. But at the same time, I mean, when you look over towards the Fluxo lineup, this has changed so much from the team that initially won those RES series.
Sure.
You've lost Lukowski, you've lost some of your best players on paper, and although Art does at least come through where this is his team now, this is his chance to rebuild, this is his chance to make a mark again on the Brazilian scene, the way he did initially with Furia. I don't know if they're actually on their way up or not. That's always a problem with these South American teams. How well does it translate through when you're going out?
I would hope they're on their way up. I mean, the guy all the way on the left side of this roster, Period Jr., has, I think, really been turning heads. A very impressive piece that is adding to the firepower dynamics, and also he just likes to take his own fights, which I think is actually really concerning for a lot of the teams in this tournament, because maybe Fluxo are a little bit more sporadic and a little bit less structured in that way, but when you have an explosive player like that, he can take over.
Yeah, but does it maybe then bring a conversation that, as you said, like he's like very explosive, and that's exactly what we know about Art. Will there be like maybe some conflict because of that?
Listen, I actually think Art's changed his roles a lot to accommodate for Peria, and actually it feels like he's setting up very nicely for him. And as much as there's been criticism of Art's playstyle, one thing you can say for sure is he's used to having a superstar on the team, right? Like, you look at how K. Serrato and once upon a time Yuri came up with Art, you cannot argue that he's not good at setting up these good, high-skilled rifling players. My problem, though, with the aggressive playstyle is the group they're in. Because you look at the teams they're going up against. You're going up against Aurora, you're going up against Nemiga, Sangha, all three teams which are very good at playing that hyperactive, you want to punch, I'm going to punch you right back style.
It means like when it comes to like one group, we're gonna see like a lot of aggressiveness, and it's gonna be like a lot of action, and then the next one we're just gonna be like seeing a lot of saves, a lot of passiveness.
Yeah, I think the play styles of the groups is interesting, because I think Group B is definitely a bit more dynamic in that they'll play slower rounds, they'll go for executes. Yeah. But I do agree, Group A is pretty much a brawlers type of match. It's who is the actual heavyweight within this group that's, I guess, up for debate.
That is up for debate. Like, another thing that is like up to debate is actually the opponents of Fluxo, because that is Aurora. It's like a team that has been like forming a lot of tournaments, but so far like it feels like they're trying to find their breakthrough, and it feels like there's something that they're lacking just a little bit.
Well, I mean, they have Lackey, but I don't know if we're going to make the joke that he is lacking.
You already did. You already did.
He unfortunately is a very important piece of this roster that gets set up for a lot of kills as well. Yeah. That I think his performance has been okay in quite a few tournaments, but I don't think it's quite the same as how he came into the first season of this year.
I'd actually push back against that a little bit, because I feel like, especially now that with Result having left the team or being removed from the team, whichever one it might be, and having Klax replaced, Lackey's been given a lot more priority on the map, and he hasn't performed in accordance with it. And I know this is going to run a little bit counter to what I'm going to be talking about later on, where I do think this team should win the match overall, but this is a very weak Aurora coming into this tournament, where I'm not impressed with Lackey. I don't think Kenzie's done enough to replace the resource-sized hole in this team. And Klax, very frankly, is just a very young player who isn't necessarily ever even supposed to replace Result.
I think, you know, given the amount of lands they qualified to at the start of this year, and the globe-trotting they were doing between India to Mongolia to Serbia again, and back to Serbia now, I think for them, they actually needed the validation of winning one of those tournaments to to keep this roster in the right headspace. I worry that because they are younger and they haven't had that type of result, they actually can't level up their game. I do think the Clax move is actually a good way of them changing the way that they're, I guess, approaching T sides in particular. But for me, I guess I'm worried that they're not going to find that consistent mental, I guess, win the mental battle to actually level up as a squad.
It is a big gamble, though, the Clax move, right? Going away from that heavy star-centric style, which is what pushed them forward. Because I don't know if this is a team that can do the, hey, we've got really clear demarcated roles, we're very structured players and everything, right? Which Clax is supposed to be doing with this incredibly passive anchor style. So I'm a little bit concerned about Aurora in that regards as well. But if they make it work, it's a great gamble to try.
Can you tell the expectations for us on the desk are a little bit higher for Aurora than Fluxo?
Maybe just like a little bit. But that's because, like, you know, when it comes to Aurora, like, we do get to experience them like a little bit more because they're kind of like, they are like, you know, from our region, like when it comes to, oh, I'm sorry, like from like my region. Yeah, but
get your European Counter-Strike out of here, please.
But yeah, that's like the thing, like with Aurora. Besides like changing a player, I feel like somewhere like in the beginning of the year they changed like who is IGLing, and like the pressure came from like Lucky. So like now maybe the question is like if there's more pressure or there's less, because like previously, you know, like if you're not doing good, at least you're IGLing. But now if you are not compensating that with your skill, then is there trouble?
I think you can make that argument for when you're looking at tier 1 teams. You know, I think holding your own as an in-game leader at the actual you know, top 10 conversation is a lot more difficult than making it work within the tier 2. When you're on the grind up, I actually don't think that you can get away with not finding your numbers.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going up against these incredible all-round globe-trotting superstars.
Yeah.
I don't have to try and frag Monazi as Karrigan, right? This is more of a situation where it's a much more level playing field. So that conversation, especially for a team that never looked structured, right? Aurora never looked structured. They always looked like it's a lot of really cool individual players. It's Deco going for a play. It's Once Upon a Time Result going for a play. Kenzie going for these pushes. And then they build off of that in the mid-round. So I think that excuse was never really entirely there. But I agree with you, Heku. There is more pressure when you've been given more roles and less responsibility.
I also wonder maybe like what is the atmosphere currently in the team, because I recall maybe like a month ago, like people started talking about like that Deco actually wants to like finish his career, which is kind of crazy considering how young you don't end your career when you're actually doing good so early.
Also, I mean, with how many people were talking about him as being the next AWPer up, you know, we had this real surge within, you know, 2020 to 2022 of, oh, look at the CIS talent and how good the AWPers are. And some of them have evaporated, and, you know, Deco, I think, is actually one of the last remaining pieces. So if he left, then suddenly that whole era is almost kind of forgotten about.
No, honestly, I'm just so incredibly disappointed by this news as well, because I wasn't up to date about the fact that he's thinking about maybe switching to streaming and whatnot. Michael told me about this yesterday. It just feels like a bit of a symptom of what Michael mentioned of not getting enough success early on. And that's what I hate about this, which is like Aurora's gone deep in every tournament. They've looked very interesting in every tournament that they're attending. The lands that they go to, they always feel like they're having individual performances, threatening to make top 4, top 2. And I think players as young as this don't really understand the value of that yet. They don't understand that, hey, maybe in a year from now, 2 years from now, you never know what's going on with like VP or someone like it, where James constantly giving interviews, well, I might be replaced, I might be replaced. You're 1 year away from your move up at any given point, and I think this might just be a kid who's given up hope in that, and I really hope that's not the case, because he is such a talent.
Yeah, I just hope they're going to have like a nice conversation, but I think we do need to maybe talk about the X factors of each team, like maybe the players that we will be focusing on. Yumi, when it comes to Aurora, which player would you go for?
Well, a little spoiler, I suppose, but it is the man on screen in Kenzie. I mean, the way in which that they've restructured this team, I mean, we've talked about it enough already. Bringing in Clax as more of a role player, they are setting up Lackey for a lot of opening duels. They're setting up Kenzie as well for a lot of more mid to late round kind of situations. And to be honest, Kenzie has been able to deliver on that front. I think role-wise, it fits him quite well. And I think the team is elevated because of that. Whereas on the other side, Pyria doesn't need as much setup, but he does find those kills in South America.
And that's the important caveat in South America, because this is a team that is built very heavily on a little bit of that early round aggression. I think Art has definitely integrated his style into it. But the problem is, like you said, Michael, Kenzie's actually moved away from early aggression into mid-aggression off of information being given to him by Lackey very often. So although that means there's less flashes being thrown for him, he's much more effective at counter-fragging someone like Pyria, who, yes, goes for early aggression, but is very often actually killed early on in some of the maps that he's playing. So you see him, I mean, I have a dumb statistic, but on Ancient in particular, I saw that he was alive when a minute has passed into the round. He's only alive like 15% of the time on gun rounds or something like it. So if you're losing out your star player so early on, Kenzie should be dominating this game positionally.
Yeah, I mean, the stat that you mentioned about Ancient, it only matters if we actually get that map today. We're not going to have an Anubis, so that is guaranteed, and there's not going to be a Vertigo. Maybe that's like good news for all of the Vertigo haters, but the two maps that we're definitely going to have is Nuke, Mirage, and Ancient as a decider.
I'm kind of surprised
I think this might be switched.
Yes, yeah, I think it probably is switched. Aurora probably would be picking into Nuke. I guess I'm surprised that Mirage is picked in the series. I thought it would be the decider because it's actually very common first ground territory for both these squads. I think stylistically they match up quite well on that map as well, but I suppose the problem would be whether or not you think you can even get to a Mirage, and maybe that's why if we're right in that the vetoes are the other way around, that Fluxo would have picked into it.
Yeah, I mean, look, I did actually have Fluxo picking into Mirage over here instead of Ancient, because I just think that on Ancient, that Pyria issue is really massive. In terms of Pyria versus Kenzie, it becomes a whole lot more difficult. On Mirage, Pyria likes to play a lot more passively, and that means you can actually focus into your... you can focus into what is supposed to be your star rifler, help him set up in your own map pick a little bit more effectively. It's the first match of the tournament. I think it's really important to get off to a good start for them on that map.
Yeah, I guess I'm surprised that Fluxo didn't actually just pick into Inferno, because I think it's actually probably one of the strongest maps in terms of Pyria playing a bit more safe and actually working his own duels. Kai, I think, is actually the important piece that probably has the most criticism of his own individual game before joining this Fluxo roster, but he is finding incredible consistency. He's a good space taker for this team in ways that he couldn't even fathom doing, I guess, on Furia.
And the thing is, I agree with you, but I don't agree with you on Kai's ability on Mirage specifically. On the T side, it feels like he just lacks an aggressive component to his Palace lurk. It feels like you're never going to see him getting involved in the first 45 seconds of a round. And when you're playing up against a team like Aurora, which all like to go for individual plays, sure, Klax is quite passive, but I feel like that Kai-Klax matchup is one where they're both just going to be sitting in their respective sites and just waiting for the other one to make a move.
That's why I'm surprised they didn't pick Inferno, is because I actually think his game is the most refined on that map, as is Pyria's.
Yeah, but already like in the beginning of our conversation, we kind of like agreed that the levels of these like two teams, they potentially might be really close because, I mean, Aurora, they might not be having the best time right now, but they're doing that in
No,
Europe.
I don't agree with you at all. I don't think their levels are close in the slightest. I think Aurora is a much better team than Fluxo individually, and although Fluxo have interesting early round calls, they're incredibly dependent on Art, especially on their own map pick, getting kills in mid on Mirage. And sure, he might do that against Lackey. He's not doing it against Kenzie. I am not with you at all on this. They are not close.
That's a good explanation for his pick. This is why I need an explanation for your pick. Why exactly did you go for the team that you went for?
Well, I've chosen Fluxo in this series mainly because I guess I'm down on Aurora. I think they're a team that are trending lower than I guess the expectations for this roster are. I do agree that they are probably on paper the more talented roster, but I also think it's hard to dismiss the work that Fluxo have been putting into actually playing a more structured game, whether that's Art and pulling back from being the aggressor all of the time and throwing his life away. I think this team and an Art-led team, people will think, oh, he's just going to go Mac 10 and just rush into bomb sites again, but that is far from the truth, and I think they have the depth actually to cause an upset.
Yeah, I mean, this is like actually the discussion that I do want to have on my desk. I don't want to have a conversation when you're like, we're just like all like on the hype train of one team. We're like, yeah, we're expecting this. Yeah, this is going to happen. No, like when we have a situation when like, you know, like for me as a host, like when I have two analysts, they're like, no, you know, like this team is better than that one. And you're like, no.
Oh, it's okay. We disagree all the time.
Yeah.
It's perfect. This is what I want to hear. I want to hear like arguments towards like both of the teams. But as you can see, most of the people, especially like people on Instagram, went for Aurora. So they're kind of like together with us.
That makes me scared, though. If the public agrees with me, I feel like I'm going to be wrong.
Where was the Brazilian fan base voting on Instagram?
I don't know. Maybe it's like the time. Maybe they're still sleeping.
Rigged polls.
No, like no, yeah, but yeah, like as you can see, also when it comes like to our casters, they also like prefer to go for Aurora. Obviously, only in the end of the series we'll find out who is actually right or wrong. I mean, I also had like a prediction for the whole day, so it's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, the day can go many different ways, especially within Group A. I think Group B will maybe be a little simpler, but there are still teams that I guess haven't found enough consistency for us to have confidence completely. I think when we saw those talent predictions, there are a couple of us that have flip-flopped around. I may be the most egregious.
Yeah, you've
of them.
definitely gone for a little bit the hipster
I want to
picks.
believe. Let me believe.
No, but that's like the thing. Like if he is wrong, he's gonna be like, I was the only one. I was the only one who knew. I am
Stop
the
giving him a cop-out, please,
ultimate-
Heku.
I'm the ultimate analyst.
If I'm right, I'm a genius. If I'm wrong, you know,
Better
I
in
tried. I tried.
Battery in G happens. You know, everyone makes mistakes.
Well, listen, hopefully Fluxo's not going to be making mistakes over here onto Nuke as well, because obviously we didn't get a chance to talk about that as much. That's going to be incredibly important. Aurora's picking this all the time, and if Fluxo want to get this to work, again, it's not just about Pyria, it's going to be about Nyx as well on outside, and I'm looking forward to seeing how that one pans out.
Oh, definitely. I'm looking forward to that. But as I mentioned, I am the driver of this desk. These guys are my passenger
Yes,
princes.
passengers. Yep.
But the people, but you're gonna be the ones, just sitting there silently. The people that will actually entertain us are our casters. So, boys, Ted, Jack, are ready for some action?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've been sitting here waiting in the wings. Just want to say, though, Michael, we'll be all right, I think, because me and Ted, we're going to be in the same boat. We're on the Fluxo train as well. We really do believe in the Brazilians taking this one. But yeah, man, Ted, this has been it's been a long ride, and finally we're here at the LAN.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's been, what, half a year, more than half a year since we started things with the first European edition, the couple of LATAM Cups. Obviously, Fluxo coming in as the first LATAM champion ever, although the lineup is completely different. Zevi's the only one left, right? So it's going to be extremely interesting. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it, man. I was so excited seeing that Art is coming back to play at LAN for the first time since Chengdu. A lot of things to prove with a new project, a lot of space. So yeah, it's gonna be a banger.
Yeah, I mean, like that Art redemption story, that's going to be really exciting as well to see what they're going to do. Aurora, you never know what Aurora you're going to get in the server as well, so that always makes it really, really exciting. And, if we're just talking about the maps as well, starting off on a nuke, we can see there the Aurora guys getting ready in their rooms as well. It's a lovely little sneak peek as well. We're talking about this. We're like a fly on the wall in both camps, and maybe a little bit of a pre-match talk as well, just to see if everybody is ready to get going. Make sure the glasses are all right, Art, because this is really important. It's an opening match, Ted, but still, they all mean absolutely everything, especially when we're talking about this group, Group A, which we've kind of coined as the harder group of the two.
Yeah, what's the main point in all of that? The similar argument we can make for both those teams. This tournament means a lot. On one hand, you have a Fluxo team, Art coming in for the first time playing on LAN since getting benched on Furia, surrounding himself with a lot of young pieces, with a lot of talent, surrounding himself with some of the hidden gems of the Brazilian scene, as he described it in an interview that he gave just, 2 days ago, said that Piri is even a generational talent maybe in the Brazilian scene. Obviously, you have people like Kai, who's on a quote-unquote redemption arc after his not-so-successful short stint with Furia. You have someone like Zevi, who's got a lot more experience. You have a lot of cool and a lot of really exciting pieces and nice players on that Fluxo team. And then on the other side, you have an Aurora lineup that has played a couple times on Serbian soil already, and those weren't as successful, right?
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about their record in just best of threes in Serbia for Aurora, they've won 2 out of 10.
Yeah.
Which is... It's a bit crazy. We were looking at, some of the teams that they were playing. You've got Spirit in there, you've got VP in there. I don't think we can be super critical about it, but is it something about the Serbian soil?
I've got no clue, man. I'm not even gonna try and bring out the air conditions or whatever. I'm not gonna talk about the food. I love the food personally, but yeah, I mean, if you're Aurora going into this tournament, obviously now you've had a little bit over a month to play with Klax as well. There's been a big change, right? And it's something that they mentioned on the desk as well. But the fact that you had Rezaud on the team, and Rezaud, as much as he played a lot of similar positions to the ones that Klax is probably going to be filling in, obviously a couple changes. You wanna just make Klax as comfortable as possible, but you know he's a really solid role player, so he's that type of a guy that you can put in every single role, and you can most of the time put your money on him to have a good game, right? But the main difference between the two of them, there's a big difference in the approach that they have to lurking, to anchoring. Result was oftentimes, as the desk mentioned, the guy to actually carry Aurora through a lot of the games, right? Individually, a lot of really potent performances, didn't shy away from being aggressive. And then you're looking at Klax, and he's that type of a guy that's going to be left alive maybe 55 seconds to 1 minute after the start of the round. He's still going to be alive, and he's probably going to be waiting for his team to make something happen and for him to react or counter the aggression of the other team. So I guess there's going to be a lot falling on the shoulders of people like, what, Norway, Kenzie, Lackey to be a little bit more aggressive and compensate for all of that?
Yeah, I think a lot of eyes are going to be on that trio. Maybe not even, I mean, Lackey, he has those kind of roles as well, and especially with all the change-ups. You know, we're expecting Lackey, he is in the positions to do the damage. He's in the positions to really make a difference. But, you know, if we're looking at, you know, the standout stellar performers on this team, it has to be Norway, Kenzie and Deco that we look at. And especially when it kind of gets down, you want to see your stars shine on this stage. You know, you're at a LAN, you know, a studio LAN event. You want to be taking at least some of this prize pool home with you. It's a massive, massive opportunity for all of these teams. And, well, we're going to get straight into the action. We have to wait no further. And we are going to get underway. Aurora versus Fluxo. A T-side start for Aurora here. Deco wielding that P250 straight away towards outside, looking for a fight. But Klax, he's going to pick up the first straight away, a second on offer if he is patient enough. And he's expecting it, but Pyria is just better that time.
Yeah, right between the eyes. That's great. And Zevi, a little bit trap tapping away with the USB, able to drop one on Norway, but Lackey up close and personal. They know they've landed a dink onto that one player, but still going to try and hunt him down. Dropped in towards outside right now, and that's the main issue for Aurora. You're looking for the kills, but you're too far away from a bomb site. Your only way down seems to be secret, but Lackey's taking care of Zevi, and now you're going down B.
And Lackey, if he takes down Pyria, this is a lot of damage that he can really do to the defense, but Fluxo still with 3 players alive, and Pyria is one of them, doing all the damage, collecting all the heads and the frags, and Art, well, he's waiting in the wings, waiting to strike, but misses his opportunity, misses his chance, and his teammate goes down because of it. Kai is going to fall now as well. It's straight up 1v1, Deco versus Art, old op versus the new. And Deco, he's hightailing it towards this bomb site, straight up towards the heaven. But actually reroutes in towards main here. Art making a lot of noise, wants to be silent in the vent. 30 seconds for Deco really to make a play. And Art, well, he is just waiting for his opportunity to strike.
It's so suspicious though, right? If you're Art, you don't hear anything. You know Deco might be trying to fool you, and oh, he's gonna go down the vent. Deco lands the shot with a P250, and there it goes. Is the new blood to clutch up for the first round of the tournament, and it goes in favor of Aurora.
A little bit of a messy pistol to start us off, and I mean, if that is, you know, kind of something of things to come, a little foreshadowing maybe, we should be in for an absolute treat here.
Yeah, it kind of felt like Fluxo just put a lot of emphasis on giving those, or Aurora, sorry, put a lot of emphasis on just letting the P250s look for kills outside, right? But then a couple fights don't go their way. They're stuck in a pretty difficult position. It all comes down to the 1 versus 1 though, and Deco plays it really patiently, plays it to perfection, really. So a pistol round going in favor of Aurora. Of course, one of the things that we mentioned, Fluxo's experience outside of Brazil has not been too rich, right? You're talking about mainly domestic competition, and we can already see the level that Aurora are ready to bring into that nuke here. Welcome to European soil. That second round, that force buy, is just not paying any dividends. Spirit finally finds one, but he's going to need a little bit more.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where, you know, we're kind of always wondering when a team comes over from South America how they're really going to match up. And, you know, for a lot of these Fluxo players, not only is it their first chance to play against international competition, but, you know, it's their first international LAN. In some cases, even their first LAN on HLTV. And, you know, it's a massive, massive event to be starting off in. I mean, you just wonder, does that add a little bit of pressure to this game, really, for them? Or do you think, you know, the likes of Art and Zevi, you know, Zevi being probably the second most experienced player in this lineup, are going to have to really kind of rein through and just make sure that, you know, the young guns on the side are at least a little bit comfortable, very uncomfortable in that save there. everybody is going to go down. And Fluxo will bring nothing forward into this next round. So Aurora doing a really good job of just keeping that money honest on the CT side. But yeah, I mean, you know, when we're talking about experience and, you know, at this stage and at this level, surely that has to pay a massive dividends.
You know, I think coming back to the point you were making there, a lot of it comes down to talking about the pressure potentially. A lot of it comes down to the atmosphere on the team. I feel like, judging by what we've heard from Art in the last couple of days, I think the atmosphere on the side of Fluxo is really good. And it really depends on how you put yourselves out there, right? What's the atmosphere in the team? What's the goals going into a tournament like that? What do you want to make out of it, right? Because if you're Fluxo, obviously you're coming in, you're going to try to win. If you can, you will. But the main thing this tournament is, and the main thing the first couple of times that we see Fluxo play on European SO is probably going to be learning experience, right? So I don't think you put too much pressure on your shoulders. And obviously, as we said, there's a couple of players that haven't played too many LANs. Well, in this specific scenario, it's just Nyx, right? You're looking at people like Zevi. You're looking at people like Art. You're looking at even Kai. Even Pire has played on RMR, right? Is the only other international tournament that he's played. That was back in 2022. He played the Rio Major RMR in Americas, in the Americas region, obviously. Part of Oplano, by the way. Played with KNG.
So there is a little bit of experience on that side, but right now they're having a real tough go of it. Aurora already building up quite a stack of rounds on this T side. And Fluxo, well, with their first real gun round, they're going to have to get it going quickly. Zevi already bringing that AWP out to play. Well, Fluxo are going to be hoping that maybe that they can find an entry. An entry might lead them at least somewhere in this round. And this is a very aggressive stance to be taking if you're Zevi. A little bit risky when the molly comes in. Nobody on the silo, though, to really wreak havoc there. Instead, Xperia to take a lot of damage from that dink, and Ramp now under a little bit of pressure. Nick's going to be tested really for the first time in this game, and he passes that test with flying colours. Pyria was there to help, but Fluxo easily sweep this one under the rug.
He's like a wall right there. One thing that we didn't mention before the start of this, Nyx is actually the second highest rated player when it comes down to Fluxo on that nuke, right? Number one is obviously going to be Pyrian towards outside and getting all that space to work with, but Nyx in towards the ramp has been able to bring in some insane impact. And that's Aurora just coming in one after the other. He mows them down. And that's I guess that's the element of confidence that we were talking about as well. It's kind of like if we're making a football preference, you go out on that field, it's an important game. It's really important for your first couple passes to be on the mark, right? And this is the first pass for a player like Nyx, right? They go towards your spot, they send 3 people in towards the ramp, you have a good read, you have 2 people there, Nyx gets a double. From that point on, the entire map is just going to go in a lot easier way.
Yeah, and another thing was, like, I was always told growing up was, let your man know you're there. If we're going back to that football reference, just let you know you're there. Hit them with a hard challenge in the first 5 minutes and know it's going to be a game. And I mean, first real challenge that Aurora are going to face here, and Fluxo hit them hard. So, unable to really get anything.
It's also really difficult to make anything out of that, out of what to expect from that matchup as well, right? Because you're looking at Fluxo with all those players. They've had a really good record recently, right? You're looking at obviously the majority of the games they've been playing recently have been ESO Challenger in Brazil, right, South America, and they've been getting some good results. They've been beating some really good teams. You're talking about taking maps off of MIPR, Imperial. You're looking at Pain. You're looking at all those teams that we're regarding like as the top dogs of the South American region, right? So going into Europe, you don't really know where the level is going to be at. You don't know how much time they're going to need to adapt to playing against teams like Aurora. So for them, it's really important to get a good start on a CT side. And then in the meantime, I mean, if you're Aurora, you've already been shown that you have to show a little bit of respect. Ramp didn't work out. At least they have enough money to run it again.
And run it again, they do. Setting up for outside smokes early on, and well, this name on the lips of a lot of people, especially in the South American region. Pyria already off to a pretty solid start. I mean, he's got 4 kills already, but this, it's a little bit slower. Kenzie going to punish him. Winning that duel is going to be really important for Aurora today, and especially for Kenzie's confidence.
Yeah, see, this is really important, especially when they go for those outside smokes. Those peaks from Kenzie, he's going to be aware of that. He's going to be aware of the CT's trying to linger around the smoke and try and get a cheeky opening kill before the smokes bloom out.
Aware that time. Pyria puts to bed. Still Aurora. Fascinating. I'm fantasizing about this ramp play. Still just waiting at the timer here to see if anybody from Fluxo is going to maybe make a step, make a false move. They are slowly running the clock a little bit thin. Kenzie beginning to move now. Art sat in main. If he picks up that kill, might be able to turn around and help this A defense, but it begins to fall. And Kai is the first pillar down. Art as well. Zevi rotating in to try and sort out Nyx, but Nyx on the back of the site. He's going to have to stop every man by himself, and he can only claim one. Aurora looking good that time around. They might lose one, but they will not lose a second.
That's starting to look a little bit worrying though, right? Fluxo had the read. They had the perfect setup. They lose that early opening kill. You can see Aurora just slowing things down. There's the opening kill from Kenzie. After the fact, Aurora walk into a stacked bomb site. They walk into 4 people on that A site, right? They were completely free to go down B, right? The CTs have just made a decision. Okay, we're going to put all our eggs into that A bomb site basket. We hope that they come our way. If they come our way, well, we're set up perfectly. We're going to deal with this. But if they don't, we're just safe. Well, they did go your way. They did walk right into the bomb site, and you got absolutely annihilated. Great shots by Deco, extremely sharp. And early on, we are going to see a bit of a technical timeout. Hopefully everything's going to be all right. But yeah, that T site start is, I mean, to say it lightly, perfect for the T's.
No complaints, really. I mean, one slip up, we're not going to hold that to them, are we?
I wouldn't even say it's a massive slip up, right? You're just looking at the T side team, because one thing that obviously Michael and Mamoon mentioned at the desk was the fact that both those teams are not known to be maybe the most diligent when it comes down to T-side, especially if the momentum is building up. They're going to go and hit you with all those quick plays. They're going to try and play up in your face Counter-Strike. So if you're Aurora, maybe going for that quicker ramp play, that was just a bit of a check in the protocols of Fluxo. They passed it, but now you can go back to the proper T-side, and it's been working out now. They're going to get back into the action by. It's not fantastic for Fluxo after losing the previous one. They still have a couple rifles, but Art and Nyx going to be downgraded to the MP9s, and you can see that Util's going to be a little bit lighter on some of those players.
Yeah, so you did mention though, was Fluxo did have a read on the last round, so they will just know, you know, they lost a couple of integral fights for the bomb site to really just hold on. That's a big one if Nyx can win it. He gets away safely anyway, as Aurora will push out. They will take a lot of control now over towards the ramp, but the problem is they don't really know what to do with it, especially with Kenzie going down towards outside. That's going to be a big problem. They're going to try and accelerate into this B bomb site where Fluxo are going to have 2 players surely ready and waiting. Nyx gets taken down. Art has decided not to peek just yet. And Aurora, they will have the site, but with the CTs in such close proximity, this could be a little bit of a problem. And Norway, well, they do a really good job just clearing out the first there. Aurora are figuring out slowly, putting together where these CTs are actually going to be. Kai trying to swing open that door, but Klax is just ready, reacts in time, hits that headshot, and once he goes down, this falls on the shoulders of 2, and you can see they are very hesitant to go for this, and that is because they know Zevi was low, Pyria, the element of surprise was gone, and Aurora, they've ran away with another round.
You could even see Pyria was starting to walk away, right? Zevi was still holding, but that's because he can't just simply run away from the ramp. He was going to get killed from behind. So I guess you were hoping that Aurora over-aggressed. And one thing that we didn't mention, they didn't actually have a kid going into this round, but Aurora, once again, extremely good sequence, right? You pointed out, they get the ramp control, they lose that opening fight in towards outside, and then you're like, well, they've given us all of that real estate for free. We've lost the player towards outside. We don't know where the B player is going to be, but we're forced to go for the B play. If we slow it down right now, we don't have anything in towards A. As far as we know, they could have pushed in towards lobby, they could have pushed in towards outside. Our only option is to go down that B bomb side, and they make it work. Look for the kills as well. That one from Klax was absolutely nuclear as well. If he doesn't get that kill, then probably Flex will have a pretty decent shot at picking up the round, but it's a 5-1 start on the T side. Already looking quite difficult. Fluxo going to take a bit of a step back with the half by Pyria. Going to be the only one holding on to an AK from the round prior, but he's going to need a little bit of support from the pistols, you feel like.
Need a round like this to go in your favor, really. And Pyria gets one, but it's not really going to be enough in this situation. Not at all. Fluxo, they just need a little bit of luck on their side, and so far he's been unlucky, if you will. Are getting aggressive, that style that he's been renowned for so many years, just pushing through that smoke with the CZ. At least collecting one, which is actually going to make Aurora think a little bit. You can see the cogs turning. They don't really want to go all guns blazing into a bomb site that may be stacked, but you don't also want to walk into the only high HP player with an AK, especially if the trades are going to be like that. Klax needed to get it done and did, but still chances for Fluxo in this.
Yeah, 46 HP and 44 HP on Art and Kai respectively. AK picked up by DIGO, both of them coming in from the Ram side though. That means there's going to be more guns on offer. Bomb's going to get planted. They still have no kit. They have no util, but they're up close.
They are up close, and well, Clax, really nice job just stopping Kai there. Are still waiting to see if a peek's going to come his way, but if you wait too long, Deco will strike, and Aurora just picking apart Fluxo there in the later round. But to be fair, the Pistols make a really good bash at that. The Pistols do actually get very, very close to picking up their second round, but close isn't going to help you in this series.
You know what's the thing, right? It's close, right? You do the damage, but you can see by the reactions of Aurora. At this point, you don't care how close the rounds are going to be. You don't care if they have 5 USPs and they get 4 kills. All that you care about is picking up the rounds on the board. You're looking at a 6-1 start on the T side of New. This is already plenty of rounds to work with. You could just give away all the rounds until the end to Flux, so you're still going to be happy with it. And look at that, they're going for the quick A play.
Oh, will they be punished for this one though? Are able to at least collect the first, and the A defense looks like it's holding for now, and it will do so. Deco, the last player trying to make his way out of the hut, but he will not get very far, and maybe Aurora just taking that one a little bit too lightly. Fluxo, the protocols were there, they were ready, and Aurora finally denied.
Most of the time, this is going to be the round that you're looking at and you're saying, okay, if the D's pick this one up, this map is over, right? This is the shutdown call. You've made them wait for such a long time to have a proper investment, AVP, utility all over the board, rifles, diffuse kits, and then you send it with a quicker play. I actually like that approach from Aurora. It doesn't work out, but you still have a pretty decent lead to work with.
I don't think anybody's going to be turning their nose up at a 6-2 lead, to be honest. But if you're on the side of Fluxo, you need to see the likes of Zev, you need to see Pyria just getting a little bit more comfortable in these kind of situations. You need to kind of figure out a way to find that opening kill and get a little bit comfortable early on, because these openings have been few and far between, and towards outside, Pyria has just been getting destroyed.
Oh, he's been denied so many times. And it's awkward seeing it as well, right? You're looking at a couple fights that he was able to win towards outside, but both Kenzie and Norway have just been in form. And we had a conversation about Norway as well, right? It feels like he's been a bit of a win condition. Obviously, he's put in a lot of support, a lot of anchoring roles, but whenever he's having a good game, you can definitely tell that Aurora are having a much easier time playing in the server. And it also helps if Kenzie's not having the best day of his life. We know that both those guys, of course, ex-teammates from Forza from a couple of years back, having great cohesion and even better firepower, and now look at how uncomfortable that is for him.
He has Nix to support him though, at least, and luckily he was there once again.
Didn't see him.
Yeah, he's going to catch that flashbang right between the eyes. Kai is helping him out a little bit. Fluxo, it's an awkward hold, but they are doing their best right now to hold on, and Zevi just picking up the pieces with that AWP. Deco quite low, so he's going to have to try and get out of there, but time is also maybe something that needs to be concerned.
He can hear the steps.
Yeah. Can hear this, but Zevi, he slows it down, and this is terrifying for Deco right now. He has absolutely no idea where Zevi's gotten off to. He's reading into it, finds that kill, and he's going to sprint down towards the B bomb site. It's going to be a foot race to get this bomb down, and he will just have enough time just about. Left it very late. Nix wasn't in a position to run and swing that door wide open, and Deco now can position behind the site. This is what it comes down to. A straight up
There's
duel.
no way.
Door open. Deco knows he's already peeking wide out. Nix, he will not be able to get it done. Deco just holding that choke point down and choking Fluxo out.
Yeah, you can just write that down. That's a second 1v1, and that was even a 1 versus 2 from Deco. Another clutch coming in from the star player. And that's the conversation that we were having going into the series as well, right? You're looking at all the LAN tournaments that Aurora have played on Serbian soil. How uncomfortable they've been, how unsuccessful they've been. The one constant has been Deco having great performances time and time and time again. This is one of the things that we brought out before the start of this broadcast that they discussed even at the desk, right? Aurora have played an insane amount of LAN tournaments this year, even won one in India at the start of the year, right? Deco every single time has shown that playing on LAN, playing from home, playing from a stage makes no difference. He's always the same player.
Always the same player, always seems to deliver. You can see it there. I mean, read it and weep.
He's 12-1.
Yeah. Took the words out of my mouth. Taking rounds out of Fluxo's hands, which is not where they need them to go right now. A CT side that has been definitely more famine than feast. But but still, you have to give them a chance. You have to
I
give
don't
them an
believe he's
opportunity.
purchased an ult, by the way.
Yeah. Well, you get punished.
That's what you get for it.
Yeah. I mean, that's just karma, isn't
You know
it?
what? At this point, nothing is working out, so we can't really fault him. But Deck was just in the zone. No way. He does it again. He can't be stopped.
Destroying Oggs must be cursed at this stage. Nobody else going to try and pick that one up. Kai might give it a go. Don't want to fall to the exact same fate, though.
You know what's the worst part about all of this? He's not doing that to the support elements. He's not doing that to Kai. He's not doing that to Nyx. He's doing it to Art and Pyria.
When you take those two down, what else is there really left?
It's like you're taking the soul out of Flexo.
You can see the game plan coming in from Aurora today was definitely to keep Pyria quiet, and they've done a really good job of doing that. Aurora going to get loud over towards the ramp. Zevi was here a couple of moments ago, but he's decided to give that one up and reinforce that A bomb site, which has allowed Aurora down towards B. And Nyx, he's going to be the closest player to respond. Going to be down in a situation that he can maybe pick off one, but he needs to be very careful about the timing that he chooses to swing this door wide open, especially with his teammates being a million miles away, and there's just so many bodies on that B bomb site. He was the only one taking a peek as well. His teammates were absolutely nowhere to be found. And they're trying to save here, but I don't think there's any saving this one at all. Surely Aurora, once they realize, even though their money's not great, once they realize that this save is happening, they're going to have to go.
I mean, this time is a bit of a pick your poison. It's not even a pick your poison. I would actually like to see Aurora not go for the hunt right now. I think you've shown great success, even when they've had the guns, even if they had the buy, even when they've had the buy rounds. You don't really care about it. All that you care about right now, save up those 4 guns. Make sure that you have that foundation. Make sure that you have that insurance policy until the end of the half, right? Because now you're going to have an 8-2 lead on the T side. You want to be able to hunt from here on out. Losing Deck was completely fine. You still have 3 people alive. Your money's going to be looking good. From here on out, you've enabled that hunting perk. Now you can make sure that you don't let Flexo save anything. And I don't want to say it, man, because I was incredibly excited to see that Flexo team play. And I know we're probably going to see the best of them on the map like Mirage, potentially on the Nation if we get there. But that first half of Nuke has been really good for Aurora. Flexo have just not been able to win anything. And, you know, they did come close in a lot of those rounds. I mean, I say a lot, a couple of them, especially the clutches. But the moment that you lose those clutches, the moment that you drop the pistol and it's Aurora's map pick and it's T-side Nuke, you know you're going to be in a really tough spot.
Yeah, man, look, I'm not going to bail on them just yet, but it's definitely not looking ideal for Fluxo, and it's going to be even harder to get back into it with Zevi falling like that. Tried to get aggressive in towards the hut. You can see Fluxo, they're definitely not for the lack of trying. They're trying absolutely everything to try and find an opening pick here, but instead they just keep giving away kills and giving away bomb sites and in turn rounds with it. 4 versus 3 now for Aurora. As the dust settles a little bit from the early engagements, and Kenzie, he has been given a lot of room to roam.
They're just being picked apart. Kai, all picked up. Not usually the gun of choice. Let's see if he gets that one. Klax is so crisp with it. And it's not just Klax, it's everyone on that Aurora side. Deco's 14-2, Norway's 12-7, but everyone else is winning the fights that they need to be. And again, it just feels like what Fluxo need is one hero play. That's the only way that they can make their way through a round successfully. Nyx, Pyria separated. Now they're going to try and play this one together, stack it in towards that A-bomb side. But once again, Fluxo just have the wrong read. I mean, Aurora just playing them like a fiddle. One player in towards the vent, rotations from A to B, pretty much impossible unless you want to go through the ramp and the bomb's going to get planted. This is going to be 9 rounds for Aurora. The question here is, do Fluxo want to save? Answer, probably yes.
I mean, you don't have any other option, and it's such a sour one as well, because
It's painful.
You don't want to obviously save in this situation, but still, you just have to. You know you've been bested. But again, I'm going to bring it up. It's coming down to those kind of opening duels, those opening kills. Very early on in rounds, we're just seeing either Arc go down, Pyria go down. You know, there's been a lot of players. We've seen Zevi, in this case, going for an aggressive peak with that AWP. And it just looks like Fluxo are kind of running a little bit light on ideas, what to stop them, because, you know, we have seen that Pyria has taken a lot of responsibility since coming into this team. He's been a real driving force. He's taken a lot of space. He's in that outside position,
Sure.
a very dominant position that you really need to have a lot of impact. But when you're going down 20 seconds into a round, you know, how difficult does that make it on the rest?
You know what's the worst part about all of this? If you're Fluxo, you probably felt like you were on the back foot for the majority of the first half. So you're trying different things. You're trying to send Piri aggressive outside. You're trying to put Zevi in good positions with the AVP. You're trying to aggress towards different spots. But every single time you try something, it's just getting absolutely annihilated by the side of Aurora. That's 9 rounds, plenty to work with already on that T side. Question here is, can they make it up to 10? Not that it's going to make that big of a difference for them going into the second half. I think they're going to be quite happy with 9 as well. But let's see, 10 rounds here on the T side. That's going to put you pretty much 1 pistol round away from victory. At least on map 1.
Pretty much 1 pistol round away, and that's not a bad place to be. A lackluster first half from Fluxo. Will they be able to finish with a flourish? Art. Over towards door. It's such an awkward duel to really take. That HE just forcing Clax out of that position, though, chipping away a little bit of health. And good news for Fluxo is they haven't lost too much map control. They have managed to keep Aurora quiet so far in the round. But that's because Aurora haven't really done much. And once again, they're going to go towards outside. Going to lean with a lot more firepower as well.
They might not be reading into this, though. Nothing is happening towards the A-bomb side, so the open might start rotating away, but it's dropped on the A-bomb side. That Yuto that Clax is throwing in, that's going to open up so much space for the outside play. Look at Norway. Pira's going to hear all the steps. He needs more than 1, though. There goes the first refrac. Is absolutely perfect.
Gets 1, and I mean, is it going to be enough? You know exactly what's going on. Aurora, they've got 40 seconds now to maneuver. You can see Clax is feeling a little bit uncomfortable as well. He knows that the natural reaction for Fluxo is going to push in towards the lobby. Oh, nearly. If he gets that second, that round, it's home and dry. But instead, get a little bit more slippery, especially because Zevi has managed to slip down the vent here. AWP in hand, Lackey down. Zevi, needed that one to feel definitely comfortable. Molly out of the vent, and another wayward shot is going to cost him, but he's bought enough time for the rotations to get down. The CTs are all here, and all eyes on Kenzie as Fluxo finally get 1 more.
Yeah, that was the first time that you were able to contain them. First time that the round made sense. First time that you felt like you were in control. And regardless of the couple missed shots that we did see from Zevi there, still able to react to it, still able to convert. Now we got to start having that conversation, though. Is 3 rounds on the CT side of Nuke going to be enough? I feel like from that point on, if you're Fluxo, you know you're probably not playing to win the map, but you're playing to try and make it closer. You don't want to give Aurora that confidence going into Mirage, because obviously Mirage, Inferno, I actually like the approach from Fluxo to go for their strength, right? Go for a map that they've picked in their last 4 best of 3s, a map that they've won pretty much every single time that they've picked into it as well. The main issue right now is you don't want to see a comfortable Aurora going into a map like Mirage. Even if statistically, if you're Fluxo, this is one of your best maps, even if your individuals feel really comfortable on it, even if Kai likes it, even if Pyria likes it, even if Art likes it, there's a lot to talk about there. But the main issue right now is Aurora just look like heads on the better team in the server. Individually, they look incredibly sharp, and what I want to say is, even if the game plan isn't as good for Aurora going into that second map as it is right now on Nuke, you don't want Deco, you don't want Clax, you don't want Norway, you don't want Kenzie to be as sharp as they are right now.
It's about confidence as well. You know, if they feel like they are going to be better than you, they will just continue to peak you over and over and over.
We know that Deco can
again.
bully people.
Yeah. And that's what it could turn into.
In the server, of course.
Yeah. Of course, a little bit of cyberbullying going on in the pistol, though, as well. See, Pyria, he's the man with the bomb. He needs to get out of there, and somehow he actually gets away on a sliver of health. 10 HP. And this round continues. Fluxo don't really have too many options, though. Trying to bait out shots over towards the ramp. Blackie surely seeing Zevi's going to have to take point, and chipping away at health and no kill is definitely not going to help Fluxo whatsoever. But still, Pyria somehow is avoiding death. 1 bullet will do. But Aurora haven't managed to find it on him just yet. The D's, though, just being picked off 1 by 1, going into pistols everywhere they go, but somehow winning fights and somehow still in this round, especially if Lackey falls here. Pyria surely not avoiding death for much longer. Pyria is the unkillable man at the moment, still standing tall, and Fluxo still in this pistol, and they get it done. Nyx and Pyria combine for one of the most improbable pistols.
Yeah, you can say that again. That was improbable. That should have been impossible to pull off. I still have no idea how Pyria pulls that one off, man. We can see the star potential clearly. Check this out. Clax and Kenzie, they just shut down the play straight away. The A-pop didn't work out. Pyria just staying alive on literally 1 HP right there after the first fight. Really important pickup by Nyx, a couple of them, but This is the one. This is the kill. Welcome to Counter-Strike 2, ladies and gentlemen.
Hope you enjoy your stay.
You just gotta love it, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, if you're on the receiving end, though, absolutely not.
I mean, that's the type of way that you die and you're laughing about it. Oh no. Goodness. Oh no. Klax, not like this. Not like this. Still one more. Finally misses. But he still finds a double. That's the force buy for Aurora. Fluxo not out of the depths just yet.
Now, if you want another round, you're going to have to work for it, just like you have done the other 4. Aurora still close by, but Fluxo just getting comfortable. They're just getting into cozy corners. Everybody holding it. The angles, good flash, but it won't matter.
Right.
Zevi just holding down Mess 1 in one of those situations that you kind of come to, and you see 2 players in the kill feed, and you're like, yeah, it's just too easy for me.
You know what's the thing? After the 1v1s that they lost in the first half, I actually don't mind. Let them have one of those, right? Yeah. They were getting completely shut down the entire first half, so getting a couple rounds here on that T side definitely going to ease the pain. And Imperial starting to get fired up a little bit. You're looking at 5 kills. 2 rounds into that second half, got a triple in the pistol. Now a double here, 13 and 8 for him. And you know what's the funny part about all of this? As again, Mamoon and Michael mentioned at the desk before the start of this, both those teams are known for being incredibly aggressive, right? Especially if you're talking Fluxo. I mean, I'm not just saying that because you have Art on the team, but you have people like Pyria. Even if you want to talk about people like Kai, who could be a bit more of an aggressive, lurking player on some of the T sides, right? So you do expect Fluxo to be good on the T side. Now, I'm not saying they will come back on that T side. I'm saying they're picking up the rounds that they should be if they have any intentions of making this one close.
If you want to be competitive, you need to be ticking all the boxes. You need to be picking up all the easy ones. And so far, so good for Fluxo. Passing these little tests with flying colors. And they are slowly getting into this game. But we can't, you know, just blow too much smoke at them right now, because we still haven't seen a gun round. No. That's where it's really going to get interesting.
See, what you can do if you're Fluxo right now, your main goal should be keep Aurora's money down for as long as possible, right? Make sure that they just don't pick up their first they don't pick up their first CT round, pardon. If they start picking up rounds, then this one is probably over. But if you keep them down up until, let's say, you level up the score, you get up to 10 or 11 rounds, then who knows? You might be able to pick up the map. Of course, this is going to be the first buy for Aurora. No hope for Deco just yet, but you do have the rifles and the Uto to work with. Outside smokes already coming in. For the T side, nothing spotted out on the back of that first HE, but Deco's already rotated down in. Issue is, this is looking like an A play.
And if Fluxo are able to slip on through to that A bomb site, will it hold or will it wilt? Norway, really good position, but he's just instantly cleared out. Klax is going to have to try and get something done, but not much room with that molly on the back of the bomb site. Eventually, it's going to just be flushed away, and Aurora get there in time to make sure that they hold on. Fluxo, it looked good for a moment, but this first gun round causing you problems until Zevi is going to have his say. But a bullet will do for Lackey. He just needs to connect on one as the mind games are going to start.
Bomb dropped as well. This is so awful for Zevi. You feel like the only way that you win that 1v1 is if you outmaneuver him, outposition him, catch him looking the wrong way. You can clearly tell he's terrified. He knows where Lackey is. He knows that Lackey knows where he is as well, but the more time passes, the more Lackey's going to start thinking about different positions, the more the mind games are going to come into fruition. And Zevi starts walking forward, Lackey playing towards the back of the CT vet, just periodically checking. Now they've spotted each other out. There goes the wild swing, and Lackey's going to land the headshot. It didn't matter that Zevi was low on HP. He could have gotten the kill. He would have gotten the kill regardless. And you can see the spirits are getting lifted quite high here for Aurora. This is definitely a round that they shouldn't have picked up.
No, not at all, but they get it done. Really nice job here on the back of the bomb site by Klax, just anchoring. It's just, that's what we were talking about as well. That's what the desk was talking about. When Klax kind of comes in, you know, we're not expecting Klax to have an incredible performance where he's going to drop 30 and you're going to, you know, be saying his name. We're going to be shouting his name over and over again. No, but there are going to be moments in a game like that where he will just do the dirty work, do a job for his team, and look at the position now that he has pretty much got them in.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I made that reference before we even went live, right? And it's a bit of an odd one. I actually thought about this a couple days ago. One player that Klax reminds me of slightly is Gamer Legion Isaac, right? When Isaac was on Gamer Legion, you're looking at a really reliable piece. You can clearly tell that aim-wise, the way that he's moving his crosshair, the way that he's going into fights, this guy's a good aimer. He's just not put in the positions to showcase his good aim. He's probably not cut to be a star player, but you know he can deliver. And now they need another delivery. This time it's from the IGL, but the 1-for-1 is great.
You're hearing the feet, you're hearing the steps, and Deco, well, he needs to be ready. Oh, that is a spray he definitely doesn't want to see again. As Nick said goodbye. Fluxo, they will have this be bomb site. This is a situation now for Aurora that they're going to have to think about.
That's a save.
It has to be, I think, unless they get very fortunate by somebody giving their life away for nothing. But Fluxo, they stay composed, they stay calm, and even after losing that opening gun round, they make sure to put the next one right up there on the scoreboard. This is still a competitive game, and Aurora, oh, I mean, you lose a round like that, 2 kills and it's over and done with, that's going to do nothing for confidence.
I feel like it's gonna do nothing for confidence, but at least you get to save the guns, right? It would have been a lot worse if it was a closer round and you just lost everyone because you decided to reinvest once again. Oh no, he jumped. That would have been such a sick nade. Probably doesn't get more than the 1 kill on Nyx, but still would have been a good one. But yeah, as we pointed out the previous round, it's crazy that you're able to pick it up. Klax did a great job, lucky with the clutch, but you still lost 4 people, so it's a bit of a two-edged sword in that sense. And now you drop this one. This is a perfect pickup if you're looking at Fluxo. The 1-for-1 in towards the ramp, good spacing, great refract. Nyx with a fantastic reaction, probably a fight that he should have been winning against Echo, and they both know it. Nyx is going to be quite happy, and of course we get the felt nade on a replay.
Yeah, why not? It would have been perfect as well. It would have been one of those ones that you
would have gotten just 1 kill, but it would have been extremely satisfying just seeing all the util damage.
Yeah.
And you know the player's going to be feeling damn good about themselves when they press tap in the next round and they just look at the utility damage graph and they're like, oh yeah, that's me.
That's me.
That's me, baby. Those are the nades.
A tactical timeout as we wait to see who's going to be taking this opening map.
Yeah, it's a good time to let everybody know, of course. We do love every single part of our team here at the RES, but one specific group of people that we love a lot is 1xBet. So you can head over to 1xBet, of course, our dear friends and partners for this event. You can head over to 1xBet, use the code RESCS, and you're going to get up to 100% bonus. It's quite a good deal.
You can't complain about that, can you?
Yeah, there's a mobile app as well.
Oh, on the go. Just like we are. As we're going to be getting back underway. Short technical pause. This isn't online. We're not going to be waiting around forever and a day. Hopefully now. I've just
Please don't. Please don't. Don't even start a conversation. I beg. I beg.
Oh, yeah, that's my bad. My bad, guys. Sorry, folks.
We're going to have to apologize to the audience if we got to stay here for 40 minutes and just yap. And there's no game going. Well, thankfully, there is some Counter-Strike going on right now. Kenzie. Oh, head spotted. Klax has picked up an opening kill. That's straight through the smoke, though. There's no information that those T's are crossing down. As far as you know, you've just seen 2 people. Well, now it's 3 as R picks up that refrag, but still. Aurora, that's a good start. That could be the second buy round of the half, but you still don't know. There's 2 guys already down secret. Deco's already in there. The question is, how much can Art do, though? He's got a lovely timing.
Oh, the Lackey turns back.
God.
Oh, and Art gets it wrong. He was the real difference maker in that position. He could have been able to do something, but it was that unknown entity down secret from Fluxo that strike, and Deco once again goes down. This time, though, Aurora are at least going to take a little peek in towards this bomb site, see what is behind the curtain, and what defense of the T's now are going to be able to put up. Nyx, though, left in this 1 versus 2. A great headshot on the first and knows that Klax is coming from single. He's looking right down.
Oh my God.
And well, Spam is going to do a lot. Needs 1 more bullet to connect, and Klax somehow wins that fight. That is one of the most awkward angles to be retaking a bomb site to actually clear out. When they're on top of the site like that, it is near impossible to find a kill from that situation. But Klax is going to be the man to get it done.
I know we've had those conversations before, but Klax is like an evil genius, man. You're just looking at with the glasses, with the look that he's got. He's just got the look of a serial killer inside of the server, right? You know he's not going to be cutting any slack when he's in a 1 versus 1. And you're looking at the way that he approaches this one, gets the first kill, realizes Nyx is going to be high on the railing. He knows that this angle is extremely potent, and if he doesn't pre-fire it and just walks out, he's a dead man, right? So just, I guess, due diligence to pre-fire. Doesn't leave him a chance. 17 and 10 for Clax and Aurora, edge closer, but Fluxo still have enough money to keep on reinvesting. This is still not over.
Fast A play though, Clax is going to have to try and swing through the smoke and get in front of it, and it's a good lot of damage being outputted by that AK, and the T's are getting nowhere close to this bomb site for now. Clax is going to burn up. It was too hot for him to handle, but Aurora, they still have a handle on this A bomb site for now, but out of bullets is going to be a big problem for Zevi, leaving Pyria now in a situation to get on into this bomb site, get that bomb back, and maybe keep Fluxo in this game, or else he hands Aurora 12, and Lackey will make sure he does exactly that. Everybody getting in on the action there for Aurora. A team ace to get on to 12. Can't get much better than that.
No, it can't. Fluxo didn't even get close to a bomb site, didn't even get to plant the bomb. And Clax, once again, by the way, he just wins one fight. Norway does the same. Every single one of them just gets one kill, but they stay alive for such a long time. They buy enough time for the rotations to arrive, and you can just tell Aurora, they were coming in one after the other, just not letting Fluxo catch a breath, not letting them feel like they have the bomb site under lock and key. You can see Brain at this point looking quite relaxed, looking like he's accepted the fact that they're going to pick this map up. And Fluxo going for another investment into another A play, but look at the aggression.
They swap places though. Art is out on this bomb site now. He's going to come back and wrap around the hut as the CT still managed to push on in. A TK in the meantime, but they get that control of lobby. Kenzie's still walking forward, and Fluxo, I mean, they're being penned in here. There's absolutely nowhere to go. Deco is on T roof. They're just running and gunning, trying to shut this game down, but Nyx will punish you. If you get too aggressive, if you don't take this game serious, Fluxo might just find a way back into it.
Yeah, might have overlooked it there. Might have really played themselves. Pyria's gonna win that fight onto Clax. This is the second lifeline. Hard to believe, just 10 seconds ago, Deco was jumping on top of T-Roof, thinking this one was over. Thinking there was no one there, and Lackey now on 1 versus 3. He's got the right idea. This one has to be spectacular from the in-game leader. Timing is gonna be good. Mows down the first and the second, and he spotted the first one as well. He knows where Kai is, and he's so low on HP. One bullet. One bullet is all that he needs in a 1 versus 3 to close it out for the first map of Aurora in the tournament.
Oh man, Lackey to do it as well. And I mean, look, Aurora actually take that one very lightly as well. I mean, they rushed to try and get that one over and done with. Fluxo managed to pick up 2 kills, but still, it's just not enough. And that's just the same old story for the whole game, right? It just seemed like there was not enough there for Fluxo really to get anything done. They're going to fall to Aurora on what we were describing, though, as a punishment pick. Surely Mirage is going to have something better to shout about.
I mean, you'd hope so, right? You'd hope so. Going into this tournament, again, we have big expectations of Fluxo. I guess we can't really say that it's going to be a massive disappointment if they don't make it out from the group, if they don't go into the final, if they don't win the event. But you're definitely looking at this team and thinking, at least what we want to see is some good individual skill. Now, in their defense, I'll say, the T side didn't look too bad at the start, right? We did see a couple good moments. There was a couple clutches in the first half that didn't go their way. So there would have been a world in which Fluxo could have had a chance to make it at least a little bit closer, but there's no two ways about it. Aurora was the better team in the server.
Oh, by far, man, by far. And we can see, you know, that in the server, it was in dribs and drabs, you know, Clax especially having a really good game, which is, you know, something that we've expected from this Aurora side. That's what they've got to be working on, is that, you know, they get Clax in that position. He's going to be able to elevate the others. I mean, he didn't need to elevate the others, really, did he? Because he was the one doing absolutely everything for them, locking down rounds left and right, incredible clutches from himself and Lackey as well. And Aurora, just too much, really.
Yeah. Too much, really. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to send this one to a little bit of a break. A great showing from Aurora on map number 1. Map pick of Fluxo coming up. It's Mirage after the break.
respect. From 1xbet 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 respect. Respect. From 1xbet respect. From 1xbet respect. From 1xbet respect.
Challenge. Let's see how many seconds it takes to finish. Let's go. Let's start. Harika.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to get underway here with our second map. And Ted, I mean, the first one, it definitely didn't disappoint. You know, we're looking towards a nuke that was going to be a punishment pick for Aurora. It was always looking like it was going to be a punishment pick. Maybe a few glimmers of hope for Fluxo there. Kind of was a little bit droll in that first half. They managed to bring it back, though, a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're looking at maybe the rounds that could be compared to curveballs, could be the couple clutches that we saw. Obviously, Deco having a lights-out performance in the first half as well. T-side 14-4 for your Oper, who is only on the AK. I was going to say mainly only on the AK. He was 14-4. Incredibly aggressive. Every single time that Fluxo tried to aggress, though, they were just being hit by a train, pretty much. Just walking into a brick wall. Aurora just looked absolutely outstanding. They looked incredible on map number 1. And I guess this is what we expected kind of going into the series. Obviously, Fluxo is a really exciting team, but you're looking at the nuke. This is probably the best map, the best performance you're going to get out of Aurora, the best showing, the best face of Aurora you're going to get on nuke. So going into that Mirage, I guess there is still a lot to play for if you're on the Fluxo side of things. And I really hope that they feel the same way.
Talk to me a little bit about Mirage, though, you know, because we're kind of bigging up this Mirage for Fluxo, right? And we're kind of looking into this as a map that Fluxo can definitely be competitive on, but it's because of the results that they've been getting domestically. If we're looking internationally, Fluxo not tested just yet, so we will see when we get down to the business, will Fluxo live up to that kind of expectation?
Well, there it goes. Talking about the Mirage, as we said, this is a point that we can make about pretty much every single map that Fluxo have played, right? This is the first time we're seeing that iteration of Fluxo play international. Counter-Strike is the first time we're seeing Art back in international LAN tournaments after I Am Chengdu, which was the final tournament that he played on Furia before getting benched. So a lot to be expecting, a lot of questions to be answered, and early on, all of it has to start with a good pistol round. You've given that pit 250 over to Piri. You're hoping he's going to be able to punish, but it's Kai to draw first blood.
Looking to get the ball rolling early on this T side. Kenzie, though, in a really dangerous position with these Julies, especially if he catches the Palace player coming out, but he doesn't. Kai gets a second chance at life. Clax is still just wielding that USP long range, trying to tap away a few more heads, and Fluxo, they're trying to spring on out and take this A-bomb site. They're taking a few people down with them, and well, it's going to take a lot more people than that for Aurora to hold on to this bomb site, because Fluxo eventually get their way.
It's still dangerous, though. Norway's in a good position. They will have to challenge in towards CT spawn, and look at how passive he's going to be. Kai is low on HP as well, just playing in towards Robs. You don't want to overextend. No kit for the CTs, though, so you got to be fairly quick with this.
Yeah, need to get a move on. Need to try and figure out where these T's are going to be hiding in all the nooks and crannies of this A bomb site, but it's down to just Norway. Lack of kit, big problem, no even armor on him, so he'll tap the bomb and hopefully a peek will come his way, but it's not from the place he's expecting. He picks one off with ease, but Art still yet to move, waiting for his chance to strike, reveals himself at the final moment, and it looks like both are going to go down with this ship, but it's only one team coming out on top, and that is Fluxo.
That kill is actually quite important there towards the end, right? If you want to go for a force buy right now, you have one player that's picked up a triple. He can potentially drop over a rifle when you get all 5 kills. So, yeah, the pistol round does go in favor of the T side, but still good damage by Aurora. Still able to get every single kill is going to count for something, regardless of it. Good opening by Kai. Really nicely done from Palace. Didn't overextend. Was able to collect the triple in the end of the day. Even a quad kill when you're looking for this one. Hope to get the ace as well onto Norway, but still, a great pistol round coming out of the youngster, and as we pointed out, force buy is going to come in, no rifles in play, but you still have the 2 MP9s, and look at the A stack, they're going to walk right into it.
I love the aggressive stance here, but that aggressive element easily just dispatched off there from Aurora. They are just going to be falling on this A-bomb site. It's just a better, supreme weaponry, just really rolling over them in this round. And there's quite simply nothing that they can do about it. Deco and Norway smoked off for now. Looks, I have forgotten a key element of this round, which was the bomb, so they're going to have to go back and get that. But they have complete control of the site. They spotted out one of the players. They're doing a lot of damage to the CTs. Surely no way back into this round.
There definitely shouldn't be any. Bomb probably gets planted. You're still looking for a couple exits. A couple bits and bobs from the pistols. Spiria spotting out Norway. Should be the end of him, especially with the nade on top. It's actually just going to tag him. Not going to be enough to quite finish off the kill. And Norway's not getting out of there alive. Probably the same for Deco any moment now. Spiria playing on the edge of the smoke. Is not going to give away a rifle. Gets another one. That's a double for the youngster. Aurora pick up one more round on that T side. So you deal with the force buy, you win the pistol. That's the first time we're going to see, or Fluxo, sorry. That's the first time we're going to see Fluxo in the lead with 2 rounds so far in the series. And one of the conversations that we had, by the way, and one of the things that Ayumi and T-Time brought up on the desk as well alongside Heku was the fact that Kai with his lurks in towards Palace needs to be really well timed, right? The one thing that you could struggle with is being a little bit more passive and failing to get the right timing when you gotta activate, when you have to stay alive. It's really difficult to figure that out. And the first 2 rounds, we're seeing Kai being able to get into a really comfortable position, have his impact in both of them. And now the CTs are just down to the pistols, so Fluxo should have no issues dealing with that. And this is coming back to a conversation, by the way, that I think has a lot to do with the confidence when it comes down to Kai, right? Because obviously there's no 2 ways about it. His stint on Fury was nothing short of failure, right? And I wouldn't necessarily say that it's his fault for that. Obviously, he wasn't cut for it still. I feel like it might have been a little bit too early. Obviously, you're looking at that Art interview from 2 days ago. He probably thinks it was too early for Kai to take that step as well. And from what Art is saying, he feels like Kai is starting to grow into a little bit of comfort within that Fluxo team, right? And that's really important. You want your lurking, your anchoring player to have that confidence, especially on some of the CT sides where he gets more, I guess, involvement. But even on the T sides purely, right? You want your lurker to be able to make plays. You want your lurker to rely on himself and believe in himself and believe his judgment that when he feels like he needs to go for a play, when he feels like he's got the right timing, he's going to go for it and he's going to win his fights. You don't want him shying away from fights.
Yeah, I mean, look, Art came out and he was saying that, you know, saying that they were, I know they were my boots, but they were big boots to fill.
Yeah, I love that part of it.
Yeah, like there was a little bit of a lack of modesty there, maybe, but yeah, funny.
I mean, it is truthful when you're talking about someone that's just coming in from out of an academy team, and it's not even any academy team. It's not a European academy. It's not like when you pick up a player from Navi Junior or Mao's NXT or whatever. You're picking up a player from Fury Academy that hasn't played a single international official before. So, yeah, it was quite a big jump, but early on here on Mirage, things are looking good for young boy Kai. Let's see, of course, if that's going to keep on going. Those guys on the screen would be hoping so. A 3-0 lead. First proper investment coming in for Aurora, though, and now we get to see that open hands of Deco. He's bringing in the glass cannon as well. That's how high the confidence is.
And Fluxo, straight away, off-spawn call into an A execute. Clax and Norway, they really need to be ready, and Clax is. He has his gun up in time. Norway was just going to swing on out, and well, they'll just absolutely clothesline Fluxo in this round. There's just simply no way in. Zevi will actually come away with 3 kills there, so he'll do a little bit of damage to the CT's money, but other than that, there was nothing to sing about there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's really well played by Zevi towards the end to get those kills, but if you're looking at the bigger picture, if you're looking at the way that the fundamentals were tested right there, when Aurora just showed a great reaction, right? Clax gets a double, Nori gets a double as well. That A-bomb side was just under a lock and key, and you can clearly tell that they were expecting that type of a play. Nori just starts it off from the back of the A-bomb side. There's no way they're going to run it again. Well, it's not exactly the same round. This time they have 2 people going out of Palace, but it's another A round off of spawn.
If you didn't know, Art is calling on this team. A little bit of a redemption arc for him, and well, he's already out of the Palace, spacing a little bit off there, yes, but not really going to punish him all that much. Instead, actually, Fluxo are going to take this A-bomb site by force, and they just keep picking up frags. It doesn't matter if you can see them. If you can't, you will fall. And that A-bomb site now belongs to the Brazilians.
That's so awkward. This is a round that comes down to just 1 kill. Art was so much ahead of the pack right there, right? He jumps out of Palace, there's a Molotov landing right after him, and there was even more utility blocking off the ramp entrance. So if you're looking at that T-side round from Fluxo's perspective, if Art doesn't get that kill, the round is over. You're going to get blocked off, rotations are going to arrive, you're going to be afraid to go through that ramp smoke, you're going to be afraid to go out of Palace, you're pretty much walking into a trap, right? But because of Art winning that fight, and actually he won it barely, being solo on HP, we're able to make your way out and just deny Aurora a way back in. And as we said, it's a really ballsy way of approaching the round, but yeah, in case you didn't know, Art is the in-game leader of Fluxo, so you're going to see all those unorthodox approaches. And I feel like if you're Fluxo, you realize that the previous round didn't work out simply because Norway was already starting in towards that A-bomb site, right? Because there was, or Kenzie, sorry. Because there was that second player, not only Clax playing from the back of the bomb site. We did see, when Clax was alone, this is the round we're talking about. Yeah, it was actually Norway. So, because Norway was there, that A-bomb side was able to hold on. Clax was all alone this time around. He was playing up close and personal, clearly not ready for a back-to-back A play. And that's the thin line between being crazy and actually being a genius.
Zevi needs to be very careful. Deco was always going to win that fight. Slow peeking in towards the ramp, and Zevi, quite simply, just didn't see it coming. That's a opening pick to fall in Aurora's favor. Deco finally on the board as well. His second chance of asking, wielding that AWP. Fluxo here, the boosted man really could cause Lackey a few problems, and oh, he is very lucky to be alive. Well, not lucky anymore. Gets what's coming to him. A HE taking him out of the round, back into a level game, level playing field. Fluxo all over middle for now, but no real plan in place for where they want to go.
Yeah, we've just slowed it down right now. Norway's on the other side of this scenario. Just in a walk-in, no idea whatsoever. Norway has been ever elusive with those changes of positions, incredibly active around the server. And talking about active, look at Clax, look at that. He hasn't seen anyone. He's just pushing all the way in. Yeah, there could be 1 player in towards the Palace, and Deco's probably going to be aware of the possibility, but all in all, if they take their time, they're going to realize they got to start rotating pieces back towards that B-bomb site.
Especially because there's nobody there. They didn't have anybody home. Kenzie is the first man on the scene to respond, and can he respond with that M4 burning up a little bit, but eventually will just fall. However, Fluxo are getting picked apart all around Imperia. We spoke so highly of this man, but surely this is an unwinnable clutch, especially letting Deco out like that, and it's the USP. That's a sour one to go down to.
That's such a crazy play from Deco as well, right? Because he taps the bomb. Obviously, the plant doesn't come in. So you could be thinking, all right, this could be a tap, this could be a fake. My teammate coming out of apartments is not seeing, and maybe that's why they thought he was just planting for short there. Still a great round coming out of the Opera, opening pick onto Zevi. There's the replay as well. You deal with Lakin towards the ladder, you're never going to be ready for a second player of Norway. And yeah, it did feel like they needed a little bit of time for the penny to drop, right? It felt like they needed a little bit of time to realize that was going to be a B play there on the CT side. Of course, Palace being a possibility there for the T's might have been the issue behind all of that. Now you're potentially looking at the B play. Look at the pace from Art.
Yeah, it's super aggressive, but Nade caught him, And Nori is just going to shut him down. That TK is not going to do you any favors in this position whatsoever, especially because Aurora have a lot of bodies behind this B bomb site. They know exactly what is going on right now. Short split, Nori trying to deal with them all himself, but he's going to need a little bit of help, and Zevi has absolutely none of that. Completely alone. AWP though walking closer and closer, finds the first, no chance of a refrag just yet, and Deco walks blindly into the bomb site, giving away his life for free, and Clax put into this clutch position once again. We've seen him come out on top in so many of these fights. Bomb down for Zevi. He's going to have to get his hands on that, but he has a lot of time to do so.
Yeah, the thing is, Clax knows. He knows exactly where the bomb was dropped. That has been communicated. They got the kill onto the second player coming out of short. He knows that Zevi needs to run all the way back, collect the bomb, and then make his way into the bomb side. And Clax is just giving him all the space in the world. And under those circumstances, giving space to Zevi, it's so terrifying. For the Oper, Clax could be coming out of absolutely every single angle. Smoke on top. Khan is going to come in. Clax going to go for the peek. Does he spot him in front of the smoke? Not quite. Now he knows. He's towards the back of the bomb side. It's just a game of cat and mouse. Who sees who first? Zevi dancing around the bomb side, looking for the angle, looking for a favorable fight. Clax looking for the bomb inside of the smoke. It's going to start fading out, but he's just making his way back. It's just a waiting game, and Clax once again is going to be able to outmaneuver him. That's another 1v1 clutch going in favor of Aurora.
When the Claxton rings on rounds, it is only Aurora coming out on top, it would seem. And
they just don't lose clutches.
They just don't. Quite simply, that's what we're discovering today. First day on LAN, Aurora do not lose clutches. Don't put them in it. Win it cleanly, basically.
Yeah, and that's definitely getting under your skin if you're Fluxo a little bit, right? Because you realize that you could have been a little bit closer. Maybe you don't win the map, but it could have been a little bit closer if you were a bit more potent when it came down to the clutches. And now early on here on Mirage, I know you were able to win one of them, but it's still same old, same old. And I guess the bomb plan is going to justify going for an investment, but it's going to be a really difficult one with just one rifle. That's in the hands of Pyria, and it's another call for spawn, this time in towards B.
This time Nori doesn't want to stand and fight here. Lackey under a little bit of pressure from Art and his Mach 10. Nori just sat waiting on the back of the bomb site, trying to get more than just the one, but it's a period double to grant them safe passage, surely to another round.
And that's all worrying if you're Aurora right now. We're seeing set rounds off of spawn from Fluxo all the way. And a lot of them have been working out, spacing a little bit off in some of the rounds. A couple times Art being called down. Yeah, that piece of movement didn't quite work out, did it? But a couple times Art being called out, just being ahead of the pack. Whenever his timing is good, though, it feels like everything's working out. And this is where you need Pyria sometimes, right? He's not always going to be the first guy to jump into the bomb site. Sometimes it's going to be Art. Sometimes it's going to be Kai. That's the good news, I feel like, if you're Fluxo. And that's the one thing that Art did say as well in that interview, is the fact that you're probably going to see Fluxo switch things up a little bit in the next couple of weeks, right? Until they figure out what works necessarily. Does Art need to put himself into the star positions and the space-taking positions where he can make the round feel a little bit easier and more open to play for his teammates? Or he wants to let people like Pyria and people like Kai take the initiative and get their confidence up and teach them how to be the stars, teach them how to react properly and how to find those timings and how to find those free kills like Art did in this round. Still a massive double coming out of Pyria towards the middle part of the round. And the reason I'm saying that, when you have such a potent aimer like Pyria, or you have someone that has a lot of firepower in them, sometimes you might want to save them up for the middle part of the round, right? For the middle portion where they're going to be able to have a little bit of information and have an opportunity to get a multi-kill, have an opportunity to get a quick double or a quick triple. You know those players are capable of things like that. This is the main conversation that I think Michael and Mamoon were having before the start of this as well, when they mentioned Kenzie's name, right? Because Kenzie's going to be alive towards the latter stages of the rounds a lot more than Pyria will be for the side of Fluxo. And this is a great example of what happens when Pyria actually gets to play out the round and doesn't just go in first as bait.
That's what we were maybe seeing on that CT side of Nuke, you know, when Pyria was just getting shut down over and over and over again. With Fluxo were really lacking in a lot of places because of it. On the T side, though, that wasn't really the case. He was getting a little bit more room to breathe. And we can see the exact same on Mirage here this round. Even though there's pistols in play on the other side, AWP and S&G will be difficult to deal with, especially if they come running and gunning into Palace like that.
Yeah, that's incredibly risky, especially when they know they're going to be on a little bit of a low buy on the other side of things, and now you're just walking into the AWP. This is looking so terrifying. You spot all those pistols, those aggressive players in towards the A-bomb side. You thought you had a bit of an avenue in towards short. Well, never mind. Now you're looking for another one, but they're just losing fights all over the map.
Losing fights left and right, and absolutely no way in, it would seem. Although Art has found a little bit of a gap, and a messy spray will deal with Kenzie, but there's just so many CTs going to be coming from so many different angles in a couple of moments. Lackey picking Nyx off, leaving Art now completely alone. Has to try and get the bomb back, and he's actually going to give this one a pretty decent go. That double will mean he may be able to get a chance at life in this round. But Clax's position right now, I mean, he's got the bomb in his lap. He doesn't need to move. 18 seconds. Art is not seeing a peek come his way. Surely the penny is going to drop in just a moment. And as soon as he makes noise to make his way on back, Clax will just shut him down. Expertly played. Clax knows he doesn't have to move.
Yeah, and it's another multi-kill coming out of Clax as well, right? That was played perfectly, but that was all on the back of the B defenders there, being able to stay alive for such a long time. Deco with the AVP just being a threat. Lackey on the rotation as well. There's the replay, right? Kai just gets caught on a really bad timing. Then Pyria feels like he needs to find something in exchange in towards that B-bomb side, shut down by the AWP. And this is a great way to set up a half-buy like this one, where you have just one AVP if you're Furia, right? You aggress in towards the A-bomb side. If that play works out, it works out. If it doesn't, if all of that collapses, you can still save the AVP on the other side of the map. But if it works out, chances are you're going to force them to go for a B play.
Ridiculous damage to start off this round, and that is just going to be easy pickings for Lackey. It's going to be slim pickings, really, on the side of Fluxo. If you look at the weaponry that they're going to be wielding now for the rest of this round. AK picked up from Zevi, at least going to put Lackey down for his troubles. But you're out towards mid. You've got no util. And Aurora, if they do get antsy, they might go for a peek. Flash is going to be good. You at least get some kind of information, but surely you know there's a little bit of danger on the other side, because it looks like Fluxo might just be freezing, not much going on across anywhere on the map. Maybe you're just better off playing from the sides.
That's the thing. That's one of those rounds in which you're freezing because you don't feel like you have anything. You're not freezing because you know the CTs are going to walk into. They don't really have a reason to. With Kenzie having eyes on short right now, Norway can just focus all of his attention. The only problem is, what happens if they boost in towards window and no one is looking there? Kenzie, does it go through his mind? The possibility of a play like that. It's going to be on a bit of a timing. Actually missed it. Open towards Deco. Should be positioned well. Went off nearly the collateral there. Deco still able to bring one back and spots out another.
Difficult shot to hit, though. Echo, he's at least giving it a go time and time again. Distraction caused for at least them to get up towards Connector, but it cost them 2 players, leaving Kai in a situation to clutch with only 15 seconds. Bomb dropped in towards Jungle. Aurora, they have everybody in place to deal with that one, and although, you know, that window boost might have caught them off guard on another day, you missed the all-important shot.
Yeah, this is looking a little bit problematic right now if you're Fluxo. The start was just so good, but you're looking back to what was working for the Brazilians, and the majority of it was just rounds off of spawn, right? You're looking at A plays, you're looking at B plays, you're looking at pops, you're looking at splits. Those are the only rounds that have paid any dividends, though, and we're looking at the best map of Fluxo right now. Obviously, this is T side. CT side should be a little bit easier, but you're looking at the previous games. This is a map that they've lost only once in the last 6 times they've played it, and you're looking at the 1xbet odds. They are heavily in favor of Aurora, and especially against the Pistols. They should have no problems clearing that out. But, I mean, even if we want to make the point that Fluxo have played Mirage only against South American teams, right? You're looking at some of the names that they've been taking down. There's some pretty legitimate teams in there, right? You're looking at the 13-5 over Imperial. You're looking at the 13-10 over Solid. You're looking at the 13-9 over the Red Canids. You're looking at a couple of really good results. A couple of really good games. Well, not a close one, but a loss against Spain, which I guess we can't make too much out of it because Spain is one of the best Brazilian teams right now. So you're looking at a pretty decent scoreline when it comes down to that Mirage and Fluxo. But so far, especially when it's coming down to the slower rounds, the defaults that they've had to play, or the mid to late rounds, it hasn't really been working out. It's more of a, we either shut you down from the start or we lose the round.
That's it. It's like, you know, straight away, you know what the result is going to be, it would seem.
Yeah, it's like we don't win the round in the first 15 seconds, we're not winning it at all.
Yeah, And that's not going to fly. It quite simply just is not going to fly.
It could cut it for a map here and now. I mean, they've already been able to get 5.
Yeah.
If you're somehow able to get 6, even if you're left with 5, if you have a really impeccable CT side, then you can probably make it work. So it's not going to be too discouraging for the Brazilians. But back to what we know, back to what works. Another A play on the cards.
Yeah. Just keeping a little bit of attention over towards middle. Not really much engagement going on from the CT's point of view, though. Oh, up towards top back. What's he spotted? Zevi seems to know he's there. He's going to be waiting to strike him down. Art trying to catch his timing up connected. It looks like he's caught it perfectly as Fluxo, they're just catching Aurora with their pants down, and Aurora, all they're doing is catching bullets between the eyes. Kenzie and Deco try and move into position to maybe try and rescue this round, but there's absolutely no saving it. Fluxo will have 6, and honestly, that's a great result for the Brazilians.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Now this changes a lot, right? We might have not seen a lot of diversity when it comes down to that T side, but one thing that I've noticed, by the way, that I really like from Fluxo, a couple times now they've tried sending one player ahead of the Uto, right? And this is a really good way of catching a timing. We saw them attempt that a couple times on Nuke as well, especially when Piri on the CT side was trying to get a peek ahead of the smokes of the T's opening up. So this is something that we've seen a couple times. It's a reoccurring theme from Fluxo, and obviously it's something that a lot of teams do even on a higher level, so it's good seeing it, and we can clearly tell that Aurora are just not ready for those timings. You see the Uto, in your mind, you just have a clock, and you know when to expect the players out, and then suddenly there's someone that's way ahead of the pack and way ahead of the timing. So a couple of good ones from Fluxo there. Going into the second half, though, we're going to see the side switch, and now Fluxo on the CT side of things, Aurora on the T. And one of the things that we were discussing before the start of this, Norway's had a really good map so far. He's one of the best Mirage players when it comes down to Aurora, and the T side is usually where he operates the best.
Given a lot of freedom in his positions. Of course, that was due to the changes that came in the team with Plax coming into the roles as well.
Sure.
Getting a lot more freedom and doing a lot more because of it. Aurora going into an A play here with their pistol to start things off. Fluxo don't really have anybody here. Art is the only close player. It's going to try and block that smoke, but needs to be careful. Just going to be caught on top of the stairs. Complete line of vision for Deco, but that blocked smoke is going to make it just a little bit all over the place here for Aurora.
I actually think the block smoke didn't fail. It was the other smoke that failed there, but they're still finding all the kills, so it doesn't really matter. Zevi finally arrived to the scene, going to be able to drop one. There goes Nyx with another. Bomb will get planted, but they've definitely made this one look doable, especially with the kid being in play.
Especially with that headshot as well. Lackey is simply no more. Kenzie just getting tagged up here. They know he's over towards Ticket. They know about both players, though. Smoke on top of the bomb. Kit in play for Nyx. They're going to need to get on it here. It's just the tap, and Nyx, well, he's just taking so much damage right now. Clock is running it just a little bit thin for my liking, especially with your kit falling like that. Fluxo right now, everybody falling all around this bomb and simply nobody able to defuse it whatsoever. Zevi collects one kill, but he will not be able to collect this round at all. Aurora will have it.
Yeah, you just feel like maybe the remaining 2 players weren't active enough, right? One guy gets on the bomb. He just taps it the first time. We were trying to bait him out. No one was peeking into them, though.
Nope. Nobody taking a fight. Nobody taking any initiative. It was just to tap the bomb and, you know,
hope they run at us.
Hope that, yeah, literally hold W. But they didn't. They were patient. Didn't panic. And I mean, you can understand why as well, though, right? When you tap the bomb, you know, they could have a kit, a smoke as well. You can be a little bit worried. And usually, you know, teams will swing on out. They will give you the fights, but not this time. And that's going to be one that's going to be a little bit annoying for
that flower pot must have done something incredibly bad. He sliced it 20 times. Look at it. Murder scenes.
Disgraceful.
Absolutely disgraceful. That's not how you treat nature.
No.
Maybe he just didn't want to water it.
Yeah, it is a lot of responsibility.
Yeah, it is. We're taking care of a life, pretty much. Force bite coming in, though. Zevi will open things up on the Scout, but there's the reaction in towards the B bomb site. Klax as well is throwing a bit of a fake in towards that A bomb site. He's not seeing anything, though. Every single Fluxo player is here.
Every single Fluxo player is here, but still Aurora are just finding these kills, just picking them off one by one.
There's no
making
way.
it easy. Art tries to get his hands on a better weapon, but he's going to be punished because of it. Kenzie, though, walks right in through that smoke, and Kai just completely blindsides him. Couldn't see it coming, but Clutch in the clutch.
Yeah, at this point we can start calling him clutch.
Yeah.
He's been incredibly clutch since the start of the series, but this one is not quite gonna cut it. It's another 4K coming out of Kai. It's his second so far of Mirage. It's multi-kill after multi-kill after multi-kill. This is one round that you desperately needed on the side of Fluxo, especially with the force buy. Great work by Zevi there to pick up the opening with the scout. Nice to see his confidence getting back in. Of course, had a couple unfavored ones on Nuke. A couple unfortunate rounds, a couple wayward shots, but CT side Mirage could be where he rights his wrongs. Forest Buy, of course, will follow in from Aurora as well. We're officially on the Forest Buy roller coaster. The only question is, for how long are we going to be in here? How long of a ride is it going to be?
Aurora had one of these rounds, though, as well, that they were on the pistols and they made it quite close on Nuke. So it is something to be definitely looked into.
Triple palace pop.
Looking like it. Art could be caught out here in no man's land, especially if the support doesn't come here from Pyria, but he's already past this smoke. Sees a little bit of pressure, but that Tech-9 is just going to rip his head off. Art goes down pretty much for nothing. And Aurora begin to take all this control. They'll be running out of util very quickly. Smokes will begin to fade, and that's when Fluxo will have their chance.
That's such a big issue, though. They don't have a defuse kit. They don't have a kit. Just notice that. They have a little bit of util. You need to call this one off. You can't risk to retake this one. If you lose all those guns, you're going to be in a whole lot of trouble. Over-aggression coming in. Lucky's just making sure that they're saving right now. You don't want to give them any kills. You know, you just play for your lives. Fluxo are just going to run away. Aurora picked up the round.
And that's why we just can't overlook those rounds at all, especially when it transpires like that. I mean, 2 kills and you're in the bomb site. Fluxo don't even attempt to go for anything more. You lose one on your way in, but if you're Aurora, you don't care. You don't care that one person goes down, but if you're on the side of Fluxo, that's a little bit too easy.
You're so happy if you're on the T side, by the way. That kill, the fact that Pyria goes down without nothing to the Tech-9. I mean, I was starting to get worried. I was like, well, if the ramp player goes down initially, then the Palace guys are just screwed over, right? Because what, you got to go through the smoke in hopes of a desperate refrac. You don't know where the second player is, but the moment that Pyria goes down, you know Art is the A player. You know you're just looking for one guy. The moment that he gets the first one, refrac comes in instantaneously, and you can clearly tell that with the tactical timeout coming in. They realize how important this round is going to be. Now, interesting part is, this is a tactical timeout coming out of the Aurora camp of things. I'm actually a big fan of it. You know, this is the make or break for the money of the CTs right now. You pick this one up, they're going to be down in the doldrums. Yes, they were able to hold on to those 3 guns, but they're still not going to have enough finances to have that OP out. They're not going to have enough finances to get another M4 in the mix. You're just looking at 2 premium rifles, 2 MP9s, and a Deagle for Kai. And if they drop this one, if they drop the bow here, Fluxo, this could be Aurora running away not only with a 9th, but a 10th as well.
Quite simply, you cannot drop the ball here. Already down the map. This is meant to be your comfort pick. Need to make sure it looks like it. Being dragged into the depths of it.
Afraid
here.
it's already too late for that.
Yeah. But still, you could come out on the other side of the second half looking pretty good.
Oh,
That is
all
a
right.
really good way to do it. Flash peek in towards mid, exposing after nading open that smoke, and Aurora just caught completely.
Yeah, didn't even open up properly, but now you know it's going to be an A play. You've heard the Yuto, you're going to be on high alert.
Going to be on high alert if you're the CTs. You need to make sure that you don't give away anything silly, though. That's where things can really change in Aurora's favor. And Fluxo aren't right now. They're playing very patient, very passive. 40 seconds, going to try and get this bomb down, holding for CT. There's a peek coming, especially with that flash from Zevi, but still, Aurora are the ones that are picking up the kills. Kai will go down, and Aurora will get off the bomb site. Deco, who's going to be left trapped here, trying to just see if he can spot ahead here through this box, if he can take one down like this, but he's missed the timing completely, and he goes down on the site, can't get anything done. That was the kill that could have changed things, but it's not going to change anything now. Fluxo will tie this game up, and I mean, Deco's going to watch that one back, and he's going to have his head in his hands.
You know why? It's the fact that they actually made it look doable, right? There was no Util left on the CT side, no smokes, no mollies, no HEs. One Molotov there in this round was going to be the easiest one in Flexo's lives. Still, great work done by Zevi. Another multi-kill. He gets a triple. No multi-kills yet. He's going to get his hands on the big green this time around, though. And we're tied up once again. This is the face of Flexo that we wanted to see. We wanted to see a much more competitive game, especially coming out of a player like Zevi. Obviously, we were talking about all the experience on a player like Art. He's qualified and played in the last 7 majors, made playoffs 3 times as well across those 7. But you're looking at the career of someone like Zev. You're looking at, as well, an Oper that's been part of 2 majors. He played at the Stockholm major. He played in Paris as well. Obviously, he was on Pain back then, but it's not like he's unexperienced when it comes down to LANs. Now, it has been quite a while since he's played an international LAN event, of course. The last one was in 2023, I believe. Of course, we did mention the Paris major. He played the ESL Challenger Katowice as well last year, but we know he can do it. Pressure was one of the big issues, I feel like, when you go back to Zevi. It's never been a question of whether he's got the quality. It's been a question of whether he's got the mentality to showcase that quality when his team needs him in really tough games. So I feel like in that sense, especially when it's opening game in the group, your life is not on the line still, you should have a lot of that pressure off your shoulders.
You should, but 8-8. Looking at that scoreline, map number 2 after being a round down, I think the pressure is going to be definitely there, and it's going to be mounting. Maybe not in this round. Up against a little bit of a weaker boy, Kenzie, on the Hero AK. And you can see they're slowly walking in towards middle, see what they can find, cause maybe a little bit of distraction. Bomb is heading over towards B. They're going to boost Kenzie up here to see if he can pick at least one player off. And Pyria might be in a position to be caught out here, and he will. That's a lovely opening to find, and it doesn't really tell you much, but what will is all those steps coming back towards the B apartments from under.
The thing is, they could be going back towards T-spawn, right? That doesn't tell you anything whatsoever. All you know was there was one guy with a pistol, another guy with a rifle. They boosted, they got the kill. We didn't get anything in exchange. If you're Fluxo, you're terrified right now. You feel like you need to make a move.
Make a move, they will. Kai moving in towards the ladder. Fluxo leaning over towards this B bomb site. They're expecting Aurora to come out here, and the pistols begin to make their way forward. Trade needed there from Kenzie, and he will get it. The pistols are going to get out, but can they find Nix in this position? It's a dangerous spot to be in if you're Nix, especially if you're not taking down these pistols quite easily. It's not going swimmingly at all on this B bomb site, as it looks like Fluxo are going to be drowning in the pressure, but alleviated by that double. Kenzie in a position now. He's been spotted out though, and somehow Fluxo hold onto that bomb site when it looked like they were about to get smothered.
That's why you bring Nix into the team. That's why you bring him to the mix. You can just put him in the most unfavorable position. This guy is going to get away with a multi-kill. And that was such a terrifying one. That wasn't even a full investment coming out of the T side. It was just one rifle surrounded by pistols, but that one rifle with the pistols did so much there. Zevi as well, credit to him with a double towards the back of the bomb site. Incredibly difficult position for himself and Nix to find themselves in, but still able to get out of dodge.
That's something we have to bring up as well though. You know, like that was not a full investment whatsoever. There's no way that that round should be even remotely close, or have us even remotely thinking that Aurora were going to be able to take it. They nearly did, but nearly not going to be enough.
And it did require a really good read from Art as well, sending a third player over towards that B bomb site. Yep. Good news is, you picked up the round. We're going forward. You have a 1-round lead, but it's another buy coming in of the T's.
And This one a little bit more difficult to kind of read into. Aurora absolutely everywhere. They're going to maybe send Kenzie out alone here. That flash goes high over towards the apartments, but once he's kind of spotted out there, he doesn't really have any support, doesn't want to throw a life away for nothing. But Aurora, they've got this timing out towards this A bomb site, and Zevi, he hasn't seen it coming just yet. He could be struck down here. Norway's very close, and he picks off Art for free. Op caught in no man's land. He's going to fall, and all of a sudden, Aurora have a bomb plant.
Yeah, they're just locked out of the bomb site right now. You need to find quick kills. You need to really quickly get back into this round. But look at Deco. He's still in towards middle. He's going to cut off that rotation. There's no way he misses the shot, right?
Surely not. He'll take his time. He'll line it up, and he will strike Kai down. Nix has to get out of there. It's the save on his mind. Bringing that AK forward is going to be a massive deal. But the deal has been done. Aurora got themselves another round. They've tied this game up once again, and this is where it's going to really become evident. When we're talking about them losing a lot of players to those pistols just a couple of rounds ago, you're going to have a look at the economy of the CTs now, and you're going to see that some sacrifices are going to need to be made.
Yeah, and that's another round that you drop because of a missed timing, right? Simple as that. Norway, the fact that he's able to walk out and find that kill with the Deagle sets up the Palace swing as well really nicely. Deco in towards top middle, that late into the round you were not ready for, and now you're looking at the money, now you're looking at what Fluxo we're working with. It's round number 19 and you have nothing but 2 M4s, a Scout, an MP9, and a Desert Eagle.
Scout on a scout mission right now and gets the tag and the frag with it. That's huge for Fluxo's chances, but Pyria going down like that is definitely not going to help proceedings whatsoever. Zevi just looking to get fortunate. Even a tag through that smoke is going to be enough just to set up the rest of the players to make their job a whole lot easier. But this job is anything but easy. I'd be calling in sick to this one, and Fluxo, well, they've no sick days left. They surely have to go for this. Aurora, flash comes in, and maybe, just maybe, it might get a whole lot better from this one. Kai moving into position, in towards the Palace, picks another one off. The trade needs to be there from Clax, who gets out of harm's way just for the moment. But this Scout has just been working wonders for the CT side. Not anymore, because it's Norway's chance to step up and deliver, and he will get 10 for Aurora.
You want a clutch, you just dial Aurora and they're gonna pick it up. You don't know who's gonna be on the line, you don't know who's gonna be on the other side of the phone, but it makes no bloody difference. Whether it's gonna be Norway, whether it's gonna be Clax, whether it's gonna be Lackey or Deco, everyone can do it. They just can't believe it right now. And if you're Fluxo, you can't believe it either. That was such an important round and it looks so damn good. Especially with the flank coming in from Kai from Palace, all those kills going their way. Clax being punished. And it all comes down to that one guy in the clutch. That's going to be a tough one, man. That's going to stink so much for Fluxo if they end up dropping the ball and losing that series without picking up a map.
Yeah, I mean, but that's what it kind of comes down to, though, when we're talking about, you know, a best of 3 as a whole. You know, when you just have one team that is so dominant in clutch situations, it's only going to go one way. If
also MR12 as well, right? Yeah. It's best of 3, right? So it's not like BO1, you win the 2 pistol rounds, you win the first buy rounds, both halves, you're pretty much halfway there. But across the best of 3, even when it's a BO3, when it's MR12, you win the majority of the pistol rounds, you pick up so many clutches, you're going to be that closer to getting a win. And honestly, we're already entering that type of the game, that territory of the game, that portion of it, where 9 rounds for Fluxo actually looks damn impressive considering the amount of clutches that they've dropped.
Just too many clutches. Wow, Aurora, they're coming to collect what's theirs, which could be a second map and a best of 3 victory.
Yeah, and this is probably something that you don't get away with against some of the other teams, some of the teams that have been together for a longer time. If you're looking at, let's say, a Sangao, for example, in this group, if you're Aurora, you probably don't get away with all of those clutches, but you can clearly tell that Fluxo is a newer team, maybe a little bit discombobulated in some of those XV1 situations that they haven't been able to convert so far. And this is the make or break. This is the real deal when Zevi opens it up perfectly.
Perfect pick. Norway, though, creeping forward, and even with that flash, It's not enough for Pyria to strike Norway down, which is a big problem. He's still on the search and on the hunt towards middle. And there could be a fight going on absolutely everywhere, all across the map. 3 different positions that engagements could happen at a moment's notice.
It depends on the nerves. When do you start thinking that they could be going up connector? When does that position become too uncomfortable for Hart? Now is the answer, but the Jiggo is absolutely perfect. That would have been a free kill for Deco. It should have been.
But Clax now knows that he's close. And Hart creeps his way back. Clax doesn't see anything. For all he knows, he could still be in towards the ramp. Not a lot of information going for both teams.
That's terrifying for either side right now. Nothing going on. Hart is going to start rotating away, and it feels like he's got the right read once again. Bomb towards top middle, but in towards mid he goes. Nothing spotted out. It's going to be a late B split by the T side by the looks of it, and Hart is not going to go deep enough to spot out those players, not going to go wide enough. It's all going to come down to the final couple seconds.
It really comes down to if they're going to be able to find the kills on the bomb site. If it is clean on entry, Aurora surely take it, but Art is going to get down and dirty towards short, spamming absolutely everybody that he sees. And Deco now left hoping that he can save this AWP. Simply no way in there for Aurora. And Fluxo, time being their friend.
You don't want to give away too many kills though. Money's still not completely perfect. You're not out of the depths yet, but this is a good way forward. And you can see a bit of a clap coming in from the coach. Try and motivate everyone. Make them remember, this map is not over. The series is still going on. Another opening kill coming out of Zevi's there. And again, this is probably one of the first buy rounds on the CT side in which we've seen really good patience coming out of the Fluxo camp, right? This is where they were, I guess, hitting a brick wall when it comes down to what was going on Nuke, right? A lot of those moments when they would just go aggressive and they would get completely shut down, completely shattered. Didn't happen this time around. Still, Aurora 1 round ahead, and the buy is still not absolutely perfect for Fluxo. Money not out of the depths just yet.
They love alone in this situation. Nothing exists. No pick though there for Aurora. That was maybe the play to make something happen. Deco. I wish he had that opportunity, maybe a little bit back. Difficult shot to hit. They are taking a lot of space though. They get in towards ladder. Norway's up con. Aurora have a lot of pieces in different places that could be big problems, but that angle from Art was just too much.
It's just a ruse though. It's going to be a B play. Drop in towards window. Should have been heard. Rotating away though, trying to bait him in. Zevi still loses the fight. Lackey picks this one up, but you still have 2 more players towards the back of the B bomb side that you need to be worried about. Kai is still here. So is Nyx. There goes the first one. P comes in. Nyx running out of ammo, running out of time. He's just playing for it though. He's just trying to buy time for the rotations, and everyone is arriving on the scenery. Deco, a 1 versus 4 clutch. That should be impossible to pick off. He still has a little bit of time left though. 2 kills gotten. You know there was 1 more player towards the back of the bomb side, and Art, you're still looking for Pyria. And he was thinking about that flank being a possibility. Gonna hit a quick reload in. But still a lot more to find, and look at how passively Fluxo are approaching this.
Very patient. Running out of time though, Deco. He's just not getting the picks. He knows that Art is going to be there, but just no idea where the second player is in 5 seconds. There's just simply not enough time now. Art will put him in the dirt, and Fluxo somehow just staying alive, and at the most important moment of the game, winning the fights that they need to, winning those important, close, heavy rounds where it's so easy to be caught off guard. It's so easy to make a mistake. But Fluxo being perfect when necessary.
Yeah, nearly overcooked it there as well, right? You're starting to get nervous the moment that Echo picks up that second kill. You're just starting to beg for Art not to peek towards the back of the bomb site. But now it feels like it should be 12 guaranteed here for the CT, so at least OT. And why not a 13-11 right now? We wanted to see all 3 maps. We did expect a little bit more coming out of Fluxo, and with all the lost clutches, all those rounds that didn't go their way, it feels like they deserve a little bit of it. Of course, as we're in a round that should be pretty easy to win for the CT side, I say, with the lack of veto in just a couple of Deagles. Make sure you head over to 1xBet, the lovely friends over there. You can use the code RESCS. You're going to get up to 100% bonus, which is quite nice. There also is an app that you can download. Fluxo going to get 100% bonus in this round as well, especially if they're able to keep all 5 alive.
So far, so good. 1 by 1. Everybody on the side of Aurora is falling, but it doesn't really matter about this round. This is just one that you're just going to have to take on the chin if you're Aurora. Swallow your pride here, take your medicine, and then see if you can come up with a remedy in this next round. A bomb plant would be amazing if Aurora are going to be able to get their hands on it, but I don't see a way that they get out of the apartments, especially with that double setup over towards B. And exactly as we expected, no problems.
Yeah, looked highly unlikely, and this is now starting to look like the face of Fluxo that we wanted to see. And as I said, it's actually going to be incredibly impressive if they're able to close this one out in regulation as well, considering all the close rounds that you were dropping all across the series, on Mirage as well. All the times that you were unable to convert 3v1s, 2v1s, 1v1s, all of that going in favor of Aurora, and you still might be able to get a 13-11 win in there. But still, one more chance. This time Aurora fighting for OT here. And it's looking like another call off spawn, this time in towards the B-bomb side though.
Clax needs to be very careful about Zevi's position, and he just simply wasn't aware. That's a wonderful find so early on in the round as well, and it might get a whole lot better if Kenzie, if the smoke betrays him in towards connector. Doesn't spot out Art just yet. Still needs to be a little bit cautious about his position. And Aurora are desperately trying right now to find a way back into this round, try and pick one of the Fluxo players off. But simply no bueno right now.
Yeah, yet to recover the bomb as well. That's in towards top middle. Deco not going to be too silent with this one, and there it goes. Norway, Deco fall down in a matter of seconds, and surely that's going to be the map over as well. Kenzie, the one man left, the 1 versus 4, picks up the first. But with 45 seconds, he's been hurt. Art's position should be good enough for the kill. Still looking to isolate him. Tack from Diop comes in. Art, any moment now, should be able to finish it off, coming out of behind. A 13-11 win, and Fluxo pick up their first map of the tournament. It was close. It sure as hell wasn't easy. It sure as hell wasn't clean, but they get the job done.
They do. They get the job done. They stay alive in the series. And, you know, something that we didn't talk about was, you know, if they do lose that map, they go down into that, you know, lower bracket, facing an elimination game. You've got Nemiga and Sangle on the other side that are going to be waiting and chomping at the bit to maybe pick up a round or pick up a game as well. You know, you're going to meet one of them. So really important that they stay alive in this series. They do. But Ancient on the cards next head. How do you feel that's going to go?
I feel like it's going to be really exciting, man. I was really hoping that we go all the way, because obviously you're looking at the way that the veto was shaping up. You get the new coming out of Aurora. It's supposed to be their best map, and then you're looking at the Mirage coming out of Fluxo, and this is a conversation that they were having, the folks over at the desk were having as well before the start of this. Fluxo had a clear punishment pick in Inferno going into this one, right? What they decided to go for was just go for their strength. Go for a map that Aurora might be a little bit better on in comparison to that Inferno, but go for a map that they themselves feel a lot more comfortable when it comes down to Mirage, and we can see it from the performance as well, and there's no way we overlook what we saw from Zevi, right? A 24 and 13 coming out of Zevi, and the fact that he had all those missed opportunities, wayward shots, especially on Nuke, especially maybe towards the start of Mirage. Obviously T side, you can't really fault him for not having too much success with the AVP. CT side, he was absolutely instrumental. Opening kill after opening kill, running around the map, being really difficult to read, really difficult to avoid. That's the face of Fluxo that you want to be seeing, and that's 13-11 win with all the clutches that they lost.
Yeah, and well, they stay alive. All the clutches were going Aurora's way, but Fluxo, when they needed to, they clutch up and send us to a map 3. We're going to send it into a short little break, but we will be right back with the action, and we will see who is going to be picking up the first win of the event. Be back soon.
Challenge. Let's see how many seconds it takes to finish.
new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
It wouldn't have been an opening game, ladies and gentlemen, if we weren't to go all three maps. Fluxo came into the tournament with little to no expectations, but just 2 maps in, we are already impressed by the fact that they didn't get 2-0 on the back of actually losing a lot of close situations, Jack. They were still able to, or I say on the back, actually up against losing so many clutches, so many close situations, they were still able to make their way through that Mirage, take us to a third and final map. Which is the team that's going into that third and final map in better spirits now?
Yeah, I don't know, to be honest. I mean, you made a point, you know, when we were out there on a little bit of a break, that
Sure.
you were saying that, yeah, there actually was chances for Fluxo to win this one.
Absolutely.
If they came out on top in a few more clutches, they might have taken this series 2-0, which is kind of, it's a weird thing to kind of think about and say, especially after, you know, we look at that first half and how it went of Nuke, and we were kind of like, all right, you know, they were a lot better on Mirage. But, you know, there was just too many clutch situations we've seen on Nuke. They got punished. I think you might be onto something there, but I don't really know if that's going to really instill you full of confidence going, oh, you know, if we only won a few more clutches, we would have won this map, and won the game 2-0. So I don't really know if you can, if that will hold much water going into a map 3.
Yeah, probably it won't, right? But going into that third and final map, what are the main points that we can make, right? We had, obviously, Aurora being in a really good position after their really good performance on map number 1. Mirage didn't quite cut it. There was still a couple good things about it. They did come really close, right? They were able to get 11 rounds. It was a great performance out of Norway, dropping 24 kills. The same kill count for Zevi. They were at the top of the server as well. I feel like going into that third and final map, though, there's going to be a couple more individuals that we're probably expecting to see a little bit more of, right? You're looking at the side of Aurora. Deco had his moments, especially on Nuke. Norway was excellent on that second map. Isn't it about time that we see a little bit more from Kenzie, though?
I think so. I think you need to see, you know, I mentioned that kind of tree when we were talking about, you know, Aurora. We were talking about, you know, kind of Clax coming into the situation that a lot more pressure was going to be put on the star trio. That is Deco, Kenzie and Norway. But we just need to see a little bit more from those kind of individuals. If you want to take a third map, you definitely don't want to be dropping down into that 0-1, man. You just don't really want to be going on and facing an elimination game on game 2, and especially up against the Fluxo team that, you know, if Aurora are coming into this, they're 100% thinking that they're going to take this series.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like on the desk, everyone made a really good point before the start of this. A lot of the teams into the tournament are going into it believing that they should be probably winning the entire thing, or they could win the entire thing. Probably the only team that's going to be happy with just taking the overall experience and doesn't have big expectations out of the event is Team Solid, right? Everyone else is probably going into this one with their own reasons to win the event and with their own personal agenda and their own personal mission, right? So if you're Aurora, especially going into a game against Fluxo, first international event for the Brazilians, you know that Art and Co have not been in great shape. Yeah, obviously you're talking about all the ESL Challenger League games that they've been winning in South America. You're looking at the 2-0 win over Pain, 2-0 over Imperial, 2-1 Red Canids, 1-1 with MIBR. You're looking at all those games, but this is still not international Counter-Strike. So you're probably thinking, okay, this is going to be a nice chill day in the office. It's going to be a great one. Nuke starts off really nicely, a 9-3 first half, and you're thinking, okay, this is done with, but hey, just a couple hours later, we're ready to jump into map number 3. Fluxo have made a really good go at it, and they are going to be starting things off on the T side, and they will be starting it off with a bit of a B rush.
Early information on the jump spot is going to be worth absolutely anything. No, it's not. Quite simple. Flashes were just too good, and that is a clean take of the B bomb site. You lose Nyx, but that's not something to be overly concerned about. You have this site under lock and key for now. And unless Deco and Clax can conjure up something absolutely out of this world, I don't see a way back into this pistol, but Deco doing a little bit of damage with the Julies there, unable to find a kill. And once he falls, that pretty much seals it in Fluxo's favor.
Yeah, it's just such a simple way to kick things off, right? You just hit them with a straight up B rush. It works out perfectly. Great opening kills, good refract. Speria incredibly potent in those opening kills. Clax is going to do his absolute best to stay alive. It's not going to be a possibility though. Zevi coming in from the back lines with the shutdown. So far so good. Pistol round going in favor of the Brazilians. Of course, myself and yourself, we had a bit of a look at the record when it comes down to Ancient for both those teams. If you're looking at Aurora, the record is 0-3 in the last 3 games, actually. Looking at losses to Parivision, Favbet, Gamer Legion. Of course, there was a couple closer wins against teams like Endpoint prior to it. And then you're looking at the Brazilian camp. Ancient has actually been one of the most successful maps, right? But you're looking at the level of competition. They've won 8 out of their last 9, but there isn't a lot of big names in the mix. Probably the Red Canids being the ones to stand out the most.
Yeah, the Red Canids, Odic maybe, Bestia and Glories maybe, you know, if you're familiar with that region. But yeah, one of those ones that you just can't really kind of take it for what it's worth and say they're on an incredible streak. Same old story that we just keep banging on about that region. This is where you'll meet some of the toughest competition though.
Especially individually. We know how good those South American players could be. Aiming is no issue, period. On a bit of an island right now. It's going to be a game of timings, and he doesn't get this one right. That's going to be an AK in the hands of the CTs, and suddenly the force buy turns into a 5 versus 3, and they picked up a couple of rifles.
Picked up a couple of rifles, bomb yet to cross, and
oh no,
it's going to be caught crossing. Easily headshot, take it down, and you've got so many eyes looking at the bomb. There's just simply no way that Fluxo are going to be able to get that one back. And another pistol round force buy that goes in a team's favor. That is a ridiculous amount already.
Yeah, conversions have not been the cleanest, right? We were expecting maybe not the cleanest type of Counter-Strike, and again, I'm referring to the desk so much. By the way, they were making some really good points, see? We're doing that for the 20th time probably, but as we said, Group A is probably the one that we're looking at, and we're expecting some of the games to be a little bit scrappier at times, right? Maybe bar Sanga, which I would say is the most structured team out of everyone else, but you're looking at Aurora, you're looking at Fluxo, you're probably looking at the Miga as well. A lot of those games are going to have a lot of failed conversions, a lot of crazy clutches, a lot of crazy individual plays, and yeah, I mean, we're seeing it right in front of our eyes.
Deco's going to have a player right in front of his eyes in just a moment, but Pyria easily dispatched of Fluxo. Going to try and do to Aurora what was just done to them, but easier said than done. And even with the advanced positions that they have, Deco is just finding a perfect timing to peek out, pick off one more. Bomb is going to be dropped, and
all right,
yeah. If you want to get a pistol round over and done with, Deco is your man, it would seem.
Yeah, nice and clean. Doesn't get any cleaner than that. 5 players alive in the server for that CT side conversion. So back to the drawing board here on the T side. First proper buy round coming up. Of course, that was just a full-on eco with nothing more than a couple pistols being brought in. Now we're going to start seeing a bit of depth come out of the camp of Aurora. Of course, as we pointed out, is going to be interesting to see how they operate on the majority of the T side, CT sides, especially with Result not being in here anymore. And now you have a lot more of a passive element, such as Klax. And especially on the CT side, like the one I mentioned, where it's a bit of a push and pull game, so to speak, from the CTs. You got to be fighting for some of the space, but every now and then you want to let the Ts have a little bit of it. And as I actually said it, didn't realize, that's actually the eco coming in from Fluxo. Last one was a bit of an investment, which is really clean. So, yeah, it's just pistols. Still, doesn't mean it's going to be a free one for Aurora, especially with the opening kill.
It doesn't mean it. You wouldn't write Fluxo off in this round at all, considering the series that we had, which is kind of a ridiculous state.
I just realized, of course the previous one would have been a force buy, right? Because they did lose their conversion, but Deco just made it look so clean that in my head, it was just, yeah, that must have been an eco. He just made it look so easy. And he's not the one that you want to get fired up, especially when you're looking at Deco, you're looking at Norway as well. And his performance, this is one of the main talking points going into this event as well. And progressively, I feel like the more time passes, the more we're going to start seeing better performances coming out of him, right? The fact that Result's not on the team anymore, it's opened up a little bit more space for people like Kenzie, people like Norway to operate around the server. We are seeing a really good example of it. Mirage was absolutely excellent for Norway, even though they ended up losing the map. And this one is already starting off nicely. Now, you could say it's just eco kills, but, you know, those are the types of kills that actually get your confidence up, right? You get a couple nice, clean conversions against the pistols. You feel like you can just go for the headshots. Everything's going nicely. Then you get a first buy around, and then suddenly you press tab. You're looking at 15-2. Now, I'm not saying this is where we're getting or this is where we're going, but it is a good start for the CTs. You get 3 on the board early on, and now it is time, finally, for the first proper investment coming out of the T side.
Finally, we're going to see a first investment. See what kind of fruits it's going to bear. Yeah, definitely not a situation that you want to be in with Aurora. Kind of getting into their own, feeling themselves. This aggression over towards middle will be met with a little bit of force here from the T's as they will just swing on out, and it's absolute chaos and carnage in towards mid, but it's only one team coming out on top. The Brazilians, we know Art has made a career of thriving in that chaos, and his team will come out better of the two.
Yeah, it all came down to the timing of just one anti-flash, right? It all came down to, well, not anti-flash, but a counter-flash for the CTE side. Didn't go right. Fluxo got it perfectly. Deco and Norway, though, still completely capable of picking up a round like this one. You know Norway's the B player. You know he's still alive, and he hasn't moved the muscle. And Deco's going to get into that type of a position where he can be responsible for A all alone. I wonder, has he actually been spotted crossing into our jungle right there? I think he has. Yeah, period. Definitely knew, and he's going to execute him. Now you know A is going to be clear, surely.
And Norway hasn't moved a muscle over towards B right now. This is a Fluxo round easily on the board, and Aurora, it's a little bit of a worrying sign that you invest so much into that mid fight, and you know, although you get a few trades in there, do you think they're going to be overly concerned?
I feel like it's a, I guess it's a damn if you do, damn if you don't kind of situation on the CT side, especially when it comes down to a 3-1 lead. You're getting a bit of a bonus. You have a couple SMGs left in the mix. You want to shut down Fluxo. One of the main goals, I guess, if you have a mini agenda on that CT side, one of the main goals, one of the top positions of the bucket list is going to be try and make the Ts like they're claustrophobic. Try and make them feel like they're strangled for options, and if they go middle, they get shut down. If they go lane, they're getting shut down. Try and force them to go for straight up plays and then show them that our reactions and fundamentals are good. It's really easy. Well, I say really easy, but it's easy when you're on the T side and you get shut down the first couple times to feel like you just have no options left, right? So I feel like this is what Aurora went for. I wouldn't say it's a bad thing to go for. It all came down to just a 2-for-3 refrags as well. So a bit of an exchange. Not going their way this time around doesn't mean that they're gonna stay at bay. And now you finally have enough cash to put Deco on that AVP. You're still gonna have enough to put everyone on rifles and util. So it was a nice try to go for that aggressive mid play. It doesn't mean that you don't go for it once again. It just didn't work out. It didn't go your way this time around.
Yeah, that's something that Fluxo are going to read into. They know that they might go for that aggressive play once again, and well, Fluxo are going to try and find a little bit of a gap out towards this bomb site, and they will get out. Missed off chance. Maybe that's just a little bit of an opportunity gone by. The HE going to expose surely a few players in the smoke, but Lackey does not like what he sees. Pyria is going to shut him down, and Aurora on the receiving end right now of a lot of util, which will make them think maybe about saving this one, especially if Zevi is able to collect one more frag. And again, it's just the util popping in the faces of Aurora that they say absolutely not.
Yeah, that's a great continuation, right? It's a fantastic call coming out of Art there. That's the conversation that we had. After the previous one, do Aurora shy away from the mid-fight? Probably not. They probably go back with the ABP, with a little bit more utility, with the rifles as well, trying to bring the fight back to Fluxo, saying, okay, last time around, it didn't quite work out, but it wasn't like we got absolutely deleted. We're still going to contest middle. We still want to fight for that piece of the map. But then if you're looking at it from the perspective of Art and Fluxo, they win that one round in towards middle. They're expecting a bit of a reaction coming out of the CT side. They just decide to throw in a Hail Mary play, right? Send it out A. They hear the initial utility drop off from the CT side in towards middle. They find themselves on an MTA bomb side. The moment that Deco misses that first shot, I'm not saying it was an easy one, but the moment that he lets that first MAC-10 run into the bomb side and take all that space, this round was pretty much over.
All of a sudden, we've got an evened up game here, and a little bit of a discussion going on between Aurora right now as they're going to call their first tactical timeout. See what they want to do. See what they want to change in terms of how they approach this one.
Yeah.
Of course, the save is going to be good news for them. You get another go at it. Would be absolutely ridiculous if they go for the same thing over again.
It would be. You know what's the thing? Art is that type of a guy, and that's why I use the phrasing. There's a really thin line between being considered a crazy person and a genius. He's the guy that's going to cross that. He's calling.
He's calling it.
Yep, they're doing it once again.
But Aurora ready. They've got players in position. You see right there, Clax is just going to dump that Molotov. Fluxo, we're trying to be a little bit cheeky there. We've seen it on Mirage with them calling the exact same play 2 rounds in a row. They got punished that time. It looks like they're going to be punished this time, or at least forced away. Yeah, this is a cancel.
Yeah, you just spotted out so much utility. I think you spotted out, what, 2 Molotovs, 2 smokes, a flash as well in towards that A-bomb side. And this time you didn't hear the deep util in towards middle from the CTs, so we're going to slow it down. Looks like they're still going to go for it with a second wave of util. And you know what? They still have the smokes. They still have the flashes and the Molotovs. The big risk that you're taking right now is you have no presence in towards the B-bomb side. You shouldn't realize that Aurora probably have the opportunity to get aggressive, and they probably will have no reason to actually move away. Fluxo are just going to walk into a stack right now. Aurora really have no reason to rotate anyone away from that A-bomb side.
Yeah, no pressure absolutely anywhere. You haven't spotted anything. You've got players in position, and this is, in turn, just going to be a very desperate attempt here from Fluxo to try and make something work. Eventually, the pins are going to be pulled. That util is going to rain on over. And Aurora know that they've guessed correctly. They've got players in the right position, surely, to deal with this. Fluxo, this comes down to a few kills. That smoke will be easily naded open, and there'll be assistance given from Clax here, spraying down one and making it difficult for Fluxo really to gather a lot of space on this bomb site. Nowhere really to go until Kai and Nex get in on the action. 10 seconds, they need to get that bomb down, and Kenzie can do nothing about it. Fluxo, they walk into the stack and they simply fold it. Deco, USP in hand, has obviously dropped that AWP somewhere. He's going to have to go back and collect, but that's all Fluxo have come to do. Go to that A-bomb site and collect another round.
Absolutely flabbergasted. If you're Aurora, you don't believe you just lost this round, right? You feel like you had everything, but Fluxo played this one to perfection. The util comes in, and you know, under those circumstances, I feel like if you're Fluxo, you just realize you're not going to be able to outmaneuver them. Even if you're going in towards that A-bomb site, they probably know about it, but you know that you've baited out the Molotovs. You know you've baited out a lot of the util, so at least you're giving yourselves a clear chance, a fair chance at a lot of those fights. The flashes were perfect. You were ready for the rifle to break open the smoke, and Kai goes in absolutely nuclear with that double towards the middle portion of the round. We're talking about the individual prowess. This is the one thing that Fluxo have a lot of. And if you're Aurora, now you're starting to feel like this is a much more competitive game than what it looks like. It's really difficult to imagine that this was the same team that had a 9-3 lead on the T side of Nuke. And now you're looking at a 4-3 lead for Fluxo. Money not great for the CT side. They go for another investment, but if you drop this one, and this is going to be a little bit light on util, you're going to be left in the doldrums.
Here he is, just playing around that smoke, and oh, another day maybe he gets the second, but not this time. Not when Clax is around.
They're just walking out. The Ope is not here.
Oh, and they know it. Aren't making his presence known, though. Makes a step. No, he wouldn't have been in a position to hear it, but he's hearing that smoke land definitely and calling another player over to try and help him hold on to this bomb site. But if you're Fluxo now, you can maybe get a little bit comfortable, especially with that kill, but not expecting the second. Clax able to find that refrag, but not much more in the fragging department in terms of Aurora. It's Clax trying to spot a few more players out. They are going to continue to try and just make their way back into this one, and it's down to Deco. He needs a massive clutch here. Aurora have had nearly every single clutch go in their favor, but not when you're double peaked on a high-low like that. You simply are going to fall, and Fluxo, they look like they mean business here.
Yeah, this is starting to look lovely, right? This has been an incredibly solid T side, and a lot of it has to be given away. I mean, of the praise has to be given away to Art, right? The way that he's been calling this one has been absolutely perfect. You just see the thought process. The previous round, it was so uncomfortable, even though you were able to win it. It was so uncomfortable because you had no presence in towards middle. This time around, you felt like you could just send Piri all alone, and even though he gets refragged through the smoke, that's no official confirmation that he was alone. He's still keeping a couple people occupied. They go out the A-bomb side. Boost comes in. Even if there was an AVP in towards that tempo position, they still would have been able to force him back by the flashes. So Fluxo just looking like they're taking all the necessary precautions right now. Looking like a really calculated team, and we talked about the complicated financial situation that the CTs would find themselves in. That's factual, but Clax able to find a really important kill. He was all alone. That would have been the round over, but he gets the kill, deploys the smoke. This one still could have a little bit of potential, even though it's just a half-buy.
You say that even though it's just a half-buy, this has been the kryptonite to Fluxo today. To both teams, these ones have really just been difficult to get over the line. Clack's going to be boosted up. Deco now here to support over towards A as Fluxo. We're going to go back to the well one more time, and it all works out well. Nix with that double. Piri in a position that if anybody makes his way forward, he'll cut them off. And Fluxo right now just dotting the I's, crossing the T's, making sure no stone is left unturned on this A-bomb site, and just doing their due diligence.
That A bomb side has been a nightmare to deal with. Those A plays have been a nightmare to deal with if you're Aurora, by the way. The only B round that we've seen from the T so far was the pistol. They haven't gone B a second time. I mean, there was, I think the round that they had the pistols, they did try to fight middle through lane, but the only play that they tried to actually finish on B was the pistol round, and that's absolutely ludicrous. It's absolutely insane. It's just been A after A after A, just in different variations, just in different forms and shapes. And you can understand the confusion on Aurora, right? You're like, well, guys, you know there's another bomb site. And suddenly, if you're Aurora, you're left in that position where you haven't been able to defend A that well. It's not like they're even running two heavy splits through middle and towards that A bomb site. Most of the time, it's just going to be one player in towards team mid, and then the majority of them just going out of main, either quickly or a little bit slower later into the round, baiting out the first wave of util. But if you're on the CT side, you must be expecting a bit of a switch up, right? You're definitely thinking, well, definitely now they switch it up. Definitely they go for a 1B play, but it just never comes.
That's the thing, though, as well, though. You know, you're saying, oh, you know, the reaction there, if they put more bodies, more men behind that A bomb site, the fact is they're not splitting through middle. Yeah. It's just straight up through A main. So exactly. what are they going to do? Are they going to just put 3 people on the bomb site and just leave the rest of the map completely open?
And the one time you were able to stop them and delay them with the util, they just waited in front of A for 40 seconds, re-executed into 3 people and just cleaned it up.
And I mean, 6-3 down, you're already using your second tactical timeout. That's, to me, spells like you're running into a few problems.
It is a worrying sign. Most definitely. Fluxo are for real. Fluxo are bringing in a really good performance to that T side. And let's not forget, that was Aurora picking up that force by picking up a 3-1 lead at the start. We're looking at 5 consecutive right now for the Brazilians. And there goes the switch up. Now we're going to slow it down a little bit. No more A plays in store this time. You are going to poke and prod in towards B. And look at Kai. He's just going to go forward.
He's already through this smoke, and Deco, I don't think he realizes it.
Oh
now he does. Kai with his knife out, and he's past both of them. He's all the way around the backside of square somehow.
It's still an A play, though.
I have no idea about this. Fluxo are going to walk out towards A right now. Clax might catch a glimpse of it, but they're so worried about B.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, and can you really vault them? Kai is finally going to go down, but surprise, surprise, the A-bomb side has been compromised. Still, a little bit more to fight for. You find that kill onto Zevi, you still have a 5 versus 3. Do you realize how close they are? No idea about Art. There's the first one. That's a 3 versus 5 to defend on that A-bomb side. And that would really stink for Aurora if they're not able to retake it.
There's so much util though, Fluxo. They didn't use anything to get out on the A-bomb side. They can just continue to molly off positions. Clax and Lackey, they can't go through this right now. They're going to take a big risk if they do, And there's only one kit in play, and that's on Kenzie. He's making his way through CT. If these Temple players fall, this one is all over, and Art, he'll pick one off for free. The second goes his way as well. It was a masterpiece of a call, and Art will just get it done with all those kills. Kenzie simply does not have a chance. Everybody dies on Aurora, and the Brazilians, a masterclass on this T side.
Yeah, you're just looking at the smile on Tacitus's face. I really hated that we don't have a camera right in front of Art, because I know he's going to be showing us a little bit of teeth right there. You know he's going to be happy after this one. And that's even a 5 versus 3, right? But the fake is so, I mean, it's ludicrous. Kai finds himself towards the back of square in a 5v5 when his entire team is in front of the A-bomb side and walking out A in a full-on buy round. He sees both players, including the AVP, in towards cave. And that's so much information, right? That's the reason they know they can just walk out A.
He gets all the information. The plan in place was there from the very beginning, and Fluxo reigning supreme on this T side right now. And Aurora, they need to change it up. They need to get something fresh. And that's exactly what they've gone for here. The aggression in towards A main. Fluxo won't be really able to get any control there. But they need to be aware, and they are. But that's still not good enough. Not up against Clax. Not up against Lackey. They will take matters into their own hands and pick 2 off for free.
Oh, look at Zevi's position, though. Lackey's not going to be ready for this. This is a free refrag. At least you get a 1 for 2. And again, it's all about the space that you're taking in towards the B-bomb side, and it's all about the awareness. Aurora should know this is a possibility.
They should know. But it's all about those timings that you keep getting caught off in. Art.
Wait.
It's off Norway, but the bomb drop there is not going to do him any favors, even with that kill. Art trying to just resuscitate this round, but it looks like it's dead on arrival. still, 40 seconds, 1 HP. This would be one hell of a clutch.
Wait.
If the spam is perfect, he does a little bit of damage. Deco spams back. One bullet will do, but Art somehow still staying alive. Kenzie and Deco, they're just going to be waiting together, waiting for the peak. As soon as Art peeks into that angle, surely he just falls. Even if he managed to find one there, the refrag was imminent. Spam down through the box was definitely an option. And Aurora, finally they stop Fluxo.
Yeah, desperate for success. That's what they were up until this one round. You were looking at the 3-1 lead. They get 6 in a row on that T side. You're finally able to stop them, and it's on the back of a little bit of aggression. Really nicely done. Klax getting that opening kill in towards A main, pushed through the smoke as well. A bit of a risk, but you still clearing it up. And this time you were aware of all the space that you were letting go of. Fluxo, there's the conditioning. Bomb sites have been a bit of an issue for Aurora, so now you feel like you can just go out of middle for free. The CTs, though, looking to re-aggress in towards B lane. Or at least they were. Changed their mind a bit.
They were thinking about it. They were thinking about it for a moment there, but moment gone by. Maybe a chance gone by. Well, I guess we'll never know. And this is interesting because, to be fair, I don't even think we've seen Fluxo in cave since about round 3. And this time, they're going to be walking in to try and take it with 4. Aurora, nice little adjustment here, reaggressing over towards middle, trying to see if they can spot anybody out. It comes down to a timing what Nyx can get here, and Art, he's going to take a peer on down now from the shelf. If he can pick one off for free and get away, this could be absolutely huge, but Lackey's the danger man. They don't know about Norway in this aggressive position either, so they need to be careful.
Steps are being heard as well. They're forced into a B play right now. And Kenzie's going to be the one man left. He's all alone, but it's all about how quick Norway's going to be on that flank. Art should be dead to rise. There it goes. Kenzie gets one. Rotation gets dealt with. Kenzie still towards the back of the bomb side. That was going to be a double from Zebi. Looking about the players towards the back of the bomb side, and they're just falling down like dominoes. It's only Klax left. Zebi with a triple. Nyx with 1. A 2 versus 4. Flipping on its heads, and it's Klax. He's going to walk through the smoke, looking for a timing, but all that he finds is 2 bodies, 2 pairs of eyes just staring at him. And Fluxo steal away this one, and I'm going to say that again. They steal this one away.
Absolutely. A perfect crime as well at a perfect moment. You get 80 rounds, which is just going to be a massive boost there. It's incredible that they're even able to pull this one back. Zevi just so precise on a lot of those shots, and there, a little bit of anger.
I don't believe he's that angry, by the way. They're 8-4 in the lead.
Yeah.
Well, that was not his reaction to winning the clutch.
No, definitely not.
Like,
I mean,
damn it.
Yeah,
Those guys again.
Why did we win it?
Why didn't I win it? Why are they the ones that are getting the credit for it? I've called such a nice T half, but yeah, I mean, all jokes aside, that's been an incredible T side so far from Fluxo. Aurora, you go into this tournament with all the expectations. You go into this tournament, not that they're going out if they lose that series, but you're going in, again, probably believing that you should be making it deep into the run. And, you know, it's not too late for that. You can obviously still win this series. If you lose here, you're not out of the competition, but Fluxo are just bringing in an entirely different level. And yeah, it feels like we've just had a 180-degree turn when you compare it to the 9-3 T side that we saw on Nuke from Aurora. This Ancient has been nearly perfect for Fluxo, and you can check out the 1x bet as well on your screen. 129 to 3.38 in favor of Fluxo. And I'm going to tell you one thing. Those were heavily in favor of Aurora before the start of this one.
Oh, yeah. Think about what they were at map 2. Yeah, definitely not in favor of Fluxo whatsoever. This pistol goes in their favor, though. Could be onto a winner. Aurora hop out towards this A-bomb site. They had a lot of problems holding on to it, but absolutely no issues taking it. Zevi falls for nothing. Deco collecting another. That P250 raid boss setup is just so difficult to deal with. Deco, he wants a little bit more. Not satisfied, not satiated right now, but the pistols might be just swinging in and giving his teammates a little bit more than they would like to chew. Might end up choking here. Deco
Still have a kit.
still holding, tapping away a few more people, and Deco will just find them all. And that is such a monster of a round to pick up with the pistol, because it alleviates just so much pressure.
Yeah, it was about time that we saw an ace coming out of someone, and of course it had to be Deco. The big man for the big moments, stepping it up when it matters the most. This is one pistol round that they needed absolutely desperately. If there was a moment for Aurora to pick up a pistol, it would be now. And it had to be Deco. Of course it had to be Deco. Of course it had to be the one to pull off all those miraculous clutches on map number 1 as well. That's why you drop him the pit 250. You know, he can make it look magical. That's probably brought you a way back. 6 rounds on the board, just as clean as that. It's another multi-kill coming out of Deco. You're now looking at a 15-7. That's 7 rounds, or 7 kills, sorry, in 2 rounds only.
All well and good. You know, you win the pistol, you win the round that you're supposed to. First gun round. It's a different beast altogether. Still could be a big danger. We're actually going to see a little bit of a tactical timeout as well going into this one. It's going to be Aurora using their 3rd tactical timeout there as well. They know how important this round is.
Yeah, most definitely. And one thing to kind of underline, they haven't been shy from using their tactical timeouts, right? When you compare it to what Fluxo have been doing, we haven't seen too much action coming out of the Brazilian side when it comes down to it. Obviously, they are quite heavily in the lead here, so probably didn't feel the urge to have too many. But we've seen some from Aurora even when they were in the lead before important rounds. You can clearly tell that. Obviously, I'm not going to make the joke, but Brain is trying to contribute with a little bit of IQ into those difficult moments. And of course, it is a good tactical timeout. You get the pistol, you get the second, attack before the first buy round, you realize how important this one is. This is your way in. This is your way up to a level score.
But look at her, already in the smoke, lurking, waiting for his chance maybe to strike. Nobody's walked through though, that's what he was gambling on. Now he has to be a little bit careful and a little bit cautious. He needs to get back. He's the supportive element towards Zevi, as Fluxo reacting to this util right now, getting everybody over towards this bomb site. Lackey thinks he's got a little bit of a timing, sees that flash a little bit too late, and he's going to be punished for it. Just couldn't react in time there, couldn't realize what was going on his screen. And Aurora, they're not even out of A main yet. This is so difficult to get on through. Fluxo have so many bodies here behind this bomb site. The util might cause Art a little bit of a problem, but he'll get out of harm's way. Deco will pick one off, but still, this is really dangerous right now for Aurora.
Yeah, this is really dangerous, especially with Kenzie being all alone. Zevi's going to get the best of him. A free kill going their way, and now you're looking at Klax, you're looking at Deco. They're completely locked out of the round. Low HP on a lot of those Fluxo members, though. 44 on Zevi, 14 on Kai, and 11 on Art. There still might be a way back in. At least they have the bomb on their backs. But it's not going to be an easy one, most definitely. Fluxo now starting to realize it's not going to be an A play anymore. Art, low on HP, just spotting for that cross. It's all going to be a game of timings.
There's the timing. Art sees it coming from a mile away. In 13 seconds, you've nowhere to go but this A bomb site, and Art is still alive somehow. Eventually, that HE will be his end of days. But Aurora, they know it is them simply out of time in this round. They cannot go down here. Oh, and they won't. That would be completely detrimental to the money. They are okay for now. Fluxo, really important round there. They managed to hold on, and it's just this kill here. That Lackey just gets it all wrong there. If he finds Art, if he is that extra prong of attack in towards that A bomb site, I think it's a different story.
Yeah, that's why you slow it down, right? You throw in that early caution into the wind with the U2 win towards the A bomb site, then you pause a little bit, you're waiting for the donut player to get his kill. The moment that Art collects that kill, though, you were forced to go for the play, and things were just completely over from that point on. It feels like at least you have enough money to go for another buy, and Fluxo are not perfect when it comes down to their finances either. Not in a perfect spot, that is. Bit of a switch up coming in from the T's though, looking like a potential B play. But Fluxo again seems to be having a pretty decent read on the situation. They're gonna throw 4 bodies in towards that B bomb side.
Reacting very much off the util. It's been the game plan from Fluxo. We've seen it on Mirage as well. But this has allowed a lot of space to be taken here from Aurora over towards middle. Not quite sure what they're going to do with it just yet.
Zevi's pushed through the smoke. This is a massive play. He has the information. He knows no one's crossing. He knows that Norway's all alone. They're not buying it.
He's going to go on back. They know it's going to be a B play here. And Nix is going to be able to stop one. Norway dispatched of, and that's just a really good hold from Fluxo. Aurora simply, they can't find a way in. They try a little bit of trickery, a little bit of sneakiness. But everybody on Fluxo clued in.
That's such a smart read as well, and it's all on the back of one play. This is what we're talking about, taking initiative, right? And this is where the experience of Zevi comes in. He's pushing through that smoke. He realizes the timing doesn't allow for anyone to be that close for him to get punished. And yeah, obviously it's a little bit of a risk, but the moment that he pushes through the smoke, we didn't quite catch it in real time. He pushes out, he doesn't see anything, he falls back in, here's one pair of steps, and then the utility comes in towards the B-bomb side. Fluxo are just ready all the way. The calling just keeps getting better and better. I don't know how it's even possible, but Fluxo, they've looked incredibly well drilled so far. And you're even looking at the kill distribution as well. It's not like 1 or 2 people are stepping it up. You're looking at the kill counts. Art on 11 kills, same for Pyrian, Nix and Zevi on 10. Kai hasn't really had to do too much, to be fair. They've just been extremely successful, and now you're just up against the Pistols. It's a great opportunity. Solidify yourselves as the leaders. Get that money, a little bit of stability, a much needed one as well. Get up to 11 rounds. And then you never know. You might have a 13-6 win on offer.
You never know. Could be a situation that becomes a reality pretty soon. Reality might be setting in for Aurora. So maybe they missed an opportunity on Mirage.
Interesting CT smoke.
Does allow maybe a little bit of space to be taken, not with that smoke up there. However, Pyria's going to have no support from long, and Deco clotheslines him with that deagle. The T's are all over this bomb site right now, but still not really comfortable. Nix is going to just wait for his chance to peek on out, and that was pristine.
Oh, wait.
Claxed up.
Yep.
He's going to lock in a bomb plant, so happy days. That's exactly
you know
what Aurora were after.
You know when you've done a really good fake? It's when we don't realize it. I actually didn't see the bomb. Yeah, too glued in to what Nix was doing. So all in all, I mean, it's all right for Aurora. You were coming in with a full-on eco. Nix had his fun in towards the B-bomb side. You still get a bomb plant. You get that bonus cash. Everything's fine. You get that money injection into the system. There's going to be the replay. Fantastic shot onto the third one. Look at how crisp that one tap was from Nix. It's still an 11-6 though. 5 rounds the distance now. And Fluxo just 2 away from running away with this one. You're looking at all the individuals right now if you're Aurora. You're just hoping that someone's going to be the hero. Klax has had a good map so far. Deco's had a fantastic series. Norway's had a good performance, but you just need one of those guys to step it up once again.
Well, you'll take a few steps in towards middle, but it's just been not Lackey's day at all on Ancient. Art just sprays him down, and that is plain and simple, an opening kill that will make Fluxo so comfortable in this round. And Art, oh, he will even get a second as well. Kenzie simply didn't stand a chance.
Yeah, we're just seeing the big difference between an active in-game leader that's able to make his aggressive plays work and one that is not. It's so much more difficult to call as well when you're on the back foot like that if you're lucky. It's not like you're dying to get refragged. It's not like you're opening up space. You're just getting completely shut down. Deco finally finds something in retaliation. The kill onto Zevi, that's going to open up a little bit of space for Deco to work with in towards that A-bomb side, but he's just selling the fake right now. It's B-play coming in, but again, Fluxo still have 2 bodies here. Imperial is actually going to walk away. Timing might be really good for Norway here. There goes the first one. Refrag is good for the second.
Refrag keeps them alive. Klax is going to get this bomb down, and Deco, he's nowhere to be seen. It's all about Klax trying to delay here. Klax waiting. Oh, Bakai walks on through, and They don't realize it, but Deco is coming in from behind them right now. If they continue to take their time, Deco will just shut them down. But once they realize what's going on, they can maybe drop a little bit of util.
They have a smoke.
Deco, he's here. He's so close, and he's just waiting for this smoke to fade. And Deco will begin to move. Deco looking for his chance to strike. It's not planted for him. There's no way he gets there in time. And now he knows it. Kai was looking for the kill to definitely seal it. But Fluxo, they're going to take that round anyway. They're on 12, and they get a chance to play for the series.
You might have thought for a second, by the way, that they would have taken their time too much and allowed Deco to get into a good position. The main issue is bomb's not planted for him, and he's got the worst gun out of all of them. Even if they were lining up, even if he had both their backs turned, he can actually just take one at a time unless he gets a collateral, right? He gets the first kill. Kai is not going to move. He's just going to stick the defuse. He knows that he's got it any day of the week, and it's a 12-6 lead. Aurora have not been able to pack a punch. Not on that T side, not on the CT side. It's been a really difficult day and a great one for Art and Company. Finally, he gets shut down.
Yeah, finally, and it takes Norway going in towards middle. Lackey has had such a tough time today over towards mid, and a lot of Aurora's T side revolves around Lackey having that impact over towards middle, but he's had little to none. Now maybe looking to get in on that action. That molly surely going to cause Kai a problem or two. Burns up a few players. Kenzie's found a wonderful timing. He's already all the way up towards this B bomb side. Bomb is still going A, and Fluxo.
What? They're not back. They're calling the safe. The bomb is running towards them. They thought it was going to be a B play. They're just going into a stack. Yo, Obscure's going to find the first one. Kai with a refrag. But it's all too late. You just can't go back. You're absolutely trapped. Molotov is going to go in. Lucky's just going to burn down. He's so low on HP. Pyrrhus dropped him 50 seconds, and he knows exactly where Kenzie's coming from. There is no way, Aurora. There is no way. This is how you lose the series. And Pyrrhus the only one that was full on HP as well. He's got the bomb dropped. Kenzie, where has he gone off to? Has he pushed main? Has he gone off to Donut? Has he caught a good timing into towards CT? It's all about the timing. It's all about looking at the right place in the right time. And he's going to get it. Kenzie clears it out. Aurora stay alive.
I don't believe how close that one was. That is ridiculous that it's even come down to that. Flux were 100% calling the save, and Aurora nearly outbrained themselves.
This is so stressful.
That's going to do nothing.
And I'm talking about myself.
Yeah,
Imagine what they're feeling.
Oh, man. I feel for them, I really do. Being put through the ringer here by this Fluxo side. Mid has been a massive problem. Lackey seems to have solved it here, though. That's an easy double, but Zevi with the refrag. Damage has still been done. Pistols and SMGs still trying to be sneaky and catch a few players by surprise. And all of a sudden, we might have a round.
And forward towards the cave. It's all about the timing. He can isolate those fights. No util. And Zevi's rotated again. They're just going into the bomb side where all Fluxo players are, and Klax has been spotted out. Zevi knows he's going to get a free kill out of this. Surely Klax is so quick with it. Even gets the second. This guy is a demon.
Again, an impactful moment for Klax. Aurora needed it. Keep themselves afloat for now. That was still only the kind of half investment. That wasn't the full guns up, really, that we were expecting.
I mean, it was a full investment, but
yeah,
they just didn't have the money.
Not everybody had rifles, and nobody's going to have anything in this round. So
I know we're still in regulation, by the way. It's round number 21. I feel like we've been in OT for the last couple of rounds. That's how the rounds have been going.
It has that kind of that feel to it, definitely.
Yep.
It's been definitely stressful from all parts, on all sides of the coin.
And so far, it feels like that win streak against South American teams was not really for nothing on the side of Fluxo. Whose that number was 8 out of 9 that they've been able to win. Klax, a nice little anti-eco ace right there. Boost up the stats, a little bit of confidence. You get a clean one. It's a bit of breath of fresh air, so to speak, with all the hectic and discombobulated rounds that we've seen. It's been pure carnage in the server on multiple occasions so far, so it does really come into play when you finally win a cleaner round, even if it's just against the Pistols. 12-9 though. avoided overtime on map number 2. Now you definitely know that Aurora are going to try their best, and we got to talk about that individual performance once again from Klax, man. I mean, Deco's on 21 and 10. He's been playing sick. Klax on 23 kills already. He's had a great day, all in all. Could still end up losing the series, though.
I mean, we're talking about a good day, a great day for Klax. You know, the dangerous trio that we were talking about, you know, the likes of Kenzie, Norway, and Deco. It's only really been Deco, maybe Kenzie in a few moments. Or
I'd say Norway on Mirage.
Norway on Mirage. Kenzie's been a little bit flat. Klax sent out. His job is take middle right now and maybe take a few more than just one. And he nearly dropped Art. But that's going to worry Fluxo here for a moment.
Head spotted.
Might be in a position to catch 2, but instead that bullet lands flush. And Fluxo losing important gunfights right now, and there's another one that just falls by the wayside. This round might have just gone with it.
Seen him.
He's got a little bit of a timing, but what use to him is it?
Art is on a bit of a timing as well. He realized this middle is absolutely clear. He can focus his entire attention in towards that A-bomb side. How much damage can you really do from that donut position, though? They should know exactly what the play is here. They should know what the setup is. Looking like a double peek into towards donut. There it goes. I suppose the first one. Looking for the fight. Lackey is giving it to him, finally. Able to win it out. A bit of a risk in terms of the possibility of him going down, but it feels like Aurora is still going to be able to stay alive, getting 10 on the board. Nyx is already calling this one off. It's going to be a save. And if you thought this one was over, Fluxo, think about it again. Aurora have really come to play. They might have needed a lot of time to bring themselves into that T side, but now they have, and OT does not look that far-fetched anymore.
Oh, it's looming, isn't it? It is looming right now. But a lot of Fluxo's wins, let's not forget, a lot of Fluxo's wins have kind of been these late round situations. You know, the 13-11s, yes, you know, granted, we're talking the Brazilian scene in general, but still, you know, the likes of Imperial, the likes of MIBR, the likes of Pain, when they've won games, they have been relatively close. And I wouldn't back against Art now, not having a little trick up his sleeve for these last 2 rounds.
Yeah, that's the thing. You find yourself down 6-12, let's say. You feel like you've already lost the series. You start playing with little to no pressure. Now that you get closer, you're actually feeling like you have a chance and you have something to play for. Half-Bite going to come in. Loving that decision from Fluxo, by the way. They don't want to risk it going through the purchase. You've just put Piri on a Hero M4, and everybody else is just going to be rocking the upgraded pistols. Nyx on an MP9. You want to make sure you have the perfect purchase. Going into the next round, Zevi on an op as well, with the help of the loss bonus. And this is still one that you can make potentially something interesting out of. Early aggression in towards B lane. You push them back, you're going to start rotating even more people in towards that A-bomb side, and Art is not seeing anything on middle. You should be expecting an A play here.
You should be, but you still haven't really seen all that much. You get a little bit worried. Now you hear the util, you've rotated away already. Art is now going to be calling the defenders back, but you're going to be smoked out, and Art is the only man on scene. Pyria is going to take a little bit of a risk coming through the smoke. Yes, he is trying to put that hero rifle to good use, but it's Art's pistol to win a duel, to maybe grant a little bit of safe passage for Kai to collect that rifle, but he can do nothing with it. Walking through the smokes once again, one by one. Fluxo are trying to catch people off guard, but the trades right now for Aurora are just keeping them on top in this round. With only a USP for Zevi to wield. It's only a matter of time before Kenzie walks behind, locks in this 11th, and that chance at OT really is on the cards now.
Yeah, you gotta vent a little bit of the pressure. That's what all the bullets are. You finally feel like you can force this one into OT. Let's not forget, Fluxo had so many chances to close this one out, and now Aurora are just one away from bonus rounds. And still making it a little bit closer, winning some of those fights, but the main point was just making sure that the M4 doesn't get involved into the action too much. There's the buy though. Zevi on an op, a little bit light on util, but everyone else is going to be perfect in that department with the M4s as well. That's the one for Aurora, round number 24. And you're after a couple more.
Not really much going on anywhere else but this B side of the map.
It's a straight up pop.
Yeah. But still, Fluxo have a lot of bodies here. Double setup in towards long. That smoke is going to make it maybe a little bit difficult. They can try and boost over it, but a pick off there. Zevi with a wonderful find. Piria, the man on top of this totem pole, trying to knock Aurora down a peg or two, and he's done exactly that with that kill. Lackey is simply no more. The smokes are up, which will grant them onto the bomb site, but you cannot get past Zevi right now, and being picked apart, the bullets just being sprayed, littered through the smoke, and Deco is the only one left to save Fluxo, or to save Aurora, excuse me. Fluxo now looking to try and just lock this one in. This would be a massive win. We were worrying and saying, how would they match up against EU teams, against teams that were in the international space, that are not just domestic wins? It looks like they might have just got their very first triumph.
Yeah, and it's a perfect way to kick things off. Kick off the first international tournament, the first LAN event for Art and his new teammates with the Fluxo jersey. And it might have started a little bit rough on Nuke, but I can tell you one thing for free. Mirage, Enshin, they weren't clean. They weren't free maps to pick up by any means, but they did really fight for them, and they deserve that win.
Yeah, man, they definitely did. You know, they fought tooth and nail, and it's very easy to kind of get bogged down as well when, you know, none of the clutches are going your way, and, you know, it just seems like you're not getting any favors, you're not getting any stroke of luck whatsoever, and it's very difficult to kind of get in your own head about that kind of situation and say, oh, well, we just simply don't have a chance. But they had that never die attitude. They were able to take Mirage, a very, very close Ancient, but they get it over the line.
Yeah, absolutely. 13-11 on Mirage, 13-11 on Enshin. That was an incredibly close series, incredibly exciting one to kick things off here at the RES Regional Champions, ladies and gentlemen. But I'm really looking forward to seeing what Heko and the boys have to say about this game at the desk.
It's never enjoyable to make mistakes, but the most important thing is, as long as we learn from those mistakes, it's all good and fine. So at least I gotta admit, Fluxo, they were a surprise, and they showed us that we should never underestimate the Brazilian team.
They gave the fight that you would hope that they had. You know, the level of fire and I guess the ability to call and play up to the standard that we would set within European competition. You know, they didn't play sporadic, always going for a lot of aggressive plays. They played with a lot of composure, actually, I think, throughout this entire series, which I think was maybe a bit of a surprise when they got blown out on the first map in this series.
Look, I think I am very happy to be wrong in this instance, because it does mean we've added another team that is looking a lot more competitive than I thought they would. I'm glad you brought up ability to call, because it felt like towards the end of it, it really was a massive IGL difference as well, because Aurora were disintegrating while Fluxo kept leveling up map after map after map. And we checked in with them while we were off screen as well. They've been here for a few days, but you could see those first map jitters in Nuke, like you mentioned, Michael, might have been the reason why they got stomped out, because even in Nuke, they started picking up steam as the map went on, and it felt like Aurora started losing it.
Yeah, so many times we talk about, you know, blowouts and these small chains of rounds that you get towards the end of a game, even if it's not really like a comeback. It is good to still reset the mental, and there's so many times we look at that and try and push that narrative, and then they still just get blown out on the following. This actually did translate into this series quite wholly.
Yeah, especially when it comes to like a three-mapper, it becomes not a sprint, it becomes like a marathon, and that's exactly what Fluxo did. They had like a slow start, Nuke, they lost it. They had like a really, really slow start. Like, I think Aurora managed to get like 9 rounds on the T side, which is not how you want to start, obviously, if you're Fluxo. But then, like, slowly but surely, they managed to make the whole comeback.
But I mean, Ten and Zerfer were right on the money when we were seeing so many of these force buy wins throughout the entire. I mean, both Mirage and Ancient. These were not convincing wins, and even with all of that, I guess. All those issues that they had across those maps, for them to be able to reset and actually get it where it really mattered, for them to have won important clutches as well, where every opportunity they had like that on Nuke just went Aurora's way.
And like Zevi had an absolutely fantastic series across the entire board, right? He was really leveling up on Mirage. He was really helping out with some of those crucial op shots that helped turn things around. But in Ancient, it felt like even more so, because so much of Ancient for Fluxo was about that late round, because those early rounds were not going for them at all. Even though they had an 8-4 half in the beginning, they lost what, every single opening duel outside of 3 rounds, including the pistol. That's insane that then you end up having so many conversions from them regardless of that. And unfortunately for Fluxo, the people at the bottom of the scoreboard, Kenzie and Lackey, they were at the bottom of the scoreboard across the entire series, and you could really tell.
Yeah, I mean, those were the 2 guys on Aurora that were under the microscope on this game. I mean, Lackey and Kenzie are set up to succeed for, very typically for Aurora's game plan. So for them to have struggled as much as they did, I guess is really indicative of just how much Aurora struggled to even understand what Fluxo were up to. They kept losing. I mean, when we looked at Fluxo's T side, they were constantly going for these site executes. They didn't go searching individually on Pyria. They didn't have Art constantly looking for crazy plays. There was one round on Ancient that was outrageous, by the way.
Which one?
But the thing is, you know, the precursor to that was all of these A execs, which if you think about Ancient, if you're on her T side and you're constantly threatening the A bomb site, that's often the bomb site that's left vacant. You know, people are expending resources inside of middle, and that's where the rotations lie. And then we had a crazy round where Aurora made the adaptation, and then Fluxo did something crazy.
It was absolutely insane.
Yeah, it was round 10 where Kai obviously started creeping in towards the B-bomb side. I think we're going to have a replay of that in a second as well. But just to credit what you're saying as well, this is what I really appreciate from the game plan, where on this T side, they actually adapted and made sure that Pyria wasn't the focus in middle, which is one of the reasons why Lackey and Kenzie felt as disabled as they were in both cave and mid, because so much attention was taken away from them. And even though Quax was doing a very good job of delivering that first frag every time the A site was attacked, Deco was occasionally missing a few crucial shots, or the smokes would be very well placed. It's either one of those two. And when you put them together, it just felt like that A site was free almost every single time. And then beyond that, you start throwing in rounds like where Kai's is creeping past his lurk smoke, moving in. They're still winning the 3 versus 5. Fluxo could be in a 4v5. They could be in a 3v4. They could be in a 3v5. And I still would think, well, their positions are fantastic. They've got the bomb plant down. They're going to win this round.
Yeah, I mean, I think we'll be able to look at it now instead of just explaining how this round plays out, because we're sitting watching this game thinking, how on earth are Fluxo getting away with this? Kai had that lurk smoke, he gets all the way to square. Aurora started 3A and it ends up being another Fluxo A-side finish where they get gunned down, and Art actually has a really good hold on this bomb site as well, even though they were, 3v5 in the post plant.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic stuff. And again, this is just more and more credit to the adaptations that Art and Tacitus have been making going into the preparation of this, and that focus being taken away from Pyria being this crazy fighter, right? And Michael, this is something you were saying off screen, that maybe he's being set up a little bit like Art was once upon a time to be the limit tester. But right now, they have reeled him back a bit, and I think that's such a good decision going into this tournament as his first tournament over there as well. But you know what? Crazy rounds were had elsewhere as well, but crazy in a good way. Mirage actually, Heku, had this great call from Art as well, and I think this was a turning point for the entire series, because this is where Aurora still feel like, hey, they're setting up for a nice little A-side execute of their own. I believe it was the 15th round, something like it. I can check back in a second. But it's situations like this where Art can really show his veteran spirit, where he's able to freeze the round in the middle, you know, while Aurora's trying to climb into the round, while Aurora's trying to climb up ramp. They had a great smoke out from Fluxo, flashbang out with a grenade to peek through. When they're low utility, Art's done a very good job of training this team to use it to isolate out certain angles on the CT side, get aggressive, get advantages, and Aurora just weren't ready for that.
And I'm going to be a bit dismissive of Nuke. You know, I don't think that was a good indicator of how Fluxo wanted to approach this series, but when we reflect on Mirage and Ancient, that was actually the round where we I guess start to see the adaptations from Aurora. They got shut down on the A split, they got stalled by utility and then spammed through smokes. There was a collapse by Fluxo, and I think you're right on the money that this was kind of a turning point in the game, given that, you know, when we went to Ancient, it was almost a completely different look. They were almost too stubborn. They didn't want to reinforce the A bomb site, and then when they did, that's where the change in calling happens. I think this was actually just a great set of decisions from Art in critical, pivotal moments in the game.
Yeah, I believe, like, Tito, I mean, you brought up kind of like an interesting fact about Clax, about you know, we don't try to talk about too much about the numbers, but the thing that you said kind of points out that sometimes it may be not the score that matters, but the kills. So what exactly was it?
Look, the point is that Clax is winning every single opening fight on Ancient, and this is also where I was expecting it to be a bit of a weakness for Aurora, in fact, that the opening duels wouldn't go their way, because Kenzie generally has a very poor time playing CT side cave. He generally, Lackey also doesn't have a very good time, and despite the fact that they're targeting what should be quote-unquote the strong side, because of how much they were divorcing Lackey and Kenzie for the rest of the map, it felt like the rotations were always late. And what Fluxo did very well is that once they get the A side, they don't just try and get the bomb plant down. They wait for the nades to blow open the donut smoke. They wait for the re-aggression from Aurora, and they received it so effectively. The reception of aggression might be the difference maker for Fluxo in this entire group if they're able to maintain it.
And if we are here, maybe like to work on our mistakes and try to figure out what are the mistakes that Aurora right now need to play, like to
How much
think
time
about.
do we have?
Like as if you're like writing down a tweet. Like, and keep in mind, they are not yet out. They're still gonna play one more series at least. What can they do in like this short period of time?
I mean, it is going to sound like the thing that you hate the most from player interviews, where they might just have to play their own game. The problem is that they tried to make these adaptations and they didn't work. They can either further lean into that and actually try and read ahead of what their opponent is going to do. I think they had some clear indicators and maybe exploitable tendencies coming into this game that they actually made use of a lot in Force Buys. But when we started to see them in gun round versus gun rounds, they were going for contact plays. They were constantly trying to adjust to Fluxo reading and reacting to the util that they were throwing in a way that is some ways not so conducive to actually winning fights.
I mean, to be honest, I'd also add in the fact I'd love to see more tactical timeouts, really. I felt like Aurora just didn't have them coming in. Norway's impact as an in-game leader was reduced from map to map to map, and it felt like after you had that Deco ridiculous performance on Nuke, he might not have thought that they were needed as much. So, hey, it's okay, we can run them down, guys. We can run and gun. We can take this one away. I wasn't happy with that at all. More tactical timeouts, to be honest, more limit testing as well. Like Michael said, I want to see the CT side expand. If there's going to be free spaces on the map, like middle, left, open like that, I want you to occupy them. I don't want you to be sitting back. That's not what Aurora is about, even if they've been trying to maybe pivot away from their old play style a little bit.
Yeah, but as I mentioned, like they will now have time to prepare for the next series. But the series that we are now looking forward to seeing, that is being Sangal against Nemiga. We'll be back to it after the break.
Respect from 1xBet. 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 Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Welcome back to the RES Regional Champions. It is the first day. We just started the groups. We already had one series. It was between Fluxo and Aurora, and the Brazilians end up being victorious. Now it's going to be another series. It's going to be another exciting best of 3. It's still Heku and obviously Yumi and Tea Time.
Yes, yeah, we're still here. And we're going to be here all day. But I do like that we had Fluxo shake up the group a little bit. Maybe they were the only question mark about how well they'd look. But the whole group is open for the taking. And then as we get further and further through it, I think there could be some further surprises coming our way.
And look, Michael, as much as you might have painted it as, oh, every single team's going to be coming into this and wanting to win it, I think Sangal, obviously highest ranked team on paper, should be the favorites to come out on top of the tournament. I don't personally think that. I think I've got a little bit of something for the Group B players. But regardless, they're definitely one of the main people to be looking out for. They're also one of the main teams, along with Amiga, who need to prove themselves on LAN versus Tier 2 opposition. Obviously, these teams have been given chances in S-tier tournaments and things like that. But it feels like, hey, sometimes things can go wrong over there that shouldn't right now.
Yeah, Yumi, I'm impressed. Like, you're being so humble because we were doubting you about the Fluxo thing, and then they go to 3 maps and they win the whole thing. You could be milking this moment, but you're like, no,
If I was maybe the only person that picked them, then I could maybe feel like I'm the genius. But both our commentators in Tenzurfer also had them to win.
But that's kind of the case for Namiga and you, right?
Well, we're gonna have to dive into it at some point. But yeah, I mean, this next matchup between Sangal and Namiga. I think the trajectories of these teams are always very interesting because Sangal have always been a little bit on the fringe, and with them bringing in Jota to this roster, it really did feel like they just had that extra firepower, that extra punch that I think is required for them to level up quite significantly. But there are other members on the roster that I don't think are, I guess, pulling their weight to make that rung up, I think.
And I mean, if there was anyone who to cause an upset, I think it would be a team like Namiga, right? They've been completely tearing up the Tier 2 circuit. Even after Flamus left them for Gamer Legion, it feels like they're still coming in as a credible threat to pretty much anyone online. Obviously, the questions come through over here. What is the conversion going to be like now that we're on LAN? How well are you going to be calling? How is what I think is a bit of a gimmicky playstyle at times going to be translating through when teams are specifically preparing for you because they've been getting upset by you online again and again and again?
Yeah, but even though right now here, they're not playing online, they are in the comfort of their prac room. So,
And listen, they're very comfortable prac rooms. Shout out to Relog prac rooms right here, guys. This is what we're all about. But that being said, comfortable prac rooms or not, you're still playing in an entirely different environment. And I just don't think some of these players are completely used to that. And when you add in the fact that now you're also going to be in a position where there's so much more pressure, right? I think we can't neglect the fact that this is a $250,000 tournament. This is genuinely life-changing money for some of these people if they're able to crack out and win the thing. And for Namiga, you have a legitimate chance. The pressure is very different to, well, it's a $35K online cup.
Yeah, but in some kind of way, it feels like maybe Sangal sort of have a disadvantage because they are a real international team. They have the Swedish side, they have the Turkish side, and maybe sometimes those are the things that might...
It's 2024, Heku. It's all about the international teams. And LNZ is the guy who's heading this project. You want a new Carrick and you want a new Lexibi? I'm telling you, LNZ's your man.
What? Everyone's talking about Shue. You're taking it LNZ.
Listen, I'm ready for this one, okay? You need to remember, this is the guy who killed national team Counter-Strike, Heku. This is the guy who killed Nif's Swedish dream. Device came out and said, oh, well, we needed to look outside of Sweden to replace him. Everyone was down and out on him. No one believed in LNZ. I believe he's turned this team around. He's the one who's found Jota. He's the one who's found X-Flat. And between him and Jumpy, these guys are killing it.
I want to disappear from this desk.
I want you to disappear too, Michael.
I'm out. I just don't think, listen, as much as there is maybe not as, I'm not going to glaze him that hard, but I will say he is leading in a way that is very conducive to sort of a Cadian-esque system. I think they've legitimately believed that if they're in 3vx scenarios in late rounds, that every single one of them can perform in those types of moments. I think LNZ is doing a good job of instilling that extra confidence in his players where things are getting tough, they perform.
And is there anyone else on that lineup besides LNZ that we should maybe highlight?
Do I have to?
Okay, at least you stay here with me. Like you gotta help me out.
Listen, there are many different players that you can talk about. I think xFloud and Jota are the ones that really steal the show on this Sangal team, whether it was xFloud and his growth as a player from role player to then star player to now being like a secondary star, I think, on this team. But Jota has increased the ceiling, I think, of this roster quite significantly. When I'm saying that they believe that they can win all these 3vx scenarios, usually one of them is also alive.
Yes.
Who do you think got them into the team and got them integrated like that? I'm telling you, man, LNZ the GOAT. But I'm glad that you did bring up xFloud and Jota, because it does feel like these two are going so far beyond what they should be able to, right? This is academy team prospects being brought up, and it's not like they even had these crazy numbers in academy either. It's been a great job of scouting from Sangal to find the two players over here. And listen, they definitely have some weaknesses in the opening department, which I know you want to talk about, Michael, but it feels like having a core rifling duo, in my opinion, might actually be more important in the tier 2 space and having a super standout opper.
Yeah, no, just to touch on what he's talking about, Sammy, for me, I think is delivering kind of shockingly low numbers for a roster like this. I think personally, if we're going to look at Polish AWPers, no one expected Ultimate to do well on Liquid, but Sammy has been around that Polish scene for just about as much time, and for me, it's night and day the difference in just like the composure, the decision making. I think Sammy almost treats his role as like a lurk punisher sometimes, and he makes a lot of really slow and late rotations as a result. I hope it's something that they address coming into this tournament, now that it is like a soft entry into the LAN environment, where they can, I guess, more critically look at him and his indecision in those types of moments. But it is, I think, something that could hold Sangal back.
Yeah, well, it takes 2 to tango, and it takes 2 teams to have a series. On one side, we have Sangal, where he managed to talk about a lot of players, especially ones in particular. But now, let's talk about Nemiga.
Yeah, no, I mean, this Nemiga team, T-Time was right to sort of mention that they're this sort of rising tier 2 squad that have been doing a lot of damage in a lot of online competitions, but I think they've been weirdly overshadowed by, Zero Tenacity, Aurora that we've seen earlier on, maybe even 3D Max as a team that can make that step up. They also do need more exposure to this kind of a LAN environment as well, but they call a very, it may be a sort of a one-trick pony type of style, but they also are probably the most lethal team, I think, at this tournament in slowing rounds down and finding an out if things start poorly.
The thing about Nemiga, which is why I'm a little bit more down on them, is specifically because I did actually think they're very similar to Sangal before, minus LNZ, because they before had Famus and Xanter, right? These very two aggressive, high-fragging individual rifle players, and then that made up for the fact that Khan is honestly quite a low-impact opera, and I think he leans into that as well. But that being said, now that it's just Xanter, it does feel like their aggression, some of their individual plays are a little bit one-sided. And when you lose out on that secondary player, it feels like they don't really have a step 3, right? Step 1 and 2 in their rounds are generally very well programmed, especially on their CT side. You look over towards maps like Anubis, they have great rotations down to put everyone together. But when it comes to step 3, if 1 and 2 go wrong, this team sometimes just looks a little bit lost. And that is only going to be exacerbated with the pressure.
Yeah, maybe I'm watching too much top-tier Counter-Strike where I see star AWPers do well all the time, but I think both these teams actually have a similar problem in that their AWPers aren't really putting up those numbers. I think Khan's role is mainly just a punisher of poor peeking. When you see this guy on a rifle, he actually has good crosshair placement, but on the AWP, he, I think, struggles to I guess, hold his crosshair far enough from an angle where people are going to wide swing. I think he does actually struggle to punish some of those peaks.
And of course, the head-to-head has to be between xFloud and Xanter, because it does feel like, especially when you're starting to change up the map pool a little bit more for Sangal, when they've been trying to integrate Vertigo maybe more into their pool as well, xFloud has looked increasingly impressive with rating 2.1 as well. He's actually had a pretty big spike, obviously coming into things like economy and whatnot, where maybe Jota was slightly inflated. In my opinion, xFloud is the guy on this team. Obviously, that'll vary from map to map, and Xanter on the other side, though, that's not true for him. It does not vary. For Nemiga, this is your man. This is your tow truck that's ramming into the brick wall of Sangal.
You might even say there are X factors in this series.
We got it. But as you already pointed out, the fact that it's really important what map it's going to be. If they're getting like the comfort maps, like the clashes, like maybe like of permabans. So that's the question on everyone's mind right now. What are we getting? Should we expect all 3 maps, a quick 2-0? What's going to be?
So this is where I'm really hoping Sangal actually pick Vertigo and they go for the punish pick. Do we have that? We do have that. Okay, excellent. So Vertigo's been a map they've been integrating a little bit more, and Anubis Decider was sort of what I had for myself. So this is exactly how I thought it would shape out. Sangal's Vertigo has become a lot better ever since the changes came in, and it's funnily enough not because of the changes. It's because LNZ and Jumpy have actually changed up some of the roles on this team. So XFlat, for example, has started moving away from a mid-sided role to much more B, and that's where you're going to have a very interesting head-to-head between him and Xanter as well, who plays that same spot on the T side, and I think that's going to be incredibly influential over here. So Vertigo is what Sangal is hoping is going to be sort of their ace up their sleeve for this entire tournament, because no one likes to play it except for them.
Yeah, I think the real question is, how did they get practice on this map? Nobody is playing this map at the moment in the tier 1 circuit. Tier 2, there's maybe a pops up in like a decider, but no one is that confident on it. I think, you know, as much as you might credit the role shifting and how comfortable they seem to look on it, it actually might just be that all the other teams just aren't getting enough quality practice. So I'm wondering how Sangal are getting it.
Listen, face it, level 10 pugs work, okay? I'm telling you right now, they work. But no, I think people also don't realize what a drastic focus shift it's been, though, for them. Because generally, and I'm sorry I keep harping on XCloud's positional change, he's gone from a 0.9 rating on average in the first half of the year to now 1.2. It's his best rated map now, which is insane for a player to have that sort of evolution. And I really do think this is just them recognizing, you know what, we're an upset team. We're going to be going to some of these tier 1 events as well as being at some of these tier 2 LANs. Let's find people out on the one map everyone hates.
Yeah, everyone likes to specialize on new maps in the pool. Vertigo, I guess, is new in that it's changed, and every person that used to pick it is no longer confident on it. So it's a good staple to bring into tournaments like this.
I mean, but if your goal is like to actually win, do you actually need to be really good at the map, or you just need to be better than the rest?
Is there a difference on Vertigo? Because everyone else is so bad on it sometimes that you just can't tell. It's like, oh, wow.
They may be the best Vertigo team in the world, actually.
Yeah, no one else plays it, so who knows?
I mean, as long as they're not getting against a team that has it as a perma-ban, then like, they should be like all good and fine. But I do wonder, guys, should we expect this to be a quick 2-0, a close to like 2-0, or maybe all 3 maps again with OTs and the whole thing?
I think this is going to be a full 3-map series. I think Ancient for Nemiga is actually probably the strongest map in terms of that stop-start type of calling. Lear, as an in-game leader, does so well to often insert himself and cut rotations. He calls around himself very frequently in those late-round situations. And I think, you know, if I want Nemiga to look as good as they do in some of their online officials, this has to be the map that I think puts teams on notice about them.
I mean, I'm with you on that. I think they take Ancient away, but I think Anubis is where sometimes Lair does struggle to call some of those late-round CT sides, and that's also where I think Khan becomes even more irrelevant than what I might see Sammy be over here. So I just think overall in the head-to-head, it ends up being a 2-1 in the favor of Sangal, especially now that I've seen that Vertigo pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be definitely a really good series. The question mark if it's going to be close. The voices that we will be hearing during the series is Jack and Ted. So let's go to you guys.
Come on, Nemiga!
Well, come on, Amiga. I don't know now. I don't know. It's going to be a tough one, to be honest. I think when we were looking at that series, maybe I'm leaning a little bit towards Sangal here, taking it in a 2-0.
I don't know, man. Sangal are going to win the entire tournament. I don't know.
Okay, right. It's what, game 2, and you're already bringing that one out. All right,
no, game 1 for them. It actually hasn't started yet. But that's going to be a banger. I'm not going to lie. One of the things that I've been really impressed by is the fact that you're looking at those 2 teams. Obviously, there's a lot of history going on there, right? You're looking at 3 best-of-3s that Nemiga and Sangal have played between each other so far this year. And an interesting fact: every single time it's gone to distance. Every single time we've seen 3 maps. And the last 2 times they've actually played against each other, because currently the score is 2-1 in favor of Nemiga. The last time they played against each other in the penultimate time, one of them did go in favor of Sangal, the other one did go in favor of Nemiga. Both times the 2 teams traded map picks. So I'm actually not sure going into this one, you know. We have an Ancient, we have a Vertigo. Vertigo is a nice switch up from what Sangal have been throwing at them, because we've seen a couple Mirages, we've seen nukes, they haven't really worked out. Ancient the last 2 times was picked up by Sangal. Both times it was the pick for an Nemiga, and both times Sangal were able to steal this one away. So I feel like now you're going into that matchup. it's one of those games where obviously Sango have a lot more experience, recent experience when it comes down to big LAN tournaments, with the fact that they played in the most recent season of EPL. There was all those really good games against teams like FaZe, against teams like Heroic, against teams like FlyQuest. You know, getting all those wins that a lot of people probably didn't anticipate from that young group is going to have them on the wave of momentum, so to speak. But I feel like it's been really impressive the fact that those two teams have been not only two of the best teams in the Tier 2 space so far this year, but two of the best teams as well in the RES, right? One thing that we shouldn't be overlooking, Nemiga is the only team that has been able to win more than one RES. They won 3 of them, the first 3 that they played.
The first 3 that they played, they would have had a 100% record, but went into the last one, didn't make it out of groups. Yeah, that has to be respected, right? I mean, when we're looking at them like playing, yeah, it's online, you can say that, but they were just so dominant. And, you know,
Sure.
it didn't matter if it was Vey, if it was Flamus, whoever was in there, they just absolutely seemed to run over everybody that they came up against. But if we're talking about transitioning onto LAN, we're talking about a Sango team who, you know, just a couple of weeks ago at Pro League were turning a lot of heads.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're looking at the individuals, obviously, Heko and the boys at the desk spoke about them. You're looking at the Turkish duo of xCloud and Jota. Obviously, both of them products of that Eternal Fire team, even though Jota didn't make it out of the academy. Well, he eventually did and made it into Sango. xCloud, of course, being part of that main team before joining Project G and now being on Sango. But there has been a lot to speak about, I guess, with Sango recently, and those two were absolutely phenomenal during that EPL stint. With that being said, though, moving into the pistol round, Sango on the CT side of Ension for the first half of action here in Amiga on their own map pick and already making their way in towards middle.
Already making their way out. Molly comes in. And Jota forced back a little bit, but xCloud, he's got a nice little bit of a timing to walk his way in, but will not be able to get out. The door will slam shut on his fingers. Ouch.
Yeah, that one hurt. And you know there could be another player to have crossed in towards red. I wonder, actually. They should know there is a possibility. Khan's position is the one that could be the difference maker right now. And I think if you're an Amiga, you're starting to realize that there could be a bit of a stack going on. Khan hasn't seen any movement in towards CT spawn, and most of the time, you could read into that. 55 seconds, though. They still know they have plenty of time to work with. Jota's still here, though. And he's one that hasn't been spotted out. So that's the issue. You dealt with xCloud. You still need to find one more. You're giving Khan a little bit of time. Issue is, he could be aggressive in towards A-main. He could be towards the back of Donut. The big question is, how many kills does Jota find?
The surprise is going to be there, and the answer is none. Xanter just puts him down. Completely plain and simple. Straightforward and easy. Not looked like an easy shot. Definitely wasn't. And now Amiga just look to hold on. They just have to make sure that they don't fall to the fate of the Julies. The youngster is trying to do his best, do his damnedest, but there was just so many different angles that he tried to cover. And in the end, Khan will put him down. Amiga started off the better. It's a nice pistol, but there was definitely chances for Sango in that.
Yeah, definitely. And as we said, going into this entire first map and this entire series, you're just expecting this one to be a really difficult one to predict, right? There's probably going to be a lot of close rounds. There's probably going to be a lot of close maps. It could go all 3. It could be a 2-0 for Sango. It could be a 2-0 for an Amiga. It's really difficult to predict one like that. And I feel like a big part of it, obviously we did point out that they have a lot of history between each other. When you play a certain team that many times over just a couple of months, you just study them really nicely. And you can put your money on the fact that both Sango and Amiga have done their prep. Obviously, that point that T-Time made about LNZ, I'd say maybe a little bit inflated, but I'm actually a big LNZ supporter and my fan. I like the story. I feel like himself and Jumpy have done a great job. I would probably shift the conversation a little bit more towards what Jumpy was able to bring out of LNZ, right? Shape him up as an in-game leader that then was able to make Sango the team that they are today, right? So I feel like it's a bit of a combined effort from the two of them. Obviously, no need to even speak about or talk about the experience that Jumpy is bringing in. We're talking about someone that's won IM Katowice back in the days with Fnatic, of course, teams like Nord as well. Of course, the G2 Oya team was the most recent one before joining Sango, but it was so obvious when he joined the team that there was instant improvement in just a couple of weeks. And of course, the pickups of Jota and Sami really making it look like a success story. For now, though, focusing on what's going on in the server. A force buy coming in. They did find 1 kill, but That's going to be all that there is to it. And I actually like that decision from Sango, right? You're playing it a little bit safe. You're not going to run into it. You don't have the U2. You don't have the kit. You're just going to hold on to everything that you have. Next one is just going to be a straight-up quote-unquote eco because you're still going to be able to buy into one after regardless. But you get to pretty much replay the force buy with a bonus rifle.
Everything positive, bar the round outcome, really.
Sure.
For the likes of Sangle.
Unfortunately, it's not a Faceit game, so we actually care about that.
We do indeed. A little bit of a problem on the side of Nemiga, it would seem. So hopefully it's a quick issue to fix and resolve. First going round is always entertaining.
Yeah.
Already seeing what Nemiga have brought to the table. 2 MAC-10s and an AWP. This could be interesting with the speed that would be required.
Yeah, you're expecting something quicker. It depends on what the spawns are going to be. And you know, talking about quick, this is another conversation that they were having over at the desk. Obviously, it's been a little bit of time now, a couple months, since Flamus went over to Gamer Legion and Zwei came in to slot in. And for a lot of people, Zwei was a really unknown name. I'd say not a lot of people, maybe 95% of the community, right? Because they bring in a 16-year-old guy that had 3 best of 3s on HLTV prior to joining Nemiga, and those 3 best of 3s for a team called the Vaseline Worms. So we're not going to discuss that any further. But point is, you're bringing in a guy that's quite similar to Flamus in the way that you can put him in the same, let's say, anchoring spots on some CT sites, but it's not as aggressive, right? So you're looking at a lot of other people that need to take the initiative to try and replace him. It's pretty much a similar conversation that we could have had in the previous game with losing Result for Aurora, right? You're losing a guy that in Flamus is not necessarily the full-on entry, because that's always been Xanter, right? But he can enter at times. He can be an aggressive lurker. He can be an anchor. He can do it all, right? He can aggressively anchor, and that's a really vital thing to have on a team. So now you're looking at that Nemiga lineup. You're looking at some of the other names, right? You're looking at Risky Bob. You're saying, okay, he's been put now to anchor, but he's a little bit more passive. So you're probably looking at Lear. Xanter, obviously, he's been a hyper-aggressive element. And I feel like we're starting to slowly see that Zwei, with time, is going to start finding his comfort zone and potentially start showcasing that star potential. Because when you pick up a 16-year-old guy that has barely any officials, you can probably make an educated guess that there is something special that those guys have seen in him.
I mean, we've seen it ourselves when we're talking about the RES 5. He was one of the highest rated players for Nemiga. When
actually, best event of his career so far.
Yeah, and it was one of the first events of his career as well. When he kind of came into that lineup, it was just after Flamus went to Gamer Legion, and he came in swinging, and we were kind of taken aback from what we were watching at the time, because this kid came in and really just kind of lit the world on fire, but it kind of got extinguished a little bit. You know, it's kind of fair to say, if you're looking at his rating over the last while, he's kind of cooled off a little bit, but he's still so young. You know, you can't really be too critical. He's going to be using everything, you know, that's in front of him as a learning experience, and this is going to be a massive one as well. Right?
Absolutely. I mean, you're looking at the players. How many players have been able to jump into playing relatively high-level Counter-Strike at such a young age and just smash it out of bat, right? You're looking at Monacy. You're looking at Dong, and the list probably ends there. I mean, if you don't want to go back in time, right? If you don't want to go, let's say 8-9 years ago to some of the other prodigies, if you don't want to have the conversation, let's say Twist or whatever. But if you're looking at the newer generation, there's only so many guys that are just going to be thrown out there into the tier 1 or tier 2 space in a European scene as well, which is completely different than playing tier 2 Counter-Strike in South America, for example, even though the region has been developing quite nice, and they're going to smash it straight away. So it's always going to be difficult. It's all about seeing that there's those bips and bobs of potential, as you pointed out, the X factor pretty much being in there for that player.
Well, the X factor on the other side, you know, that's we're kind of hinting at it as well. They were talking about that duo, you know, the Turkish riflers of Jota and X-Cloud, and you know, it is great to kind of see the resurgence in X-Cloud as well, because he was kind of being outshone a little bit by his fellow countrymen, which is, you know, there's no shame in that, especially with the numbers that Jota was putting up at one stage in the year.
I mean, you know what's the thing with Jota? I feel like there's a bit of an illusion around this guy. It's because of how long people have known him for, because of FPL. that everyone just accepts that this guy has been playing international and top-level Counter-Strike for more than 5-6 years. Before joining Sango this year, he had barely any experience in professional play, right? We're talking about just Eternal Fire Academy and a couple stand-in games here or there, but nothing too substantial. So I feel like when you're looking at Jota, the fact that EPL was his first LAN ever internationally. Obviously, there's been a couple smaller ones in Turkey, but you're looking at EPL. His performance wasn't bad. He was able to pop off on a couple occasions, and you know, obviously xFlout was the highest rated of the lot. Obviously, he's the most experienced as well, and now stepping into the star roles as well has helped out his performance and the fact that he willingly wants to take that initiative. But I feel like for what it's worth, Jota's been doing a really good job considering how short of a professional career he's actually had properly on this level.
He has definitely been delivering. And it is always a
I'm
good
just
option.
building it up towards the LNZ point.
Yeah.
You just say, you know what? He's the thing.
I'm surprised. I'd be surprised if Tea Time doesn't come in and push you off the mic for that one. Just to,
you know
to
what's
take
the
the
thing?
lead for
You
that.
know, I thought I was going to be the lunatic to bring in that point and just start saying that LNZ is the greatest in-game leader that the game has seen, right? And I'm not even the first one to say it.
Yeah. He got there before you.
No, he did,
You gotta
yeah.
have to have words with him. He really will. It is always a credit though when you've got, you know, so many different pieces of the puzzle that can pop off at any given moment. You know, we didn't even mention Sammy, who was, it was a little bit of a weird pickup, to be honest, and it was one that kind of I was definitely scratching my head at.
I mean, I'd say there's been a couple weird decisions to pick up Olpers from the Polish scene into international teams in the last couple of months, but both of them so far have been relatively working out for different reasons, by the way. Because you're looking at, let's say, Ultimate is the other obvious one that we got to bring out, right? Because it's a pretty similar story. Even with Ultimate, it's even more pressure because Sammy did have a much more, I guess, rich career, and the longevity was a lot bigger when you compare it to the amount of time that Ultimate spent in the Polish scene. But Sammy comes into Sango, they become their best version, they qualify for EPL, they qualify for the RMR, clean in the close qualifier as well, right? Didn't drop anything. 2-0 bleed, both best of ones, no issues whatsoever. I believe it was 1 win in BC game, the teams that they were able to beat. And then Ultimate goes over to Liquid and he starts popping off individually. So yeah, I mean, Sammy has been struggling a little bit individually, but if you're looking at the team aspect of it, the team is winning.
The team is definitely winning. Not right now. I mean, they're a few rounds down.
Oh, no, they're definitely not winning. And neither are we, because we're not watching any Counter-Strike right now, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, we apologize for the slight delay, but hey, it's normal. That's Counter-Strike. That's how things are. It's online, LAN CS. There's always going to be a little bit of an issue going on, but hey, good news is you get to listen to us yap for 20 minutes.
Or bad news.
We have a lot of I'm not. You should up yourself. Yeah, it is bad news. Thankfully, we have a lot of things to talk about, right? Actually, one thing I'm really interested in, because we did have that conversation. I feel like there's a lot of elements that we can discuss when it comes down to Sango. What's your opinion? What's your take on what we heard from the desk about LNZ? Because we've been casting LNZ for a long time, right? You're going back to 2021 when he joined the Young Ninjas to replace ZTR and then into the main team. It's been really long, and a lot of people don't realize that he's still 21 years of age, right? He was only 18 when he went into that NIP team.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's definitely got a wealth of experience behind him, and you know, he definitely has picked up so much, and you can see it. It's very evident that, you know, that he's picked up a lot from his time. It's not just been, you know, he's had a few chances in a few teams, you know, at that high level, didn't take any experience from it and didn't learn from it. You know, he's put it into his style of play. He's put it into his style of calling, and that's why Sango, you know, that's why they were looking so competitive, right? You know, obviously, a little bit of credit has to be given to the players around him.
Sure.
But if the game plan isn't there, if you have all the pieces of the puzzle and the game plan is terrible, nothing's going to work. It doesn't matter how good you are.
Yeah. See, that's the interesting part, because the thing is, LNZ himself, because I've had the chance to talk to him a little bit, so I'm gonna spill a little bit of beans right now. But the thing is, he himself believes that his time on NIP was probably incredibly valuable, even though it was too early for him. So he understands that NIP didn't work for obvious reasons, but he understands that that's helped him out a lot. And the reason I mentioned Jumpy's name, I feel like Jumpy's addition to the team, and this is something that I think the desk hit the nail on the head with, the fact that every single individual on the side of Sango looks confident to go for plays when they're in a 3v5, but not only when they're on a 3v5. Even if you, obviously, we're gonna check it out in the third and final map, but a good example that we can give away, Anubis, you're looking at the way that, for example, Jota's gonna play or default on the T side in towards B lobby. You're looking at the amount of initiative he's going to take. It doesn't matter if they're going for an A play. It doesn't matter if they're going middle. It doesn't matter, well, if they're going for a B play, he's not going to go on himself. But you know what I mean. He's getting a lot of freedom, and it's not only him, it's everyone around the team. And I feel like LNZ is doing a really good job of just allowing his individuals to feel like they can make mistakes. Because obviously, when you make a couple mistakes, that's how you learn, and they're not afraid to go for plays. Like, it's not towards the back of their mind that if they make a wrong move or they think they have a play and it doesn't work out, then they're going to get all the criticism coming out of the in-game leader and the coach. No, I feel like Sango have done a really good job of just creating a really healthy environment within the team where everyone feels safe and everyone feels valued by the in-game leader and the coach and understood and heard. And this is really important, right? Especially when we're talking about the individual performance of, let's say, someone like Sammy, who was at EPL, the lowest rated player, had a, 0.87 rated event, and that was by the old system with ratings, by the way. I'm not going to say the number with the new system because it's just going to be doing them even more dirty. But I feel like when you're struggling individually, the way that your entire team reacts to it is really important, and it's strictly correlated to the fact that, you know, if you can feel that everyone else is being really critical of you, you're probably going to need a little bit more time to recover, or you don't recover ever, right? But if everyone's supportive, if everyone makes you feel like you've been given the opportunity, you've been given the time, the leeway to actually get out of that quote-unquote mini crisis individually, then you're going to find it a lot easier to actually play your game.
That's the thing as well, though, you know, when you're picking up players like that, coming back to the point that you were making, they're not afraid to peek anyone.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, when you're picking up players that are...
A couple Turkish stars from FPL?
Yeah.
They're not going to be
They're
afraid.
never going to be afraid to peek anything. It doesn't matter who's on the other side of it. They are going to swing you, no questions asked. Even if you don't ask them to, they've already swung. But yeah, I think that environment that you were hinting at as well, you know, they've created a really good environment to, you know, not punish players for taking matters into their own hands, not trying to make a play. You have the ability and have the skill, why not try and utilize it? It's not going to work out all the time, just as long as it's not costing you too many rounds.
Yeah, but I think that's been really detrimental. And actually, the comparison, because obviously a couple names were thrown over at the desk, you know, after Mamoon made that point about LNZ, Shui was brought into the conversation. I actually think that there could be a lot of similarities found between the two of them, in the way that they are making everyone on the team feel like they have been given the freedom and the opportunity. And this is how I like describing it. This is when let's say tier 1.5, tier 2 team is trying to implement the same system that, let's say, a team like, well, Mouse, you can't call a tier 2 team, obviously, one of the best teams in the world, but you're trying to implement the system of a team like Mouse, the working ethic and way of a team like FaZe. And I feel like this is the experience that Jumpy is bringing into the table, because he's been on the highest level, right? He knows how the communication should be. And that's what you want. When you have all those aimers, when you have all those really potent players that are skilled individually, you want to make them feel like they can just get unleashed. And obviously, if you're LNZ, you want to be able to use that, right? At times, you're just going to go into a map, you're just going to press tab, you're going to see X-Cloud's 25 and 7, Jota's 20 and 8, and you've won the map.
Of course, still waiting for this technical timeout to be ended. And apologies once again for...
Oh no, you know what? I'm
the
really
wait
enjoying
here.
this. We're having a podcast right now.
Yeah.
It's that's really nice. Obviously, things like that don't really happen only on online. They happen on LAN as well. At least we get to look at the players. And as you can tell, obviously we have our incredible staff taking care of all the issues. Xanther is the one having the problems right now. Obviously, especially after Flamus left, Xanther was the guy that was brought up and had to fill in the shoes of being the big star. Not that he wasn't already, right? But he had his number 2, his trustworthy number 2 of Flamus. And you're looking at the way that Xanther's career has been going. I think is a really interesting one, because obviously all of us are aware that the doldrums of, let's say, the tier top 3 CAS scene are really difficult to get out of, right? Once you get in there, there's a couple of players that just never break through the mold. Xanter was one of those guys that was actually able to break through the mold quite rapidly, right? You're looking at, he's what, only 20 years of age, arrived last December. He played on teams like GMT, In-Game, Trident, Incilio, right? You're talking about the complete doldrums of it all, and yeah, that's how we feel about it. Yeah, that's... You know what? Meditating before a game of Counter-Strike is probably a good idea. You want to be relaxed. You want to empty your mind. Let's have a meditating session, everyone. I want you to relax. Imagine you're on the beach. You hear the waves.
Oh, this wasn't on my bucket list.
Slight wind. You have a cocktail, or if you're underage, a bottle of water by your side. You're just listening.
The beach will do. The beach will do fine.
The beach, the birds, the breeze going right through your hair, or if you're bald, going right over your hair.
Got a little bit too real there for a sec.
Yeah, I imagine I'm there myself. I mean,
Well, yeah.
meditating's good. You don't want to get nervous in a situation like that. Oh, okay. We're awake. There's a little bit of movement going on.
Quick little rest.
Yeah. Imagine someone else, and we didn't see that on camera, someone else just told him, hey, you know what, stay awake. Don't fall asleep.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
not at all.
We got a confirmation. There's, in fact, some internet issues, apparently, ladies and gentlemen. We hope that everything is going to be resolved quite quickly, but you know what? It's all good. We are here. We're not going anywhere. We're going to be here all week, and we're not going to leave you. Even if there's technical difficulties, myself and Jack, we're always going to be here.
Always going to be here.
Always going to be here. You're never getting rid of us. And I think there might be a little bit of development. That thumbs up, I hope that's a good sign. I really do.
I'm waiting to see a thumbs up from the other room, though. That will definitely put my mind at ease.
Yeah, I don't know people are even sat on their PCs in the other room, so we
Yeah.
might have to wait out a little bit longer for this one. But yeah, in case you're just joining in the tournament, or joining in the stream, actually, you can't join the tournament, unfortunately. It's not open. It's invites only and qualification. You've already missed the deadlines for that. But in case you're just joining in the stream, folks, just to run through the program that we have for the day. Obviously, it's a pretty exciting, pretty packed week of Counter-Strike that we have going on today, October 16th, first day of the competition. Is going to be, 4 days in total of the RES Regional Champions 2024. The first half of the year was full of European events, all of them, of course, online, all of them regional European, South American events, and a couple teams were able to qualify through winning or, getting a lot of points through those events. And now we have 8 teams here, 2 groups. We're following Group A in the first 2 matchups of the day. Then we have Group B for the 3rd and 4th. It's going to be Dwayne and Jay stepping in for myself and Jack, of course. We already saw how Fluxo were able to take down Aurora in the first game. Now we have Sango taking on Nemiga. And later on, Jack, it's going to be a really interesting one. We have Team Solid playing against Paravision. And then we have Fnatic playing against the X-Bleed, a.k.a. Unpaid, right now. And we did see them, the T-shirts.
Yeah.
Absolute class.
Yeah, they are. They are.
Yeah.
That's
I
gonna
asked
be-
if they can hook me up with one, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, to that I would say with what money, but you know, I think that joke's going to be made a lot later. But yeah.
Right, yeah. So, ladies and gents, I think, though, we are getting a quick update. Unfortunately, it's not the update that we were hoping for. Unfortunately, we're going to have to send it into a bit of a prolonged break because we don't know what's going on the technical side of things. I guess, worry not, our staff is on the case, so hopefully it's going to get resolved quite quickly. Stand by, stand in front of the PCs. We could be back any moment now.
Respect from 1xBet. 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 Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I told you it's going to be a short one. Apparently, we just had the issues while myself and Jack were talking, and then we sent it into a break and we were done in 2 minutes. So, for those of you that are just joining in, you haven't missed anything. Well, you missed a pistol round and an anti-eco, but nothing more than that. Sango and Nemiga still not really getting into the depths. Of course, it's Ted and Zerfer on the mics here, and we are ready to get back to it, hopefully.
Hopefully. Hopefully. We've been waiting around for a little bit, but it looks like everything is going to be sorted in just a moment.
Imagine it's one of those moments we just go back into the broadcast and someone just types exclamation tech. They're like, well, now my keyboard stopped.
Yeah.
You absolutely have to love it. But no. We're just joking. Should be able to jump into the server straight away. And hey, there we go. We are going to get to watch some Counter-Strike after all. So for those of you that missed it, what happened was, just a brief abridgment, Nemiga won the pistol, won the second, but Sango forced and saved all 5 plus a Galil. So that explains the money situation. 3 SMGs, a Galil, a Desert Eagle, and it's just an eco after all. They're still going to get to buy in the next one regardless.
Already a nice opening kill, and make that 2 as Clear coming out the gates swinging, and Sango, quite simply, are absolutely no match. Let's not forget they were saving for this round. They lost absolutely nobody. Kept all 5 alive, managed to pick up a rifle, just guessed incorrectly. Everybody else was the other side of the map. So they were playing this one and running this one back, but it's the exact same result, unfortunately for them. As of right now, Risky Bob might be in a little bit of trouble in a moment. He could be pinched here by the 2 remaining Sango players. Comes down to a timing, and well, he is going to get that one wrong.
Didn't see the second. That's a bit of an issue. Xanter still hit it with the bomb. They're going to clear out the A bomb side. It depends on how much the rotations are going to get baited in, though.
Xanter has the bomb here. There's a rotator. Samey picking up 1 will make it doable, but you still don't know that Xanter is going to walkabouts over towards this B bomb site. But is Khan calling him back? Youngster dropping that gun away, giving away the sound cue, and Khan is just going to shut him down. And well, that is going to be Nemiga picking up yet another one.
I'm not sure if those are good signs, by the way. I think we're back into another technical pause.
Hopefully this one is quicker.
Oh, did you catch that?
No.
I think that was Jota, right? That Jota on the left. He opened. He had his notes, his prep for the game on an alt tab.
Yeah, see, a lot of players kind of do that. It's easy to, you know, kind of pull it up mid-game. Saves it from printing out the paper.
Yeah, talk to me about that, boy. I know, I'm old-fashioned. There's something about a good page of information. Just like it.
Just a good page.
Yeah.
And on it, or just...
No. Good page of prep.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, not just an A4 blank. Yeah.
Not like a good blank page.
Unless you know how to make an airplane out of it. Or a boat.
That's, yeah, I mean, we're getting a nice insight into how your schooling went as a child, but let's see.
I never learned how to make any of those. Well, thankfully, we are ready to jump right back into it. So this technical timeout didn't take too long, and now we finally get to see the first buy round. Sami on a nope, a name that we brought in multiple times in the pre-game, one that we're expecting a lot of going into this one, expecting to see an improved performance when you compare it to what we saw in towards EPL. Early on, Youngster is going to take a lot of damage because of that spam.
X-Route is going to be the first casualty for Sangl. And not an ideal first gun round really for Sangl on this side. Nemiga found that opening kill, looking for a little bit more here. Xander, he's just going to be patient. The fight might come to him, and he's maybe thinking about it. They aren't just going to be playing the setup. Youngster spotting for that information. LNZ going to be waiting in the wings. See if they can bait one in and nullify this advantage.
Yeah, you actually don't feel that uncomfortable right now, right? You don't really feel like you need to make a move if you're Sango. You have an alright setup in towards the B bomb side. You can just isolate the fight in towards cave and let them make their way into the bomb side from lane. Just fight for the cave position. You have the AVP position in towards Donut. And just now, Jota's going to start making his way back towards red. If this ends up being a B play, the CTs are actually quite nicely set up. A lot of damage inflicted onto Youngster. He's going to get mollied out. That's a big pickup.
Now maybe LNZ's chance to strike it. He will strike two down as well. Looking good here for Sangl. This script has been flipped in this round. You know there's one over towards A. No idea where the bomb is on can. That's Risky Bob just trying to sell the fake a little bit here.
One more.
But you don't have a lot of time here. Can needs to find this kill and try and get this bomb down. Once he falls, that's the round with it. And Risky Bob will even fall for good measure. Sangl will get that one done. And Nemiga's usual, you know, kind of friend that slowing the game down and making the other team play, this time it goes against them.
That's when you realize you're playing against a really high-level opposition in terms of the way that they understand and read the game, though, right? Sangl are going to be making a lot of moves on the CT side, and they're going to be hyper-aggressive in the way that they look for information if they need to, if they really need to, right? They're not going to be doing it just because they're in a 4v5. Even in a 4v5, you can find some level of comfort, and Sangl did it absolutely perfectly. And one thing that we kind of overlooked, I mean, Nemiga's money wasn't great to begin with, and the fact that they don't get a bomb plan out of this means that they're downgraded to just the pistols.
Not an ideal situation, especially after, you know, being 3 rounds to the good. But you are just saving for that rainy day that's coming in the next round. Trying to pour on the pressure though with these bullets, with these pistols. The boost spotted. Can playing a risky game, sticking around up on top there, but gets away with it, gets away as well. If they can get a bomb plant out of this round, this would be perfectly ideal for Nemiga. And they're going to try their hand over towards this B bomb site, but the setup from Sangl right now just looks too good.
Yeah, the main goal right now is just try and get 1 or 2 guns out of their hands. Probably going to be a complete mop-off. Lear has 1 flashbang to work with. It has to be the best flash in the world.
Well, it has to be the best flash in the world, and Youngster is playing anti-flash right now, so Flash is going to come in, they're going to try and rain on through. He was playing anti-flash, but terrified that maybe they were just coming through on a contact. They will pick up 1 kill, Nemiga, but it's simply no match for Sangl's rifles there. Playing it simple, easy eco. And Sangl getting back into this game now, but gonna face another tough test.
Yeah, one thing that you're gonna have to kind of eventually learn how to deal with is LNZ in towards cave, right? He's that type of an in-game leader that's gonna put himself on some maps in those positions where he can be proactive as possible. And that's the good part about having someone like Jota, who's gonna be able to hit heavy even while he's anchoring, right? Because the in-game leader gets to be a little bit more active. It's kind of what Lear is doing as well on his T sites. We have a lot of active in-game leaders here in the tournament in general. Obviously, we had that conversation with Lackey. We had the same conversation with Art as well in the previous game.
Risky Bob Making a risky move here, but he's following
God.
Joe so closely. That timing really just made a massive difference to Sango's chances in this round. Bomb not being stuck just yet. Now it is. Spam is going to do a lot of damage. Not going to be enough to take him down, but the bullets will have to do. X-Floud's double all of a sudden puts Sango in the driver's seat of this round, but they still need to drive forward and get past the two remaining Nemiga players. Risky Bob. Spam is going to be perfect. Nade exposing one more player as that smoke begins to fade. Youngster drops his now on that bomb to try and bait out the fights. Not going to see anybody swinging through. All he's hearing is bullets whizzing all around him until they whiz into the place exactly where Nemiga needed, in his brain.
A little bit discombobulated at times, right? You're looking at the way that the round actually started for the T's. It was looking like everything's going to fall into place. You get a 1-for-1 refrag in towards that A, or in towards that B bomb side on the Oper. Sammy opens things up, goes down straight away. Then the timing through the cave smoke. That's the kill from Risky Bob. That just opens up the bomb side. It's all on X-Cloud though. Timing on the fade of the smoke works out absolutely perfectly for him. Able to find the second kill. And then Risky Bob in his way. Able to save it up. Of course, we had that conversation about the youngster of his way. This is the first LAN event of his career, and we did mention that he had a massive performance in the third event title that Nemiga had in the RES. 121 was the number back then. That's still the highest rated event of his career with Nemiga up to date.
Right now, Nemiga looking really good on this T side. We have kind of talked about this, Ancient, and said that they needed to look quite good because Vertigo is not going to be straightforward. Not at all.
I mean, both teams have struggled massively with picking up their own map picks in the last couple times that they've played against each other, so you never know. I mean, as we said, this is that type of a series that both teams could 2-0 it, both teams could lose it 0-2, both teams could win the first map, drop the remaining two. Anything could happen here. It's all about who's going to be better prepared and who's going to be having a better day, and so far on Ancient, it kind of feels like Nemiga have been able to get the better of their opponents, at least at the start, at least in the first 6, now 7 rounds of action. Another opening kill, plus the damage inflicted onto Youngster, plus the low amount of Yuto on the CT side, even with the amount of bodies towards B, it's still not the right place. Amy's all alone, but he has to find more than one.
A really good position, though, to just find one and get away. You say he needs a little bit more, but just keeping himself alive over towards that A bomb site is a big enough threat to send Nemiga packing towards this B bomb site. Trying to pull a few rotations here. Sangle now are going to begin to move.
Steps.
Youngster is the last player rotating away, and now he realizes Nemiga are already out, though. They can just get this bomb down. They've played Sangle like a fiddle, and Santer, he's looking for a little bit more. Trades are going to be absolutely perfect. Just make sure that the CTs do not gain back any of this control. But Jota and Sammy, they're still not out of this clutch just yet. 2 versus 3, and while Sammy is just waiting for his chance to strike, which he will, but he'll leave Jota now completely alone, completely isolated, no kit, no time, and so many different angles for Nemiga to be playing around, and the T's just picked them apart completely.
It's a great round, late round from Zwei once again, by the way, but it's all about the idea, right? All about keeping Sango guessing, and that's the conversation that we had towards the start of this. Sango are not going to over-rotate. Sango are most of the time not going to make any maneuvers that are not forced to make. This was probably one of the examples. Sammy just felt like it was just going to be a delayed A play, right? Everyone started rotating away. They felt like they missed the timing because they did, and then tried to just force their way back into it the moment that obviously they recognized there was a split second of them maybe being able to catch a timing to go for that fight before the T's got comfortable in the post plant and on the bomb side. Nearly works out for them. Gave it a good bash. Unfortunately, a good bash is not quite going to cut it. Nemiga have been doing a really good job, and of course we did hear some words from Micah on the desk that he's been a big fan of Lear's calling, the way that Nemiga have been slowing things down, pacing themselves over the rounds, and that round was a great example of it all. Which is nice, because we know that Nemiga have the firepower. The main issue with that team probably on a lot of occasions when it comes down to the lack of consistency has been probably the lack of structure in some moments. Some of the individuals making unnecessary moves at times, I guess you could say, so far. We've not really seen a lot of that. It's been quite disciplined.
Disciplined approach here from Nemiga once again. Pistols trying to wreak a little bit of havoc, but yeah, the rifles, as you would expect. Easily getting the job done here, and we're probably looking at a 6-2 scoreline here for an Amiga. Sangal really in a little bit of hot water. Their CT side is just not really held any weight whatsoever. Has buckled a lot of times, and something needs to change relatively quickly. But I'm still not quite sure what they're going to really try and adjust to, what they're really going to try and go for.
Sure.
And it is because of the approach of Amiga. Nice shot there from LNZ. Trying to maybe pick off a few more players if he can make it. Somewhat expensive for an Amiga. His money isn't perfectly ideal, but it's just the one for him. And if we are talking about Amiga, right, you know, it is that kind of slow approach. It's that kind of slow play, that slow style that really Sangal have been caused a few problems by.
Yeah, it's kind of like they're dragging you to the deep, right? On a lot of occasions, you'd wish for them to make a decision a little bit quicker, but they always get the best timing when they're a lot less comfortable. So let's see. We go forward, another buy round, another opportunity for the side of Sango. And if you pick it up here, you can still make a respectful score happen here in the first half. But if this one doesn't go your way, if this one goes the wayside, then you're in a whole lot of trouble. This is a really good opening kill from Youngster.
It was, until he's traded right on back, and that's going to put a lot of pressure on LMZ himself. Smoke's not going to do him really too many favors because the T's can still kind of lurk around them, but that's only if they want to take the risk. Xcloud's going to take a risk here, peeking down, and actually doesn't get punished. Can maybe should have had that shot, and Amiga maybe should have had an advantage.
Yeah, a bit of a missed opportunity there. It's going to give away a little bit of information as well. You know, there was a couple of rifles in towards the B-bomb side. Now you spot the Oper. The only issue is you don't really have a lot of vision in towards middle now that you've let go. So the more time it passes, you're going to feel like you need to make a move. And what a one-tap. That is from Xanter. Looking for another one. Oh, posted. Jigga was perfect. Xanter is looking really good. You don't want to give him fights. We know what he's capable of. Yuto comes in, Sammy right through the smoke. He's going to shut down another one, but it's Xanter all the way. Finally shut down by Joda, but that's opened up a path in towards the bomb side and into a bomb plant at least.
Yeah, at least. With that kill, that might have just sealed it. Joda might think about going for it, but he'll rattle off a shot and he will just rattle on away. Namiga, once again, just getting the better of Sangal in so many different positions, but that is just an incredible round there from Xanter. Two beautiful shots, really. The trade there, effective. And they get that B-bomb site. It's competitive rounds, though. Like Sangal, they're getting there or thereabouts to a round, but the scoreboard, it just doesn't really reflect it.
No, it doesn't show it that much. Even if they have a right idea, even if they have a good call. I mean, look at some of those shots. Look at some of those finds coming out of Xanter. There's just great awareness all the way. Fantastic pre-fires coming out of him. As we said, highest rated player of this team in the majority of the events that they've won so far, right? We talked about the 3 titles that they have here at the RES. Obviously, one of them, he was the highest rated player in the entire tournament. The other time, he wasn't the highest rated player in the entire tournament, but they won it, and he was the highest rated player on his team. You're looking at the title that they had in the Hellcase Cup as well. Again, an event that he did really well on. So you're kind of looking at Xanter. I don't want to say as a win condition, but I'm saying it.
Straight up B-rush here, and Xanter, that win condition already up on the site, but the flashes are making this one so difficult. The pistols are getting a whole lot closer, and the protocols in place to set up and stop this play from Namiga, who are down to just 2. Risky Bob trying to rescue this one and pull this one out of the fire, but instead gets burned by the deagle of Xcloud. And Khan left waiting for the smoke to dissipate on this B-bomb site. But the chance at this round surely has been and gone. And Sangal, they needed a little bit of good fortune. They needed something to go their way. It looks like they finally got it, unless Khan has other ideas.
It has to be a spectacular clutch, though. Bear in mind, that was just a half buy for the CT side. T's might have rushed into it a little bit too much in towards that B play, and now Khan needs to try and clutch up on the AWP. HE not going to go close enough. It's actually going to go too deep to get that kill into the low HP player. Switching guns, caught in between a couple mines. There goes the peaks. Now he spotted 2 of them. Open towards that first line. Long player of xFlout, low on HP, playing a nasty off angle there. And the Digo is the one to finish it off. It's a hat trick for xFlout. And a tactical timeout for the side of Nemiga, apparently. We hope it's a tactical timeout.
I think it is. So I think we're good. We're safe. Nemiga not so safe going up onto that B-bomb side. That's a really good hold, to be honest, especially with what Sango we're bringing to the table, man. That was looking like it could go horribly wrong at certain moments. And sometimes you just need a round like that. It doesn't have to be pretty. It doesn't have to be, you know, one of those ones that you're definitely guaranteed to win, but you win that round all of a sudden.
That's when you get a reminder as well if you're an Amiga, right? You know that when you're playing against a team like Sango, most of the time you're not just going to steamroll them unless you stay as focused as possible throughout the entire map. There is a lot of potential on the Sango team. There's too much firepower to just disregard it and say, hey, you know what, they have pistols, they don't have Util, we can go for a B play. Just go for the pop. On the back of a tactical timeout, looks like they might be going for another one. This time a little bit quicker.
Yeah, this time you've got two players close towards the ramp, though. Everybody completely blind by the flashes of the T's this time, but Youngster standing tall, doing a lot of damage to his Y as well, but just cannot confirm that kill, which would have surely confirmed the round. Instead, we've got a 2 versus 2 that we must play out, and xFlout already past that smoke, already quite deep over towards long, but this is the fight here that Zwei needs to win. Yoda will shut him down, as Khan. He has two Turkish demons on the other side that he needs to take care of, but he's going to have to do it without any support whatsoever. Smoked off as he's trying to creep on through, and they don't realize it just yet. He misses the opportunity. Defuse still being stuck, and Khan will have to watch this one go by. He'll even lose his prized possession along with the round.
Oh, there's no way. That's how difficult it is to sometimes hit a shot from behind, right? It's what a blunder that is. But there's just the player coming in, he didn't know that you were coming in from behind. He's just moving around. Really difficult to predict those moves, and a big miss there. Definitely doable. Had a perfect timing going through that smoke, but a lot of praise has to be put on Youngster's name, man. That triple kill, even the dink is way onto his way. It's the only reason they were able to win the round at the end of the day. One of the names that we haven't really mentioned too much, especially now that he's been put in a lot of those anchoring supportive roles as well. Not a lot of responsibility, I guess, on the shoulders of the youngster. Quite literally a youngster. Excuse the pun. But he did pass that first test in towards the B-bomb side with flying colors.
I mean, first test. It's the last round of the second half now. So I don't think he's going to be tested too many more times in that situation anyway.
I mean, it was his first opportunity to deliver that type of a triple. The other times he was just shut down. Spammed a couple times, naded, flashed into oblivion. That was a good one, though.
The life of a B player there. Pretty much in a nutshell. He's going to get another opportunity in this round. He's over towards A. And the execute is going to rain on over. Yoda is going to be surely the first point of contact. As he's waiting to see if anybody is going to rear their head. He was looking for the boost there a moment to go. Lear with a nice shot to open up mid, which is going to worry Youngster just a little bit, but Yoda doing a really good job of just locking in these kills. Youngster will do his job, and that is just plain, simple, and straightforward for Sangle. They win a pistol round, and all of a sudden, all the dominoes fall into place. And you can see how hyped up they're getting about that one. 5 CT rounds is nothing to turn your nose up at.
Yeah, you know how much this one means to them, right? We were looking at this first half at one point and we were saying, well, that could have been double digits even for Amiga, right? That was incredibly one-sided at one point. And then it all comes down to that 7-2 round. That round that they pick up on the back of the triple kill with the Deagle from xFlout in towards the B-bomb side. And now suddenly you've made a 7-5 out of this. This is incredibly doable. This doesn't look like a clean cut for an Amiga anymore. It's a slight recovery towards the end. And coming back again, making another reference to the previous game, we had a similar story with Fluxo where they would need a little bit of time to come back into the server. It just feels like it was such an obvious difference maker for Sango to pick up that one round on the half-buy, right? It just skyrocketed their chances up, and sometimes that's what you need. You're just struggling to pick up the first sequence, and then the moment that you get 2 in a row on the CT side, you get the money going, then it just feels like you're playing a different game.
It's like that, you know, that light bulb moment, that kind of eureka moment that you're just looking and, yeah, everything seems to go your way after that. It's a weird game. It's a weird even thought to be having that is literally somehow a possibility.
Yeah.
And more so a probability at times. Back underway with the pistol. Sangle to get this one. We definitely have a game on our hands, and Nemiga might be feeling a little bit sorry for themselves. This was
running through the smoke. You love it. It's the good old, we smoke red, we split A. Through there, actually, it's going to be a B split. They've just shown themselves, and Lear is going to be so close. They're never going to be ready for this. How many does he take, though? There goes one. Xanter's dropped another one in towards the B bomb side, and it's actually not Lear. It's Xanter they need to be worried about. Scratch that. They need to be worried about all of them. One after the other. They bite the dust, and it's Xanter with a triple to seal the deal. Another pistol round.
Yeah, really good pistol as well. I mean, just reading into it, and just the fact that he doesn't bite down when he's sat in the corner there, right? You know, Lear, he's in that situation where he can read exactly what's going on here. They were kind of thinking about wrapping, but it was always going to be a B play there. Just having the intelligence, knowing not to shoot, not to fire, knowing that he could sneak into a position behind to strike. Or at least be a distraction for the rest of them. There are not really going to be too many distractions on the side of Sangle in terms of shiny weapons that they can buy. It is just straight up clocks here. And at least Khan is being a man of honor. You know, he's pistol versus pistol.
There was an interesting conversation to be had when it comes down to Khan, right? Obviously, I actually quite agree with the point that was made on the desk, the fact that Khan's got, especially for an opener with a rifle, he's got great crosshair placement when it comes down to it. He's always been a really potent player when it comes down to his play with the pistols, his play with the rifle. Open has been a little bit inconsistent, right? And I think a lot of people have the bar quite high because a lot of people associate Khan with his performance to get Nemiga into I Am Chengdu, right? A lot of people are associating him with the performance that he had in the close qualifier earlier this year, which was an incredible performance, one of his best events so far, up to date, but he has found it quite difficult to transfer all of that into some of the other tournaments that Nemiga have been playing across the year now. It is a given that he's only playing his second LAN right now of the year, so he might just be a LAN opener. Might be a LAN player.
Might just be. What a LAN to find out that he is going to be a LAN operator. I mean, this would be the one to do it. Lear getting aggressive, thinking about it anyway. That molly is going to make it a little bit difficult. This risky Bob will claim that double. The CTs begin to light up that kill feed, and Sangle just being punished in so many different positions, so many places, mid, B, you name it, and they are having problems. And Yoda, when the dust settles, he stands alone. A 1 versus 3, though, that doesn't seem too far out of the question, especially when you take into regard the separation between the remaining 3 players.
Yeah, you can isolate the fights. Question is, do you hard clear that right-hand side angle? Answer is yes. First one, as clean as you'd like it. Question is, do you find a second and potentially a third? Khan is already making his way back towards the B-bomb side as well. So even if you get a bomb plan out of this, you're going to be in a 1v2. Over misses the shot. Oh, nearly. Risky bomb. That would have been absolutely insane.
He had a chance, though, didn't he? He had an absolute chance at that one. If that first bullet was accurate, that was all over. When you give him a chance to shoot like that, that really could have went any which way. Still, though, Nemiga picking up that round, losing a few pieces towards the end, a few cracks maybe, but nothing to be overly concerned about. And the cracks beginning to show in Sangle's economy here. Everything into this pistol play, which is going to be a little bit of a set piece over towards the B bomb site. They're getting set up and ready. This is going to be relatively quick here. Xanter needs to get that reload off, and Lear needs to try and get on back. Do the CTs want to fight for the site here, or do they want to give it up completely? They decide to stick around and fight, and it looks like it was the good option. They lose the first, but they win every single next one that comes their way. Youngster, he's got the bomb on his back, and he's going to go down for nothing. LNZ was the man that was utilizing from the laneway. And now he's going to have to utilize that big brain of his. P250, 2 low players. There's chances.
Good catch timing on the high HP. Did he spot out Zway? That's the question. Don't think he did. Oh, now he definitely has caught a glimpse of him. They will be aware of Cave being a possibility, though. It's just going to be a game of timings. And yeah, Zway is going to get the right one. LNZ goes down. The B defense stands tall here for an Amiga. A bit of a switch of pace coming out of Sango, trying to hit him with the set piece. The moment that the Tech-9 drops the first player, you're thinking they could be in a whole lot of trouble. Xanter with a key double kill to install a little bit of security in that defense. We're going to check it out on the replay as well. The moment that xFlow shuts down Lear, you might be thinking there's something more to this round, but impeccable turret-like defense coming out of Xanter. And that's the conversation we were having. We're talking about Jota in the sense of him being a player that you can put in all those positions and you can still rely that he's going to bring in all that firepower and he's still going to have star player numbers. Well, it's the same conversation we could be having with Xanter, right? Xanter has some really good CT side spots across the map pool. He's not a star player in any means when you look at only the positions he's playing. Yeah, he's the entry, but he's the old school, I guess, understanding and interpretation of what an entry is, right? Is the guy that goes in first, and then on the CT side, he's just going to be anchoring bomb sites. And Xanter is that type of a guy that you can just put on an anchoring position. He's still going to be able to deliver massively. Multi-kill potential is absolutely insane there.
Off the charts, xFlow, this is lovely. The flashes are absolutely perfect, but he can only claim 2. Risky Bob needs to be traded on out, and Amiga forcing the issue through Cave burns a lot of their players down low. Their only remaining players down low. A moment of brilliance from xFlow. Set up for success, obviously. That has put Sangal into a winnable position. It looks like it's denied Amiga 12 for now. But it kind of does come down to if Namiga actually want to roll the dice on this one. But I think it is just a little bit too much of a gamble.
Yeah, I feel like you just called it off. You're pressing top, you're looking at the money situation. If you save right now, you're not really working with any loss bonus either, so the only way you're going to have an investment going forward is if you hold on to both those M4s. And even then, there could be a couple questions, but yeah, Lear can drop one over, Count can purchase for himself, so you're going to have a pretty alright investment. Xanter can drop over a FAMAS, let's say, or even an M4, so we're going to check it out on the replay here. xFlow with a lovely double in towards mid. Those are... This is a game that you can really dissect if you look into the timings of which the mid fight is happening, right? Looking at the timings of when they're breaking open the smokes, when the shelf peak is coming in from the T side, from the CT side, in terms of the push in towards Cave. Might look a little bit chaotic, might look a little bit random at times. There is a reason that you tried the same thing 2 rounds ago, it doesn't work, and now that you try it, xFlow just kills 2 people that are not even looking towards him. I mean, the first was, but all that he got was just a straight-up bullet between the eyes. Still, Namiga, not a bad position to be in. I believe another tactical timeout coming in here to have a bit of a conversation. Obviously, you don't want to let Sang go back into this one. We did talk about, obviously, there's going to be a bit of a psychological factor as well, I believe. When you've played against the same team so many times, and the last 2 times you've picked Intuition, and both times you've lost it, if you're able to actually get away with a comfortable win here on the side of Namiga, that's surely going to make you feel really good about yourself, and then you never know. I mean, Vertigo is supposed to, on paper, be a punishment pick for Sango, and I really agree with what the desk was saying about, I guess, the high IQ being shown by Sango when it comes down to this map, and they're really utilizing the fact that not a lot of teams are Vertigo specialists necessarily recently. But we still have seen only 4 maps out of Sango when it comes down to Vertigo, so if you're looking at Namiga's good performance right now, you could be considering their chances going forward as well if they're able to bring it forward, and that smoke in towards middle is not really going to help your case.
Not at all. Not by design. xFlow. Oh, Risky Bob going to get right in his face. And once again, xFlow picking up a kill over towards middle. Traded out this time, though, so he won't be able to wreak the havoc that he did in the previous round. Sangal still trying to inch closer to Namiga. Still a couple of steps behind. Still no idea where they want to end up in this round. Still weighing up their options. Namiga quite split on the defense, have a little bit of information over towards B for now. Is it going to be enough to pull a rotation? Lear, he's the man maybe calling for them if he needs it, feeling a little bit of pressure now. Sangal begin to slow it down for a moment. And LNZ decides not to peek even on that reload.
They're trying to bait them in for a play. It's really important how the fight in towards the A-bomb side goes, though. They still have that one flank in towards A, man. If Jota's able to find something, whatever, in towards A, if he's able to drop that Oper, this is going to be a massive difference maker. LNZ, I believe he spotted the gun barrel. He's going to go for the kill and finds the first one.
Perfectly timed flash gives him a second chance at
Hope's still
life,
here.
but yeah, you run right into the jaws of the Opper, and Khan, he's looking for a little bit more, knows Yoda is going to be out, and now he can just get away. It's all about surviving right now. He's done the hard work. He just needs to try and stay alive and allow those rotations to come on in from his teammates, and while the rotate's not needed, Khan will get it done. How's that for a low impact Opper?
Yeah, that's the highest impact it could get out of him, right? I mean, it's the first round we're actually seeing him go absolutely nuclear with Yo, but what an important one is it? Gets a 4K, had a couple impactful ones with the pistols and the rifles as well, but this is going to be the difference maker. First the refrag in towards middle, then LNZ finds that kill. You were thinking there could be an opportunity for them, but can't. Look at that. The second shot was most definitely the hardest one of them all, or the third, shall I say, in the entire round. You get a 4K out of your Oper, 12-6 lead on your map pick. You better be feeling damn good about this one. And Sango didn't even get a bomb plant, so they're going to be running a little bit light on Yuta when weapon, or even on some of the players.
Need success now in every single round if you're Sangal, but it's already started off disastrously. Xanter putting up a monster of a wall that Sangal simply cannot get past for now. And you still have two more players behind him, but they're not even needed. Xanter is just picking them off one by one, and they're all falling down. Nemiga looking dominant right now in map 1 of this series. Sangal, they look stunned after this opening engagement, after these opening duels, opening fights, and it's a clean 1-2 finish. The RES monsters, they're here on LAN.
Yeah, they are here on LAN. 3 times champions online. They tune in, they turn up in the studio, and they bring in the same performance that we might have expected, even better than what we might have expected. Everyone stepped it up. Xanter with a couple good moments. Lear called in an absolute masterclass of a game. Zway had his moments. Khan as well stepping it up with that 4K with the AVP towards the end. I don't think you're looking at this map and thinking there could have been anything more to ask of that Nemiga team.
I don't think so. Like, that is probably exactly how they drew it up. You know, obviously, if you get a 13-0, you know, they're not going to be saying anything about it. But look, weren't really caused too many problems whatsoever. It seemed to have an answer to absolutely everything. I think Sangal are going to be, you know, feeling a little bit sorry for themselves. And, you know, you make a good point about, you know, we've only seen them 4 times on this Vertigo, so we don't really know what's going to happen. And teams have struggled to pick up their own map pick in this series previously, so only time really will tell. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to send it into a little bit of a break. We will be right back with that Vertigo. We'll see if Sangal can turn it around, or will Nemiga prevail in game 1.
Respect from 1xBet. 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 Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Challenge. Let's see how many seconds it takes to finish. Let's go. Let's start. Harika.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payout.
A 13-6 on Ancient as Nemiga draw first blood in the opening series. The second opening series, of course, of Group A. Ladies and gentlemen, Sango looking a little bit shell-shocked. One map in. Jack, we expected a lot more, especially on a map that they've played a couple times against the same opponent. They've been able to beat them so far 100% of the times, which is, again, twice, but still a good record. So, yeah, going into Vertigo, what are our expectations? I mean, we got everything good and positive that we wanted to see out of the Nemiga camp, didn't we?
Yeah, look, I think this is going to be a tough one for Sangal really to get into, to be honest. If we're looking at the way that, Sangal played in that first map, you can see there's a little bit of hype behind them. There's going to need to be a lot of it in this game if they want to turn this series around, even though, it's been a map, Vertigo, that, it's been okay for them, but there's been some, weird results in there as of late. They haven't played it so many times at all. We're talking 4 times. Last time out, they got dominated by Passion UA on it.
And that was more than 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, and then before that, you're talking, another 2 weeks before that, where you got a 16-12 victory over FlyQuest. Yeah, might have played, some good CS in there, but Vertigo, it's just too random for me at the minute.
Okay, so we're not getting the conviction, let's say, that we got from the desk from you. I'm not feeling the same energy, not the same level of conviction that Sango were definitely going to break through the mold with that Vertigo. Of course, there definitely is a chance. We did see a bit of motivation coming in from LNZ before the start of this. You want your captain to have the good spirits before map 2 like this, but the pistol round already starting off. It's going to be a B split on the cards here for Nemiga, as LNZ is going to be the first point of contact in towards that mid position.
Here's the first point of contact, receives a little bit of it, and then backs up and backs away. X-Floud getting aggressive with those Julies, trying to pick apart a few pieces, but Nemiga, every step of the way, you just cannot count them out, and somehow, someway, they find 3 kills. They're in on a bomb site. They've got a 4v2 on their hands. And Youngster and Sammy might have a little bit of a crossfire set up, but Nemiga are continuing to force the issue. This might go against them. One wrong step, and you'll walk into the crosshair of the CTs. Then this becomes very doable indeed. But Crossfire just too strong, mounted, and that is another pistol round for Nemiga.
Kind of showed up to play, man. We gave him so much criticism. I say everyone has been so critical of Khan in the last couple of months. He's played a great map 1, and now he finds the triple kill in the second pistol round. This is Khan playing only his second LAN event with Nemiga, and so far it's been really good, right? Going back to what we talked about on Ancient, it might have not been a lights-out performance all in all from start to finish, but it was solid enough in the first half, and then that massive 4K round that he had on the CT side to pretty much seal the deal. And now he opens things up with a triple kill. This is Nemiga coming here to play and showing up against the highest seed of the tournament. This is a conversation that we didn't have before the start of this as well. You're looking at HLTV rankings, you're looking at Valve rankings, and Sango is the #1. Hopefully they don't get ecoed, and it's probably going to be all right. Jota. They don't realize where he is. Oh my goodness. They have no idea. He's going to pick up both of them. Bomb dropped. How is this falling apart? From 0 to hero. And it could be Jota, the difference maker. What a nasty, what a crazy 1 versus 4 that would be. It's all about the timing. He does realize where his way could be coming in from. Mac 10 as well on the youngster. No armor on Jota, but he's got the rifle. He's just looking for a favorable fight right now. Molotov to make sure he's forcing him into a favorable position. But there comes the save from the youngster. That comes in a little bit too close for comfort. I'm not necessarily sure you celebrate after a round like that.
You definitely do. You definitely do, because you don't celebrate if it goes the other way. So
I guess you dodged the bullet.
You dodged the bullet. You got bailed out big time, but still. At least it doesn't fall into the wrong hands. That's the main concern, or was the main concern there. We're going to see a tactical timeout. I believe it is from Sango. I wouldn't imagine it is from the Nemiga side. Actually, it is.
Yeah.
So scratch that. And maybe just talking through what exactly went wrong there. It's an
you know what's the
round
thing?
now.
Yeah, I feel like if you're an Amiga, you realize map #1 was incredibly comfortable, and you realize pacing was great. That's the main topic, I guess, that we were discussing about Amiga before the start of this series, is the fact that Lear is a really good in-game leader to just put himself out there and have a good read on when he wants the team to be taking space, when he wants the team to slow it down. They're really good at dynamically switching it up on the go. The one thing you don't want to see happening is your individuals getting complacent and just getting ahead of themselves when it's just the start of map 2, right? And it's not even your map pick. It's the map pick of your opponents. You want to keep going with the same level of focus that you had on map 1.
You need to make sure that you're taking the gimmies when you get them. And Sango not really going to be giving too much away to Xanter. As we've seen on map 1, definitely not a man that you want to get into flow state, unless you're on his team, of course. A mid-walk about to happen, and LNZ trying to cut this one off. Xanter applying that pressure over towards B. Xfloud at least able to pick him off, makes LNZ's job a little bit easier. And Xfloud can even go back to maybe lend a helping hand, but still, no real idea where this round is going to end up.
That's a lot of information, though. Sango needs to make a move, right? Because Jota wasn't the one to get the kill. It was Xcloud spotted in towards the B bomb side. You deal with LNZ, who's the rotation player. You know Jota's going to be on B as well. You need to make a bit of a move.
Yeah, where do you want to step? Where do you want to go? And Zway's advanced position in towards A would lean towards that site. Youngster giving away a sound cue there. It is just a fake to bait them into thinking that he'll be there. 15 seconds and Nemiga are going to come swinging up onto the side. Trade is going to be good. It's going to be necessary as well, but you need to find out Sammy, who's just dropped the bomb. 6 seconds. Need to acquire it and try and put it down. That HE does a lot of damage and actually might confirm the plant. And if it does, Risky Bob is in a position really to deny here. Picking off one with ease. Svei, if he finds this one more, this is an Nemiga round, surely, but backsteps into Yoda, and now there's a chance, but the information given to Risky Bob, and the problem is that Yoda has absolutely no idea where Bob has gotten off to. Could be hiding around any corner whatsoever, and now he realizes with the bomb not planted for him, but the swing is just too quick, and Yoda just not going to be able to deal with it.
That's how you bring in the confidence in a 1 versus 1 without overcooking it as well, right? Risky Bob could have played his life. Obviously, he doesn't know it, but Yoda doesn't have a kit, doesn't have a smoke, doesn't have any util. That was so uncomfortable. We're going to check it out on the replay as well. One of the fights that even the desk brought up before the start of this, xCloud taking a bit of a hit, going back in towards that B bomb side a lot of the time to support the B player, and even being the B player himself every now and then. Used to actually play that position back when he was on Eternal Fire, right? This is why it's so potent to put him in those spots. And the straight up head-to-head we're going to get to see in towards B between Xanter and xCloud is definitely one to keep an eye on. Of course, we're going to see it every now and then. He's not the full-time B guy. They do a lot of switch-ups with Yoda, but you get the point. He spends a lot of his time on B, but now he's going to be pushing in towards the back lines. That could be interesting.
They turn around, so I would assume that they heard a step behind them. Everybody's just going searching, try and find out this player, but eventually he's going to make his move and come to them. It's an awkward fight. Not really a lot of damage done by the pistol. Instead, it's just the rifles to clean up. And Amiga so far are cleaning up. I mean, Sangle have really not caused them any problems. Not on even Vertigo, but on Ancient as well.
I mean, yeah, especially after how close the second round is. Obviously, this is going to be the first proper investment. If you're Sango, you're probably tunnel vision on this one. You finally are able to bring in an open the hands of Sammy, rifles on everyone else. But yeah, as we were pointing out, I mean, the second round was the closest one of them all. And other than that, Nemiga have been doing a really good job. Yeah, a couple of clutches, a couple 1v1s in the mix, but they're still looking at a 4-0 lead here on the T side. And especially when the individuals are fired up, those clutches could make all the difference in the end of the day. Especially on the T side, when the financial blows are going to be so much more harsh. On that CT side, a little bit of damage exchange at the start. An 8 on top, and a lot of presence in towards that B-bomb side. Look at the util.
Util's great, but that kill is even better there from Lear. xCloud dead. And Yoda beginning to make a move. Didn't actually catch the player going back there. Xanter needs to be a little bit cautious. He is going to be spotted out, and that's just going to be easy pickings there that time around. Nemiga rerouting over towards this A-bomb. So actually you're going to double back. And I don't mind this because you've seen Yoda push. You've already taken care of xCloud. Now you can maybe begin to walk in. This way might be in with an opportunity to sell a fake, and he caught a wonderful timing. They were flashing to get aggressive there.
They have to go.
And Zwei, he's picked off one. This is going to make the B player swing into action, and Yoda unable to stop them for now, and unable to stop them at all. Nemiga are just having their way time and time again.
You might have to call this one off. I know LNZ's got an HE and a Molotov. You can probably wait it out and see if he's going to be able to find something, but you have Sammy's up on a retake as well. This could be too big of a risk. Clear doesn't see him, but Sammy spotted him out. Problem is, the Molotov has already been utilized and it can't go back towards the quad. Didn't spot Lear reposition. This one should be caught off and can't just straight up shoot LNZ down through the smoke. It's just the Oprah left. And if you're an Amiga right now, you're looking at the money. It's not too bad. You're going to be hunting down that AVP of Sammy.
Make sure that he does not get away with his life, and definitely doesn't get away with that AWP.
He's not staying alive.
Oh, not at all. Lear seen the gun barrel definitely, and sees the head soon after. Nemiga making this one look simple. Something that nobody was really expecting. We were expecting Sangle to be a lot more competitive so far. One of the highest rated seeds, the highest rated seed in the tournament. A lot of people have tipped Sangle to win it. But opening game.
You talking about someone specific? Because I don't know anyone that said any of that.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's been a few people. I think I brought it up as well.
Right. Must have been you, yeah. I don't think anyone's made the statement, yeah, they're winning the tournament. I might have. Well, back to it. It has been nothing short of a success story so far for an Amiga on the T side. And you're just seeing the thought process as well, the way that they're reading the game. it's been really relaxed as well. It kind of feels like they're making all those decisions really effortlessly, right? Even if you're looking at the couple clutches that did go their way, there's just something that makes you feel like they are comfortable on that T side. And Xanter's picked up another opening kill in towards B, make that a double. Xanter's a headshot machine. Might not be ready for another one. Oh, now he is. Spotted out Youngster, and Youngster doesn't know it. Xanter, there's no way, finally shut down. But they have so much information. You spotted that one player on the boost. You know where Youngster is as well.
Well, that was the timing, been and gone. It is going to keep everybody in Sangle really occupied. Youngster. Naka in a decent position. This might be the chance that Sangle need. Strike them down on entry, waiting for contact to be taken before he's going to make his move. But Nemiga being very patient about this. Youngster at least claims one, but Nemiga are already going back. This is a situation, though, that they need to be quite quick.
Oh, they're hearing the steps. Youngster is just running behind them.
You're hearing the steps, you're going to post up, and they
He's
know
dead.
nothing. Yeah, he's a dead man. Shadow, oh, well, betrayed him there, but Sway, lucky he was there. Khan could have lost his op. Instead, Sangle now know that they're heading towards that B bomb site. LNC and Sammy are going to be close by. Thankfully, they are. Flash goes high. SMG tries to get a little bit closer. LNC trying to lock it down himself, but he just simply is not enough. And Nemiga continue their upward trajectory. They continue their perfect start. That's 6-0 right now. And Sangle back to the drawing board again.
Yeah, that's probably the scrappiest one of them all, right? This is the one that felt the most uncomfortable, but even then they're walking into the bomb side where two players are waiting for them. They still get the refrags perfectly. It's another opening fight. Make that a double, actually, in towards the B bomb side, courtesy of Xanter. Controlling the map. They've been doing a really good job at that, Nemiga, so far. And you can definitely be happy with the performance of Risky Bob so far. He's died only once.
Aggression coming in here from Sangle to take that control.
He's walking through.
Yeah, Xanter's just taking
goodness.
all the necessary risks right now. He's been spotted out, but it won't matter. He's just too good entering over towards this B bomb site. And he just seems to be finding kills over towards that part of the map for fun.
Sammy posted on the angle with Yob. Might need a big play out of it. X-Cloud finally taking care of Xanter. Sammy decides to stay inside of the Molotov. Gets away with one. LNZ on rotation. This is looking much more like it here for the CT side finally. In the stretch of actually picking up around it. It's Sammy with the Yob towards the back of the side. It's an AVP in hand, but it doesn't stop him from getting the headshots. And as the other Oper on the other side of things, Khan trying to bait them into fights, trying to bait them to go for peaks. Looking for isolated 1v1's gonna switch to the rifle. Goes for the AK-47, steps not heard of Sammy just walking away, but he soon enough will realize what's going on. He's made a step though, he's made a sound, they know exactly what's going on, and there's just simply too many angles to be afraid of. Sango finally pick up their first on Vertigo.
Finally, there's life in Sangle. Took them quite a while.
Long enough.
Yeah, definitely long enough, but better late than never, really, to get going. That's what they're going to be hoping. They had a round like that on the CT side of Ancient, where they picked it up with the pistols and then they won the remaining 2 rounds. They're hoping maybe this one is going to have a similar effect.
Yeah. The thing is, at this point, if you're on the CT side of Sango, it's never going to be a linear round that Nemiga hits you with, right? Every single time you've gotten or you've lost an opening fight and they've gotten an opening pick, it hasn't been a straight-up execution onto the bomb side. So that's the reason they didn't rotate anyone away from the A bomb side in the previous round. Eventually, they're going to start being ready at LNZ's position. That Molotov not spreading, that could be quite dangerous. Sway still wins the fight.
Just looks like Nemiga are beating Sangle to the punch everywhere they go, and even if they get caught, they're able to recover. Just like that, the spacing good, trade back. And Sangle left scrambling for ideas on where Nemiga are actually going with this one, and still, in saying that, they're still so split.
Yeah. It's just so difficult to make a decision, right? They never execute, even when they had the man advantage. Even when they open up a bomb site, they just never follow through. There's always a plan B. There's always another dimension to the play. And outplaying them, outmaneuvering them has been the name of the game so far. Sango forced to make a move, forced to make a decision. Left Youngster all alone in towards that A-bomb site. Leaving middle open is going to be the only issue that rises up. The more time passes, and that Molotov surely indicates what is going on. And I think Risky Bob's had a feeling for the situation. He's going to go in, catches the timing, miss shot from Sami, and that could be detrimental. You're definitely going to be looking for the B player too.
Xfloud, he's getting support in just a moment. Youngster is quick behind, but it's too little too late. Xfloud goes down for nothing. And once again, Nemiga, they run the clock very thin, but they always seem to have a plan.
Yeah, they always do, man. And at this point, if you're a Sango, it's probably time for another tactical timeout, right? I don't want to say it's panic stations, but this is not what we expected going into that series. Because right now, it's not just the, okay, they had a good map one, where they won a lot of clutches, they won a lot of close scenarios. Yeah, they were the better team by a margin, but it's not just the story of, okay, they won their map pick and they win the pistol and they have a good start on the T side of Vertigo. This is realistically starting to look incredibly dangerous if you're a Sango right now. You're staring at the barrel of a 1-7 deficit. Your money is still not in the best shape ever. Still pretty much in the bin, even with the maximum loss bonus. Youngster is going to be the richest of them all. With 4.3k, he can drop one over, but I'm not sure if you want to go for another investment right now. Looking at everybody else, you probably feel like you have to. And yeah, we talked about the possibility of a tactical timeout. Now is the time for Jumpy to jump into the conversation, excuse the pun, and try and come out with a solution, because Nemiga's just been one step ahead every single time. Opening fights, advantageous positions, and you can see the frustration at this point. You can see the reactions.
Rather him than me, because honestly I wouldn't have a solution for this. It's just such an awkward style to be coming up against. And I definitely do not envy them. Not whatsoever. But you need to find those solutions, and hate to be the bearer of bad news, it needs to be relatively quick.
Yeah, and you need to find a way to stop that presence in towards B, right? Even when it's not Xanter picking up the opening kill, Risky Bob has been absolutely impeccable in the refrags. Zwei taking a lot of space in towards the A ramp, even by himself at times. There's the switch up, Sami. AVP brought in towards the ramp, and this feels like the first time we're going to see a little bit more presence in towards A at the start of the round from the T side's perspective.
Molly. Land on top of LNZ's, no smoke to extinguish it, and well, he's just going to swing wide, find a kill. Youngster there to back him up as well. This is looking good from Sangle. And Nemiga, for the first time, really entering troubled water.
It's going to be a straight up play though. No shenanigans, no plan B. They're just walking on them, and it's all going to come down to this shot, Okan. Wayward with it, just a whisker away. Still looking for more though. You've given away the whereabouts of the bomb. You've given away the whereabouts of one more player, and they're probably expecting the A play at this point.
You're expecting the A play, but are you going to be able to stop it? Smokes are going to go up, make it difficult for LNZ to really help out. Xanter creeping and inching forward, looking for this kill onto Youngster. Not going to be able to find it. Cam picks one off, but I don't think it's going to be good enough, especially with Sami arriving on the scene. And Sangle will have a second. Nemiga punished, really, for thinking that there was another bomb site on this map.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in that situation, though, you even saw it on the minimap. Sango's players, Jota and Xval, they didn't move a muscle from the B-bomb side, right? They've been so conditioned that it's never what it feels like. It's never what it seems like. I mean, yeah, we're seeing all the util. We see two players, then we hear more. We spot the bomb. We see the oper. The utility comes in. We hear the steps, and we're still not sure it's going to be a straight-up A play, right? We're still not sure 100%, but this time, on the back of a big triple coming out of Youngster, we're able to hold on. They are able to pick up a second, and it's not too late for Sango to still make a good half out of this. They can still get 4, they can still get potentially even 5. This is the make or break. Nemiga are using everything that they had in the bank accounts. That's Sango's ticket back into this one. They have to capitalize on it though. They have to take the chance and convert it into a round.
Chances dwindled. will cost you. We've seen that in the earlier series. Sammy in with a really good chance to find an opening pick here. AWP, oh, but goes right between the two of them. And Risky Bob, surely enough, will gobble up that kill. And that's exactly what Nemiga were looking for in a round like this. One of your AKs already picking up a frag. You'll collect that AWP. You lose a pistol over towards the B bomb site, but you won't care. You're in a much better position than you were.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a massive pickup. What a jiggle that was as well from Risky Bob. And now you spotted Youngster as well. You know there's going to be 2 more in towards that B-bomb side as well, but now they're starting to be a little bit more active. Youngster seems to realize there could be a timing on Lear to get a little bit closer. Spots out the Tech 9, a couple of shots fired. He doesn't want to give them that fight.
Great awareness there from Youngster to turn around and realize that maybe there's a timing being caught on him. With the time to reinforce that B defense.
Lear's walking through.
Now Lear.
Oh my god.
This timing is ridiculous. He's hearing the rotates as well. LNZ,
Oh
made
my
so
God.
much sounds. He's just telling his teammates, don't move a muscle, wait for me to go first. And eventually when they move, they will mow Sangle down once again. You stop them for a moment, but it's an avalanche of rounds coming your way, and Nemiga are the victors, one and all.
I don't know what the reactions would have been from Sango if they had complete freedom to do and say whatever, by the way. But this is, I have my head in my hands right now. I can't believe those timings in those rounds that Nemiga have been able to pick up. If you're Sango, by the way, you just feel like the entire world is going against you. It's just one of those moments. The stars have been aligned for you to not make anything out of this. That's a genius timing to find in towards the A-bomb side. And again, Sango did everything right. They were, I guess, creative enough. They went for the information play in towards A, found out it was going to be a B play. LNZ starts rotating back. They have everything figured out, bar that one possibility of a timing of a player being inside of the smoke.
Didn't see it coming. Big kill, big find there. X-Floud. Dead to rights. Yoda gonna try and lock down this B defense. It's been such a problem for him right now. And, well, he's just going to be naded on over just sheer at the util. He just can't handle it. The rotates are going to be very, very quick over towards this B bomb site, though. Lear has the bomb, and he's not really going to be too invested in heading into this play. Sango, how invested are they going to be in to walk in and make sure that this is clear? This is where it could get interesting. Youngster has spotted out the bomb carrier as Nemiga try and play a few mind games again.
Yeah, the thing is, you don't want to give them all the freedom, right? You don't want to give them the opportunity to just bounce back, and Youngster just going to drop from the heavens, and there it goes. It's another multi-kill coming out of the young piece of the lineup. It was a triple in towards A that handled them their previous round, and now it's a double in towards the B-bomb side for this one, unless Risky Bob's got a 1 versus 3 in there somewhere. He's on 14 and 3. He's already had an impressive enough performance. Yep. Got to figure a way to line that one up. Not sure that's the one.
Definitely not. This one would be a little bit too much.
Yeah, that was just getting creative on the spot. Unfortunately, there's no set line. Well, there is a set lineup for a double HE, but he's not a B player. He's not defaulting B, so we can let him get away with it.
Let him get away with it for now. And luckily, I mean, he didn't know that nade, or else Sango were in trouble because he was getting a kill with that. Would have been absolutely ridiculous if he just found a new lineup and just airstruck him down on the stairs.
I mean, you just jump throw when you hope you're going to be accurate enough.
Yeah. I mean, Sango are going to be accurate enough on that round. I don't think they're going to be delighted about it. They end up catching a timing. Lear sticks around for a little bit too long.
I actually think you're delighted. Beggars can't be choosers right now.
That's very
and what
true.
Sango have been so far on this Vertigo is beggars.
Yep.
In the nicest way possible.
They definitely have not been choosing to retake that B-bomb site over and over again. Oh, X-Cloud comes out on top of that mid-fight though. And all of a sudden goes back for a little bit more. X-Cloud just making sure that he's going to take the fight to them. If he's going to lose, it's going to be on his own terms. And on his own turf in towards middle. He will stand his ground.
Yeah, still a long way to go, but this is looking a lot more like it from the CT side of Sango. Taking a lot more initiative, not letting Nemiga get all the map pretty much for free right now. You get 4 rounds, it's a count that you can work on at least, or work with in the second round of action. You can still make something out of this. It's not a given, Most definitely it isn't, but at least it's going to keep you in range of a potential comeback. That is, of course, unless you let them clutch a 2 versus 5, but this one should be out of the realms of possibility. There goes the peak. Xanter's good for 1, but Sami's there with the refrag. A little bit of applause towards the end of this one. It's encouraging to see Sango being able to pick up a couple rounds towards the end of the first half of their own map pick. Of course, they will need a lot more of it in the second half, but I guess a minor recovery is how we can call this one.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold with my opinion just for now. Not completely blown away by that one.
It's still somewhat of a recovery.
It
could have been a 10-2.
It could have been.
It's an 8-4 instead. 1 pistol round, 1 buy round. You're pretty much halfway there. I mean, not even halfway. You level things up. So, yeah, this pistol round going to hold a lot of weight to it. The issue is, Nemiga have been incredibly potent with the pistol round so far.
And that's the big problem. Nemiga strike gold pretty much every time they go into a pistol.
Also, you're hoping Xanter doesn't go absolutely beast mode on the CT side as well, because he's had a relatively quiet game for his standards.
If he wakes up, you are in trouble. That's being made up towards the ramp. That's a lovely opening there from Same. He can pretty much just caught out in the open. Nobody near to trade. And even if they were, they've got bigger things planned.
Yeah, Youngster on middle, big pickup. Risky Bob goes down. That's going to open up the possibility of a mid play. It's going to open up the possibility of a B play as well. If you're Nemiga, you just got to make a decision. You have to make a call. When Youngster's hearing all those steps, he can call them back, but it's still going to be a B play.
Still going to be a B play, and you are technically walking into the stack here. Nemiga are going to have players behind the bomb site.
He's going to go deep enough.
Take this fight, Judy's in hand, but Youngster able to claim it, and the T-pistols will reign supreme. Not a single one of them going down there for Sango. Exactly what the doctor ordered.
Let me tell you what, if they end up coming back into this map, one of the people that they need to praise is probably the #1 person they have to praise is Youngster. The impact this fella has been bringing into the few rounds that Sango have been able to pick up so far has been absolutely immaculate. I know he's probably the last person you're going to be talking about on this team, right? You have xCloud and Jota being the hot prospects coming out of the Turkish scene. You have LNZ with his recovery story as the in-game leader, and then obviously you have Sami as the Oper that has been struggling regardless of the team winning. So there's a lot of ways that you can actually overlook Youngster on the team, but you're thinking about the triple kill in towards A in the first half, you're thinking about the double with the MP9 after that, and now you're thinking about this double kill when he was all alone in towards middle. That's phenomenal impact coming out of him.
And now just the pistol stand in your way. From a 6th round, still a long way away from a comeback, but you're taking the necessary steps, little by little. Just to make sure that these USPs don't cause you too much of a headache. And they don't. Plain and simple, straightforward, exactly how you want those eco rounds to go. Sangle, gonna take that one over the line. I'm really interested to see what this first gun is going to bring, though.
You know what's the fun part about all of this, by the way? And this is a really interesting statistic that I'm going to bring out right now. You're looking at the 11 Vertigos that Nemiga have played with that lineup, which is past 3 months pretty much. A little bit, well, maybe a little bit more than with this lineup, or a little bit less, sorry. But the last 3 months, they've played 11 Vertigos. Only twice have they been able to reach 8 rounds and still lose the map, right? And you're looking at 6 losses out of those 11 maps, right? And only twice they got 8 and they still lost it. And that was such a long time ago, right? You're looking at the Bleed game, which was on the 17th of July, and that was in the RES Regional Series 6, by the way, the European edition, the last one. And then you're looking at a 12-16 loss to Fnatic in the BB Dacia Belgrade. You're looking at the most recent losses. Yeah, they are on a 3-map loss streak, but you're looking at the 7-13 against all. You're looking at the 3-13 against 9, and then another one against 9. That was a 7-13. So it kind of feels like for Nemiga, it's either you get fired up on this map and you win it, or you just never join the server. At least that's been the story so far. So if we're following history, Nemiga should be able to still put up a pretty decent fight here in the second half. But talking about a decent fight, there goes the first buy round. We're finally going to get to see the CTs with the guns in hand.
in hand, and will they be put to good use though? That's the thing. Sangal being very patient about their approach over towards A.
And that's a good thing, especially first by round, right? You're looking at the low amount of util of Nemiga. Sangal were pretty well aware of the fact that this is going to be the situation here financially for the CPs. If they want to have the rifles out, they're going to have to make a sacrifice when it comes down to the util.
Slowly making their way up towards this A bomb site. Youngster is out middle, which is going to be a little bit of a problem for the 2A players, especially if they don't realize that he's going to be walking in at any given moment. But Zwei playing hidden from that position, but still, Yoda going to be able to win that fight. Risky Bob was looking for more than just a one, and he nearly got it as well. Can needs to be so careful. Youngster directly underneath him, and Can hearing that bomb going down. Xanter can do nothing, and yeah, that's the one to seal it, definitely. But all of a sudden, you give that kill away, and maybe there's a chance. Maybe if you find one more, there's an opportunity, but now definitely not. Now Can realizes he has to try and save, but the problem is Sangal knows he's saving too, and xCloud he's already on the chase.
That's such a relief, by the way, winning a round like this one if you're Sangal, especially with how close it came down. And yeah, Can not ready for it, knife out, xCloud gonna let him know. That's how Sangal come back into things. Not giving up just yet. We did see a lot of resilience being brought in by Fluxo in the previous game. We know that Sangal is a team that now has figured out the formula to get that resilience in their games as well. You're getting a lot more experience playing as a 5 and with that coach as well. Obviously, we a couple of times already mentioned their stint at EPL, which was quite close to being a really successful one. They were one best of 3 away from making it into the playoffs. Of course, a lot more of a favorite here, the RES Regional Champions. Zwei has got the revolver.
Yeah, don't know how I feel about that one.
Me neither. You know what's the crazy part about all of this? When this gun was actually OP and broken, he probably was younger than 10 years old. He was probably something like 7 or 8.
Probably was, which is ridiculous because I remember that. Yeah, not being too long ago either. It's definitely a scary sight for sure.
Oh my god.
Scary sight is 2 pistol kills falling in favor of Nemiga.
All right.
Yeah, once you deal with that one, you just know it's Risky Bob left. He's over on the other side of the map. This is Sangal. Getting going now a little bit on this T side. Getting going on Vertigo. It looked like they were getting going down into that 0-1.
Yeah, and sometimes, by the way, this is one thing that I absolutely love seeing on a team that's down bad in the server. It's just having that one person that's going to be able to get a couple rounds for you, even if they're not the hard carry, even if we're not talking about a Donkamonisi-esque performance that is going to carry through with a 30 and 10 or whatever. I remember one of the brightest examples of that was back in the day when Jax was still on G2, by the way. And I don't know why I remember this, but I still remember this. When Jax was back on G2, he would oftentimes be that guy when G2 were down bad to just get them 2 or 3 rounds over the board. That would have been enough for people to start waking up and for G2 to actually bring back games. And I feel like if that ends up being a Sangal victory right now, and I know I'm saying that for probably the 3rd or the 4th time, but what Youngster has done for his team has been insane. And the reason I'm repeating it so many times is because we kind of ignored him, right? He was the one that we didn't talk about. He was the one that you probably wouldn't bring out on a desk, you wouldn't bring out on a broadcast so much. He's the youngest guy, he's the guy with the least amount of experience. He's probably one of the least exciting players when it comes down to role and the involvement. A lot of the work that he has to do in the server is supportive, right? There isn't a lot of pressure, a lot of, I guess, responsibility on his shoulders. So when you see a performance like that, when you see clear impact from this guy, it's always nice. And who knows, maybe that's what the rest needed. Maybe that's what people like Joda, like xCloud, like Sammy, like LNZ needed. Just a little bit of magic being brought in from the 19-year-old Swede. He used to play on Metisport before. Of course, started his career on Beatfix, or Bitfix. Both Swedish lineups. Joined around the same time that LNZ did last year. This one has been impressive though, but Nemiga still have the money to go for it once again. It's a tied game, and it's another opening kill in favor of Sangal.
To make sure that it's not going to be traded on back, and that's just plain and simple for Risky Bob. A little bit of a risky push, but you get exactly what you're after. Sangle stall it for now up towards A. Still undecided. That's probably the best option. See if you can pry an opening somewhere else. Xanter been forced out of the heavens, been forced out of B. He's going to have to go around the back door to get back on in. Boost discovers nothing. Xanter falls for free, and all of a sudden, you've got Sangle up on this B bomb site. You've got Nemiga rotating, and Sangle in complete control.
Yeah, they are. Khan still holding the line, no spotting anyone out. That's the kill, and LNZ wins the fight. That's going to be it. Incredibly well played by Jota as well, winning that 1 versus 1 against Xanter and then not giving himself away for free. Not letting Khan even have a shot at getting the kill. So now, we can start shifting the narrative a little bit. How the tables have turned. That was an 8-4. We did say that an 8-4 was a recovery for Sango. It could have been much worse in the first half, but now you're looking at a reverse sweep. It's a 9-8 at least. And they're even going for the hunt. You don't want to overcook it though. Money's good for the T side, but it's not perfect. You don't want to lose everyone in a round like this one. And you most definitely don't want to lose everyone and still not find a single kill, which seems to be the case right now. Maybe time to pull the plug. LNZ will end up surviving and holding on to his AK-47. That's an AVP and an M4 saved up. You can probably try and cook something up in the next round if you're an Amiga. Even if it's surrounded by just the pistols, you can still make it quite exciting. But Sango on their way to potentially successfully recovered map here.
It's looking like maybe, just maybe, they might have recovered it nicely. Still though, could be a twist in the tail of this one, especially if Yoda goes down like that. Xanter, beautiful peak, a lot of support around it, and Nemiga honestly invest a lot into that early B fight to make sure that they don't lose control of the stairs. And Sango, oh, they want to challenge.
That's so good though. They've heard the steps of the player playing above. They know where Xanter is going to be. They might not be ready for a Lear, and that's the case. Xanter is actually the one to pick up all the kills. Make that a triple. Refrag finally comes in, but LNZ might have to come in with the goods. Only 19 HP on offer. And look at how close Risky Bob is already. He's just going to contain him. He's just going to hold. That's an awful position. Unless he keeps on pushing, LNZ might catch a bit of a timing. Never mind. Risky Bob turns around. Perfect timing. Perfect kill. A perfect multi-kill by Xanter. And finally, we get to see Nemiga on the board in the second half.
Perfect round, really. I mean, you know, you stop the brunt of that hit, you find a nice opening. Jala tried to get ahead of that util. Lovely setup that you're running over towards B, and a high-low is just so difficult to take care of, especially when you're peeking 1 by 1. If you double swing, you might have a chance, but still then, it's going to be very, very difficult to undo, to topple. Looks like Nemiga are going to be exactly that, difficult to topple. Neck and neck still in this one, 9-9. Big nade going deep as Risky Bob taking that fight. It's actually Zwei to come away with the kill, but it's Sangle to really gain that control. Nemiga once again heavily investing over towards this B bomb site, and this time, once again, Jota is going to fall.
That's a massive kill though. If Lyra loses that fight, this round is pretty much over, right? You've denied that B presence, you can scale up the A-bomb side, but now Nemiga get all the information. Sango need to make a move, and they need to make it quickly.
Nemiga are stretched quite thin here, which is the problem. Can coming on a flank with that AWP. Xanter misses an opportunity maybe to jump up and strike one down. Khan is looking for this timing to go his way. Doesn't spot him out. It's an op-v-op battle. And one off bullet whizzes by him, but the next one is going to connect. Sammy needed to hit that shot. As Xanter thinking about moving a little bit closer. Still thinking about going for this.
They're going to boost.
They're not shying away from this one whatsoever. Yeah, the
my
boost
God.
is worth absolutely everything because X-Cloud goes down. Missed shot now. Youngster needs to try and hold on. Surely not. Surely Nemiga aren't going to snatch this one away again. Defuse is being stopped. The op has to be perfect, but it's not. It's Xanter to seal it. Nemiga steal that one away, and it is sorrow in Serbia for Sangal.
You can say that again. It's absolute despair for the camp of Sangal. I don't think they even believe they won this round, Nemiga. You shouldn't have. You shouldn't have retaken that bomb site. Not in a million years. But that is just such great diligence. The boost to set yourselves up for the first one. This is the kill that shouldn't have gotten their way. Xanter in no way, shape, or form should be winning that second fight, but he does. And even makes it a third. You can see the reactions right now. LNZ is trying to keep everyone level-headed, but you can just judge by the reactions of X-Cloud, of Jota. No one understands on the Sango camp how they keep letting those rounds slip. And that was just when Sango looked so good on that T side, right? They level things up, they get 4 in a row, they pull one ahead, then you drop one, it gets leveled up once again, but then you're in a 3 versus 2 post plan, you know where they're coming from. It should be a free round for you to pick up. One of them was 1 HP as well, but then suddenly they throw a spanner into the work. You were not ready for that boost, and Xanter just goes absolutely nuclear. Sango, back's turned against the wall. They need to go for a half-buy.
This half-buy needs to pay the massive dividends right now. This is one they've invested a little bit into. Hasn't been the full belt at the bank. But still, Sango will want this one. Spam is going to do a little bit of tickle damage to Xanter. It definitely does not tickle. Definitely makes you a little bit antsy.
You spotted the op though. You recognize that there's going to be at least one more rifle and you don't want to go for the play. The only issue right now is that they've used all the util that they had going into this round, right? There was just a couple flashes, a couple nades maybe, but you've used all of that. You can't really afford to have different waves of approach, so A feels like your only possibility right now. You're just hoping that someone's going to wayward the shots and let you get a little bit closer with the Tech 9s, but it has to be an opening kill here for Sango to open up an avenue.
Mr. Bob needs to be careful. Timing might not go his way. As presence shown over towards this A bomb site. Khan is missing some important shots here. Yeah, this is getting a little bit hairy right now for Nemiga, but eventually the bullets will begin to connect for the CTs. The pistol stood no chance. Sangal. Now just waiting for X-Cloud to meet his maker. He's going to try and take a few more weapons away before he does go down swinging. But he does go down 11-9 now. This is where it gets very, very scary. We're talking one more buy round for Sangal, or else this series is done.
Yeah, as the series is done, Nemiga will be playing Fluxo in the winner's game. A lot of people probably had the opposite in their bingo cards, right? A lot of people probably had Sango moving forward and playing up against Aurora, but hey, it might be the season of surprises, might be the season of upsets. Nemiga have looked damn impressive. This is the one, the make or break. Sabi doesn't even have an AVP. He's had a couple of good rounds with the rifle in towards A, but this time the utility is going to make them respect it a little bit in his way. Does he really want to go for a peek? Nade is going to be perfect, right in the money. 77 HP for Sami left in this round. But it's going to be just the A-Walk. Look at how silent they've been, how close they are. Zwei is not going to be ready for this.
They're already so far up. And now, boost is coming in here. X-Cloud trying to just pick one of them off. They can't do it. That was an opportunity maybe to strike one of them down. That's going to just make you aware that there's a lot of presence up towards this A bomb site now. There is a few T's, and well, they're going to go for a boost back of their own, and Sami's going to be caught out. Oh no, it's all falling apart. 2 players fall from Sangal, the most important round of the series for them so far, and they lose the opening 2 duels, but it's LNZ trying to lead by example here up towards this A-bomb site. Smokes are going to allow them safe passage. LNZ is going to try and walk around that catwalk to try and get something done here. Bomb going to be stuck, and they're not going to be able to get him off it, but they still continue to pick up the kills. But here's LNZ with the back door open. Ooh! Swings it shut though on his face, and Xanter making sure that they will seal it. Nemiga, They will have 12, and Sangal so close once again. Yet so
Elusive,
far.
evasive, absolutely impossible to find. If you're Sango, you're just walking onto the bomb site, you see that boost, you lose one player, you're trying to find refrags. There was no one offering fights. You're just waiting for LNZ to get that backstab in play. He just gets one, doesn't even see the second player. Yeah, he can hear him reloading somewhere in the smokes, but he can't even catch a side of him. And that looks so scrappy there for Nemiga, trying to get that player off of the bomb. Couldn't do it in time, but they still pick up the round. And this is 3 map and match points. A 2-0 win on the cards here for Nemiga, potentially in a matchup against Flux. So a great opportunity to get into the playoffs, and Khan is going to start it off, but the flash is absolutely perfect.
A wild attempt to find an opening there from Khan. And it gives away his life for free, and this is going to make Sangal feel so confident right now. You pick one off that easy, and all of a sudden everybody else on that A bomb site falls. And that seems like a missed opportunity there for Nemiga to close this one out.
This is what you want your first round in a potential 3-round comeback towards the end to look like, by the way. As clean as it gets, you just go up A, you win every single fight, you catch them out of position, you catch them a little bit distracted, not focused enough. And this could be a clean one as well. They're going to try their best to get that gun out of the hands of Lear. Money's still good enough for the CTs to go for a reinvestment here, but because of actually taking all the weapons out of their hands, there will be a couple players that can't really afford going for the rifles. So there is a way back here. There is a backdoor still for Sango into this one. OT most definitely still a possibility, but you're going to have to stay fully focused. And the worst part about all of this was probably the cleanest T-side round that we've seen so far, and you still need to do it twice. Or 2 more times.
Yeah,
And it will be a half-buy.
I mean, it was quite clean, but it was Nemiga kind of putting themselves in that position with that aggressive peak from Khan. The run boost just not working out whatsoever. And look at the money. This is the pits, really, for Nemiga. We're talking 2 rounds for the series to go into OT. Yoda already sprinting his way up. Boost is good, forcing Nemiga back here. A little bit of pressure over towards A, which is going to worry X-Fled for a moment. And this Turkish twin setup to really try and pick something off, but one of them falls. All of a sudden, Sango, a bit of weight behind this B bomb site. They're in, but they're losing players left and right. And you still have to deal with this AWP.
You need to be so careful. There's a flank coming in as well, and it's such a late one. You might not be ready. Only good factor is they don't have a kit, and they might have to rush their way into it. This shot from Sammy should put the CTs at bay. It should inject that necessary level of security for Sango to pick this round up, and Zwei has picked up the AVP. He's still going to stick around for a couple exits maybe, but his main goal should be holding on to the big green. Lear is still going to play for a couple exits as well himself. Sango get up to 11. It got a little bit close, slightly terrifying the moment that you see those pistols pick up and ring a couple heads, but 12-11, 1 round. We've had 2 maps that went to distance, but didn't go into OT so far. This could be the first of the event. Sango, for sure, looked like a team that wanted to happen. They want a second opportunity. Question here is, will Nemiga give it to them?
That's the question. Will the chance be given to them, or will it be taken away at the final moment? Nade exposing one, and Sammy. That's an opportunity gone by. That was one that he had to take. He finds that kill. It's a completely different story. Instead takes an abundance of damage. And that's going to be concerning for any peak he's going to go for the rest of the round.
Yeah, it will be. And you're looking at the presence, by the way, from Zwei towards the A-bomb side. They're not meeting any resistance right now. They spotted the AVP, but they've pushed them back, so they will start rotating people back in towards the B-bomb side. But look at Sango. He slowed it down. Walking back in towards A. Zwei has been left all alone. Question here is, can he find a kill and back off?
Well, with that util, absolutely not. Force back. Dump a little bit of his own. Still, Nemiga not really budging out of this setup. 2-2-1. Sway now calling for a little bit more support over towards this A side. There's the walk
Free
in
kill.
towards mid, and yeah, that's a free kill, plain and simple. That's exactly what they were after. Flash goes deep, nobody going to be there for them to take full advantage of, but look at the damage being done right now. Sangle, they're going to have to get up on this bomb site, but they're going to have to do it the hard way. They're just taking so much damage on entry and on arrival. They're just being put down. Missed op shot though, gives LNC a second chance at life, and he's still standing, doing damage to the upper, making him think definitely, but only 15 seconds. They need to come away with the kill. LNC turns around, but the bomb in hand will seal his fate, and Xfloud, needed that one. He will get it. Timing perfect, and Sangle stay alive. OT will decide this.
Yeah, that's when you need your stars to step it up. It's been a while since we screamed over Xcloud's name, but man, what a time for the man to bring in the goods, especially with the low HP on all of those players, right? This one felt like it was curtains. This one felt like it was pretty much done and dusted. A lot of missed shots coming out of the AVP of Kando, and those are the ones that are going to sting in the end of the map. And you can see the reaction. You can see how much this one means to them. It was such a hard fought for one in regulation. The 4-8 deficit. The comeback to a 9-8 lead, and then losing 4 in a row, but winning 3 more. It's been such a streaky game of Counter-Strike on Vertigo. But Tango are not ready to give up on this one. And yeah, there's a quick reminder for everyone that wasn't around for MR15. First to 16. Unless we go 15 apiece. Then we're going to have a little bit more fun. And 1xBet favoring the Miga for this one. Still.
All well and good getting into OT, but you need to pick up these rounds. Oh, a start would be perfect. But look at that damage done from Santer there. If you had a HE, that would really put the nail in the coffin. Oh, still. Damage done. LNZ comes away with the frag. Sangle are hurting, but they're on top.
Yeah, you're looking at, what, 87 HP combined over 3 players right now for the side of Sango. So you get that man advantage, but, you know, you're quite fragile. Good news is Lear has been tagged down in the process as well. So it's not like you're up against 4 people that are full on HP on the other side of things, and they decide to slow it down. You get that opening kill, you punish Xanter in towards B. Now you have a little bit of space to work with. It's all about whether they're ready for the boost, though. Boosts have been so detrimental for the success of Nemiga so far on that A-bomb side. This time they're going to get volleyed out of it.
Undone by a bit of util. That's exactly what you want. And LNZ undone exactly the same way. This HE, though, is fatal. And it could be fatal to the chances of the round. But look at Jota creeping his way up towards B here. They're waiting. This boost is perfect. And it's actually not the boost of Amiga. It's the boost of Sangle. Jota is calling them all the way back. He knows that B bomb site is free. And he has advanced. Going to try and lock off these rotations. And Zwei quite simply didn't see it coming. Sangle will get this bomb down. And Amiga, they will at least have a look in. But what can you really do with Lear on such low HP? Risky Bob just about above half.
You definitely can't do much. You need someone to be the hero, someone to step up. But with the low HP of Lear right now, it has to be Risky Bob. First one is way a lot of damage done, and it's just the damage in this round. But Tango still prevail. So many fights could have gone in Amiga's way, so many kills could have been theirs for the taking. Unfortunately though, 80, 90 points of health to be taken away, not quite enough to get a kill.
It was almost like Sango were taking a play out of Nemiga's book there. You know, that kind of slow, late kind of play, wait,
sure,
and then go all the way back. And Nemiga already used up.
Also, the fact that, I know this is nothing new, but the fact that on the T side, you can boost from ramp and kill a mid player.
Yeah.
It's absolutely unbelievable.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
I mean, it's just talking in general about Vertigo, not about this specific play. I mean, we've seen it a couple of times already, like multiple times over the last couple of months. But yeah, it's it never fails to amaze me.
It is a desk slamming moment. Definitely.
I'd say it's an unacquired taste for you to be a big fan of this map. Quite eccentric,
I'd say that's where I go in a nutshell.
Yeah. I want to look at that utility damage statistic for Nemiga, by the way. That's another nade right in the money, but again, they lose the opening fight.
Not bullet into the break basket means that Xanter is no more. Sangle still searching to see if Nemiga are going to make a move, a false step, and that's exactly what happens. X-Cloud picks one more off, and Lear eventually getting in on the action, but there's a lot more T's heading up towards this B bomb site now. Needs the support to arrive. They have a mid-lurk in play as well, might even not be needed. Cam picks off one, left in this 1 versus 3, but there's just simply no way past. Sangle, they're really turning the screw now. This was the Sangle that we were expecting to see on map 1. We didn't really get to see it that much here on Vertigo, but all of a sudden they bring it back, they force it into overtime, and now they're beginning to play.
Yeah, might have taken them a little bit too long for a lot of people's liking, but this is finally the Sangle that we expected to see in this tournament. This is finally starting to look a lot more like Jota as well. Didn't realize how sick of a one-tap that was onto the first player. Now we're starting to see they're getting fired up. Still, of course, staying level-headed is the most important part of it all. You don't want to believe. You don't want to start thinking that you've already got this one in the bag, because you don't. You still need to win a couple more. You're getting damn close. The next flout, this time around, going to be denied it towards A.
Oh, Sway with a double. That's absolutely perfect. And all of a sudden, Nemiga start playing as well. We see the best out of Sangle, and the rebuttal from Nemiga is excellent.
There's been around 20 rebuttals so far on Vertigo.
It's been back and forth,
Yeah.
to say the least.
That's the type of Counter-Strike we love, man. That's what we've signed up for. That's what Xanter signed up for. Finally. Gets the better of X-Cloud, and Youngster, a 1 versus 5, would definitely be the most spectacular play I've ever seen out of this young man, but unfortunately it's not to happen. Is Khan's ABP getting that 1 round for the side of Nemiga. So at least you're going to have a fighting chance. And moving into the second half, this is where Nemiga found the majority of their success. It was that T side of things, but just remembering it, towards the latter stages of that first half, when Sango actually got their economy going, when money was no issue for the CT side of Sango, they did look quite good. So interesting to see, are they going to be able to bring in that same level of competition that they closed out the first 12 rounds with. Xanter slowed it down as well a little bit on the side of Nemiga. You're probably hoping to get a little bit more out of him.
Let's see what the CT side is going to offer. Let's not forget Nemiga looked really good on that T side. The problem was money was coming in dribs and drabs for Sangle in a lot of places. We talk about Xanter, his impact over towards this B bomb, so it'd be interesting to see how Sangle want to approach it, because he was really good at just picking off the CTs whenever they peek their heads. There it is once again.
He knows.
Absolutely beautiful for the first.
Seen him?
Oh, X-Ray needs to be so careful there. He's low HP. He's still swinging and taking engagements, though. It's a risky game that X-Ray is playing, but he knows he needs to hold on to that stairs.
He's just playing like a crazy man right now, a man possessed. But as you said, it didn't feel like he could afford to actually give away any space right now. At least he's brought enough time for Sammy to rotate over, but Nemiga once again looking to redirect, and this time it's going to be an A play. And the boost for the upper, this is really dangerous. They've been spotted out though. Youngster's seen it. Time to back off. But they're still not rotating, and Xanter's still in towards B and getting kills.
This guy is a headshot machine over towards the stairway.
He spotted both of them.
That's the info. That's all he needs. The Youngster's been spotted out on the site, and Risky Bob is going to take him down. Nemiga know they have a little bit of time to get set up here, but Sangle are going to be very close by. Sammy in this position. Oh, a missed opportunity, and burns up in the heat of it all. LNC can do nothing as Nemiga will level this game up. And that is a very telling sign to maybe what will happen in these last 2 rounds.
This is incredibly worrying as well. The fact that Xanter is able to have such a difficult CT side and just go back into the T side, press the rewind button, pretend the last 12 rounds didn't happen. That's exactly what we saw from him in regulation in the first half on the T side, right? Just put it in constant pressure, utility over utility over utility over headshots. And every single time they've left him alone, he's somehow been able to find a little bit of impact. That was one of the main issues, the fact that you were conditioned. You didn't feel like Jota and X-Cloud could actually move away from the B-bomb side, because Xanter was always going to be there. He would always be waiting for his moment to strike. He did it again here. Strike, he did 14 apiece. Leveled up once again. Sango, do you have another bag of magic? This time for the CT side. A little bit more of it. That fairy dust that got you here.
It's going to be difficult to keep pulling the rabbit out of the hat. You just wonder when Xanter's going to run into a little bit of trouble finding these openings over towards the B bomb side, because that's usually what Nemiga have been playing off, and they've put the op over there to deal with him. Adjustments need to be made, and with the amount of money you have in OT, that's an adjustment that is definitely on the cards. Is it one that Xanter is going to be expecting, though? He's waiting for his time maybe to go for a peek, or to see if Sangle, maybe they get a little bit antsy and decide to peek in deeper.
Eyes on middle, though. It's going to be a mid-walk. Xanter probably doesn't even show himself. He might throw a bit of a piece of util, but you're just relying on all of that. And now the Opera's been spotted out. Now they know they can take the space. Eyes on the nade. It's not quite on the money. A lot of damage has been dealt with, but there goes the mid-play.
Same, he's rotated into position, and the tag is not going to be enough. Bomb falls flat, though, in towards mid, and Khan is just hitting shots left and right to keep Nemiga's head above water in this round. But LNZ standing tall.
Xanter's out.
He's out on B, and this is terrifying right now for Yoda. If he doesn't realize it, that the pressure will be put on him in just a moment. But still, Sangle are picking up the kills. They're holding on to this bomb, and they're holding on to middle. Xanter, he's been the hero for Nemiga so many times over towards this B bomb site. He needs to be now. He stands alone. Usually the first man in. Now he might be the last man out. 16 seconds. Oh, the headshot is crisp, and the second just eludes him. LNZ gets it done, and Sangle somehow survive.
I'm not sure if you celebrate this one or it's just a massive moment of relief that Xanter didn't clutch up. That would have been the end. That would have been the breaking point. That would have broken the backs of Sangal. It's just so terrifying. It's around that you should be picking up. You drop the bomb. You have everything going your way. LNZ shuts down the A presence. You know where Xanter is. He's still somehow able to find the timing and nearly make it work. It's all about not knowing where LNZ was, and of course it has to be the captain to come in clutch. 1 round away, Sangal. 1 round away from a third.
It's crazy. It's crazy that Sangle have got themselves into this position, especially after the way that round was going. Zwedo, a lovely opening, and LNZ hero to zero rapidly.
He says, I've done my part. Now it's your turn, guys. I saved you with the 1v1 in the last one. Now you gotta keep us alive. You gotta take us over the finishing line. But it doesn't feel like Xanter said his final words. This man is an absolute beast, and he's not ready to give this one up.
Not at all. Looks like we might have to reload and go again. Youngster. 1 versus 5. What is going to be there to separate the two? But it's just too much to ask. Nemiga, they've done the dirty work on this T side once again to get over the line. And now, if you're LNZ, if you're anybody on the Sangle side, you're really thanking your IGL that he was able to pick up that round. Because if not, it would have spelled trouble. It would have spelled 0-1. Instead, you still get to play for this map. You still get to play for a chance at a third in this series. You still have to play against this Nemiga T side, which is no easy feat.
No, absolutely not. Especially if Xanter keeps finding the same impact that he is in towards the B-bomb side and towards middle. Everywhere he goes, man. He's just, I don't know, he's a magician. He just turns everything he touches into headshots. Every single thing. Let's not forget, we did say towards the start of OT, you're probably expecting a little bit more out of Xanter. Well, he's turned things around for himself massively in that second half of overtime on the T side. Well, as we said, magical number was 16. Now, it's a little bit higher than that. Now it's 19. 18 apiece. We go again. You know the procedure. Let's have it.
Oh, and Xanter letting them have it over towards this B bomb site once again, but he's got a lot of information. He has seen a lot of bodies over there to deal with him. And they have done exactly that. But he's just going to put a lot more pressure now on Youngster. Flash is going to be good. Trade even better right now for Nemiga. Gaining that control and making Sangl think. And still, Sangl aren't really rotating anybody away from this B bomb site because after that kill, Nemiga goes silent.
Yeah, also you see Youngster that far ahead, right? When they had a 5 versus 4, you just don't believe that he's going to be all alone on the bomb side. You don't feel like whenever they have a 5 versus 4, they would just send him up there and he's going to be totally alone on the bomb side. So taking their time, separating a little bit, trying to toy with the rotations of the CT side, a little bit of caution into the wind there with the util. Molotov, flash goes high, it doesn't blind Sammy. Still holding. It was all slow down to figure out whether Risky Bob was going to be able to punish someone going aggressively, but I feel like now that you haven't seen anything, you just have no other choice. You regroup, you put all your eggs into that one basket of the A play. But Tango seemed to have a good read on the situation. All 3 players quite nearby.
In position, can they stop them though? Oh, again, Sammy. He's either missing or he's tagging, he's not finding the kill. And it allows a lot of space now for Nemiga to get on up. Won't grant them the bomb plant just yet.
Oh
they
goodness.
will put it down. Yoda's made the play here, but the timing again goes against him. Khan hits his shot, and Sammy left scratching his head, wondering what if any of these shots connected. That one will. But so will Khan's.
That game has been an emotional roller coaster. I feel like this is the only way that you can describe it. And you know, emotionally, it's just going to get you exhausted, right? It's just so difficult. So many back and forths. So many things to be happy about. Then you get disappointed straight away into the next round. This time it's Nemiga to strike first here in OT number 2. You get that lead. How many can you get on the T side though? Sangl were able to muster up 2 rounds on theirs. You feel like you at least need to be able to match that.
You feel like you need to, but can you? That's the all-important question. Boost coming in here. Yoda, is he going to spot him out? He's going to go for the peak anyway.
Nope.
Now he sees it. Xanter taken down for free. You know there's at least one more there. Sangl happy to play quite safe in this position. Great shot from Kando. X-Cloud just swinging, taking a big risk, swinging wide over into the middle of the site. They want to just try and hold on, but Sangl are doing exactly that.
It's fantastic awareness right now. They've just started putting a lot more people in towards that B bomb side to deal with the early B shenanigans of Xanter. And now that pays dividends. A 1 versus 4 clutch for Lear, and Sammy's not gonna miss this one. It's a big double coming out of the Oper. And you know what's the big issue when you're going forward in a lot of those rounds, if you're Sammy? You know you're putting yourself in good positions. You know you're making the right decisions. You're holding the right angles. You just can't seem to get a kill. Even if you connect on the shot, you just get a tag. You don't get the frag in a lot of those important moments. So for him right now, considering how the last couple of rounds have gone, finally getting a double kill like this, 2 clean kills on the big green, is going to do a whole lot for your confidence.
Oh, it definitely is.
And he still has 25 kills, even with a couple wayward shots, by the way.
Yeah, not necessarily he's playing bad, just important moments. You've just seen a few too many of them.
Yeah.
And sometimes that happens. We've seen him in this position in regulation. He missed the shot. It went in between the 2. The jiggle was just too good that time. No jiggle at all, and Sammy will strike 2 down with the might of his AWP, but a third eludes him, and 3 in the kill feeder fort. Xanter, what even is that? Nemiga. They stun the caster boot. They stun Sangl, and Youngster cannot quite believe what began as a double opener towards middle. Now him in a 1 versus 3 turned 1v2. Crossfire mounted. Xanter still yet to be found. And Risky Bob waiting to swing at a moment's notice. Youngster, he'll try and get in, but the spray transfer is not enough. And somehow, some way, Nemiga, they continue.
Excuse me, can we get a replay of what Xanter just pulled off? Because this is generational, ludicrous craziness. I don't know how to describe it. This is absolutely outstanding. How is he getting those kills? This man, he's not a beast. That should be illegal. Look at the way that he gets the kill. It's just so casual. 3 bullets in the smoke. Look at the reaction. What can you really do? You're just on the receiving end of this one. You die through a smoke so casually. You just can't believe it. And it's not the first time it's happened like that. It's been through boxes, through smokes, through util. At this point, it feels like he could be playing on Dust 2 and just wallbanging on Vertigo as well. Kill you through maps, through dimensions. There's no way to dodge Xanter when he's on a spree. So yeah, they did match those 2 rounds on the T side that Sango posted in the first OT. 17-16. And now it's back to CT proceedings.
This is where Nemiga kind of ran into a spot of bother, a little bit of trouble when they're not dictating and setting the pace. But already, Yoda tagged down is going to do them a lot of favors. And aggressively fighting for this ramp control right now. Sangle still sticking around behind the box here. They're going to have to try and just drop flashes behind and fight here. Oh, and miss chance maybe for Khan there. Zwei is going to go down and the trade just simply is not there. Sangle have a double, make that a triple. And there's life in them yet. They're looking to level this one up. Deny that 18th for Nemiga. But Lear and Xanter quickly on the scene.
Is it bad that this is still looking terrifying with the low HP? I know it's a 2 versus 5. You have that one player in towards middle. You want to use him. You want to pull the plug and just wait for LNZ to make something happen in towards mid. You don't want to rush your way into a bomb site right now. You don't want to risk it, especially with the low HP, but this is going to do the job. 1-for-1 headshot angle. Does serve well to Youngster, and LNZ in the meantime has cleared out that B bomb site, so you can just back off. You can let Xanter try and clutch it up, and that's crisp from Youngster. It's exactly what the doctor ordered. And we've been talking about a couple wayward shots from the Opers. Khan, this is definitely one that you're not going to remember pleasantly.
No, definitely not.
At this point, we can't really fault them, though. Imagine the level of nerves that have built up into that. And this is only map number 2 of the series. Let's not forget, we could still have one more map of play here.
The nerves even here. Do you know what I mean? And we're not even technically involved.
Well, technically. Well, we are and we aren't. Yeah. They don't know we are. Everyone else does.
It's time to get involved. Who's going to strike 18 first? Who's going to draw first blood in this second OT?
I feel like I've asked that question like 20 times already. That's a show-stopping performance. No matter who you are, you're going to be exhausted. No matter on which end you are, you're always going to be disappointed if you lose a map like this one. Risky Bob opens things up, but it's a 2-for-2. Sango responding in true Sango fashion. Not letting Nemiga just get the opening kills and run away. And those refracts have been so damn quick. But there's another one. Are you ready for Lear to be that close? I don't think you are. He's going to get a freebie onto Sammy.
And it puts it onto Youngster's shoulders. Had a massive round in the last to get Sangle onto 17. This 1 versus 2
timing
would be an absolute monster. He has a timing to maybe find, and he picks Xanter off. Doesn't realize that Lear was invested there, though. Bomb's going to be tapped. There's the spam. Lear's going to give himself away. He'll give himself up for free. And Youngster now knows he's just going to be holding. Lear goes for the swing, and Youngster's going to get it done. Sangle might just say, Nemiga, it's your time. you're done. You're cooked on Vertigo. This is our map, and we want to take it.
How many times are we going to say this young name, or this young man's name? Youngster has been so detrimental. And you know, he was the one to bring back the life to Sango in the first half, right? When they were struggling so much in the first 12 rounds, he was the one to get away with the multi-kills. He was the one to get all those impactful rounds that helped everyone else to wake up. And now in overtime, when it matters the most, he's the one to deny Nemiga map and match point. And what a way to do so. And you're starting to see the pressure as well. They're just going for the spam straight away. Didn't want to take chances, didn't want to let him get that bomb planted. Youngster just played this one to perfection. Even the calmness to go for the second tap of the bomb. 17-18, it's another map point. Sango have had so many chances to close this one out. Surely they finally capitalize on one of them.
Or else it's OT number 3.
I'm here for it, baby.
It's a big
I'm here for it.
Xander feeling the pressure, a little bit of losing a few rounds back-to-back in this OT, down to just a FAMAS. Risky Bob looking for this opening kill, and it's such a messy fight that LNC is involved in. X-Ray just caught out in the open. Svei will make that one look easy, simple, straightforward, and Nemiga might have done exactly that. This is looking like OT number 3, unless Sango can rescue this one.
They just don't want to overstep the mark.
Yeah, you don't want to just walk and give a kill away like that, because that's going to get Sango thinking they have a chance in this one.
Oh, there it goes. Jota, there's one, there goes the second. And it could be the 3 versus 5, and Jota's been absolutely unleashed. And it's not gonna be a third overtime, rather a third map in the series, unless, and I say unless, Khan pulls off not a magical, not a miraculous, an impossible 1 versus 3 clutch. He's got a kit, he's got a smoke, he's got a Molotov. Coming in from the backlines, there goes the first one, spray transfer, had to be perfect. But it is denied. Sango refused to give up. They refused to go down. And that is without a doubt, I know it's day 1, but the comeback of the event.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous that Sango managed to stay alive in that game for so long. And there was just so many different chances for both of those teams to end up taking it. And they just hang in there. That was the main thing. They just kept hanging in there. Even when Xander was bullying them over towards that B-bomb site, they just managed to stay alive for long enough. They'll reap the rewards, a map 3.
I feel like they deserved it, man. I feel like the series deserves it at this point. You're looking at all the impact that Youngster was able to bring in. The fact that LNZ every single time we got we caught a glimpse of them on the cameras was always calm, always trying to cheer everybody up. It felt like they just handled the situation like they believed that they could make it work. And, you know, in the end of the day, an Anubis coming in is always going to be an exciting one. Ladies and gentlemen, we're sending it to a quick little break, but make sure you don't go anywhere. Just get a fresh beverage too, I guess. I really said beverage instead of a drink, did I? Okay, yeah, get something to drink, and we're going to be right here in around 15 minutes with map 3.
Challenge. Let's see how many seconds it takes to finish. Let's go. Let's start. Harika.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The world is changing quickly. Clear. Copy. Sector clear. Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Aces, 1v4s, comebacks, 1v3s, 3v1s, ninjas, wallbangs, kills through smokes. And those are just a handful of things that we saw throughout the second map of our second series of the event here at the RES Regional Champions. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back ready to kick things off with the third map of the series between the sides of Sango and Nemiga. And so far, Jack, that has been, and I say that, I don't say that lightly, because the first game didn't disappoint either. That has been the game of the event.
Oh, well, hands down, hands down. I mean, look, it was just such a tough game from start to finish, to be honest, you know, for both teams. Sangle were looking down and out in certain points. You know, they get dominated on map one, and then all of a sudden, it looks like it's going to go one way and one way only. It looks like it's going to go in Nemiga's favour. Sangle, all of a sudden, there's this resurgence, but then it's just this back and forth, this tug of war that eventually Sangle come out on top in. And you just wonder how much is that kind of taken out of both of these teams when we're going onto a map like Anubis, where we know Sangle can thrive, and especially against tougher opponents, tougher opposition. But in Nemiga's case, have they maybe, you know, gassed out a little bit going into map 3?
Sure, and that's always going to be the question, right? Especially when we're talking about such an exhausting series. For those of you that have missed out the second map, it was in 1917, right? Yeah. And there were so many comebacks involved, right? It was an 8-4 first half for Nemiga, then Sango were able to bring it back, but then Nemiga bring it back again, then Sango against all odds are able to force OT, then they had a couple map points that they missed out on as well, so it was pretty much a roller coaster of emotions, right? So whenever you're on the receiving end of this one, that is a really difficult pill to swallow, especially if you're Sango. You're thinking, okay, we had 3 chances in regulation to run away with win here. We had so many opportunities to close it out, 2-0, job done, moving into the next winner's matchup against Fluxo, everything's going to be working great. One thing that we have to highlight is the great mental resilience that we saw from LNZ, Jumpy, and everyone on the server. Of course, we had a big conversation, a pretty prolonged one about Youngster. He had a couple really impressive moments. He was actually the one to, you know, give them the initial couple rounds to start being happy about the initial couple rounds that spiraled out the hope. So yeah, I feel like going into this third and final map, there's definitely going to be a lot of question marks around the mentality that Nemiga are going to be able to bring in. The fact that obviously you could be feeling mentally exhausted. The one most important thing though is trying to isolate this map from anything else that's happened before it, right? Try and think of it as a best of one. Try and think of it as a map that you win, you go into the winners matchup, you don't care about Vertigo, you don't care about map 1. No one even remembers map 1 at this point. We don't remember Ancient. We don't remember what happened on there. All we care about, all those players should be caring about, is Anubis.
To be honest, it's been that long. I'm not even quite sure I remember what happened on map 1. It's been a little while, but knife round to start us off. Let's see what sides are going to be picked, and that's relatively straightforward. Only one winner there. The Nemiga are going to get those choice of sides, the all-important. Usually on Anubis, you know, actually, when it comes in as a decider, you know, you don't usually like to put a lot of weight on knife rounds, but, you know, getting to start on that T side, surely it's going to do you a few favors.
Yeah, I feel like at least from a psychological point of view, it's going to make you feel like you're in control a little bit more. I don't think from a purely in-game or strategic or tactical point of view it's going to harm Sango too much. I honestly feel like if you're looking at Sango, you're probably looking at one of the most creative teams in the Tier 2 space when it comes down to that Anubis map. And the one thing that I like the most about Sango and their Anubis is the fact that you're looking at the way that a lot of people are following the meta of the Tier 1 teams. Sango is actually one of those teams in Tier 2 that some Tier 1 teams copy from, right? They're I guess you can call them trendsetters in a way, trying to come up with their own stuff, their own plays, their own utility, their own mini defaults where you just have singular goals in ways of taking map control. So there's a lot of unique things that you can spot when it comes down to the Anubis of Sango. But hey, with that being said, Piss Around already kicking things off, and they will have to be unique. They will have to be quite impeccable if they want to make this one work. And it's already looking damn good, if you ask X-Cloud and LNZ.
Yeah, lovely double pick up there. Peeking into 3 players when you went around the corner in towards A main. 3 players now remain for Nemiga. That's just going to be perfectly lined up for the spam there from Yoda. No chance of a bomb going down right now. Nemiga, they have to try and keep the CTs away for now. Lyra eventually is going to put it down, but he gets nothing more out of that situation. Sango, they'll win the round. It will cost them a bomb plant though. But still, finally having a little bit of success on the pistols because it's been all Nemiga.
Yeah, it's a really good counter as well. A lot of people love going for that early peek in towards A main because it's really difficult to fight it on the CT side pistol round unless you invest a lot of bodies. So yeah, you see that triple, of course. I'm not going to be surprised if this is just straight up anti, a lot of prep being brought in. We know that obviously LNZ and Jumpy like being a little bit nerdy with it when it comes down to the preparation, and obviously you probably knew you were getting up to an Anubis third and final map, as the Moon said at the desk. It's tea time, of course, which was such a long time ago now, but Anubis was probably the one to be expected out of this one, to be the third and final one. It has been the decider a couple times between those two teams already. As we said, the current record sitting at 2-1 in favor of Nemiga, but Sango looking to change things up a little bit here.
No change in what happened in the last round. It's straight into this one and exactly the same result. Sango mowing them down in towards middle. Nemiga, this force bite, they were hoping to be a little bit more potent. Instead, Sango just opened a window.
Yeah, absolutely. Big kill from Sammy, by the way. We didn't quite, well, we caught it, but we didn't quite comment on it. A really tight gap that he was holding, still able to react. He had a great performance on Vertigo. A couple wayward shots in the mix, but all in all, really impactful. Had his moments. Kanan's way, though. 2 versus 4. Up against all odds. They are contained right now. Youngsters just holding in towards tempo. You have Jota aggressive in towards B, just holding towards the back of middle. You're trying to force them to go for an A play right now and right into the jaws of Sammy and X-Cloud there.
They're here waiting. Oh, but all of a sudden, that crossfire amounts to nothing. Not too often you see that they don't get a single kill in that situation. And it could be a head and hands moment here for Sango. If Jota isn't able to find this kill, and he's not, Khan just gets away, Khan forced into a fight with Youngster. He just puts him down. Yoda now moving into position, Khan waiting, the double peek is perfect, and Nemiga I mean, how many rounds are they going to win like that they've absolutely no chance to even get into a bomb site, and all of a sudden everything goes right?
I was gonna say we're seeing a little bit of a change in scenery. The way that Tango kicked things off with the pistol round, then they win a comfortable one like this one, or at least it felt like it was gonna be a comfortable one. That was a 4 versus 2. Even a 5 versus 2 actually when you think about it. Refract coming in, but they find the gap. That bait and switch was supposed to amount to at least 1 kill, and you can already see the frustration. And that's the worst part about all of it, right? If you're a Sango, you win that previous round, or that previous map, sorry. If you have a good start here in Anubis, you're probably going to be feeling really refreshed, but if it's same old, like all the rounds that you had to pick up on Vertigo, but you let slip, frustration is going to be a factor for you as well. This one is already looking like complete carnage. They've completely missed the timing on Shota. There's no way he gets another one. Refract finally comes in. But this is so chaotic, unless he can just drop the bomb.
This is the round here now. This kills Sway. Does he realize it? LNZ, thinking about going for a peek out there, and Sway being very, very patient right now in this position.
That Ofango is just awful.
And it just comes down to a time, and LNZ's just going to get it absolutely perfect. There's the bomb dropped, and this could be the round that Sango dropped back now. Can spot it out over towards the A side. He's taking a lot of damage here as well. He's eventually going to run dry on bullets, and you can hear the roar, and it's a roar of relief there from the Sango camp.
Yeah, it really is. Right, you dropped the previous one. You just felt like you needed to hit them with something crazy, and a straight up mid rush through the smoke like that with the flash going high. There's nothing that beats it. Nothing crazier than that. Definitely makes the list. A pretty interesting call. Quite creative with it. You make it work. Of course, taking a look at the 1xBet odds, they are heavily favoring Sango going into this. 1.38. Of course, if you want to check them out, you can click the banner below the stream and head over to 1xBet. Use the code RESCS. You're going to get a nice little welcoming bonus on your first deposit. And there is a mobile app as well that you can use, which is quite dope. We're living in modern day society. Technology. Yay.
In the modern day, right now, Omega don't really have too much to work and play around with. Not too much room to breed either. And Sango so far holding on to this B bomb site. A little bit of a gap now to be found, with Risky Bob finding that double, but the T's are just being picked apart one by one. Joda doesn't know which way to look, and eventually just gets caught in between two in the crossfire. This is looking dangerous right now for Sango if they're not careful. Xantu's got his hands now on that Khalil. Gonna be trying to wield it. HE lands on Lear, does a lot of damage to him. Flash is absolutely perfect though. X-Cloud is completely blind. They've caught that one. But LNZ dropping the bomb in the meantime. And Lear making the steps away, but now he knows he has to go back to try and get it, and it's going to be a meeting of the minds on B.
78 HP versus 26, though. Lear is going to give it away with a Molotov, trying to force LNZ out of position. He's just waiting for the timing. Spotted each other, headshot comes in. And it's the in-game leader for Sango to step up once again. Another clutch going their way, and you can already feel the atmosphere. You can already feel like Sango feel like they're in control. For the first time so far in the series, we can easily say, by the way, even though they were able to win that second map, they were on the back foot most of the time. That's the first time we've seen Sango look quite comfortable. And I say comfortable, those are still incredibly close rounds, but they finally reset that Nemiga economy, and you're looking at the CT side of Anubis, potentially a 4-1 start. It's absolutely wonderful.
It's not bad, is it? Deciding map and you go 4-1 up, yeah, you're going to take that every day of the week. The pistols, though, have caused problems for teams in the past so far.
A bit nervous saying that. Thankfully, that's not going to be the case this time around. Never mind. Wait a minute. Hold on. He goes in the mix. There goes one. Good work by the MP9 though, and Zwei is going to be denied of a second. Khan doesn't even have the Deagle. He's going to try and pick it up. Unfortunately, couldn't really do that and get out of harm's way. So a cleaner conversion, only one player going down. money's going to start looking a lot more solid from here on out now for the CT side. And it's all going to come down to the first buy round. We know that Sango's got one of the most, I guess, difficult to predict CT sides when it comes down to Anubis. They're not shying away from fighting. They're not shying away from taking all that space and making you feel like, even though you're on the most T-sided map in the pool and you're on the T side, you're not actually the one in control. See the first tactical timeout. Nemiga realized how important of a round that is. And it's a difficult conversation to be having early on a map like this. It just started, right? We're just 5 rounds in. But this is how important CT side rounds are on Anubis, or I'm going to rephrase that. This is how important it is not to let the enemy team get a lot of rounds on the CT side early on. Even if you have the strongest T side to finish off with, if they're already on 5 or 6, it doesn't really change the fact that they're going to be in a much better position in the second half.
Nemiga going to pull their chances from, though? It's the question weighing on my mind right now. This is a little bit quicker over towards B. That's what they were thinking about doing, but Xanter standing tall there in towards the canals, traded out. You don't really discover much if you're Sangle there.
No, you don't, but you spot only that one player, right? And there was no opportunity or no attempt of a refrag there from the T side, so going to stay laser focused in towards middle, in towards B, and you see the reaction. LNZ just rotating away. You're hoping that Xanter was all alone, and you know he's usually the player to be lurking in towards that A bomb site. Nemiga, though, taking their time, and by the looks of it, exploring the possibility of a mid to A play.
Really well-timed molly there from Risky Bob. He was getting walked on. Whether he realizes it or not. Still sticking around, trying to take a fight that he might win. Sees a gun barrel, but waiting for the head to present itself. Youngster able to find one. There's that mid-walk you were talking about. But still,
where do you go?
Where do you go with only 30 seconds left? There's one on A and there's one on B, but you know Youngster's low. But still, you'll walk into Sammy, playing a lovely off angle in towards the heaven, but Khan is perfect on the clear. It looks like Nemiga will clear Sangle in this round.
Yeah, you gotta be saving if you're a youngster. He's not even gonna give this one a go. 33 HP to work with. AK, absolutely precious. Yeah, you did keep 4 of the guns alive in the previous one. Well, you still don't want to throw yourselves out there. And this is the comfortable position that Tango have been able to set themselves in on the back of picking up 4 out of the opening 5 rounds, right? This is the point of you knowing you have enough money. The loss bonus is going to start racking up even if you drop rounds. And you can call those rounds off. You don't need to force the issue. It's still a big one for Nemiga to pick up. Obviously, they absolutely needed this one. It felt like they were a little bit lost towards the end there. Might have wanted to go away. You lose that player that was lurking to save me. Might have felt like you wanted to go B. Youngster gets the refrag and you don't want to give him all the sound cues. That was the best chance you were going to get yourselves, or give yourselves, rather. And they capitalize on it. Second round on the board. You're going to need a lot more of that on the T side. But it's a place to start.
Looking for a few more opportunities. Nemiga, aggression in towards mid here from Risky Bob. This is a bold strategy, especially without any util, but puts the molly in the perfect place, forcing that offer back. LNZ thinking about maybe just going through, decides to go for the spam and let Sammy peek instead. Offer doesn't miss, not that time.
No, absolutely not. An early opening kill is going to ease the pain a lot more. You can see the reaction straight away. They leave middle completely open, but the reposition, the bait and switch with the open, the rifle isn't playing towards the A-bomb side, and that's going to mean that duo of Youngster and Jota is going to be a lot more relaxed in towards the B-bomb side. As Nemiga start making their way back there, the only issue right now, lack of utility. One smoke on Zwei, a Molotov on Xanter, an HE on Lear, that's about it. You don't have a single flash. You need to walk in dry.
Walking dry and Youngster just holding on a timing. Yoda's going to spin around now and just be waiting to receive anybody making their way in. The util is going to be dumped. The SMG needs to prevail in these fights, and he's done more than enough there, finding 2. It's just the players making their way, trickling out through B main, and Youngster's already dealt with one. Can off the plant, and Youngster knows it. Just needs to buy time for his teammates to get here. They'll deal with him. Don't want to let him get away. Saving would be a decent result for Can, although not what they came for.
No, absolutely not. Talk about getting a lot more out of a situation that you should be. Jota with that double kill, that was absolutely crazy. At least Khan is going to be able to hold on to the AK-47. Unfortunately, it's just going to be a half buy around it, but what Jota does there, it's absolutely insane. Look at that. Gets the first one, doesn't get refract, turns around instantly. That was so quick from him. Just played to absolute perfection on that B-bomb side. And this is not looking like a T-sided map right now. Sango just looks so comfortable on the CT. And that's a great opportunity, potentially 6 rounds here. And as we said, when you're playing an Anubis against Sango, it's going to feel like it's a bit tricky, right? Because this is one of the maps that they actually used to pick into, right? Back in the day, I say back in the day, towards the early stages of this iteration of Sango, with the previous iterations as well, when they had players like Gengino, when they had players like Sasso. That was quite sick. That's the one and only AK.
Ridiculously fast, and Can looking for more than just the one. He's not done just yet. Can he get into the B bomb site? Well, yes. Yes, he can. And for Sango, that's a missed opportunity massively. You take down that AK, there's only pistols in your way from a 6th round. And that really will begin to force your issue and state your case for taking this series. Instead, you've got a round that Can is able to come up with 3, and it's still a little bit up in the air. Yeah,
it was just a hail of bullets in towards that B-bomb side. AK walks in. That's exactly what you want from a hero rifle in a round like this one, right? Been given the 1v1 fights, been given all the opportunities. We're going to check it out on the replay as well. Headshot after headshot after headshot. It just felt so satisfying. Like you're looking at a pre-fire map there from Khan. We praised him for his rifle work earlier on. It's a little bit of a taste of it that we've been given in a round like this one. Thing is, you drop the ball in a round like this one if you're Sango. It shouldn't be over discouraging though. Nemiga are still the ones that are feeling the majority of the pressure. They are on the T side. They are the ones that need to start picking up rounds. Yeah, it should have been a free one, absolutely, for the side of Sango. But you still have 5 already on the CT side, and you're going to get a couple more chances to build on top of that.
None are going to be as easy as that last one. Now Can is going to be wielding an AWP, and still a little bit of pace behind this round right now. You need to be very cautious of. Youngster's going to burn up under the pressure. The boost is going to be amounting to nothing. Samey with a nice deagle shot that. M4 just a little bit too far away. Go Gadget extender arms wouldn't have even grabbed it. And Amiga really making Sango think about this one. If I'm LNZ, although I'm alone in a 1 versus 4, I am beginning to think this
the timing would have been impeccable, by the way.
LNZ was even ready for that. He was turning around looking, and still Xanter wins that fight.
Yep, realized it. I think it was because of the timing of the smoke in towards Temple, by the way, because he saw it that late. He was like, well, maybe they just realized where I'm coming from. Turns around, Xanter still wins the fight. Gonna check it out on the replay. Khan, great work to deny that opening kill from X-Cloud. Molotov just burning Youngster to a crisp. Of course, it's the double molly that you throw in towards the pillar and then towards the entrance of Connector. That doesn't really leave you with a lot of opportunities. Give you a lot of space to work with. Finally, we're gonna see a bit of a reset for the economy of the CT side. So you get a freebie here if you're an Amiga. You get a 5-5, a tight game. Still doesn't feel like you're completely in control, but it's much better than what we saw in the first couple of rounds. And as we said, dragging them down deep, especially with how scrappy this game has been so far. It's nothing new, but you want to make sure you don't want to let Sango feel like they can just run away with a clean one here. Building up momentum on the CT side of Anubis is a big no-no if you're an Amiga. Well, from the perspective of Sango, there goes the swing, there goes the cleanup crew. Only one going down. That's going to be Lear. Khan racking up another multi-kill on the board. He's on 10 and 4 already. And there it goes, the tactical timeout in for the side of Sangel. Finally, we see a little bit of response coming out of Jumpy. Of course, plenty of LAN experience when it comes down to the Swedish coach. You're talking about 36 LAN events that he's coached in his career. And of course, the majority of them, if not all of them, have been on the highest level possible. Of course, some of the, I guess, some of the most notable ones. We talked about the fact that he's coached 5 majors as well, made it to the playoffs in 3 of them. Has won an IM Kato as well, a WESG as well. All of those with Fnatic a couple years back. So you know he can bring in the right attitude to a team like that, especially when it's difficult.
Gets tough, the tough get going, and that's exactly what Sangel are going to try and do. And it's Youngster once again. He just seems to be popping up absolutely everywhere in these important moments, these vital moments, and that tactical timeout straight away. Sangel come out the gates of this round, and they knock Nemiga back, knock them down to just 2, but still, you cannot take this situation lightly, not with the way Nemiga have been playing.
LNZ posted on the angle. White Swing's gonna come in, and Xanter's won the fight. This is still not done just yet. X-Cloud, though, good enough for 1, and that's exactly how much he needed. It has to be the ace clutch here out of Xanter. Samey misses the shot. That's gonna give him a little bit of a go at it. 3 HP to work with, and surely not. Surely that's gonna be a little bit too much, even for Xanter, even for him. It was a little bit too much. And if you're Sango, you're not gonna be happy with the fact that Xanter was able to make it close. You will be happy with the 6th round on the board, though, on the back of a tactical timeout. And it felt like it just came down to a couple of fights, just not going in favor of Nemiga, right? I mean, the push was good, the aggressive play is great, but on the back of a tactical timeout, you spot out that aggressive utility. It felt like Nemiga were ready. It felt like they knew that type of an aggressive play would be coming their way, or at least that there was a possibility. Just unable to shoot back. Sometimes Counter-Strike ends up being a really simple game.
Shoot them before they shoot you.
That's the main principle of it, yeah.
Tactical timeout to discuss how Nemiga are going to shoot Sangel before Sangel shoot them. They know, even though it might look a little bit bleak with this 6-5 scoreline, they could easily put up the CT side as good, if not better.
Yeah. I like the fact that we get to hear a little bit of audio from the prac rooms, by the way, from where the teams are playing, because you see that everyone's trying to be as vocal as possible on the side of Nemiga as well, right? There's a lot of conversations going in, people probably giving in ideas. There's a lot of back and forth. That's always a good thing, up until the point where there's one too many opinions to be given, right? But still, you want to make sure that everyone's on the same page. You want to make sure that everyone feels like they can throw in ideas, especially when the team is struggling, which has been the case for some of those rounds in the first half. And you definitely don't want to give away a 7-5 half. That's a great spot. Oh, actually goes for it a second time. Didn't spot out the Oper. Xanter's a dead man. UMP is just going to hunt him down.
That UMP kill, the only real weak weapon in this round for Sangel. And it's already done its job technically. Piggybacked a little bit off the damage of the AWP. But still, you gather a kill, you get aggressive, you put Risky Bob in a situation that he is definitely not comfortable. You don't realize how close he actually is, and trade there for Can. But still, man advantage in play for Sangel. They don't really need to force anything here. They can just play a little bit safer towards the bomb sites. They want to take peeks. If they're going to take them together. But Zwei gets away with Youngster's life for free. And LNZ, no chance of a trade, 30 seconds. And Nemiga, they have no other option. They have to go B here.
Yeah, now you need to start calling for help if you're LNZ. You're not hearing any steps yet. Now you will start doing so. There's a rotation from X-Flow, but LNZ has to be alone for now, and it's not going to be good for anything. It's Khan with a double turning around, shutting down another one. And that might be the tied score in the end, 13-5 for the AVP of Khan. might be all that they needed, unless Samy's got something to say about it. First kill in the back. Smoke that's going to go in front is going to open up a little bit of space for him. Not going to have this one for the bomb. He's still going to try and isolate the fight. There goes another one. And he sees the Sammy! What in God's name was that?
Oh my goodness, he missed a few important kills in this series to maybe close out Vertigo, but that's the only problem that you can have with his performance. That is straight out of the top drawer from Sammy. A 1 versus 3 that we were already writing him off in. An insane first shot, but this one takes the cake.
I don't even think they believe it. You can just see him on the back of the screen just smiling. That's all you can do after a play like that. You just have no clue how they've allowed you back into this one. Because that's an incredible play. That's a crazy play from Sammy. But he knows he needs to get given a chance. You need them to give you an opportunity to pick up a round like this one. And that's a really tough pill to swallow if you're an Amiga. Not only you're on the back foot of the majority of your T side on Anubis, but you drop it like that in the 3v1. That's when you know you're entering the big league right now. That's when you know Sango are ready to run away with this. And that's a pistol round that I can't stress enough how vital it is for an Amiga to pick up.
Already taking a little bit of space over towards A, but you're going to be denied straight away by that smoke. Still a few options there. Don't have to fully commit to this idea. And a tense pistol. We've seen some aggressive stances taken in pistols gone by. But for the last one of the series, everybody has taken their time. They know how vital this one is. Amiga going for this aggression here. John is just in the perfect position to deal with both players. Flash does nothing. He sees nothing else behind it either. He has all the information in the world. Xanter going to try and make a play of his own. And oh, the double was huge. Keeps Amiga at least competitive in the round. But Sangle, they can just head over towards this B bomb site. Khan is going to be very close behind. Risky Bob rotating into position as well. But it just comes down to what peaks they're going to be given.
They're going to be ready for a connector, 100%. They're going to try and bring the fight. That's a lovely jump. Crosshair dragged away. Khan is tapping away. And Jota somehow still alive, and it's a 4K for him. That pistol round is going to leave a mark. It's just desperate for an Amiga right now, even with the double kill from Xanter. What more can you do in that situation if you're Xanter? Absolutely nothing. But take a look at this. Remember the conversation we were having at the start of the series, how Jota somehow just a turret in towards that B extremity when he's on the T side. And he's the turret of demise. He's like staring right into the eye of Voldemort. You just hear Avada Kedavra, you're going down. That's what it feels like. He's like Medusa. An 8-5 lead. Forsby coming in. And that's such a big goal. This is so important. You make this work. You're back into the game. You drop the ball here. You're going to be looking at a 5-10 score.
This is a risky one. This is a very, very risky call. Well, risky.
That cinematic catches me off guard every single time. It's absolutely excellent.
I was wondering how long it would take you to mention it.
I was thinking about it a couple times. It's just, yeah, it's hilarious. I love it. It's great.
Amiga stacking towards this A-bomb site. And Sangle being very patient.
Yeah, they are. At least you made the right decision. It's all about if you're going to be able to really dodge the flashes. If you're going to have potent enough flashes of your own. It's all about the support. There it goes.
Blinded. Burnt to a crisp in the corner. Flash comes back and it's not really going to do much for you. You burn through a little bit of your util if you're on that CT side. And Sangle, they can easily just pull the plug on that A plate. They can easily just walk their way back and head over towards B. Whereas Vi, he's running a little bit light on util himself. dropping smokes, trying to just keep himself in a situation where he feels comfortable. But once this smoke fades, he knows that he is in so much trouble.
Yeah, tapping away, 1 kill is still impressive, but it's not quite gonna cut it. And I feel like they've seen enough. You're just gonna call it off right here, right now. You don't have any util, you don't have any defuse kits. And as we said, that was such a big risk going for the force buy. It feels like you didn't really have a choice though. Damn if you do, damn if you don't. We're just stuck between a rock and a hard place with our financial situation. But that's what not getting enough rounds on the T side does to a man, or to a team in that sense. Really well played by Sango as well, great diligence. You're gonna see it on the replay. Molotov comes in, the flash as well. And then after they get that first kill, they just don't overextend, right? You see that first player playing the close angle, you're probably thinking, okay, that guy had an MP9, he was trying to play anti, or he had a pistol. It doesn't really make a difference. We know that they've purchased going into this one. We see him playing the close angle, we get that first kill, there could be a counter play cooking up, and they actually did have a counter play with the flashes. Sango looking right on their way towards a great win here in Belgrade. At least if you're an Amiga, you get to replay that force buy,
yeah,
in a way.
You save 3 players, you know, lives. They're not great weapons, but at least they're better than USPs. Sango very quickly heading over towards B here, looking for an opening. So I just gonna at least worry Sango for the moment with that Deagle. Do a little bit of damage to them. Opening fight has been lost over towards mid though. Khan already taken down, and Sango begin to move on back. Not afraid to call a cancel in the situation and just reroute very quickly. And they get set up in a really quick fashion. But still have to wait out this smoke. They know it's a big risk if they go on through it. But this is allowing a lot of time for Nemiga to get 3 players behind this mid-hold. But will it be enough?
That's the big question, isn't it? White swing does get punished. And another smoke in towards camera. It just makes you wonder, right? You can definitely see the reaction there, Lear, realizing that he might be in a little bit of trouble. He was the one trying to rotate in. He's going to force those A players to take the initiative as well. Go for that push. Lear, good for 1. Refrags are really decent, though. For the side of Sango, they will do the job, and it should be another save. Straight away for Risky Bob. Obviously, there's going to be a moment of realization. Maybe wonder why they weren't planting the bomb. Well, now he knows, and he's going to go down as well. Jota's going to make sure of it. No weaponry saved up, of course. We're reminding you, folks, that was just a replay of the force buy. The real deal about to come in this round for an Amiga. It's the first and potentially the most important buy round that they will play all day. Well, the first on the CT side of Anubis, but might be one of the most important ones so far in the series. With how close Vertigo was. There's definitely a couple more that you can make a point about.
Pushed to their limits really in Amiga on this CT side here. Really struggling to deal and adapt with the gun rounds that Sangal have brought forward. This is where they really need to change something up. This is where they really need to be a little bit more competitive, and you feel a lot of the weight is going to be on Khan's shoulders with this AWP. He's in a really good position to strike, but instead struck down by Xfloud, and they're going to accelerate maybe in towards that A bomb site, especially if they got that kill they might have. Now they can slow it down. Sangal do not need to make a move.
You can clearly tell that smoking off camera and just getting middle is the default on the T side of Sangal, right? You can clearly tell it's just plan 1 on the bucket list. That's it. It's just an item you need to get, and they've been able to do it so many times. There's the re-aggression, though. Reaction from the Amiga. They don't spot anyone out, but that's not because they've left. They still have 1 player in here. That's only to control the rotations. Molotov gonna force Xcloud into a fight, and it's one that he didn't necessarily want to take.
And instead takes his leave from the round. And leaves a lot on the shoulders, a lot of responsibility now on the rest of Sangal, who are just going to try and barrage their way through A, which they have done with ease. only a single trade going back. Yoda is hearing a lot of these steps rotating in towards CT, and he's going to be flanking them, but realizes now he doesn't have the time. He's going to have to play a little bit closer to the bomb site, going to have to play closer to camera, and you may as well take a picture because that is perfect.
Yeah, it's absolutely perfect. It is absolute perfection coming out of Sango, and you can see the reactions. They know how close they are. In this round, you probably don't want to put all of it onto the shoulders of one player, but you feel like Khan was set up to get that kill. That's an insane pickup from xCloud. He shouldn't have been able to collect this one. The reactions were great, though. You put in that initial pressure on the A-bomb side with a util, then you're trying to take all the space in towards middle, push them back, make it look like a B-split. You've done that a couple times already, so you're hoping that the B players wouldn't really risk making the move. You're trying to draw a line between the defensive lines. Sangha are just playing Nemiga like a fiddle right now. And Nemiga reacting in the exact same ways that Sangha would expect them to.
And now on a weak bite. Surely this isn't going to stop Sangal in their tracks. The aggressive stance in towards A main. Molly is usually paired up with a flash here from Sangal as they go to clear it on out once again. Lear is going to burn up, but at least he gets one.
That's good enough though, right? You take all the real estate as well. Dodges the flash, goes for a little bit more. That's a massive pickup from Xanter. Flashes didn't catch Youngster, but the reaction in towards the B-bomb side is going to come in any moment now. xCloud is just walking out. Jota's there as well. There's only two players towards the back of the side, and they can't monster up a single kill. Rotation arriving as well, but behind the smoke. And Khan is just going to give away his position. It's a spray of desperation. You're just hoping for a bullet. A curved one to land and connect. But it's just not happening. It's just not connecting. It's just not working out. And this could be all she wrote. It's such a desperate one. And I know we've used that word so many times. But what other way can you call an MP9 saving at 5-11 down in a 1 versus 3? And that's all they're going to have. He's probably going to be able to pick up a rifle somewhere around A main. Actually, not quite. Isn't there a rifle? Okay, there is a FAMAS, but that's the best that he can get right now. And that's 7 map and match points.
Yeah, Scouring. Eventually he's just going to have to pick it up. Doesn't want to. Wanted an AK. It's not really much they're saving. Slim pickings though. And that's been the story for Nemiga on Anubis. Slim pickings. Not even a sliver of a chance given away. And we were expecting this. We were looking at Sangal. We were saying this was going to be a tough, tough game. We've seen how dominant Sangal have been on this map. And as a decider, we're really seeing Sangal show their teeth. Maybe it's Nemiga's chance to bite down, start swinging, and connect with some.
Wouldn't be the first crazy Anubis comeback that we've seen this year. That's for sure. It's not going to happen easily, though, especially when Sami's picking up kills fully blinded and Youngster's found another one. And this could be the beginning of the end. Jota just walking through the smoke and mowing them down. He's a headshot machine, this guy. And Sanga, or a comeback machine, didn't give up on map 2. In the face of adversity, they kept on going, 1 foot in front of the other, 1 round at a time. They came back to it. A couple overtimes needed on that second map as well, but Anubis has been nothing short of a success story. And Khan, you know this is impossible, my friend. You know you're not winning this round. They're just letting you cook in your own sauce of despair, and Sangao picked this one up. And that one is going to stick and leave a mark on Nemiga for quite a while.
It is indeed, Nemiga. You've had chances to close that one out. You could have got that one done in 2. But it was a game of so close, and it is a game of margins. Sangal come out on top and show that they were the better team on map number 3, and there's absolutely no debating that one whatsoever. Nemiga, they dropped down into that 0-1 bracket, and they've got a tough game waiting for them.
Yeah, and you know what's the thing for Sango? This is the best possible way that you can turn something, you can turn an imperfection to perfection right now, right? We wouldn't have seen that great resilience, that fantastic comeback, if they weren't that lackluster on map 1, if it wasn't that lackluster towards the start of Vertigo as well. But yeah, it just feels like it's different teams that we watched on Anubis compared to the previous 2 maps. But you know what? is the same good old faces over at the desk. And I honestly, after that series, can't wait to hear what they have to say about this one.
I cannot wait to hear the opinions of my analysts because I was kind of already expecting maybe that we're going to finish with a 2-0, but then there was a comeback, there were multiple OTs, and then we went to the third map. It was crazy.
Before we got into this series, you know, you were saying I was being very humble. I wasn't bragging about my pick of Fluxo. And to be honest, when Nemiga were in winning positions on that second map, I thought, oh my God, I'm going to be right for both underdogs in this at the opening of this tournament. I was surprised that it ended up being as scrappy and crazy as it ended up developing into. The overtimes on that second map, I think it really got to Nemiga that they knew that they had that chance to close against the Sangal that were favorites to come into this matchup.
See, Michael, you were called humble. I've never been called humble in my life, guys. I'm going to let you know right now. We saw an Ancient, X-Cloud and Jota completely shut out. Then we see, oh my God, Sammy and Youngster are the ones stepping up, going into Vertigo, and then Jota's back alive. You know what that sounds like? That sounds like a great IGL coach combinations. Help their stars come alive. Made sure the players that needed to level up before the series, before the LAN did. Now you're going into this with a supercharged Sammy, with a Youngster who can come through with multi-frags, with LNZ who can carry the team out as well. This is... Are you not amazed?
Are you not entertained?
I was entertained. I know that much. I mean, this game it took so many different turns. I mean, there were moments where, you know, especially coming into the series, we were critical of the AWPers on both teams, whether that was Khan or Sammy. They both had a pretty decent Vertigo. And then at the start of Anubis, it was kind of the Khan show. Like, Sammy was massively overshadowed in terms of that direct head-to-head. And... some of the rounds that Sammy was pulling together to, I guess, get the engine roaring on Anubis, actually, I think just kind of saved Sangal in a way.
I mean, Khan on the other side of it, though, just the 3 gun rounds, or the 3, even the low-buy rounds that they were able to get from the Nemiga side were all Khan that enabled them to even get to 5. Honestly, all 5 of those rounds that they got could kind of be credited to Khan overall. I thought there'd be a 6th as well over here in this 12th round in 6-5, because, you know, you look over towards it, Khan gets into it, 30 seconds left on the clock, he gets a triple kill with the AWP. It's a 3 versus 1. You're thinking, it's Sammy on the other side. All right, he had a decent Vertigo, whatever. He's not going to do it again. Bam! Comes back in, 1v3, and we've got the replay for you guys as well for that one, so we can take a look at that in just a second. But it was just a reminder that, okay, we're going into RT side now. Sit down. You've had your time. Get out of the server.
Yeah, this is exactly the round you're on about. I mean, they start off losing a bunch of players, and I actually think they did a good job of adapting their calling on that CT side to be more connector and fighting focused. But then Khan had this double kill out from the connector where, you know, you're thinking Sammy doesn't really have much of a shot at all, and then he just hits absolutely everything. Like, all of these shots are blinders for a very slow map initially.
And this is the thing, right? Whenever you're going into a LAN, sure, there's AWPers who online might not be doing well, but there's always a chance that, oh my God, this guy could just pop off completely. Because no matter what anyone says, it is very different watching people peek out up against you. It is very different having that basically 0 MS reaction time because of the latency and everything. So yeah, if this continues to be the trend for both of these teams, it's going to be a really exciting addition to the tournament as far as the narratives are concerned as well.
In a way, it kind of felt like Nemiga was winning and they were having success while they could set up the pace, because in the first 2 maps, they started on the T side. So they were kind of like deciding if their rounds are going to be quick, if they're going to be slow. It was all on them. But once we got like to the second half of Vertigo and all changed the sides, and then they started like on the CT side, it's just...
I mean, I'll be honest, it was just the absence of Jota as a real presence on the server. You know, we had him as this major highlight player on Sangal, and first 2 maps, you're just thinking, where's the impact? He was getting bullied on Vertigo, and if not for the fact that Youngster was able to clutch rounds and just consistently frag throughout, that deficit in firepower could have cost them this series altogether, only for us to then see Jota level back up into the Anubis. I think those jitters were gone. I think he kind of came to the realization he has to be that impact player again, and he showed it. He definitely ended up breaking past that mental barrier.
I mean, even when X-Cloud is concerned, right, we brought him up as our player to highlight up against Xanter. On Vertigo, he wasn't having a good time until basically about that 20th round onwards when he started to actually come alive. Most of the work was being done between LNZ, Samey, and Youngster. They were consistently on the top of the scoreboard as well across Vertigo. And unfortunately for them, the story of Vertigo was obviously in overtime, it was Xanter. But it's very easy to forget because of how long it was. What a great job Risky Bob did in that first half of just controlling middle, getting every single flank set up. He was unstoppable.
But let's look back at how some of those Vertigo rounds went. Because, I mean, if you missed this map, I feel sorry for you, and you should probably go back and watch it, to be quite honest. It was crazy to look at some of the late round developments in overtime. You know, we had these moments where, you know, they're getting aggressive on B stairs, even though Sangal were getting bullied every time they did that in regulation. And for all of these sort of countering moments, we had good AWPing plays. We had good sporadic decision-making from the B-holds as well on Sangal, even if you were going to lose confidence. And, you know, when we got further and further into this overtime, then we had this 1 versus 2 from Youngster that got them into a match-winning or a game-winning position, and they close as well.
Yeah, in a way, I'm kind of pleasantly maybe surprised right now, like with Group A, because this was the second series, which means that now we have like already 2 teams that gonna be like already battling for the spot like in the playoffs, but it also means that there are 2 teams that one more loss and they're out.
I think the surprise out of Group A has really just been the teams that have adapted their play, even though all of them actually have very similar types of, you know, brute force approaches in their online play. They, I think, recognized that that group was going to be so heavily stacked, and so they've had to, you know, change their own approach quite considerably. And to be honest, I think it's actually highlighted how good some of the in-game leaders can be in Group A.
I agree. I mean, you look over towards it, right? In match number 1, we talked so much about how Art really expanded on Furious capabilities of maybe being a little bit more set strat heavy. We don't have to go balls to the wall aggressive every single time. And then in match number 2, obviously we come through and we identify how LNZ is a future GOAT in the making, right? It really is a great shining performance from players we don't necessarily expect to be stepping up in the same way, right? You looked over towards Kai in that first series. You look now over towards, you know, players like Youngster who are coming in on these awkward roles where you're not necessarily always expected to perform and giving their team enough breathing room to adjust into a LAN environment.
Well, I did already ask this question about the previous series. When it comes to this one, the team that lost, what do they need to do for tomorrow?
I mean, to be honest, I think Nemiga just need to probably just forget that they could have won this game. They knew that they were going to be underdogs, and sure, they maybe should have closed it in 2. But I think the way that they called a lot of these maps, even Anubis on that T side, I think they made a lot of good decisions, but missed out on some of these key kills, losing fights to Jota and, you know, Samey in the clutch. You know, those are rounds you have to be able to put behind you, because I actually don't think the overarching game plan of Nemiga was that much worse than what LNZ was actually bringing to the table either. I think they have to be confident that they even got as close as they did to closing out that series, and just hope that they can beat Aurora on the lower side.
I mean, to be honest, I'm completely with you, especially when you look over towards isolated individual performances with how well Xanter and Risky Bob were able to play. Khan also stepping up in a few moments over there in Anubis. I think this is very much a go back home, sleep on it, say, whatever, we're going to come out second in the group and then come through well in the playoffs regardless. It is the first series of the LAN for them. These are very young players, and they still performed. I mean, Xanter took some time to heat up into Vertigo as well. These are the kinds of things where it really is a razor-sharp margin. I honestly don't blame them at all for this loss.
Yeah, but we are done with Group A, but we're not done with the day, because we are ready to start Group B after the break.
world is changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hey everybody, welcome back. Yes, we are done with Group A, but now it's time to start Group B! And that is 2 more best of 3s.
Yeah, I'm excited. You know, Group A already delivering and actually kind of changing perspective on a couple of the teams within it. I am very hopeful that Group B can be a pleasant surprise as well. I think there's maybe one team that has lower expectations than the rest, but like we kind of alluded to, Group B is filled with teams that have a lot of motivations as to why this tournament is important for them, for not only the world ranking points, but also for the money involved too. 250K up for grabs. And yeah, I really do think this group has a little bit more diversity in play style, like we were, I think, alluding to at the start of the day.
Yeah, I mean, Group A, obviously, more of the aggressors. Group B, more of the Brainiacs. And when you look over towards the Brainiacs, I don't know if you'd put Solid in there with them. Feels like they might be a little bit of the outliers as far as that's concerned, but maybe that can help them out. Obviously, with Solid, you've got Paravision coming through the Russian Force, Fnatic, then right now with Knock added to the mix. Not been the smoothest integration so far, but maybe this is where they can debut. And then finally, Unpaid, who are, well, unpaid.
I mean, when Team Solid, obviously maybe we don't at the moment have like really high expectations, but we remember what happened to Fluxa. We were doubting the Brazilian team. Like, I'm not doing that anymore. I'm like, there's a chance. There is a possibility.
I am doubting them predominantly because when you compare Fluxa, obviously you still have an IGL who at one point in the world was probably the IGL of what, like a top 2, top 3 team in the world, right? So there is that small difference. And I don't want to punch Solid while they're down, but I do want to make a very clear comparison. Fluxo and Solid are not on the same level. They are not comparable. And if Solid perform well, which I hope they do, for my heart, not my mind, I hope they do, it will be even more shocking than what we had from Fluxo.
Yeah, I think the way to look at Solid coming into this matchup is they're kind of the antithesis of a lot of Brazilian teams. They don't play a very aggressive play style. They're very reserved. They like to work off of a little bit of anti-strat work, and they'll approach games with a lot of temperament. You know, they're not one to make fast knee-jerk reactions or drive initiative very often in matchups, which actually works out very well for them in domestic matchups because a lot of teams are just, let's hit them hard and fast. And Solid actually have good protocols to prevent stuff like that from happening, but against a Paravision that can show a second level, I think it will be very trying for a Team Solid that, to be honest, only really have one star that we look at to maybe be a fast flanker or a fight initiator in GBB.
I mean, maybe Destiny's been trying to take some of that role as well, but it just hasn't really worked out too well for them. But overall, this is a team that's come into here to find out, hey, how are we going to do up against international competition, right? Because obviously DRG might have had a little bit here and there, but when you come out to it, this isn't necessarily a young team, but they are a young in their playing years team, right? They haven't had opportunities like this, so now you're coming into this. And technically, when you look across the group, all 3 of the other teams do have some sort of core flaw in them, right? Fnatic is pretty newly made with Knock.
Sure.
They're shuffling out some roles. You're looking out towards Unpaid, who've been having all of these problems with their organization and everything. Paravision comes there, who I think all of us would probably agree, when you look at the names on Paravision, they've all been standing at such heights right now. They're a little bit confused about their identity sometimes. So technically speaking, this is one of the best stages you could hope to have in Europe if you're a team that's coming in as an underdog to try and make an upset.
Yeah, and then when we compare it to this Paravision team, you allude to these players being effectively stars in their individual journeys and their careers. But I think it's also kind of interesting the way that Alpha is trying to call on this squad. Probably the least proven player on this roster, but there was a lot of talk about him maybe even joining Cloud9 and trialing with them. And you know, eventually this Paravision roster was touted to be the kind of the comeback journey for Jerry, and now they've shifted into a lesser proven in-game leader that is, to be honest, calling pretty good mid-rounds as a result of making use of these stars in ways that actually Jerry kind of failed to do.
I mean, in a way, we also need to maybe point out Quicker because maybe this is the comeback for him. Because when it comes like to his previous team, he was helping a lot James. So maybe this is the same scenario.
I mean, this entire team is the comeback kids, right? You're looking out towards Patsy, who's been touted as such an incredible rifling star. Whoop, down he goes. You're looking out towards Artfrost. Oh my god, he's a part of the Spirit Core that are coming up. Could Artfrost be a top 20 player as well? Who knows? Whoop, gone down.
Well, replaced by Shiro. I don't know if it's just
but
about him
he's
going
not,
down.
but he's
true,
not
that's true.
performed since he's been replaced, right? On one end, you could say, well, if he's just popping off like the way Wonderful did when he was moved to Sprout, you could still say, oh my god, this guy's been hard done by. Maybe he could have still been like a bottom of the top 20, maybe top 25-esque player, right? But now you don't have that conversation at all. Kiekert, even towards the end of his tenure on Virtus Pro, there was a conversation, should Norbert really be replacing him? Because Kiko was playing some of his best Counter-Strike then.
Yeah.
You've seen all three of these players have their careers take such a weird downturn. So this is very much the comeback team that you sort of hope it is going to be. And it's such a heavy responsibility on Alpha's shoulders to make it reach that.
Yeah, but Yumi, you already highlighted the fact that like we should focus on one of the players in Team Solid, and this should be GBBY.
Well, he is the guy that is willing to take fights. I think that's the hesitance I have about Team Solid and comparing them to Fluxo within Group A is that Fluxo have a bit more dynamic CT sides. They like poking and probing for information. They have good protocols. I think Solid are purely reactions. They almost never overstep the mark and fall victim to, I guess, fall victim to fast executes as a result of that. But, you compare that to the star player that you have on Paravision. This is the guy that will try and push your bomb site in, and I think GBB actually has to like counter-react to what Patsy does.
And in the modern day of Counter-Strike, it's so rare to see a player who's given like a dedicated entry fragger role. It feels like Patsy is one of the few exceptions to that who can play at a top level. I'm not big on numbers, but he has a 33% attempt rate on opening kills on T side for this team. That's insane. That means you're probably having to wait for Patsy to come in and then go onto a bomb site before you make a move. Paravision as well can be exceptionally passive sometimes, but this is the guy who stops that from happening. It's a great parallel between them, but unfortunately, it does feel like Patsy's playing into his strengths versus Solid because of that defaulty playstyle.
Yeah, in Group A, we kind of pointed out that like a lot of teams that were, or are still in Group A, that they're super aggressive because, have teams like from the CIS region, you have, for example, like teams from Brazil. Like here, again, we have the same thing. Like we have a Brazilian team that apparently is more passive than a regular Brazilian team. And the same goes for Paravision. Like, is this like really that unusual?
I think the key distinction you have to make for a team like Paravision is that you try and give the applicator of aggressive CIS team, but I think all of these players have all played within very reserved systems in their in-game leadership that actually affects how they're going to I guess play out their own individual game when they have a new in-game leader. So they're going to have preferences on this is what I've been most comfortable with or I've had the most success with, and it actually makes Alpha's job a little easier. The pressure is still there that he has to perform, but it is a little easier to call when your players are a little bit more independent. And to be honest, on their T sides, they frequently have this sort of buddy system and even sort of flooding control type attack that can simplify things in the mid round.
Yeah. T-Time, so far you've been like really good at predicting the veto.
Well, you know what? I might as well try and take another shot at it. So I've got Solid picking Anubis over here. There's actually a big crossover between these two teams because obviously they both like Ancient a lot, but Paravision generally treads into that every single time. Solid's kind of a weird team, though. They've picked 5 different maps in the past 5 BO3s that they've played. So I've got Anubis, Ancient, and then I've got Mirage as a decider to come through, assuming Solid want to ban out Dust 2 and Paravision take Vertigo out of the pool. So, yeah, I'm glad that Solid did actually pick into Anubis. I was very worried that they might be like, oh, we have to play our own strengths. But this is surprising to me, actually. The fact that we have Mirage coming out earlier on by Paravision, that's a show of strength and very much a show of, hey, where can I just abuse your bomb sites with Patsy and see how that one goes?
Yeah, I think the Solid Anubis pick is maybe the one map where, we're talking about everyone being reserved and passive. Anubis is the one map that I think everyone agrees you have to make moves on your CT side. It's not just about GBB. There will be other components to this. And it's actually a little bit more team composed when you go for aggression like that. That's very much the Anubis meta because it's a T-sided map. So Solid had to break their own mold just to make this map work.
Yeah, because literally in the previous series, we saw when you give too much control to the T side, like they just like start this become unstoppable.
Yeah.
And that's what you want to make sure doesn't happen in the series.
I mean, the big thing is you don't want to be a pushover.
Yes.
And I think T-Time made this point earlier on in the day, is that, you know, when you have players on the extremities or your anchors that are never threatening these aggressive lines, then you effectively cut off your own options in late rounds, and you know that the other team can actually just pull resources away from those bomb sites and never have to worry about their flanks, for example.
Absolutely, and look, I mean, you're looking over towards what Solid's been able to do recently on Anubis. It's been some promising wins and whatnot, but when you come up against better opposition like Bin, etc., they have struggled, and that's sort of where I feel like unless you are coming out with a lot of good anti-stratting, which in all fairness I think is very possible versus Alpha's style of calling, where it does feel like sometimes Alpha's contribution comes in the first 30 to 40 seconds off the round very often on their T side. So maybe if GBB has some interesting angles he wants to go for, I know Ale likes to get aggressive on Anubis a little bit as well on the T side. So you better have done a lot of homework, because I can guarantee you they knew since the first time they saw Paravision that they're picking Anubis.
Yeah, and I think maybe the one angle for why my Paravision might lose this game is I don't know that they would see Solid as much of a threat. I mean, even within the South American region, there are very few teams that I guess would anti-strat Solid, because they have played the same way for quite a long period of time. Even amidst their roster changes, they haven't really, I guess, added another dynamic to their playstyle.
Yeah, so in a way, maybe you would say that Paramash, like, they need to focus on just like not losing the series.
Paravision, and yes, they need to focus on, honestly, just playing to a pace that they're comfortable with.
I think it's also just about making sure you don't get tilted, to be honest, because I do think we saw that happen in like the Aurora versus Fluxo matchup a little bit as well. And I think that's very possible for a younger IGL like Alpha going into this team, especially if Solid managed to level up some of these players. Because like on paper, I'll be honest, Misfits as an AWPer should be doing nothing against Artfrost, regardless of Artfrost's decline. On paper, so many of these players should just dissolve into thin air. So if Anubis ends up being a good start, Mirage isn't the map that Paravision normally like to pick as well. This is kind of actually giving some respect to Solid, because Solid's one of the two teams in the entire tournament which have a poor win rate on Mirage. So if Solid are ready for this, if Solid do well in Anubis, there's some infighting going on in the team, there's maybe some shakiness, some nerves coming back onto LAN after a while. It's a lot of ifs, but that's sort of the one scenario that as Paravision you have to avoid.
I just don't know that they're going to be able to contain Belchinok, Patsy, and Artfrost on Mirage. as much as you might expect this to be like a punish pick that Paravision could have snapped into, yeah, those three can just win games independently.
But maybe that's like a part of the mind games, you know, like you pick a map that your opponents don't expect you to pick, and then all of a sudden they're not ready.
I hate this quote because of how much it's used, but just a reminder of what Mike Tyson's always said, which is that, hey, everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the face.
Yeah, and Paravision's going to do a lot of punching.
There's going to be a lot of punching? Okay, how much punching are we talking about? Like, how close is going to be the series?
I struggle to try and convince myself, like, if I run my own internal AI algorithm on Solid...
Mike GPT coming in 3.
I struggle to see them getting double digits on any map within this series. I think they will lose 2-0, most likely. But I think for them, this has to be treated as a learning experience. You know, we've talked a lot about how every team in this tournament maybe thinks that they should win this event. Solid are the one team that I think are going to be happy that they're getting an international experience and making that leap over.
They're not getting more than 6 rounds on either map.
Okay, I didn't think you were going to be harsher than me somehow.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's not looking good.
I thought you were harsh by saying, like, oh, you know, they're not getting double digits. You are going down to 6 rounds. I do wonder what our casting duo, Jay and Vec, think about this.
Thank you, guys. I am definitely inclined to lean more towards tea time at the moment here. Paravision have been a team that in the European scene, you and I, Dwayne, we've talked about how sometimes they have been disappointing as a unit, but I don't think that disappointment is going to show up here against the Team Solid side, who I feel like are going to be anything but solid in this series.
I actually thought for the majority of that analyst day segment, I was like, they're giving a bit too much respect here to Solid. maybe they think they could be a bit of an upset until the very end. And I thought, yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. Look, they should get farmed in this best of 3. This is a Paravision side that have had very few LAN opportunities in this year, and they're going to look at how the event in India went a few months ago and look at today and say, we need to be pushing for playoffs. We need to be pushing for titles. And I think that they will give Solid the disrespect, and because of that reason, I think Solid are going to really struggle to adapt. I think they're going to find it very difficult with just the overall ability of LAN experience. I mean, to have Paravision in your opening game, That is a tough draw for me.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, it doesn't get much worse when it comes to just the sheer firepower of the squad. Like, this is a team that obviously, as I said on the desk, you know, they've got their licks in, they've had their respective histories, and they hope to make new legacies here within this particular team. And, you know, again, as I said before, it hasn't really always gotten off to the best of foots at periods of time. But I feel like this is one of those tournaments where, yeah, they probably should be going at least a little bit deep.
Well, let's consider what Paravision have been able to do recently. They qualified to the RMR. We saw last night they 2-0'd Aurora in the lower bracket of ECL playoffs. And to be fair to them, Nuke is one of those maps. The other one, Ancient, going to get that as a decider. Now, they were kind of talking about it a bit in the veto. I definitely think that if Ancient got picked by Paravision, because it could have done, they're a good Ancient team, Mirage wouldn't have come as that decider. So I think Paravision have played the veto correctly to get both of those maps. Will we go to Ancient? Very unlikely.
Yeah.
I mean, let's even think about Anubis, right? Most T-sided map in the pool, as of right now, you're going to get the choice side if you're Paravision. And I think just off of that basis, to set the tempo on your map pick for the Brazilians, it's going to be very tough because, remember, we had a whole circuit to get here to LAN. Yeah. Now, you look at the first LATAM series, GBB, what about everyone else? No one else is there. The second one, it's just GBB again. It wasn't until the third one, which they added LA, and then the fourth one that they added Destiny. I mean, the core three coming together in the very last tournament to qualify you to this LAN?
Yeah, and I think there's even an argument to make that even with this current solid roster, whether or not they would even be here had some of the other South American teams played more frequently throughout the LATAM tournaments. I mean, there's seriously a world in which actually they wouldn't even be in the conversation of being within that top two of the ranking table, right?
Well, just to give you an idea, in the LATAM series as they played, they won the second one, but then for the other two, they went out in the first round of the playoffs of number 1 and number 4, I should say, and then number 3, they got grouped. So just getting to the grand final and winning it, that basically was the ticket to qualifying.
And look, there's a little bit of credit to be given the consistency of making to the playoffs and some of the other tournaments as well, but not enough to really give us a lot of credence when it comes to this LAN itself. I mean, look, congratulations, you've made it to Belgrade. Now what you're going to do is the next key thing, and what you're going to do is probably face against the Paravision side who, as you said before, are extremely hungry for opportunities like this. We saw them in India. We saw them at the Sky Esports Championship, and they certainly would have loved to do a lot better in that group stage than they actually ended up doing, and I feel like that with that fire lit underneath them, with, again, their individual histories combining to this new organization, this new roster, they want to go deep here in this event. So, like they said on the desk, they think it's going to be a 2-0. T-Tom doesn't even expect more than 12 rounds out of Solid, and honestly, I'm going to go with that particular prediction for me personally.
Yeah, Mirage getting started. You've got Solid with just 7 wins and 9 losses in the last 3 months on HLTV. Compare that to 13 wins and 6 losses for the Paravision organization.
Well, Solid will be on the CT side start of things, hoping the defensive line is going to give them a little bit more of an opportunity to build a basis to work from in this best of 3, but needless to say that even if they do build that basis, it's going to be a tough ask to do much more than just that. Pistol set in with a very careful approach from Paravision.
Extremely passive. No one searching in from mid means that all of this space is going to get taken for free. Paravision can get con control. They can walk out from top mid. You've got a late lurk from Belchanok, so wait to see when he takes a contact, depending on how much more space the mid players get.
You've got a walk coming forward that Belchanok may have to receive here. DRG looking to wrap that corner. The Julies versus the Glock. The Glock pixels away from spotting his man. But now the T-side players take true contact to the bomb site. Belchanok does draw out first blood as DRG will fall first. Destiny is going to try and find his Destiny on the back of the A bomb site, but will not last long. Just that 1 kill on Patsy. They're reduced to 2 players here are Solid. The bomb should go down. The only good trade is against Kicker, and they're still got to work against the other 4 players, Paravision.
At the very first contact of the game, Jay, what do we see? A lazy check, not close out towards that right-hand side. Bomb goes down. This is a tough 2v4 for any team in the comp.
There's a prime opportunity there for GBB as well to try and get the bomb carrier to fall. In the end, he couldn't quite hit his kill shot, so we stand at a crossroads for the Team Solid side. GBB will try and work his way inland from his earlier position and will take contact, take some more damage. Alan's going to get gooshed down as well, and very quickly Alpha and Kicker will find the respective kills and bring the pistol home for Paravision.
They've got a bit of a winning streak for Solid on this map as of late. 3 Mirage victories in a row for them. I think the difficult nature when you look at the majority of tournaments, Jay, is you go one by one. ESL Challenger South America. Oh yeah, the closed qualifier for Katowice, the CCTs South America, the RMR closed qualifiers, the Betboon closed qual. You start getting a very good idea that they're just never in Europe. They are not here at this environment. They are only in the local tournaments because they struggle to get those qualifications to move over here.
It's a very different game they're playing here in Belgrade, and Paravision are going to prove exactly how different it's going to be in their just their first challenge alone. And Solid will try their hand at the basic pistols for the second round. So this should be a pretty easy cleanup if Paravision were leaning into the A-bomb site, which, well, they're not.
You might look at the HLTV World Rankings and say, oh, there's not much between them. Paravision down at 61, Solid at 75. I'll tell you right now, Solid are easily the weakest team in this competition. And not by a little bit. It's a country mile. It's a massive stretch.
I have to agree. Fluxo, they are not. And Paravision be able to prove that as and when they want to. They are taking the careful approach, though. They are very wary, and I like this at least respect to the idea of, they don't want to fall down to the force buys that Team Solid may or may not bring out for round number 2. Last thing you want to do is go charging into an execution and find out it's a stack. So they'll play this one as slowly as they should do. But again, very little resistance.
And I would say that this event is preparation for the RMR, knowing that you've got a tournament very soon in the dates to that major competition. I would say eyes with the core of this team being the likes of Patsy, Art, Frost, and Kicker. You want to make the major. If you don't make the major, I would say that's a disappointment.
Especially considering the kerfuffle that they had to face to get to that major in the first place. The idea that you've had your opportunities reinstated, now you want to take the best of those opportunities. So a win here in this event would certainly be one of the key credences, a deep run, a confident placing at the end of the RES Regional Champions. It's all going to look to be thumbs up going into Shanghai, but again, that's a focus for after this week has been completed. For now, just in this opening best of 3, they are doing particularly well to get on the board and get started. Now Solid will have a chance to establish more here on this opening half with the rifle rounds now inbound. And at least they're being smiley about the situation. We haven't got reasons to be, too terrified at the moment outside of the initial sort of foundations. But again, their opportunity to get started with the M4s.
Now, looking at Mirage, I'll have a look back at some of the ratings of some of the players, Jay. The Orca of Misfit is the second lowest rated player on this map in the last 3 months at under a 1 rating for an AWP. So let's see, in international competition, if he can change that around.
Is that rating 2.0 or 2.1?
2.1.
2.1, okay.
Yeah, 0.94 at the current moment with 9 maps played.
He's not on the AWP for this round either. It's all automatics across the entire board. He's one of 4 players that's yet to frag in the early portions of the matchup. Plenty of time to change that with their smokes being set in by Paravision towards the top con and short positions. And still see Destiny trying to press towards some mid-contact. Very little of it is being received. Paravision, their hearts are set on the A site.
Yeah, Art Frost is hoping to catch a timing of a slight reposition. You've got Misfit. There's not jump spotting out here from the back of Ticket. First flash comes out, and Patsy's just running it into the bomb sides.
Make sure they clear out Dark with the Molotovs as well. Patsy will take charge. Connect to the only point of concern, which is about to get smoked off right here. They'll peek into ensure no one's coming in towards short. Let's clear up for Kicker. Slightly off position bomb plant, so you won't get spammed down past those smokes either. Secure without taking any damage on Paravision.
Well, you got a late lurk in top mid, and that bomb plant is open for Conjay. So watch out for where Alpha's going to reposition himself to hold that connector sightline in the late rounds.
They're going to start backing away just to ensure that no one's coming in from those apartments areas. And Ali will do a little bit of damage to Belchanok, but it's just so little by comparison to what Paravision are returning towards him. Now all 5 players are Solid, are set up and looking for the retake. Flashes are coming forward. The M4s will try and close the gaps of ground here. 1-for-1 trades as DRG and Patsy will both end up dropping. Bomb tap once. Quick swing for Art Frost. Will lose the man advantage, but Alpha can finally strike in towards mid. Look for that second player. Not quite getting, but time is way too far ticked. Solid are out of there. Kicker can survive. And even though they hold the man advantage, even though they keep more players alive, it's still around for Paravision.
Now, for you and I, Jay, we weren't on the first couple of best of 3s. It was Jack and the likes of Ted to get those series over and done with. And one thing I do remember Jack mentioning in the Fluxo series, in very early into the best of 3, is coming in with a fight and showing the opposition that you're there to land a punch. Now, the very first gun round of Mirage, where's the info plays? Where's the activity? Nothing Palace, nothing A main, nothing underpass, nothing out towards the apartments. Paravision have just got a free bomb site on a 5v5 just there.
I mean, you talk about the idea of Paravision playing with no respect. Solid seem to be playing with all the respect. Cannot give him any more room if you tried. You can see them suffering for it. At least the 2 M4s will be able to maintain some level of a decent buy here. An SMG for DRG, but one for Patsy as well. It took point of initial contact at the apartment for GBB. Gets both of those kills against Belchanok and Kicker. Suddenly, it's looking a little bit more alive here for Solid.
Now, GBB was mentioned in good detail out there in the pre-match, and, well, already we've seen perhaps why. Multi-frag kill sort of cancels that entire round. For Paravision, it's going to be difficult for them to recover the bomb, but at least they've got time. So they can search underpass, they can move back in towards that top mid area. Solid know that they are in the perfect position to give themselves their first CT rounds.
And Misfit peeking in to just see that bomb as well. That can draw even further attention into that B defensive, and you can see the CTs are starting to slowly rotate back. The two mid players are looking to try and act here. But getting the bomb is not the only concern for Paravision at this juncture. Patsy's low HP is going to be a liability. Alpha and Artfrost have got to bail them out.
Yeah, Solid aren't over-peaking here at all. I mean, even in ladder, GBB isn't jiggling. There's no overextension from the MP9 player deep in jungle. So because of that, it's giving Paravision space, but it's making it very difficult for them to even contact a duel right now.
You'd love a nade if you're Artfrost right now. GBB could fall so quickly. Time has started to run out on Paravision. Quick swings in. Artfrost is going to get that kill, and that tries to swing the T-side players into life, but they're being resisted, and they haven't got much time to try and play with here. Engagements from range. The M4s will strike. The AK is going to get one back on Alpha as well, and Patsy is now left in the apartments with very little HP, dead to rights on his next engagement, and Solid will find a round.
Yeah, Solid have made quite a few changes this year, but I want to take into detail the last few. Now, you've got the in-game leader of DRG that joined 2 months ago, and an AWPer that hasn't even been here a month. Same for the new head coach that hasn't even been here a month. You don't expect that many changes on a lead-up to a very important LAN event in the EU, but it's all about making those small adjustments and trying to progress the team for as far as possible. They would have been disappointed to not make it to the Americas RMR this time around.
Now trying to cripple the Paravision side here off the back of that previous victory. The bi-state not looking quite as hot for the T side anymore. Galil's coming in with Deagles out as well. A couple of AKs that won't look to engage first. It's Alpha challenged aggressively by Destiny, trying to take some of that space away from Paravision, but he's punished for it.
Yeah, that seems like a really weird duel right there, Jay. No flash assist out towards top mid, and I don't mind the dry swing, but where's the secondary teammate to be able to peek together? That veteran player of Destiny has made an absolute blunder at the start of the round, and that could very well force Team Solid down at a 1-5 deficit on the city side of Mirage.
There's a quick counteraction from Paravision, cripple the economy state, swing that momentum towards your favor and truly take control of the game from there.
At least they're being quite active in this man disadvantage. You've already got an aggressive DRG towards A main.
My concern is that is the only player right now with a kit in on this particular defensive. So if he goes down first and foremost and they get the bomb side, the retake is going to be extremely difficult for the CT side. And indeed, he will drop alongside Misfit down and out to a 2 versus 5. Ali is going to be able to pick up 1 kill here against Alpha. And there are a couple of low HP players as well. In fact, that bomb is starting to rotate back as Patsy has started to gain complete access of the B-bomb site and looks to strike, but loses to GBB.
Yeah, they're going to bring this bomb back towards A. This is actually starting to get quite confusing for Paravision.
20 seconds though, time is going to be very short once they get down to the bomb site. Artfrost is starting to make his moves. The engagements of the M4 are trying to fire back. Deagle's down, Belchanov picks up GBB and reads Ali like a book and just bails his team out indeed. That is the reset point found for the CIS squad.
Now that is concerning, because if those sort of rounds happen against a team like Unpaid or a team like Fnatic, you probably lose those rounds, Jay. You're not going to get punished as much for a team like a Solid. An overextension from Patsy towards Shaw. If he just holds back there, if he doesn't overpeak from that angle, very easily they get that bomb into B and it's no worries at all. They get the round done, but uncomfortable, I would say.
They will try their best to reinvest once again here. Solid, the AWP of Misfit is out for the first time today. From the Solid side, of course. Paravision engaging damage again done early by Solid. Alpha down to just half past this smoke, but he's got backup that's already pushed into the other side of mid. It's Artfrost to be wary of.
Now, Misfit has never played a LAN on HLTV. This is him on debut today. GBB with that aggressive short notion, again, has started off the round on a successful note for Solid. We've seen it once, and now we're seeing it again.
Need to see a bit more, though, out of this, because Paravision, we've seen how they can work from the disadvantaged positions. Even with low HP, even down by a man, cannot count this 5-on-4 to be Solid's favour already, although they have several advantages outside of the player up. Kicker and Alpha are the key examples of that. DRG just a corner away from taking contact, and Belchy to drop might throw things off on this execution.
Yeah, this first contact is timing Belchnok has to hold the line until his A-main players get into position. Now, when the util starts raining out, that's maybe where the MP9 gets aggressive and actually does win the fight against Belchnok.
Orb also fires on Alpha. He's down. Kicker and Artfrost. Suddenly they're in a much more difficult position. Misfit re-peeks in despite being flash blinded. 2K to his name. Kicker now to hold the full-blown clutch on a 1-on-5. The bomb being dropped and all. This is not going to be around for Paravision. And what could have been their 5-1 stance, maybe even more than that considering the buy state as well for Solid, that has been an opportunity wasted.
Oh, well done from Solid. Now, I would say from a CT perspective, we want to start seeing more rounds being won in a row. We want to see more cohesion with the opening man advantage. Now, one thing I am considering is that the 2 rounds that have been won from Solid has been GVB's impact from short.
Yeah.
If I'm the in-game leader of the Paravision side, if I'm Alpha, am I just thinking, right, let's just hit them with the A-bomb side lanes? Maybe put a little bit less control towards short and the apartments, and then that way we silence GVB by just giving him very little chances.
Yeah, it's been the key difference maker in these 2 rounds for Solid. It might be the key to undoing this CT side. Paravision pushing a lot more emphasis towards the apartments and down at underpass, I believe, for those 2 players. The Deagle and the Galil, Belchnok and Patsy, and it's only the 2 automatic weapons are Galil's here. The AWP out for Artfrost for his first showing here in the tournament. Placed himself up there at top mid with the bomb on his back. Has to be careful not to lose it.
Destiny needs to try and catch that right timing to get the opening man advantage and fall back to the top of con. Paravision, very similar pacing with the in-game leadership of Alpha as what it was before with Jerry. Run the clock, allow a lot of util to be extended. Ali just has been on this van angle quite a few rounds now, just peeks up just above it and spots out Kicker to drop the first kill.
Indeed, he goes down. Makes some decency out of the man advantage once again. It's only the Deagle that drops though. Still got those 3 rifle pack in play. Artfrost is providing support for one of those rifles to try and enter into the A-bomb site. The problem is there are plenty to try and meet him here. The AWP at the back of the CT spawn. 1 man of Firebox rocking an AK here as well. And there's also support from GBB. He's going to get challenged more directly. He does go down at Alpha's part. Patsy can strike at mid. 3 versus 3 until Ali drops that bomb and takes the bomb, AWP player, I should say, out of the equation as well. Artfrost overwhelmed. Patsy's all alone. He takes 1 and 2 and now looks for number 3. DRG, last known location on that A-bomb site, 15 seconds. Patsy's going for the bomb itself, but they've got to go out in the open, take it to the bomb site, or just win the fight from range. Holds a quadra in the round, and a hell of a clutch for Paravision.
Bloody hell, they haven't even played that 3v1 poorly. That is a sick turnaround. The 180 back towards short. Oh, that is going to live rent-free. That was the round for Team Solid. Ali with the multi-frag, drops that bomb, looks like it's a complete done deal, and then Patsy does this. Did Ali slightly overextend? Did he look for too much there rather than playing back? They will be kicking themselves. That's a round you can't be losing.
Paravision took heavy casualties for as they'll continue to face the rifle buys of the Solid side, and they themselves have called in their first tactical because they probably shouldn't let these rounds go down to clutches. They got away lucky this time. Maybe you are right. Maybe there was some slight, ever so careful over-considerations there from the Solid side, but even so, that was a 3 versus 1 situation. You just can't seem to look at that all the time for the Paravision camp. And we know that they can post up more Solid rounds, so they've got to do that here.
And we've seen recently some decent victories for the likes of Solid. The best of 3s that they had in the Katowice South America closed qualifier, they 2-1'd Pain in their opening matchup. So we've seen at times they can be quite strong locally, but for the most part they do lose to the Fluxos and the Imperials and the Pains and all of the top Brazilian teams that we look at. So we know that they can push for results. They just need to try and give a good fight to Paravision today.
It's a different beast though, again. A squad that you'd argue the pieces on paper should comprise of one of the top teams, at least in the Tier 2 space. Paravision, a good run here in this tournament may give them what they desire, particularly with Alpha catching Destiny off guard, his back being turned to that 2-way crossfire. Patsy also striking from down under. Misfit can get 1 trade, but Alpha continues to hold his nerve. DRG can drop 1 man diving out of Palace, but that's still 1 out of many trades required for Solid here.
Yeah, Solid tried to abuse mid a bit more than what they've done previously, and it just hasn't worked out for them at all.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a 2v3, which is at least a stance where you can recover it if Ale gets a couple, but how likely is it that he gets 2?
Alpha gives him just a little bit more information. Kicker so quick to respond back, but now he's the only man left. DRG has found Patsy. The bomb needs to go down on this B bomb site that is well known towards the last CT individual, and the M4 has also been upgraded to by Kicker himself. He is leaning closer. He's trying to find his man, but DRG is giving him nothing, so the bomb's going to get planted.
DRG couldn't win that 1v1 in the last round. Let's see if he can step it up this time.
Kicker's got a smoke to go down towards the doorway. Looking in at window, however, DRG is making his move, just prodding for information is Kicker. Jump face spray through, but DRG still catches the kill. And that's a clutch this time going the way of Solid.
Well, if we're talking about CS fundamentals, there's no way that he should be winning that fight. Jumping up on the window ledge, being pre-aimed by Kicker, but it comes through for Solid. And what we've noticed from Paravision across this T side is that because they haven't had mass players staying alive, their economy is constantly on the verge of a counter reset on that anti-force buy. So because of it, you win, what, a 1v3 in the previous round, you then lose a 1v1. Money's just constantly being shattered.
It's one thing that Solid currently have over the Paravision side, and it's going to come back to hurt them, not only just in terms of the awkward forces with the, Galils out, the 3-rifle pack. It's now just basic pistols available, and not even that much in terms of the armor potential or utility bases. It's a very harsh eco here for Paravision.
Ali out here with GBB on the B-bomb site. Paravision, I mean, slow the round down, bait out the util. Best you can hope for, try and make it somewhat expensive for the Oppo.
Just put covering fire down there at the apartments. Paravision won't take any of those shots. And this could be Solid's key opportunity once again to try and usurp the Paravision side. This eco will lead to number 4. Another rifle buy from Paravision. Economy still not fully built, so that's 6-5 potentially here for the CT forces. And that would certainly be a solid showing to start things off here on this opening half.
They just got to hold weight. That's how they've got to look at all of these best of threes. I would say it's extremely unlikely that they can win a map in the opening game or the elimination best of 3, but if you could at least compete, I mean, I'm surprised that they haven't come to Europe slightly earlier and played in a CCT or played in some of the online Tier 2 events just to give themselves some reps.
We're still showing up decency in the scoreline basis. However, there are some responsives being found by Paravision, particularly the FAMAS of Alpha alongside Artfrost's initial kill. The M4 on him should get spotted out by DRG, and they shouldn't be able to last long. They'll swing together and make it a very expensive round here for Solid. And that might tip the economy back in the other direction for Paravision in the next rifle win. 2v2 for now. They are going for the bomb. Another good fight back here towards Short could provide another opportunity. The problem is Ali's got so much HP over Alpha here.
It's all about the duel and all about the contact, how the rifles try and drop against that bomb. Artfrost gets himself into a 1v1, but shouldn't be able to get the bomb down in the swing from Misfit at main.
No, he's going to hide behind harder cover. He's actually going to get that plant in, so cash bonuses. Is he going to get the kill, though? The AWP is running straight into Artfrost, who flicks right to his head, and that is an eco steal. Dwight has the most confused look on his face because, well, talk me through it, mate.
Well, I don't know why Misfit is running in that 1v1. He knows that there's no armor. He knows that's a Glock round. Slow the round down. You know that that bomb is reverse default, so he can only go 2 directions, Jay. He can go back towards that right-hand side, where he's open and exposed towards CT and jungle, or he can go back towards the left and get towards under Balk, and he just runs at him in a 1v1.
And I mentioned the economy problems that Solid might face in the next rifle victory for Paravision. They've come out to bite them early. Look at the counteraction. The force invest needs to come through from the CT side. The FAMAS for GBB, CZs and 5-7s across the rest of the board. Oh dear, just when Solid were generating some potential, just when they were starting to look alive against Paravision, it all comes crumbling down to a bunch of pistols, and now a Mach 10 for Alpha that kicks things off into the execution on the A site. Belchenok to follow it up. Destiny, oh, his destiny is death. GBB and Ali, their destiny is to lose the half at this stage.
And maybe it is just inexperience. Misfit himself, Jay, played on the Pain Academy roster and has just 66 maps played on HLTV across his career. That really isn't much at all. I want to list out the LAN map numbers for the players out here on Team Solid. You've got Destiny at 172, you've got Ali at 54, and then it's a big drop-off after that. You've got DRG at 22 and GBB at just 19. And of course, Misfit making his LAN debut. So outside of Destiny, you don't have players that have played in international competitions, that have played very much on LAN. That round is going to hurt. And let's just think about what we've seen already, okay? It's what? A 7-3 scoreline. We've seen Solid fumble a 3v1, and we've seen them fumble a complete anti-eco of a Glock round with USPs. When you see 2 of those kind of rounds within the first half, that's when it screams, oh no, we've got problems. We've got big issues in this best of 3.
Well, they've got big issues in this first map to start. Solid going for the harsh ecos, the standard forced by eco, with the single stage loss bonus that they've affected them in that last buy-up.
Imagine being DRG. You've just missed out on a clutch, but then you win the next clutch, and then your team just fumbles it. You just feel all of that hard work that you've been trying to generate has just been wasted.
You mentioned the idea that Paravision can't rely on clutches. It cuts both ways. Solid. Face the set-piece execution, attempting to flash their way back on suppression. The second one available for DRG as soon as the teams make their way up. The time this well and give these other pistols a swing opportunity in from this connected control. They will catch off Patsy, but no more than that. Kicker moves through 3, 4, in fact. And makes it look easy as it should be with rifles against USPs.
Paravision just need to make sure that they clean their map up, get a good scoreline, have a lot of confidence going into that T side of Anubis on map number 2. And even for Paravision themselves, I would say the roster looks slightly different from when we saw them in the RES circuit. Belchnok even played the very first European series with Aurora when he was standing in and helping out those guys. Alpha didn't play a single one. It was Jerry the entire time when I look back at the previous tournament.
A bygone era at this stage, it feels like.
Very much so.
Different era of Paravision. The same set piece to come through here. The smoke's coming up very early into this round, and it might not necessarily commit out here, although they are going to make their runs forward. Flash is trying to blind off guys like DRG, who's pushing much earlier into the bomb site. Smoke's in with the CT forces, trying to get himself a bit more cover. Patsy is seeing nothing behind the HEs that come forward. Another one from the CT forces as well. Destiny on a backstab. Ali's going to get spammed down to 34 points of health. Bomb's yet to commit, but it might not do so. They're backing away here. Ali does catch Patsy with a wallbang headshot, and all these footsteps are being heard by Destiny right here. He can mow down 2. He can take control of the entire round. He does do just that.
A good info play there from Destiny, and we've seen that in a couple of rounds from Paravision, haven't we? We saw previously Patsy on that walkout out to B. They have it this time around, and it seems like the correct decision. You force the over-rotation, you've got a T-side player in on that B bomb side, but because of that one info play from Destiny, he requires it all for Solid to get 4.
Alpha and Belchnok trying to work their way out of a very sticky situation, and it's only Alpha left to try and do so. Needs an ace clutch here. Call that first man in mid, and aware of a second now towards ramp, swing to contact against Misfit, so there will be a responsive in from Solid, who will try and recover at least a small consolation prize, but at the turn, it's all Paravision.
And Destiny isn't a name that I've seen of much as of late over the last couple of years, Jay.
Yeah.
I think back years ago in a completely different era, he was on Luminosity Gaming, he was on Tempo Storm, he was on Immortals, he was playing in some of the very best Brazilian teams, and with some of the biggest names of the region had.
Indeed he was. Very key individual here for this Solid squad.
And maybe not so much just in game, but to get preparation ready, to try and get the confidence levels correct, to try and maybe not overstimulate the ego, and a lot of things outside of the server. I mean, a lot of these guys, I mean, have they even been to Europe before? Has Misfit even been on a plane? Like, those are the kind of things we don't know. When we haven't seen squads and players of this nature being in Europe, we don't know until we actually speak to them.
And that guiding hand, always an important element to G up some newer, younger, and inexperienced players. And that inexperience coming to show the team Solid at points throughout the course of this first map. It has led to an 8-4 half for Paravision, who look to try and lock in on their CT basis. Not impossible to take the pistol, the simple conversions, the rifle win, and the 13-4, which wouldn't be out of the realm of what we expected coming into this series. Dually set for Patsy, upgrades. Pretty minimal over on the Solid side. Ali's still going to turn decent kill with that P250. Patsy's dualies will return fire. Paravision still have a player in at Dark Connector and CT Spawn. Artfrost trying to engage, but now he's goosed and Patsy's taken out. 4 points of health for Artfrost. Belchnok needs a little bit of work here. He can't seem to hit a shot and can't seem to hit contact now.
Yeah, they're just pressing towards CT. They're trying to take more space away.
Trying to fight onto that player that's out there as well. Kicker is going to get overwhelmed. Belchnok still trying to find something as he pushes up to those stairs and gets caught by Destiny, but Destiny loses his head. That's one pick. He's going to get 3 more on this one individual, though. Again, Artfrost has no health. Check the back Tetris, check the forward CT spawn angle. Know that there was a big push from Solid, but recognize that they've run out of time. No kits in play for these two individuals, so back away, save the Kevlar, give up a pistol win to Team Solid.
Team Solid are a squad, Jay, that we very rarely see on LAN, even in the local divisions. The only LAN that's listed on HLTV was the Blast Paris RMR back in April of last year, and GBB is the only player that remains since that roster went to the event. They went 0-2 in the Swiss, they lost to Complexity in their opening matchup, and then followed by a best-of-3 loss to Paqueta. So it's been a long time coming to be, what, April 2023 to now October of 2024. That's a long stretch to get yourself a LAN opportunity.
Not to mention the fact it was the RMR means that it was just limited to their region.
Yep.
The European scene, their first true taste of it in the offline environment. Paravision giving them a rather warm welcome thus far. Is it about to cool off though? Solid have again gained an opportunity with the pistol win, and now the force fight from Paravision. They could close this gap to 7 rounds on the T side. But that's assuming they convert upon these rifles, and we've seen them lose the full ecos in the past, so don't count this one out for Paravision, especially with Belchnok hitting stellar shots like that. Destiny's down, but Kickert's fallen in trade, and Patsy's being pressured on A.
That's a good cancel there from Solid. They realise that they could be running into a bit of a heavy trap, so run the clock. You still got a minute 20. Patsy's hearing a lot of these footsteps out, and Cod the Bomb is alone by himself aggressively.
And drop to pull further attention back from Paravision. Patsy didn't even lose that much HP. That's a very awkward spray from Ali, and Belchnok's doing damage with the Deagle once again. Another kill for the pistol. The scout hits a shot. The HE should come in and finish off Misfit if Alpha doesn't get there first, which he does. And that is exactly what I was talking about.
Now I'm going to start probably making a list, Jay. They've lost a 3v1. They've lost an anti-eco. They've now lost an anti-force buy. How many more of these kind of rounds are we going to see from Solid across this best of 3? It's a strong cancel, but what is the bomb doing? We have seen individual mistakes, like that opening one for the M4 of Destiny out towards top mid, and that one there of just players not being in the right position without a teammate, without util support, and it's just a question marks. It seems as if they're really nervous in this best of 3, and they're making mistakes they probably wouldn't make locally.
And Paravision are punishing all those mistakes. There's no reason for the SMG to swing if he hadn't heard all those footsteps, if he haven't realized, man, they might be a little bit exposed out here. I could probably take a decent kill. And, oh, there you go. I've got the bomb now. There we are. And round's over. We've won it. We've stolen back the pistol opportunity that Solid just gained, so...
Where's the tack? I mean, after losing that round, where is the tactical for the coach?
The only tack that's been called has been by Paravision when they got set back and they had that 1v3 clutch, which they still won. Like, just the difference being made here in terms of the approaches from the back room is very staunch.
And we were always on the same page. When you lose those sort of rounds, you should be calling tacks. You should be mentally resetting.
That's not happened for Solid. Shots on, 1-for-1 trades. The Tech 9 of DRG, part of this force back pistol basis is the only thing they're going to get out of the round. Low HP on Alpha, maybe he might fall to one more exit, but in terms of the value in the round and the value in the matchup, it's not going to mean much. Paravision with 4 players alive, no money left for the Solid side. Eco pistols again, round 11. Like, you're really letting the game get away from yourself at this point.
And you mentioned Paravision's result out in India in the Sky Esports Championship, not making it into the playoffs. Got to remember, that group stage was only best of ones. So they're playing in a different format here in Serbia. They're getting the chance at best of 3s, which I would say opens up your map pool to more strength, doesn't it? It gives you a little bit more of that lean ability of giving fight against those top-end teams in Tier 2.
And I would argue as well, in some of those best-of-1 losses, you might have argued an opportunity for Paravision actually to have a decent stance there in a particular series. But here and now, they're showing exactly what they can do in the best-of-3 environment, and well, what they can do when they are the clear and obvious favourites. Decimating Solid, as everyone expected coming into this matchup. Solid, it's do or die here for this round. Rifle buys to save themselves and try and bring home, what, 6 on the comeback to Evans, and it's a very tough ask, especially given what we've seen so far.
Yeah, Paravision have played 26 best of 3s on HLTV in the last 3 months, and 16 of those have featured Mirage as a map pick. Now it's coming in again, and we're seeing why it's their best map in the pool. We're seeing why they pick it against top caliber opposition.
Slow to position here in T-side default. Paravision have been pushed back by some smokes by themselves or by the opposition of their own right. So that reposition to try and get a player in towards mid-window and spot in case they want to start taking more aggressive mid stances. But Paravision basically have got all the entryways locked out of defender per position. Solid. Still setting up in the early minute here.
They're going to struggle for a sight hit or a contact. They have one flashbang. Yeah, they've got a decent amount of mollies and a smoke, but I don't know how they think they're going to crack open a bomb site with a single flash, Jay.
You can't even smoke off all the entryways here with the one. Belchanok boosted, has seen two players, let one slip, takes down Destiny, will challenge directly against GBB. Art Frost can trade on that casualty. The Molotov sails right past Patsy, but the pre-fire still provides the CT the kill. Misfit is also going to get one down by Patsy himself. A 2K to his name, it's 12 on the board of Paravision, a map point for Mirage.
Yeah, Patsy was having a really good showing in that best-of-3 series against Aurora last night. 40 kills, 28 deaths, 92.7 ADR, and a 1.33 rating. Don't think he's had a particularly insane series, but he's been very consistent. We've seen good impact from him on the T side of creating some of that space towards short, being able to get those walks out to the apartments, and then just the multi-frags there on the CT side. 12-5 solid. They've given a little bit of a showing, but overall I'm left disappointed with the rounds that should have been won.
HE on alley.
What a read.
And they're moving in towards the bomb site where there's so many CTs to defend it, 4 in total. Kicker has killed off the first. Belchanok can take GBB down. AWP lands its shot. As you would expect, it's all coming to pieces. Solid, anything but 13-5. What an opening for Paravision. But once again, Blake, not exactly unexpected.
No, it isn't, but it is disappointing because I thought when you muck up those chances, you could be pushing close towards double digits, maybe your 8th, 9th round, and then you feel we've gone into an opposition map pick at Mirage, because they were talking about it on the desk. Mirage is actually fairly decent locally. It's one of the better maps in the pool for Solid. So, yeah, I do look at that one with a bit of hesitation, thinking I expected a little bit more. Not a massive amount, but a bit.
I think that really just sets the pace for what we were talking about throughout the course of that map, though. Again, good regionally. This is not a regional competition. This is international stage. This is Paravision's home territory as well. And picking into this map up, it now leads, obviously, the fact that they do look like a very solid unit. Again, excuse the pun. But again, there's not really much reason that I can take a look at this second map and say that, you know, Solid are going to have a decent chance at making anything happen in this series.
No, they need to take their chances correctly, and that's going to be pistols, that's going to be clutches, that's going to be first gun rounds, second gun rounds. They can't let anti-ecos and anti-force buys slip, because if that comes up again, we're going to get a very similar scoreline.
Yeah, I'm imagining that Anubis is going to be just exactly that similar scoreline, but Solid have got maybe about 15 minutes to try to come up with a decent game plan to turn everything back around against them as we head towards a very short break. It might be a very short series, so don't go anywhere. It's Anubis up next.
Let's see how many seconds it takes to finish. Let's go, let's start.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. break through an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Well, unlike Fluxo from earlier on today, Solid aren't looking like they've got much more of a chance to make a best-of-3 series happen on the opening day here of the RES Regional Championships. After map 1, Dwayne, I have to say that my faith hasn't exactly been restored in the Brazilian team. And looking at Anubis next up, I mean, there is like there's no hope, unfortunately. Like, I want to at least have some level of positivity. And
Normally
I was looking around, and I was like, you know, not exactly like they win it all the time on Paravision, but they're playing at a very different level, and it was very obvious to see from that first map.
Paravision, as an example, for a map like an Anubis, don't really play it. They ban it quite a lot in the second wave of vetoes and best-of-3 contexts, but most importantly, it was the map and best-of-3 that won them the spot to the RMR. 13-4, the likes of Gamer Legions on it. So when it matters, and when they have to play it, and there is stuff on the line, like a LAN opportunity, like an opening game that will get you that little bit closer to the playoffs, they're going to win it. And they're probably going to win it quite comfortably.
And no doubt if you can beat a team like Gamer Legion on this map, then you can beat a team like Solid, you know, like, and it's not exactly like it's an awful map for them either, you know, like, again, the only situation is that it's just not a map that's always won. It's not like it was a Mirage where you could be like, okay, fine, yeah, it's their map pick, yeah, it's their home territory map, but still, you've got great backup here on this Anubis. And unfortunately, again, it further credence to the point that they were saying on the desk, like we said here in the booth, it just doesn't seem like there's much more of a chance here for Solid to do much more in this best-of-3.
No, and I think, unfortunately, Solid have only hard done them by how many roster changes they've made this year. I'm just going to list off some of them, Jay. Back in January, we saw them benched a Nolks, and then in January, a day later, they benched LCM. Then they parted ways with their coach about a week later, and then about a week after that, they brought LCM back, and then they signed BNC, and then they added Sky as the coach, and then they benched BNC, and then they benched CSO, and then they brought in Ali, and they brought in Destiny, and then they benched Exuber, and they got DRG from Sharks, and then they benched LCM, they picked up Sky. It's like, what is going on? All of these changes are in the span of the last 9 to 10 months. I mean, how do you prepare for a European competition against top teams in Tier 2 when the lineup is constantly in flux? It's constantly changing.
I mean, even just think of the fact that Misfit came in only like a month ago, like, you know, a little less than a month ago, in fact.
And
like,
he's the AWPer of the team. You want to embed him into the system. You want to get time. You want this RES Regional Championship to be in what? 6 months' time? 9 months? To be ready for it. And that is only hindering a team like Solid that have got such a great opportunity. I mean, the fact that they've changed the lineup so much from even when they qualified to the LAN.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem like, again, there's a lot of hope. And I think that's really the point we're trying to drive forward here. And you can theorize the reasons as to why.
Sure.
You could talk about the performances of the first map, which, let's be honest, no one had a good performance because they just didn't have a chance to do so against the Paravision side. And you could talk about missed opportunities, I guess you could say, from that Mirage. You know, again, they had many chances to reset economy, and then they would lose 1v3s, and then they would lose eco rounds, and then they would, you know, have the owners turn back on them, and then they would be the ones dealing with ecos and force buys and things of that nature. So the 1xBet odds will have Paravision as very heavy favourites, as you would expect, Dwight. So, yeah, I can't disagree.
Yeah, and just going out onto Anubis, it's a map that, for Solid, they pick quite a lot. It's their highest picked map in the pool, but T-Type was kind of talking about it in the beginning of the show, Jay. They pick Anubis, they pick Inferno, they pick a bit of Ancient. So when it's not your go-to, when it's not quite your number one, let's just see what they're going to be like today.
And Pistol set for the T-side start of Solid, and Kicker's already drawn out first blood, swinging in for a double, down there landing a triple, which will get his chance to do so in the end. Misfits down, Ali and DRG wondering how in the hell they've already lost this round.
Right, should we wrap up the best-of-3 series already, or should we at least watch out a few more rounds?
Let's go home, folks. We've got one more matchup later tonight we've got to get through.
DRG and Ali have really got no hope in this one. 2v5, no map control. They've picked up the bomb, but even DRG is the util player, so no armor to him means that this 2vx is going to be even more uncomfortable. Kick it. Let's just see if he gets the ace.
Would love to see that. And he's coming close towards taking those contacts. Nope, DRG does at least deny him, but Art Frost is still there to try and dish out his piece of the pie, and that's exactly what he's going to get. 2 kills to his name. Very, you know, good pistol from Paravision.
And for Paravision, I'm sure they want to look at the tail end of the year as, right, we've got the RMR, we're here in RES, let's see how much we can progress ourselves in the Valve ranking, let's see how many more opportunities we're going to get, because with the lineup they even had previously, with Jerry and X5 and XePower, you had big names, you had top names in Tier 2 in the CIS region, and it feels unworthy that they haven't had this many lands. I mean, even last year, what did they play in the Perry Please event? And that was it. So for this lineup that's stacked with talent, you want to see these guys on LAN, I would say, almost every month.
You want to see those opportunities as well. I mean, there's going to be plenty of opportunities in 2025, so it'd be remiss to see names like this not make it forward. But at the same time, it is also part of Paravision's own downfall. I can't say that they've been always impressive in these various formations since over the course of the year, basically.
Yeah.
So now's their chance to try and turn that narrative against them. And Frost is going to turn some decent Deagles, or Julies, I should say.
How did that happen?
Yeah, I don't know. Ali's Deagle should be doing much more in this round. 1 versus 5. It was Adika, again for Solid. Paravision, 2-0 stances once again. Wow. Lined up and mowed down like dominoes.
And I mentioned how the lineup of Solid's been changing quite a lot with bringing newer players into the fold. Destiny actually played in a couple of the RES Latin American series as Jay. Played the first one with Red Canids, which actually did quite well in the last season of ESL Pro League. DRG played all 4 of those events with Sharks, and then Ali played the first 2 with Flamingo Esports. So it tells you that they were already embedded in the system, but just not quite playing with this organization of Solid.
And they'll organise their buy-up rifles for the T side. AKs across the entire board. They won't take this much aggression this time from Paravision. They're going to try and force them into awkward positions. Flashbang forward for Kicker to start taking face. Destiny was just seen. He's held all the way back, not hugging the corner, so he's not fully covered. And therefore, the opening kill can go the way of the CT forces very quickly. They might even be looking for more. Flash is in for Pats to start swinging up. Ali's completely blinded. And DRG is going down all the same. As already is stomping in the first rifle basis. 2 versus 5 for Solid.
Yeah, that's an absolute shocker out there towards A main. There's 2 options. As soon as Destiny gives away the info that he's out there on that back box, just because of the tagged up incendiary, you either hard tuck or you get your teammate to flash you in to provide that cover to move away. He does neither. He just is in the open, tries to tuck. It's too late, Brev. You needed to make that move 5 seconds ago.
It's too late, Brev.
I have actually just become full English.
Yeah. You've become full brain rot, I think, is what you've done there, Blake.
No, I think that's you, mate. I think you've gone there before I have.
I don't know about that one, Chief.
Oh, man. I do.
You're the zoomer in this duo.
Oh, my goodness. How is that possible?
How is that possible?
That can't be right. Oh, Paravision. And the 3-0 beginning, it should only continue to be a bit more. You've got the hard anchor of Kick It down on the back plat towards A with what could be a quick rotation in from camera. Resmoke down is only going to delay time from Solid for what looks to be the A exec.
Tech 9s, and that's it basically for Solid. They'll flash their way in quick and try to get towards the bomb site execution. 2 CTs to defend, 3 more are on the way because they've read this execution like a book. Kicker has grabbed 2, even the last bullet of the spray against Ali. Destiny can run down Alpha. DRG is looking for another, but Kicker has his number and he dials it in effectively. They can't deny the bomb plant, but they shouldn't have much issues with overwhelming these 2 pistol players. 1 more kill out of the way for Misfit. That's as far as it will go. 4-0 for Paravision.
Yeah, Paravision, no, just stack up these rounds, put that pressure onto Solid, and let's remind ourselves and the viewers about map number 1, lack of tacticals from the Solid organization in rounds that we were probably begging for one. And now I'm thinking, well, they've been getting farmed. They've been getting absolutely owned on their map pick. At what point do those tacticals start raining in?
We've seen Nout thus far from Solid.
What's the coach doing? Free holiday? Will you debate me on that one?
I'm not going to. I'm just trying to find a follow-up, that's all. Yeah, Paravision have been following up left, right, and center thus far. They've got a couple of AKs to play with as well, so they can start building upon the basis of the rifles of the Solid side, who are prodding towards that B bomb site at this juncture, but so far seeing so little. Paravision know when to push, know when not to. Smoke off that main entrance as well. The HEs will just sail right past GBB, but Belgium doesn't care about his corner. He just goes straight in for the kill. Misfit at least punishes his push.
Artfrost wants to get that off duel, but loses it to the likes of Misfit. Let's see if there's a bit more than just this multi-frag. Patsy's starting to get some reassurance of rotates. You've got a player in Temple, another one from CT. They're trying to slow down those electric players just because of that incendiary that's come from Temple.
They heard the damage on Misfit, so you know he's still holding close. The boost up from DRG, trying to spot for Patsy, who's jiggling against the timing here. Molotovs will be sent to Glyph, so that will force the man out with no smoke. He's going to have to take a face in a fight, which he doesn't quite win. Now Kicker remaining. Rotations are coming in quick as well from Alpha, so provide some support, but Ali's going to take it right back. So it's all Kicker now. Face to the spray. Bomb carrier dropped. Ali tapped up a little bit, not quite taken out of the headshot, but Kicker lands it anyway. 1 versus 1 in a 1 versus 3 scenario. Where have I seen this before? AKV Orb, flash to suppress Misfit, but he's going for the backside plant.
That Kicker just holding up against Misfit. The angle's being watched by the AWP.
Check left, look to the right, see the pixels, but Misfit lands him and gets his own triple. I haven't seen much of him throughout the course of this matchup thus far, but that was a good round from the individual.
And fundamentally, they're just making a lot of mistakes. I even look at that 2v1. They know that Kicker is deep there at CT. Ali is towards, the jail side of the bomb site, isn't he? He hasn't quite crossed out towards default. And then your AWPer is just outside of Electric. Misfit has a flash. Why is that flash not going towards CT? Why are they not driving Kicker off of that angle right here? If that flash comes, bro, Ali gets the easiest kills. It's the small individual errors that I'm noticing from Solid, which is going to give you very few chances in this first half.
Well, this time they do come out with a round regardless of that, although it could have been a lot less expensive. You can see the economy hurting already with the next buy up. 4 rifles having to get brought back in. The AWP and the M4s can return with no issues for Paravision here. Round 6 be a swing opportunity against them. Or could keep the hype train running as Solid will get pushed back by a little bit more. Flashes will come forward to the CT basis of the push, but no one's out here at B main.
There's so much activity for Paravision. Get themselves that T lurk smoke down there at the bottom of the stairs. They go aggressive canal, they fall off, they go aggressive B main, they see nothing at all. And because of that, they're going to triple up A. Artfrost has already rotated with that AWP. He's got himself out towards heaven. Mate, how do you exec on an A bomb site against 3 CTs?
I think we're about to find out. Although I think we already know what the answer is at the same time. Artfrost, crack angle posted, got a smoke coming in, perfect timing. He does get the shot against Destiny. Counter incendiaries are also there. HG's the crack open. Vision does hit the shot onto DRG. Blind past that smoke still, and the no-scopes won't connect either. Solid are forced to cancel.
And where do you cancel to? Do you try and go quickly into Electric? Do you just try and brute force the pace into B? You've still got the hard anchor of Patsy. He's not left his post.
He has gone passive towards it, though, so it would give backside access. 25 seconds, and the bomb's still out towards main, though. They're splitting their way out of this. The AWP didn't quite see Destiny either. The M4 of Kicker will make a little bit of noise that Destiny could try and punish. The smoke's going to clear. The AWPer now has vision on towards that bomb carrier, but again, missing his mark. Kicker's back his turn. Solid may get a bomb plan out of this. A 4 versus 4, though. The retake of Paravision still looks good.
Now, Alpha trying to just work on the edge of that camera smoke. Patsy's still not seeing that lurk out to B. Doesn't know if he's gone in there towards main. Doesn't know if he's fallen off to the canals.
Initial prods. Patsy heard. Just straight baiting out the AK spray. So he knows that man's set towards the stairs. Paravision waiting for these smokes to clear before they go in for the engages. And Alpha is going to engage well against Ali. The third man's been brought back in from the outside of the site now towards main. AK spray for Destiny's off. AWP for Misfit. Lands on the first man. AK for GBB is good, but only for 1. Belchanot gets 2 in the return. And the triple overall for not a defuse, I don't think, without the kit in play. It's close. But it is Solid's round.
Just about. Paravision, it comes down to a scenario there where there's a bit of a timing exposed. You've got the AWP that's holding the crack angle from the top of bricks, but because of that lurk smoke, it allows Ali just to work in that timing, catch off against the A defender. If they have a kit, it's a very different round. Fine margins, and maybe that comes back similar to some of the rounds that we saw in Mirage, the odd opportunity here or there. We just need to see Solid really break the economy of the opposition. We need to see a round streak. We need to see them put pressure onto Paravision.
Well, they're getting there in terms of the economical deficits for Paravision. They are getting weaker and weaker buys, but they are still buying in. They've still got the AWP, they've still got 2 M4s. From Arson and UMP might start to get a little bit more dicey. Solid themselves are also not that better off. They did lose all 5 in that round, so they're also got some limitations. The Mac 10 and DRG will be the first player in against Kicker from range. Incendiary to block them from camera immediately, but this might not stall Solid for too long.
Yeah, they might have to try and go into Temple because of it. This is good blockage from Kicker. The ump gets nothing, only gets damage against the mass players.
Got to set up for the blind sprays of Elchinox. No one's on the bomb side. Rotations of Alpha will get there just to try and cut off GBB, but only do damage towards the man. The Incendiary is both back and forth, enable the bomb plant to go down here. HP advantage for Paravision on the retake.
Might be a cancel now. That's a good re-smoke out from Heaven.
They're flashing their way in regardless, but they're not going to commit towards it yet. They are out of there. They are walking their way away. And they'll keep those rifles. They'll keep that AWP. Solid will get away with number 3.
It's actually really surprising the lack of B-leans that we're seeing from Solid in this first half. We're seeing the odd prod from Main and Electric, but it's A-lean after A-lean in the late round. Paravision, unfortunately, only have 1 defending A. Belchnok gets a spam kill through the Temple entrance and into camera, but it's not enough. Recover that AK. So, all in all, it's an okay round for Paravision, because they can still treat the next, not, I guess, as a gun round, but you've still got a lot of weaponry to play with.
Well, Arfrost can actually drop Kicker here, so, you know, there's always that rifle opportunity.
Yeah, but he always likes to protect the money for the AWP, doesn't he?
That's true, isn't it? What they want to do, they will drop him. Okay, no protections this time. M4 involved, plus the full set actually for Kicker.
Probably go back to a B main pop for Paravision just to make that info play like they've done previously with Patsy and Belchnok.
Early nades, bouncing
Missed.
a little bit missed. Yeah, walk forward of Patsy is completely dry. Ale is going to get him pretty nice and easy. So there's that AK loss to the CTs already, and the AWP shot of Artfrost misses.
Yeah, Belchnok has to try and stall for as much time as possible. At least he's got a rotating Temple.
He's lost so much HP for it, though. Smoke's coming in deeper. HEs will land on towards CT players. Look at the damage done to the HP bars. Alpha's got a strike now. 1 kill found. 2 more can come in easy. GBB's the next man up to task, though. Gets it to a 2 versus 2 does Alpha. M4 swapped up to only 8 bullets in the mag. Misfit on site. Well, could be denied. Alpha's going to hold his nerve, hold his tongue. Put a HE down from Kicker. Instead, it's DRG up to clutch. Burst fire. Kicker is seen. Alpha, unknown to be as close as he is, but he swings in for the triple and holds the back line of Paravision.
I've actually noticed, and it's a recurring issue in map 1 and map 2, they don't have patience. Patience, I should say, on this Solid side. Look at what happens there. The trades are pretty good, okay? They get an opening kill against Patsy. They drop the AWP due to a missed shot. They know, after getting, what was it, Belchnok, that it's Alpha on the backside, right? So Belchnok drops here to the swing from Destiny. There's 1 more B player. Okay, somewhere around the backside. DRG has just put that molly down, and he's just instantly swinging. Relax, man. Slow the round down. You've got so much time to put pressure onto him. It fills in so many rounds, Jay. They not overcomplicate it, but they over-rush it. They're too quick to respond.
Well, now they're forced to go slower because they haven't got the weaponry and the utility to sustain the fast rushes. And the HP will once again get tanked early. Nice HGs against the 2 electric players. They're going to try walk out dry, seeing Belchnok, not aware of how close they really are. Patsy can swing to strike, double up. Belchnok holds on to Destiny, so they deal with it pretty nice and effectively. It did look awkward for a moment, but a moment is all they're going to get. Good shot onto Alpha at least, but no more than that for Ale. Solidity posted by Paravision, minimum 6 hit for the CT side.
And do you know what that's Alpha probably thinking? Okay, we went for an aggressive B main in the last gun round, didn't work. Let's maybe do the B main aggro in the mid to late round. Let's not do it as early as we did previously. Let's sit back on the bomb site. Let's wait for that first contact. Look how different the result is there. You got a multi-frag from Patsy, a multi-frag from Belchnok. They make that round look easy.
Yeah, Paravision are working wonders at the moment.
And are we concerned about the lack of individual prowess for GBB? He was the only player that was generating something on that first map of Mirage. He's the highest rated player for the squad of Solid out here on Anubis in the last 3 months. And where is he? No impact.
3 picks deep on that individual. Plenty more for each of the individuals of Paravision, and certainly 2 found so far in this round.
And you don't always want to point fingers at individual players, but like the Death said, when they look at him as being that main player, you have to look at him for that reason. It's an underdog matchup where you need to be able to give a bit of a fight back. And if your star player isn't delivering, well, Well, you're going to struggle to hold weight.
And even if you don't expect Solid to win the matchup, that's at least what you want to hope for when you get these international opportunities. You mentioned the lack of lands from them. I mean, if you're going to get this one and just go out in simple, you know, a 4-0 or 0-4 rather, I should say, you know, in a group stage, it's like, what was the point, you know? Like,
well, let's be realistic. Which is the best chance? Out of Paravision, Unpaid, and Fnatic, I think you'd even struggle to say which one of those three is the best one for Solid. I don't think there is an easy answer there.
Yeah, that's also true.
If Fluxo was in the group up, no worries.
Yeah,
a domestic matchup on LAN, yeah, that's a very winnable game. But there's no one in this group that you can say, yeah, we can beat them.
Yeah, the outlook doesn't look great for Solid. I'm discussing, again, the prospect that, you know, they are certainly not the strongest team from the South American region, and certainly not the strongest of the two that are out here in this competition this week. And it is showing against the Paravision side, who are just doming them. As Yumi was saying, a lot of punches leveled up by Paravision, and Solid have not been able to defend as appropriate. They are going to get on the AKs here for round 11. Penultimate round of the half. Try and get us a little bit of a something, because we could be seeing a 9-3 CT side, which would be all that common if it was a T-half. The fact it's not a T-half is an even worse sign for Solid.
And it's difficult because Solid have been struggling in the opening man advantage department, even out here towards A main. Artfrost on the crack angle is being mollied from the plat, so we'll have to reposition, but he's getting the util support from his teammate of Kickers.
He's going to push forward as well, try and catch a gap in that smoke. Alpha's found a spray on Ali, so he's fallen out towards that mid-fight. 5-on-4 taken. As Kicker moves alongside Artfrost, shot on Destiny. GBB is going to get caught off guard. DRG can return one from the mid-fight. Misfit's going to get worn down by HGs and all sorts of presence and pressure of the CT side. Finally, DRG gets another trade back, but Artfrost takes his teammate out, and that spray goes awkward as the triples landed by a Solid AWPer, and Paravision are up to 8.
And you and I, Jay, we talk very frequently in Tier 2, mainly in the online competitions, about the grind mentality, right? The acceptance of tournaments. This has to go back to what I was mentioning on map number 1. Why have Solid not been playing officials here in Europe? Like, I don't know when they got here, but surely when you get a LAN opportunity, if you're the organisation of Solid, you say, right, get them in Europe a week early, get them in Europe a couple of weeks early, make sure that we can get these guys as prepared as possible for this tournament. To not even see them be in one European tournament before this, I think that's a mistake on an organisation point of view.
They've made their bed, they've got to lie in it now. And that is, I've been clear from the word go, basically, for Team Solid. One more round in this half. 4 Galils plus the AK of DRG. Very little impact to speak of across the entire T-side board. Even your top fragger is lower than the bottom fragger of Paravision. Beltranok, well and truly above and beyond that petition. He's going to find the opening kill against DRG. The Galil Valley is good for 1, but only 1. Artfrost responsive. He still leaves the man advantage up for Paravision here. And that bomb will get recovered to try to push in. Beltranok has caught players off guard, though Misfit continues to get tagged. They continue to counter smoke, try and block vision, try and keep the T-side players suppressed. The AWP so close for Artfrost. He's hugging his opposition at this moment. He doesn't know it just yet. GBB is snuck past, but Misfit dropping. Destiny going down as well. Leaves GBB in an impossible 1 versus 3, even with the positional over the CT forces. Alpha will swing to take the headshot and make it a very, very simple half for Paravision.
Yeah, Paravision didn't sweat it out, did they? It was quite clean. I'd say even a better performance than what we saw out there on Mirage. And it hurts because, unlike map number 1, I think there was very few chances. We look back at that first map performance and you could say, okay, if 1 kill goes differently, maybe there's more to play with. Maybe there's more of a half. I don't think you can say that on Anubis. The gun rounds just weren't close. They weren't competitive at all. And with 13-5 being the score on Mirage and a 9-3 half out here on Anubis, I think the 6 rounds on both maps, like T-Time said, is basically bang on the money.
Pretty much. Can't really add more to that. Like, yeah, at least, you know, looking at Mirage, you could have seen a world in which they could have made it look competitive from, like, you know, the scoreline perspective, but just
agreed.
Not here.
No,
absolutely not here. And
which it doesn't make sense if it's your map pick. Again,
yeah,
it's not their number 1. It's not always their go-to, but even still, GBB's giving us a bit of a chance. Let's see if they can close the round down now.
1 point of health, and all of his teammates are back on the A bomb site, so he's going to get run down pretty quickly, especially as he pushes through that smoke. Alpha's going to get him, and now the bomb plant can try and get secure. They're kind of counteract these rotations. Kicker has brought it into a 3 versus 3. GBB showing a little bit of that impact. Now his teammates need to follow it up right here, and Misfit may not get given a chance. He lets Kicker go as Beltranok strikes onto DRG. He's looking for a bit more, and Kicker is going to provide that support. Now it's Misfit alone. 1 versus 3. 1 headshot taken. Second and third players roughly known about here. He's looking for Kicker next. Swing to Belchanok. Doesn't hit the headshot. Swing to Kicker. Doesn't hit a single shot. And Belchanok takes control. And that is a pistol win for Paravision once again. GBB, I kind of feel a little bit bad for him there.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough dinner and a rough night here for Solid. I mean, that is just pure frustration. That's pure tilt. I mean, that is an incredible holdout on the B bomb site. Wasted completely. I guess he has to aggress through that smoke because he knows he's going to be surrounded and eventually going to be spammed up, being gooshed on so low HP and players not really there in support. But when you've got a 5-on-3, you're hoping, you're praying that you can convert that round into a victory.
I kind of question what the point of a tactical timer is right there for Paravision. They've not missed a beat here on this map.
Well, what has Solid done with their tags? They haven't used a single one. And,
exactly.
And that actually does seem ludicrous, right? That seems insane that you've signed a brand new head coach. And yeah, we can have that discussion and that debate of, well, coaches can be used differently in different organizations. There is no way that you can tell me for an organization that hasn't been to a LAN in 18 months and is having their first stint in Europe with a player that has never been on LAN before, that the coach can't bring something to the table to use a tactical in 2 maps.
Well, in fairness, Solid haven't brought something at all in this series in general. So
yeah.
Obviously, either position, either direction, either perspective is not encouraging for them, and it hasn't been encouraging for a very long time. Paravision, they're going to close this one out in the next couple of rounds. At least the mid-stack has caught the MAC 10 player off guard, but that's as far as it's going to go for Solid, because these USPs do not mount up to the firepower on display, and DRG caught all the way back in heaven. Shouldn't do much more in this round. We're looking at 11-3. And 12-3 and 13-3 if this keeps going on like this.
And it's a shame because a lot of people are going to look at a team like Solid and the qualification run and say, do they deserve to be there? Yes, they won the points. They were able to win a tournament. They actually beat some pretty good teams in the second LATAM American series. They beat Fluxo in the semifinals. Didn't even drop a map versus them. And then 2-1 to the Red Cannon. So they've obviously earned it in beating the teams to have the pathway here. But are they the strongest team locally? No, not even in the conversation, not even close towards Fluxo. So when you are those sort of teams, I feel like you want to silence people. You want to come here, you want to show and say, do you know what? We do deserve to be here. We do deserve to play in the European soil.
All right, now Solid don't.
Maybe tomorrow's a better day? Do you look at it in that regard?
Tomorrow
Tomorrow
is another day. A better day? Yeah, we'll have
I would say any day is better than this one, surely.
I mean, I'd quote you on that tomorrow.
Yeah, it might come back to me.
Paravision and Solid are nearing the ending stages of this best of 3. And there hasn't really been much of a best of 3, honestly, from the Solid side. 8 to make up, with these rifles being their only chance to go almost completely flawless right into this return. The AWPs are out for Misfit, the M4s are in for everybody else. But who is going to be the one to give them that opportunity, if they even show themselves at all right here? Flashed in is Kicker. Ali's got to get the hell out of there.
Yes, Team Solid are trying to pressure everywhere on the map right now, but being forced away, and Destiny is just giving them so much of an opening chance.
2 easy kills for Belchanok. DRG trying to return, but Belchy's just belched right up in their face. 4 versus 2. Art Frost gets the plant down, and Ali and Misfit have just got nothing left that they can do here but to hold on to their guns and pray for a miracle for the 9 map and match points they have to bring back.
Well, that just tells you how poor the protocols really are. That's not even an exec, is it? That's just Belchanok running in as an entry fragger and getting 3 kills without even the CTs being in trading positions.
He's got a quadra as well. Why not give him the ace at this stage? The only thing stopping it is him going away from that bomb site, giving Misfit at least the AWP for the next round. So that's another rifle lost and a less that they can work with when the loss bonus is still building for Team Solid.
I still find it so funny when he was standing in and helping out Aurora. They were just putting him in all the hard anchor roles and hard lurk roles. And while the team was still doing well, Belchanok's a star player. He's got to be in more active positions, and we're seeing it since the transition back to Paravision.
Meanwhile, at the end of that round, just after the bomb goes up, Kicker does catch that exit frag, does remove the AWP. So there is sweet nada available for Solid in what is probably the final, well, I say probably, is the last round of this matchup. I don't believe in miracles today, Dwayne, unfortunately.
No, I don't.
And for Solids, I mean, they have to believe in them because they've got no other choice.
Not quite the miracle on ice today.
No. 9 match points for Paravision. Should get it in the first. They've got all the weapons that they want. For Masters at best for Team Solid. Let's see them throw a Hail Mary into the wind. And NW Beam shot does miss out from Art Frost, and that has been a bit of an issue for them over the course of this matchup, or this map specifically, but nothing that's hindered the Paravision side too much.
A re-smoke goes down, and Ali's just trying to back off. You've got Misfit more defensive with a AA setup. You've got Destiny that's trying to take some space away, but Alpha's still watching defensively.
Sees them prodding, shoulder of GBB spotted. Adjusted towards, and GBB again the man to make a bit of a difference here for his team. A FAMAS kill, still at 34 points of health though, to turn back and look towards Electric where the T-side players are still contacted towards. And Paravision are looking at a rotation here.
They're just patience now for Paravision. Slow the round down, try and get Team Solid to double guess themselves, maybe force a slight over-rotation, too many info plays. Kikut's just trying to distract out here to A main. He's got a little flash around the corner, but everybody else is regrouping for the B-site lane.
40 seconds on the clock. Patsy is pressing, looking for a way into this site. Destiny holding first port of call. Smokes are up. Patsy's checked for position. Destiny does get that kill. GBB spotting 2 individuals. FAMAS is bursting from range. Oxforce can kick out quickly. Clean house. Molotov kills. AK kills. All the works out. The last man in the backside spotted. And Belchanok closes with a double as appropriate for Paravision. They made it look easy against Team Solid.
Indeed they did. Good performance from Paravision today. I think difficult to judge what they're going to look like in this competition. It's not until they played a Fnatic and an Unpaid when we can look at them and say, okay, are they a title threat? Are they maybe just a playoff contending team? This game gives us absolutely no indication.
Yeah, look, we've discussed issues with Paravision in the European circuit in the past, and that's really where I think they're going to get tested the most. This was going to be a layup. Everyone said it was going to be a layup. We said it was going to be a layup. You probably at home said it was going to be a layup, and that's exactly what it was here. A very simple affair. Doesn't show any good signs for Solid. And you know, again, maybe you said earlier, tomorrow's another day, but I have a feeling that there aren't going to be many good days here this week.
No, and for Paravision, 2 back-to-back very good days. 2-0 to Aurora last night, get another 2-0 today, 1 more best of 3 to get yourself in the playoffs, something that they couldn't do in India a few months ago. Then they'll be very satisfied with how this very short period of time is looking for them.
Well, they are now in the winners match for Group B. Solid will be facing elimination from here on out, but how far will they go? Maybe that's a question for the Desk to answer as they look to break down this best of 3.
We did not get to witness a solid game plan or solid game from Team Solid because it was. Let's just point out the fact that it was Anubis. It's their map pick, and Paravision actually let them start on the T side, so they had everything for them.
I feel like you've just set me up to talk about how good Solid were, but they just need to work on their map awareness, their crosshair placement. Their fragging ability, their executes. Listen, I think there were a lot of things that Solid actually did right in certain instances, but for them, they lack composure, I think, and the experience to play against the caliber like they did against Paravision. Whether or not they got into man advantage situations across both maps, these rounds were just getting blown open by the sheer star power and firepower that Paravision have on this roster. And we posed this question coming into the matchup. GBB is an initiator. He is a driving force on this roster. He is the only player we can really look to historically, even in South American games, to perform. And they did at least talk about it as well. I mean, GBB struggled to find that level of consistency here.
Oh, yeah, definitely. But is there maybe like anything that we can like still highlight from the series?
It's more about what Paravision did to Solid, I think, is the unfortunate part of it. I mean, one of the rounds that we have available is more just, again, this sort of star power coming into action. There's one on Anubis that's actually very relevant, and they pointed out quite correctly, Solid get a little complacent when they get into a 5 versus 3, and then they lose it. And that was kind of like their best looking round up until that point, and they just never found their feet afterwards. They get 2 nice opening kills, and then as soon as they get into a bit more of a 3 versus 3, Belchanok does a really good job of getting a kill. again, you know, as the Dark player coming out and throwing this Molotov, it's actually kind of not your job to pin that guy into position. You should have presence coming out from B main so that you don't end up in a position where you can't trade. That was the worst case scenario for Solid, and it happened time and time again.
And unfortunately, that was sort of the story of the entire series, right? Which is that Solid put themselves in a couple of very good advantages, but then afterwards, Paravision just don't feel like they're tested. Their players are ones who have been known to at times cave under pressure, but then there was never any pressure being felt by them, right? At any given point, it felt like they can turn around and say, well, even if we won't win a round, we'll make it into a 1v1, we'll make it into a 2v2 when it's never supposed to be there. The good thing for Solid, though, as we do move forward in towards tomorrow, and I'll give them some props, if you look towards, like, for example, Mirage, I think I have 4 or 5 rounds written down in front of me where it was a round they should have won, and none as critical as this, right? Solid start off, they get themselves this 4 versus 2 situation, and then despite this being an eco from Paravision, they start fighting back. Ale gets himself 1 good kill, but this is where Artfrost not only gets the frag, managed to cross over onto the A side with 8 seconds left, get the bomb plant in, win out the 1v1 over there as well. So it's very clear that Solid are facing a combined issue of nerves and hands, but I will say, I think that tomorrow could be another day. Now, I'm not saying that they should be favored in any matchup over here, but at the very least, we've seen some glimmers from them, which could be built upon potentially.
Yeah, and I feel like we've piled on Solid a little bit coming into this game, and just as an opening foray into European Counter-Strike, but this was kind of what we expected, just in terms of, one, those nerves, the inexperience of playing a lot of those mid to late rounds as well against high-caliber opposition. But then I think they were just scared of making mistakes the further we got into games, and then when you're scared of making mistakes, lo and behold, you kind of manifest those mistakes to happen even more. They didn't play with confidence, and like Mom is sort of saying, as we go further into the tournament, maybe they're just going to start saying they have nothing left to lose.
I mean, if you actually go back and you count the number of rounds where, on paper, you should win them, right? There's probably enough to have made this like a 13-9, 13-10 potentially. Obviously, there's a caveat that Paravision did not care in some of those rounds, right? Like, Paravision were clearly walking in like, it's okay, I'm Balchinok, I'm going to get a triple kill. It's okay, I'm Patsy, I'll get it done. Artfrost, I'll clutch it out in a 1v2, I don't care. It's fine, right? So there is obviously that caveat, but let's be perfectly honest, a lot of the other teams will also be going into this underestimating Solid. So potentially Solid can come out of this and say, well, we should have won like maybe 12 more rounds across the entire series. Maybe there's a few more things to build on. Maybe we forgot some stuff. Maybe we can take a map off of a team tomorrow. Something like that is sort of what should be in their minds going forward.
Kind of, in a way, maybe to start taking like baby steps. You know, like first you try to get like double digits on the map, then you actually take your map and maybe your opponents, and then eventually you conquer the whole Brazilian scene. Because at this tournament, wait, we can never know. You can never know.
We are taking leaps.
Yeah.
Wait. I said like the process of like the little baby steps, and
then he becomes a bird?
Yes.
I think Fluxo has been the team that have taken baby steps, and we see some of the, I guess, the impact that it has, them making roster moves pretty actively, them changing their game style. Solid have, I think, stayed with too much of that game plan, even throughout their rostered moves, for me to feel confident that they can take that baby step forward.
But listen, at the same time, for Paravision, it's also going to be a very big leap that they have to take going forward into the next few matchups. It's not going to be this easy. And if they're going to be making critical mistakes like the ones we saw that allowed Solid to have those advantages, this is not going to be an easy group to get out of. Even if you have a team that's maybe a little bit questionable and unpaid in their circumstances, that's not a free win at all. And if you're giving up rounds like this, you're not going forward.
Yeah, I mean, based on the expressions of the Paravision players when we looked at the cameras, I don't think they expected this to be, you know, a particularly compelling game. I think they have set their expectations very reasonably, knowing that the further games are going to be complicated.
Yeah, kind of like in a way, like for Team Solid, in a way, it is terrifying just to know that your next opponent is going to be either Fnatic or unpaid. It's like both of the teams that in that matchup, you have no idea who is actually going to win. Like, there's like a lot of question marks. But if you're Team Solid, you're like, okay, there's always tomorrow. And you look at the matchup, you're like, oh, man.
This is the problem, though. If you're a medium-sized fish in a big pond, when you go over to a small pond filled with big fish, you're actually in a really poor position. You have to grow up very quickly, which I can only hope that this experience does actually bolster them. I think that's why we kind of treat this as a learning curve for Solid to overcome. And, you know, maybe they make roster moves down the line that actually do make a lot of sense. Either and the coaching staff, or maybe they bring in an analyst. I think they need a bit of diversity in game plans.
They need experience. That's
Of course.
it feels like that is like the biggest difference between Fluxo and Team Solid. That like Fluxo, they brought in art that has the confidence when something doesn't work out. Maybe the teammates are stressing out, but he's like, guys, it's all fine. Especially, it's great when you have the IGL in that role because that's who everyone is listening to and the one they respect.
And I do think this is fantastic experience for them. To be honest, I do think actually getting stomped is one of the first steps to understanding a lot of your mistakes when you see how human some of these players are as well, when you're looking back at the demos, even if perhaps that humanity was reinforced by not caring at times for Paravision, right? Just having that little leap forward is always very useful for a team as they're going to be looking to take it back as well. But obviously still another day and still another match for both them and Paravision going forward.
And also, in a way, it kind of maybe can highlight the players that maybe potentially should be changed, because it's also about like how do you treat like the mistakes. Do you like just like give up and you're just like, okay, we cannot win that, GG, and like you maybe consider doing something with those
It's something that
players?
definitely ushers along the process of evolution, but it's hard to really make a call based on like a one-sided team wipe.
Yeah, and I think as well, as they've made a bunch of roster moves recently, I don't think it's going to be all alarms raised that, oh no, we need to make another one. I would appreciate them actually just diversifying their strap book.
Sticking together.
And sticking it out.
Trying it out. Well, they will try one more time tomorrow. So, but that means that we still have one more series, and that is actually the series that I'm really looking forward to seeing, because it's going to be unpaid against Fnatic, and we'll be back with that match after a break.
Let's see how many they can finish. Let's go, let's start.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Respect from 1xBet. 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 Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Welcome back, CS2 fans. We are ready to start the last series of the day, and it's gonna be between Fnatic and Unpaid. Obviously, recently there have been some interesting news. We're not here to specifically discuss them. We have a special newsletter for that, but we're gonna just focus on maybe what exactly was happening in Group B. Let's start with that.
What's happened in Group B already?
Yes.
Well, I mean,
because it was pretty quick. Maybe people missed it.
It was pretty fast. You may have taken, an hour to yourself to walk around, and then you're thinking, "Wait, did I miss a game?" And you'd be right. You'd be actually right on the money. The first game for Group B, I mean, we had limited expectations. It didn't deliver in being even very close for a team that I want to see develop.
And listen, obviously we're going into two teams who have very high expectations of them. At least once upon a time, one of them might have, a bit less so now. But Fnatic going up against Unpaid right now is going to be a very fun story. Obviously, there's some past history in them, right? Nock used to be on the Unpaid side. Now he's on the paid side, which is, I'm sure, a breath of fresh air for him as well. But look, it's obviously going to be one of the big marquee matchups because we're coming into this. It's a very fun story for the Unpaid boys, right? It's a bit of a Cinderella story for Kassad, right? Over here, as he comes forward, he's come out of a bit of an abused household. His stepmother's turned him away from all of the inheritance that he was owed, and now he's out here in Serbia looking for his Prince Charming, looking to lose a shoe in the middle somewhere as well. And then when he's done with it all, he's going to be twirling around in a tiara of $150,000. That's the story that we're trying to set up here.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is hard to ignore as well the overarching idea that, for this Unpaid roster, they actually kind of have to justify their continued existence, or them sticking it out together. For them, this is a very recent development of it all coming to the foray and to public attention that they weren't paid by the last organization, that there's still a lot outstanding. For them, they want access to that prize money, but then also, how do you guarantee that this roster doesn't get picked apart? That's, I think, justifying your existence by winning a tournament like this, where there are other prospects that probably deserve to win it, given that they have more consistent rosters. Unpaid are playing with stand-ins effectively, and they've also lost out on players very recently. I think these guys are going to come in with an extra motivation and extra fire as well, because they have all these incentives where they don't have the RMR to reflect on. They don't have other tournaments where they can guarantee that they're, one, going to get that prize money, and two, earn enough Valve world ranking points and justify to the rest of these other esports organizations that this team should be picked up by them.
Yeah, in a way, it kind of feels like there's more on their plate, because it's not just getting the rating, getting maybe to the next major. It is actually, can we perform in order to either attract an org or to at least to stay together.
It's also, a lot of it is, even if you aren't staying together, even if you aren't attracting an org, the ordeal that these players have been through has meant we've seen their worst, right? We've seen Nexa be pretty much awful at times. We've seen Nock not really go off over here. We've seen so many things where you've been piled on by the community, and there will be some love, there will be some leeway, but you know what's a great statement? Fragging out at a tournament where there's other players like BlameF and Nock and all of these superstar tier 2 players, and you're coming through there. Well, I am kind of just better than them, actually.
And I think it'll be a weight off a lot of the players' shoulders. They're probably thinking, we can't bring this to public attention. They won't care. Maybe the organization will get onto it. For them, there's probably a lot of internal pressure of why are we still here? And why are we actually trying to compete for an organization that is not meeting their end of the contract? And that's, probably why Nock is on Fnatic, like you alluded to.
Yeah, and I mean, in this scenario, it's two really different teams, because Fnatic, it is a powerhouse. It has been in the scene for forever, has major titles.
They've been paying players since 2012.
Oh my god. Can we get a counter on how many paid and unpaid puns we're gonna get during this broadcast? Because I'm expecting a lot. Now, when it comes to specifically to Fnatic, I mean, obviously one of the people that we should like point out is Crims, because he's been a part of Fnatic now for ages.
Yeah, and obviously, I mean, BlameF seems to have replaced him a little bit as the hallmark player. Then you've got Nog coming through, another addition to once upon a time a Swedish legendary team. Obviously, rounding things out with Mattis and Body to finish off this lineup. This is a team which, I'm going to be honest, should have top 10 aspirations, should have top 7 aspirations internally maybe even, because look at the players that you have on paper. BlameF is incredible. He should be a top 20 player in the world. That's the level of skill he has. Nog, if you're not a top 10 opper at the very least, I wouldn't say top 10 player, but if you're not a top 10 opper, you've really fallen off a cliff. Mattis is the real deal. Body's had a surprisingly good calling style that has really helped elevate these guys. And, well, Crims, everyone's been telling me, has been sort of the heart and soul of this team and being able to provide, like, great anchoring spots, great all-around knowledge, good overarching, hey, young one, I'm going to help you out. You know, nice little veteran spirit in that regard.
It also helps the level of competition that they're playing at. Body is very frequently able to pull off a map where he just wins every clutch or wins every mid-round duel. This is a guy that can frag and call at the same time. You know, not too unlike BlameF, but the difference is when he is finding those kills and how much impact it actually weighs in on series very frequently. I think the problem coming into this series is it's actually going to be very hard to call how these teams are going to be playing. You know, switching out your AWPer is a very big shift. Afro, I think, did go for fights. He did try and take space. Nok will try and do the same thing, but there'll be his own little twist to it, as well as the fact that he will have internal knowledge as to how Bleed used to play. Everything is going to be, I think, thrown up in the air a little bit as to how these teams are going to clash.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Nok will be able to maybe give like some insight in what exactly is playing on the side of Unpaid, but the person that we are going to focus right now is Mattis, because I believe he's the one who should stand out during the series.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, right? Because Mattis and Cypher are head-to-head for this one, and it's very similar playstyles on paper, just in terms of how people characterize them in aggression. But I think Cypher has a lot more agency. Mattis did feel like he was always paired up with a veteran, where he's either with Body or with Crims on a bomb side. It feels like he will always have more assistance, while Cypher can go on more solo missions. But the weird thing is, to me, and I actually completely hate this, that in the 2 series that we've seen from Fnatic since Noc's been added, there's actually been some experimentation where Mattis and Crims have been replacing each other's positions. And now this might just be trying because, you know, they played 2 series and they lost both of them. So, but in maps like Mirage, for example, Mattis is being relegated to B anchor, and that's just not who he is. So in this particular matchup, if that's going to be the case, I could actually see Cypher kind of dominating this.
Yeah, Mattis is kind of propped up to be a star player. And if they are switching up positions with the Nok integration, then yeah, there is maybe some worrying signs as to how quickly he's able to adapt to that role. But we had the same questions posed about, you know, Malbs, for example. And these players can adapt. It's not like they never they've never played those types of spots. But when you're talking about adding pressure and the expectation of winning in matches, that's where some of those issues, I guess, really come to the forefront.
But maybe in a way, that's like their way of like trying to introduce the player like very slowly, to not give him like right away like a lot of responsibilities.
But why am I doing that? Crims is not the guy to replace him with in an aggressive position. And with all due respect to Crims, he is an absolute legend of the game, but I don't want him on the server not being an anchor player, not being the player who needs to know when to rotate, who needs to dodge every single flashbang, who needs to weave through 4 smokes when there's an execute coming towards him. That's the guy I want there. Crims is not my, oh, hey, I'm going to throw 4 flashes to facilitate you to peek into mid and get kills. It's just not who he is anymore, and I'm not saying he can't do that, but then why have Mattis on your B anchor veteran role in the first place?
Yeah, that makes quite a lot of sense. Maybe in some kind of way, just they felt having someone like with that mentality on the B side. You know, people just do some experimentations, especially maybe considering the fact like on the level that they are right now, with them introducing new players, it is like that moment for them to try it out right now, and then you know, like if it doesn't work out, they still have like time to change.
Yeah, and for them, they're going to have to basically show what their baseline game is going to look like going forward, and not only in this tournament, but also for future endeavors, and you know, even for them, the RMRs. Like, if they don't present a good baseline and actually keep Unpaid out of this series, I think there's real worrying signs about how quickly they're going to be able to ramp up into other tournaments, or even for them, you know, they've got star players and they have been on a rise in terms of individual performance. They need to, again, justify that roster move as well as the leadership and their preparation heading into events.
I'll go a step further than that. Fnatic need to win this event. They should be the top team going into this event. When you've got BlameF and you've got Nock and Mattis, you should be the ones winning this one out. Yes, there's very stern competition on the other side of the other group as well. But honestly, if you're coming out of this one, having experimented in roles, having a LAN not work out for you, being at a bit of a low right now, they've lost a lot of series in a row as well in the past few, even in the previous lineup. There are going to be massive question marks internally and externally. And one of the question marks would be, for me, someone like Keita, right? Like, he's a coach who's gone kind of under the radar. No one really talks about him because the questions are all about, oh, what's BlameF going to do? How's Nock going to perform? But frankly speaking, now the pieces are there. Now you have a coach who, in my opinion, hasn't really shared a lot of his philosophy on the game. He's not the most public-facing figure. And we've always said, well, if his players don't hate him, he's probably all right. If you can't make this lineup work, I'm not blaming Body, I'm blaming Keita.
Yeah, I guess in a way, there's like a lot of responsibility both on the coach and on GL when it comes to preparation. And the best way to maybe show that preparation is through the veto. Because sometimes, you know, even a veto can be the main cause, the main reason why you lose the whole series. Because you decided to go for a risk and it just went GG.
I think the vetoes are actually swapped, if I had to guess. Permaban in Fnatic is often Nuke, so I'd be very surprised if Unpaid ban that themselves.
Unpaid also have the permaban of Nuke, actually. So this is where I did think the veto could get interesting, because I was really hoping Unpaid would ban out Inferno. But the fact that Fnatic has gone through for the Anubis pick, I thought that would be the decider. It's interesting that they're prioritizing that. It's obviously a map that they haven't necessarily had the most luck on in close matches when you look back towards things like Pro League and whatnot. Then the Ancient pick coming through out from Unpaid. Now, this is the interesting thing. There's a huge amount of map crossover. So funnily enough, I had Unpaid leaving Nuke out, maybe picking it to try and punish Fnatic, but obviously they don't bite into that one. If not for that, I thought they'd go for Mirage, because Fnatic is, funnily enough, the weakest team statistically in this entire tournament on Mirage. So the fact that that's not a punish pick is very surprising to me. I thought it would be Nuke, Ancient, Anubis. This is the most wrong I've been all day, but that makes me very excited, because Anubis and Ancient are both maps that these two teams actually share quite a lot on. And when we talk about, let's say, the new factors for Unpaid being Harn, that could be a very interesting matchup.
Yeah, but even, you know, sort of implementation of Vladin and just how they shift away from different roles, or, you know, adapting their calling style, there is a lot up in the air for Unpaid. And I think that's what made this veto the most difficult to, I guess, call, and maybe why they could have gone for a punish pick. I mean, Unpaid have played every map in the past 3 months, but obviously they've gone through periods where they're testing different things. For them, you know, expectations will be about actually just taking the fight to Fnatic. You know, for me, I am expecting this to be very, I guess, brute force approached in a number of rounds, and then they can think about slowing things down. I think they need to set a precedent, because Fnatic, if you're going to punish them, it will be on that baseline, on that floor that I was trying to mention before.
T-Time, considering that like you, like, in a way, you are surprised with this veto, does it change maybe your prediction in some kind of way?
No, because unfortunately the veto wasn't where I had doubts in Unpaid. It's just the fact that at the end of the day, this is... It's a new lineup, right? They've changed so much. It's a new lineup with arguably less skill than they had before as well. Harn's good, but Harn isn't a Nock on paper. Now, maybe with recent form that you could make an argument over here. It's a team with a puncher's chance, and as much as I would love to see Kassad in a Tiara, I don't think this Cinderella story is coming out over here.
I just think you actually have so many pieces that can activate, whether it's Jacob on some of the map control that he's able to establish. Vladin as well has shown a lot of good agency, like Cypher as well. And then you have this, to me, X factor in Harn, where I don't know what kind of version he's going to present, but he can be a super aggressive rifler and AWPer for this team. Or at least he has on previous lineups. So I have a lot of high hopes for this Unpaid roster.
If Fnatic lose this, then they've lost it. I don't think Unpaid are going to be the ones to win it out, unless Cypher has a monstrous, crazy performance. That's the only win condition in my mind, which is that Cypher and Jacob go Super Saiyan. Because at the end of the day, when you're talking about potential to frag out my guy, BlameF, that Nock, that's all I need. That's really all I need for these maps.
Except Nock hasn't shown that in honestly.
And Harn has?
I mean, for the level of competition, I get it. It's not really comparable, but for me, I've just seen too many issues with Nock on where he plays positionally, the important shots that he has missed when he was playing with the Unpaid roster before. I have my doubts that Nock can hit those highs, even if you seem to believe in it.
Even if he doesn't, BlameF is still right there. That's a point that was completely unaddressed.
I mean, it's Mattis and
It's a blame game, man. It's a blame game.
Yeah.
Well, dear viewers, as you can see, our desk can talk about this matchup forever. We can write as many hypotheses or theory craft as much as possible. But in the end of the day, it's only the players, it's only the teams that will determine who ends up being victorious. So let's go to our casters, Jay and Dweg.
Ooh, a divided desk. I love to see it, Dweg, because there are a lot of merits, I think, towards Yumi's arguments here, you know, the idea that they have some very good pieces on that unpaid roster, and there's an intangible aspect to this as well, the idea that you've now had your issues aired out in public, you've got that relief of pressure. I mean, Kassad's statement was very much on the idea that, you know, mental game was being impacted by the behind-the-scenes aspects, so that's my key thing to watch out for here. Are they going to uptick now that they are released of their necessary sort of concerns?
No, Fnatic winning.
Okay, cool. All right. No, sure, thanks, Dweg. Appreciate that.
It's a tough one for Unpaid, because even for Han, right, what's he done with this team? He stood in a single best-of-3 in the Yellow Compass tournament where they were 2-0 by Bait. At least if he played a few officials, right, like, at least if we saw a bit of a sample size from him, we could understand what to expect. Now, even Han this year, he has played 32 HLTV maps for the whole year. That's crazy. This was a guy in 2021 and 2022, which one was a peak top tier 2 AWPer. He was incredible. Even this year, he had a pretty good project with Thomas, Joel, and Red Star, and that team on paper, I should say, was unbelievable. Fell apart, organization, very similar to what happened with Unpaid. Haven't seen Han on a team since then.
It is true. I mean, look, there's a lot of question marks around this Unpaid roster. That much is absolutely certain, and I think no one would disagree with that coming into this best-of-3. It's a case of how many question marks can they answer here and now. Can they get those individuals locked and loaded? Can they get Jacob fragging? Can they get Cypher to be their star? Can they enable Han to do some sort of damage with a lack of, you know, experience within not only the roster, but also just in general at the higher end of the tier 2 space in the most recent couple of years for him? Can they enable these elements to do damage against Fnatic? Time will tell on that, and those are the things that I want to focus on the most in this best-of-3, because I could see a world in which they could do it, but there's no guarantees in this best-of-3.
And I'm really surprised the Desk didn't mention the relationship of Nork and Jacob together. Yeah, we know that they played together under this organization, but 700 maps played on HLTV, teammates for over 3 years. That's gotta mean something on LAN to be up against one another.
Especially because their most famous showings on those LANs have been at some of the highest competitions we have in the scene. Remember Paris? I mean, no one's going to forget about that Apex run, and I certainly haven't. They certainly haven't. The idea that they'll be facing off against each other now with a chance to prove themselves long after, or not prove themselves, but like to establish themselves long after the fact in two very different eras of their career, have been on this Unpaid side in previous iterations, have played together until Nork took the opportunity to go towards Fnatic. And for a guy as well, I mean, T-Time was right about him. He is an absolute monster. He will be a difference maker for Fnatic.
Yeah, this lineup for Fnatic looks incredibly solid, and I would say so far this year, they've had some decent opportunities. They've played 5 LANs so far in 2024. They were at the Copenhagen EU RMR, didn't quite qualify to the major. They've been in back-to-back seasons of ESL Pro League, only beating VP in one of those seasons and beating Astralis in the most recent one. Yellow Compass this year made it to the playoffs, got knocked out by NIP in the quarters, and Fire League went all the way to the grand final but lost out 0-2 to 9Z. So they've got to look at this tournament and say, right, grand final or bust. This has got to be a deep run for Fnatic.
Well, BlameF's recent interview was certainly stating the Fnatic expectations are to go deep. Can they go deep with this start-off? Will they take down Unpaid in a simple fashion, or will there be some unlikely curveballs thrown into the mix here? And our final best-of-3 of the opening day of the RES Regional Championship. It's Fnatic on the T side, starting the pistol. Cypher's already been driven back by that Molotov towards the back of the short position. Smokes are in the way, so they can't take the opening kill on Fnatic, but they can take the bomb site and the bomb plant.
And no space being taken at the moment for Fnatic in the post plant. Rather than brute forcing through that long smoke, they're actually falling back and just prioritizing the cave space and back here at deep ramp.
All 5 players ready to make their moves from the Unpaid side. How are they going to form up toward this? Flashbangs in from Jacob, is going to catch Crims completely blinded, but not Mattis, who's going to take fights onto Cypher, do some damage. Body's going to try and capitalize upon those kills, but none of them seem to go their way. Jacob, 2 taps to the heads, and Cypher's Julies can step up big time against Crims. Nork will try and fight back, and will take down Nexa. Jacob's going to be in with a responsive on the triple kills overall. Cypher's there to remove his former teammate from play and take the pistol for Unpaid.
Yeah, good start from the CTs. Good start from Jacob in particular. Now, when I look at this Unpaid roster, Jay, we know that they used to play a lot of Ancient. 13 maps played in the last 3 months. Not huge amount of success, though. Only 4 wins and 9 losses. Look at the players, though. Nexa, Jacob, and Cypher. That's that core 3. We still don't really know what to expect from Vlad, and what we do know in the previous iterations, how solid an anchor player he is, how strong he is in late-round situations. And for Han, mate, I just want to see him treat this tournament as a way to get back in that spotlight. If you were watching Tier 2 over the last couple of years, you knew of his name. If you were watching it this year, he fell off. We didn't know about him anymore.
No. Great memories with Han in his previous former days over the course of the Bulgarian civil wars, I like to call them.
Yeah, when he was out there on Fiend with Red Star, they used to have a banging double AWP set up on CT side, really tried to push the meta on how far they can have aggressive Counter-Strike and get it successful in the online period.
Here we are in the offline environment, trying to do the exact same thing. So far, so little found by him in terms of this early match. I've been tagged up early by the Fnatic Force Buy, who didn't get enabled with the bomb plant bonus here, but only the 1 Galil on Nork.
And Nork just jiggling down from ramp. Not much activity at the moment for Unpaid. You've got Jacob sitting back deep in CT. You've got your donut player there from Vladin that can just jiggle on the contact, re-smoke himself off, take that space away from the Ts. And because they've got a defensive A, it means they don't need to push much on B. Don't need to make an info play down from bottom ramp. Don't need to get too aggressive into Cave and into Cheetah. Now, Fnatic don't have a huge amount of util to get into the bomb site hit, so it's going to have to come down to the first contact and where they can disrupt the most damage.
40 seconds to the hit. Fnatic are forming up towards the B site once again with 3 players to defend it here on Unpaid. Raring to receive, although Han has been tagged in that engagement from earlier. Nexa's receiving smokes, flashes are being sent, so Jacob's going to start his rotation. Cypher to hold the back line, but overwhelmed quickly by Matty's. Nexa not sure where to look. Han does, though. Looking back for Matty's position, the blind sprays past that smoke for sure. Is going to enable Han to get a decent kill in, but struggles to finish the job on Nork himself. 4 versus 2 as Jacob leans in. Vladden's not far behind him, but as Jacob gets overwhelmed, there's nothing left in this round for Unpaid. Fnatic, hell of a second response.
Well, it's complete frustration there for the CT side, isn't it? Good pistol round, 5-on-5 retake. Jacob gets in with a triple. You then move into the anti-force buy, and you've got decent numbers on B. You've got the util to try and slow down the exec, but you're just losing all of those aggressive fights out from ramp into cave.
Yeah.
Players are dropping. And for the side defenders, I mean, where's the impact? Jacob gets nothing, Nexa gets nothing, Cypher gets nothing. Han out from long struggles. He at least gets 1. He at least provides something on that defense.
Just pressured from too many positions by losing his teammates in the interim. And ultimately, that 1 pick doesn't mean much towards the Unpaid side. Fnatic are on the board early here. And you saw as well off the back of that pistol how hyped Unpaid were getting and how much they were already ready to start receiving a lot more in terms of this early stance, but that has been negated. They will be forcing the issue, as you would expect for the first stage of loss bonus. But that might temper expectations a bit more in the early game.
I didn't hear from the desk also about the lack of officials. We have not seen Unpaid play an official under the new name or play an official in an entire month. They've taken all of this period to obviously sort out exactly what's going on, but ring rust of going into an opening matchup of a best of 3 against an ex-teammate, these are all things that should be discussed.
Plus the fact isn't the stand-in's definitely not going to help the ring rust situation either. Cypher has at least helped himself to an opening kill. Won't last long in the round though. Matty's going to capitalize upon body's damage and take Cypher very quickly back down. Next has also been tagged. Matty's receiving some damage. The boost of Vladden's not going to see that Molotov extend all the way to this corner position, but there are smokes in the way, so even with this boost, you can't really see much. Blamef checks in, but Vladden takes the kill to the advantage. Nork takes that advantage right back, and Matty's follows it into the favor of Fnatic, even tapping Nexa behind the smoke.
Yeah, Unpaid, unfortunately, don't get much out of that defense in terms of strength. And Jacob's got himself a little bit of a backstab, but with Nexa being dropped out from the short position, it means that he can look for an exit and try and keep it slightly expensive, maybe even prioritize a 5-7 and armor to be saved into the next round. 1 to 2 down. This is going to allow Fnatic to get a bit of a round streak on T side.
Indeed, Unpaid will not be given much more money from here. Cash will not suffice towards a force buy. You mentioned the Kevlar staying in for Jacob. It would be nice if he can grab one of those rifles, but they're not in positions for him to really recover from here. So quickly did Matty's overwhelm the site defenders once again. I thought that Vlada might get given a chance right here to get the return, but Those trades coming in very thick and fast for Fnatic off the back of that.
And something that should be noted when Nexa was brought into the team was he was brought in not to in-game lead, but to anchor, to basically replace that whole hole of Vladin going out of the lineup and Farfan, who's not a big site anchor, transitioning into that role. Now, with the current circumstance in the lineup that you're participating here in Belgrade, Nexa has to call. And I suppose that might mean more responsibility on the coach at Kassad, maybe more responsibility on the individual players to say, Nexa, we're going to help you out here. We're going to do everything in our power to just call a game, to be able to prepare for these kind of opponents.
We wonder how those role dynamics are going to work with the situation.
I mean, who would have thought that a handful of months ago, this was a team with Cirque and Vladin on the roster that was peering a threat in Tier 2, that was looking to be a title contender, looking to be within that top 30 conversation. And yeah, more roster changes were forced, but ever since then, that lineup has never been the same.
It is true, and again, you have to wonder whether or not those roster changes were down to the fact of, you know, what happened.
Perhaps,
you know, maybe that's the reason why it wasn't too, you know, too proficient for them. I mean, even think about someone like, you know, think about someone like a Hampus, for instance. Right? Like, why would you go and join a completely orgless
now we know.
team? Now we know. You know? So situations like that, maybe there were players that didn't get forced out of the door or left because of the nature of the situation. Yeah. And maybe that's the reason why Cirque and Vladin wanted to go.
It's tough because you want to be transparent, and I think Kassad has tried to be as much as possible.
Yep.
But you can't be transparent all the time. There are certain things that need to be said behind closed doors, and it makes our job very difficult from a community standpoint to be looking at this and saying, oh, why are all these changes happening? Why are players going out on loan? And it's sometimes too late before we even know exactly what's going on.
Yeah, well, look, now we have some more insights revealed. We can speculate on that particular front. The Fnatic, no speculations involved in who's getting the opening kill. BlameF straight in, Jacob straight out, and BlameF able to retreat. Hans Orp now got a step up, missing his first chance to really shine on the execution. Body domes him, and the M4 of Vladin's not going to go much further. Nork takes him down. It's 2v5.
Man, that's not going to help the confidence there from Han. Lose your first teammate out from mid. You've got to be posted with at least one kill. Try and fall back. Get yourself a slightly different position in there at Temple, and you've just been wide swung. You've missed the shot now. We could very easily say that in the current landscape, the Bulgarian scene has been struggling, but it's not to say that the Bulgarian scene hasn't produced some incredible AWPers. I mean, think about who we've had in the past. We've had Cirque, we've had Harm, we've had Red Star that's done a little bit of AWPing. I think back to Poison as well, right? Like, we've had some big names come out of the Bulgarian scene in terms of AWPers.
Just one more to the tally right now.
Remember how good Denny Slaw was in 2021 and 2022.
Han not looking all that special in the early matchup. Time to change that up in the near future, but...
And I remember, with me and you, we did an event with Han on Fiend back in, what, 2021, when he was out there in Hungary?
Yep.
And, I mean, at the time, it was feasting at being successful. I think he's had a tough career from that point onwards. Went from Fiend, went over to that international project, which was Czech and Slovakian of Enterprise, if you remember, at the time, playing there with the Romanian of Blitz. Went on that Let Us Cook and Pompa team, which Snacks was in-game leading the international squad there.
Never really found that same level of success.
No, been years.
BlameF and Matty's continuing to find success here in the mid-fights. 3 for 1 on the trades. Jacob trying to get more involved, trying to get more active in finding the starts for the unpaid side, but...
They're just aggressing mid right now, aren't they?
Yeah.
From Shelf and from Elbow, we are seeing consistently on the gun rounds, they're trying to beat them with pace, pure acceleration.
And it's not working for unpaid. Fnatic should, actually not quite get Cypher. He's got 2 more to find out here towards ramp. He runs right into Nork's Orb. He's not going to be the man to miss that kind of shot. Nexa alone, 1 versus 3. The Kitten play with smoke down. That's all he's got to work with in terms of retake potential. The more bigger concern is the fact that he's got to deal with 2 more players before looking at this clutch. He won't even catch BlameF off guard on the back lines. HP advantage still won out by the T side. Fnatic are on a roll.
And Fnatic placed second in the overall European rankings to get the qualification here to LAJ, but only played in 2 RES European series. They played in the very first one and was able to win that. At the time, that was Crim's, Body, Matty's, Afro, and QB. So a very different roster than what we've got today. Ended up beating Alternate Attacks, Preezy, 3D Max, Young Ninjas, and Bleed in the grand final. Went all the way to the 6th European series. Skipped 2, 3, 4, 5, and got themselves in on the very last one. And yet again, they won won the entire tournament, beat Cybershock in the groups, rematched them in the decider game, beat Sangul, Mouse NXT, and Passion UA back-to-back in the playoffs. So while we didn't see them frequently in the RES tournaments, every time they've been here, they've won.
Indeed, they have, and I mean, if that's the trend, if that's the trend to track, you want to sort of see where that goes here for this LAN. Fnatic have shown themselves to be more proficient than the Tier 2 teams they have taken on in recent affairs, albeit there have been some struggles in some online tournaments lately.
Oh, I think some is an understatement. I would say it's a lot larger than that.
Fnatic, they said it on the desk, they probably are the team that you would favour in this tournament. Can't disagree per se.
Who would be your number 2 then? If you're looking at Fnatic being your number 1, obviously it's tough looking at the groups and with the upset that Fluxo had in their opening game, but who is your number 2 if you've got Fnatic as number 1?
I was kind of floating between either Omega or Sangul.
So it's one of those two?
Yeah, one of those two,
so
perhaps.
None from this group?
It's a good thing to consider. I mean, I don't know about, because Paravision, obviously, we've had some concerns about the European performances above all else, but let's focus on that in a second, because Unpaid are giving a decent go at this particular round. They have half bought in with Jacob's hero weapon and all, and they've actually gotten 2 picks out of it. This time the mid-fights are working out for them, and they're continuing to find it with Han on his double-up. Matty's finally finding a response on Fnatic's part. 45 seconds for them to try and continue to play this out, because the bomb has been dropped in no man's land.
The low investment's looking decent right now, and with Fnatic still trying to toy on the idea that there might be a bit of a late flank, there might be some aggro towards A main or out there at B. Nex is in a little tight angle where he can only peek onto the crossfire of his teammate there in Donut.
Matties will be able to recover the bomb. Nexa finding an angle on Crims, doing some damage, but not getting the kill against him. Is Vlad enough the task? He lines him up and knocks him down. And Unpaid are able to gain themselves a second round.
Yeah, it's a good way to at least give yourself not so much a lifeline, but disrupt the economy, start putting some pressure back onto Fnatic. We just need to see more consistency from them on the City side. We need to see gun rounds being won. We need to see more than the odd round here or there, because if that is the case, Jay, then you get back to a similar conversation of what happened in that last best of 3, where Solid showed that they can hang in a few rounds, but they showed that they couldn't compete in an overall map or in an overall series.
Unpaid's chance to start to close things down against Fnatic's gap, although I say that, and there's quite a lot of cash available to Fnatic. Nice HEs towards mid. Jacob just spotting out BlameF, transferring back to body as well, and making it a 5v3 with particular proficiency. Matties is again going to be able to strike back, but Jacob is trying to receive him. Evading that flashbang, doing some damage, not getting the headshot. Matties able to even up the man advantage.
And Matties, that aggressive rifler out from lane, has just disrupted everything from Unpaid after they've had a great mid-take with a couple of crags. Han with the AWP, sitting very defensive out from short. You've got Nexa tucked up here in cave.
In for Matties, Nexa domes in, looks for the double up on Crims as well. Nork in a 1 versus 3, as Unpaid are able to recover the situation, put Matties in his place, and look for their third.
And maybe that's how Unpaid win the majority of their rounds in this best of 3, is individuals showing up multis and giving us that level of impact that we know is there. I mean, Nexa was currently sitting on 0 kills moving into round number 8 and has finished with 2 of them. Him and Jacob being the defining pieces in this round, and Nork, and the best that he can hope for is keep searching. If you get a kill on the bomb site, maybe you can get the bomb down.
Have to isolate Nexa first. Oh, he's caught Han instead. Back's turned, Incendiary is keeping him at bay. Got just a little bit more time left in this one, though. The fire will burn, but he's going to back off entirely, so B will not be the target for him. And with how little movement he's making happen here, actually goes for the rotate back in from ramp. I thought that the rotation off to the A site would be a little bit less of an option with the noise being made. Nexa still thinks it might end up being the cave entrance, but Nork could well find him. The AK turns his attention back, and the P250 not strong enough to land a shot. Triple in for Nexa. The suspected IGL of Unpaid, making it number 3 on the Unpaid board.
And again, similar to what the desk was talking about the individual players, I'm sure all of these guys on Unpaid are probably looking for new opportunities rather than staying together. So showing that you can at least have a little bit of prize money. I mean, they're playing in this tournament. They've got the Thunderpick World Championship next week. There could be some money up for grabs, and that will help out living situations, that will help out the overall nature of actually being a human rather than just being a pro player, because it is something to consider, and it is something that we need to think about.
And for these guys as well, if they are looking for new opportunities in other teams, I mean, it's a good chance, of course, to show yourself off in this tournament. If you can have a good individual game, an individual series, you know, just a good showing in this competition. Good showing from Hart to start off here in round number 9. Shot down on Norg. He's been tagged up by another rifler though, so attemptive trades from, I believe, a wall bang through the wood wall, doing damage onto Nexa as well for Body's part. But no trades just yet for Fnatic. Jacob does get caught by Matties, who is ready for his pop-up.
Yeah, watch out for Crims to start being a little bit more active on this A-lurk when the timing is right. Now, you got 2 players coming into Donut, you got the bomb coming from main, and Vladim's hearing the footsteps.
Matties not looking the right way. Vladim's going to hold him off with an incendiary. The AWP of Han is now here on Respect. And the push forward of Crims is not going to pop out of the main control just yet. He's going to form up for the split. The smokes might have to clear. Fnatic might have to push ahead of those instead. They've got flashes at the ready, but they're not looking to act just yet.
They should try and boost the likes of Crims out there on the tree position if they want to keep that pressure up on A. And this is tough for Vladin and for the AWPer of Han because they don't have the util to stall for any more time.
Here we go. Crims getting boosted. Han looking in towards Donut. Crims hunting for a head. It's Matties instead. The strike against him and double up as well. With Crims' follow-up support, Cypher gets caught in the rotation and Nexa has got nothing left. Once again, Matties being the difference maker for Fnatic.
And I would say the Czechoslovakian scene has been a struggling scene for the last few years. It's definitely been in an uptake as of recently. But when I prioritize that scene and I look at it in a grand gesture over the last few years, I would say, okay, who's our best players in that scene? Oscar probably comes straight to the conversation, and Neofrag probably comes straight to the conversation. Now, we are getting new bodies. Look at Mikey and what he's been able to do on Unity. Look at Matties and how much of a farmer he was on that Enterprise roster. So it's actually going away from some of those veteran pieces and those names that we've known for years and years, and now we're getting some new faces of the new generation players.
Such a huge opportunity for him as well. I mean, people were sort of looking at him when he got called into this Fnatic roster from Sampi, who back then were not exactly the kind of force that they are to be reckoned with now in the Tier 2 space.
Oh, no, they're like the same.
I mean...
No, they are. I will debate you on that one, 100%.
A lot less notable in my personal eyes.
No way, no way.
At the end of the day, it was still a massive call-up for him and Fnatic.
Yeah, it was, and it was a long time coming because you could, and I spoke about this, I don't remember if it was on Tier 2 Talk or our award show, Jay, but the level that he had increased on individual form year by year was astronomical.
He's done well in terms of the mid-fights when they do come his way, boosting up the AWP first and foremost. Matties is going to try and enter into the B bomb site. Almost got caught off guard by Cypher there, who will dish out some damage. They're just prodding away at those HP bars, not fully getting kills at this moment. The mid-fight's backed off from Unpaid, not taken by Fnatic. They will start to prod to that position now that Unpaid have fallen out of position. Constant utility just to suppress as much as they can. Cypher establishing himself in cave, but gave away his position with that jump up.
Now, Matties averages the highest rating on H in the last 3 months, and it's actually his best map of the pool, Jay. 1.30 rating across 14 maps played.
Spray still on Jacob, the half point of health. Again, blinded past the wood wall, but not a kill for Fnatic. The same applies to Unpaid, but now they're at a slight disadvantage. With less than a minute to go for the execution, Fnatic seem to have their heart set on the B bomb site. Further suppression is inbound with these incendiaries, though. It will stall them out for a moment more time. Smoke starts to come down. Cypher's about to get isolated.
It looks as if Crims is going to win the round just off of the timing alone.
Cypher trying to swing to get ahead of the curb here. Blamef is going to take him down very quickly. Matty's leaning up to the site as Crims indeed cuts off Jacob from Red. Let's find that pick alongside Matty's continuing to frag away on Nexa. Vladin and Han, well, not much they can do now.
Well, I'm not surprised about this. This has been a pretty cohesive T side from Fnatic. Unpaid have been sitting back pretty defensive in the bomb sides. They challenged mid in a couple of rounds, didn't they? Where they were kind of getting up there from the bottom down. They were focusing towards elbow. But ever since then, mate, they're not making info plays. They're not walking down ramp. They're not retaking lane. They're not putting pressure anywhere on the map. And that's allowing someone like Crims to constantly be lurking, creating all of that space with more T-side players pulling distraction in lane. And Matties is just being a warrior towards that cave and cheater entrance right now.
No one stays alive for Unpaid. Vladin and Han cleaned up after the fact. We'll was a positive start for this unpaid side, but since then it has been Fnatic truly just running away with this early stance. 7-3 on the board. Tactical timeouts have been called in by unpaid. Their second of this matchup as Kassad tries to get anything out of these guys to really post up something more in the CT half.
Well, I had a little chat with Cypher in the lobby before we started this best of 3, Jay.
Okay.
And I told him I'd been down to the spa, had a great time in the sauna and the steam room, and he told me that they would only go to the pool and the spa if they won. So I'll either see them there or I won't.
All right, well, I guess you can report back tomorrow.
I will do.
And let us know if they actually stuck to their word. Given very little time, of course, with the way that the schedule will work out for the tournament, but I digress. Fnatic, they are currently the ones that are winning.
Cheers, Jay. You'd think that with a 7-3. Yeah.
So unpaid are a very long way away from that spa if things don't go right for them and they continue to go wrong. Blame F and Body straight up and out. Nexa trying to force the issue with a push forward towards main and does land 2 of the kills, but he's on low HP and they still got to get some of these rifles out. Body is ready around the corner. Hahn swings in, takes an eagle shot straight to his head, and Matties and Nork separated but still looking to try and get this bomb right back. They've only picked up one of these AKs now for Hahn's part. Vlad in check-in position, lands his 5-7 shots. Matties drops and unpaid are on for this steal round.
Unpaid look better on the ecos than they do on the gun rounds.
They do, you're right.
And that does not make any sense. That's discouraging for a best of 3 in my eyes.
I can't disagree. They need more of that substance around this match. They can grab a few AKs for what will be the last round of the half, so they can at least have that firepower on Nexa, Vladen, and Hahn. I imagine Hahn may well, $2,500, so he may well pass that weapon off if he wants to.
It looked to be a pretty easy beginning. It was only Nexa's multifrag with the MP9 that recovered that round for unpaid.
Big moment from him and a big round for unpaid. Trying to look for that 5th to close out the CT side with a bit of a consolation prize rather than anything in the half advantage.
Now, there's been 2 interviews, Jay, so far here in the RES tournament by HLTV. One of them was by Art yesterday. Another one was by Blame F. You mentioned it slightly earlier ago. I've got a couple of key pieces from that interview that I want to discuss with you.
Okay.
First one was Blame F saying, I'm okay with taking a step back and proving that I can play at a high level. What do you think about that one? You think that that's encouraging, that he's quite happy to drop down in the divisions and bring Fnatic back to the top again?
Well, I mean, look, he's put a lot of responsibility on himself in terms of, because obviously the headline of that interview was, it's up to me. It's up to me to take Fnatic back to the tier 1 if I want to play there. And you know, obviously, I admire the responsibility that he's taking onto himself in that. It does add a lot of pressure in that respect. I mean, if he can handle it, then fair enough. I will say that the idea that he's not going to be on IGL role anymore means that he's going to free himself up for the chance to really become the heavy hitter.
And the one that concerned me the most was I'm happy with our overall performance in Fnatic. Are you? I mean, you've lost 5 best of 3s back-to-back without even winning a map.
There were some caveats in the sense that obviously the last... He said that, something to the effect of obviously the last few officials haven't been all that great. So he did add that caveat there in there.
But still, there's no way that you can say you're happy with overall performance. How can you say that?
I mean, I would agree, certainly. I mean, I think...
agree that that's right or wrong?
No, I would agree with you.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I mean, I would agree with you in that it probably isn't very encouraging of the last few officials. I think that he's probably looking at it from the perspective of minus those last few officials, I'm happy. I think it was like a week or 2 ago, I would have been happy, sort of deal, sort of, is what he was trying to imply.
I mean, they got invited to the quarterfinals of Yellow Compass and got smoked. That was Nork's debut against Into the Breach out of all teams and lost 13-3, 13-3 back-to-back. How does that happen? How do you win 6 rounds versus Smooya?
Wow, what a thing at Smooya.
He's the GOAT, man.
You're East Coast streaming this match, right?
Yeah, good on him.
Unpaid, already losing Nexa as his tactical timeout for Fnatic does do early good work, but a couple of trades back from Cypher and Hahn. Nork is able to keep it at a 3-on-3. The bomb is making its way out of position as Jacob makes his way forward for contact. They pushed in the last round. They'll do the same right here, but Crims and Nork may be ready for it. Rifles are pulled out, back to turn, spray through, transfers over towards the AWP. And Blame F, suddenly now all the pressure is on him, both figuratively and literally, in this 1v3.
Now, out of any position or player that I can criticize or give praise to Unpaid. If I'm going to look at the praising department, I'd say Jacob's played quite well on the CT side. He's had some good multi-frags in from mid. He's been having some round-winning maneuvers, especially in gun rounds, and a difference maker here in round number 12 that cuts off the rotation, drops basically any chance of the round itself. Blamef's now swarmed from all sides.
And he's going to go down towards Jacob's hands. Triple in for him. A man that, again, Yumi mentioned on the desk as a guy that could activate in this best of three. And he has delivered some very impactful moments, but not enough to get Unpaid the half. 7-5 at the turn for Fnatic still.
Well, he should be the best rifler on this Unpaid roster that we've got at this LAN tournament. With the positions that he plays, with the veterancy that he has, he needs to be leading by example.
You know that he wants a decent crack at, you know, getting those big titles, right? He's had those opportunities in history across his veteran career, as you mentioned, but never truly able to establish himself in the upper echelons of the world-class talents. And I don't think that's necessarily going to happen on Unpaid, but at least to impart that level of talent at some capacity here in RES. He's making good work of it right now. This first half has him as the top fragger of his team, trailing 2 behind Matties. And 2 behind Fnatic on the scoreboard for Unpaid. A pistol win could well equalize. Saw Fnatic still in the second round force buy in the first half, so let's see whether Unpaid will try and avoid those eventualities.
Oh, this is going to be a very heavy contact.
Cypher and Co are waiting for a USP. Wrap that corner and Matties and Bodies get those headshots in. Nexa cannot get a trade, and neither can Han. He's doing so much damage, but eventually finds Matties at a far too late position. Fnatic lock in the second pistol.
Now, anytime you see 4 CTs in from mid, and you see basically the entire T side out of elbow, you know it's going to be messy. You know there's going to be a heavy contact from both squads. Considering that both of those CT players were blinded, those are kills that just start generating everything for the round victory of Fnatic. 8-5. I would say in that first half, Fnatic probably felt as if they could have run away with it, probably got themselves in a state of a 9-3 and just got the game over and done with. But we actually do have a competitive scoreline at the moment.
1xBet do disagree on their odds. Very heavily favoured towards Fnatic. And they've been like that from the start of the series right up until this point. I think they've actually put Unpaid up by 2 points in the money line. So this may well be where things could start to get a bit more staunch for them with the eco pistols from Unpaid that should enable towards the true rifles in the neck, because at that point a 4-round deficit will ensue. And for Fnatic, there's all the positivity for their part of things. Let's see what these pistols can do in damage.
I saw that we had 6 European series here in RES, and Unpaid played in every single one of them.
Indeed.
Yeah, it's a slightly different roster, and yeah, there were some more roster changes from that time period to what we are now, but they were the true grinders of RES, and I think it's great to see them at this LAN chance now to see, can we transition some of the online success over to LAN?
It's very different journeys to get towards this LAN, because Fnatic, you know, they won 2 of the series. They got straight up into the points at the top end of the first series, and, you know, Unpaid had to go through all of the playoff positions, had to just slowly build up points. And, you know, they had a couple of grand finals in there as well. You know, there was an opportunity or two to really take the titles, but ultimately, the ones that stood here by virtue of consistency.
Never got grouped, which is actually quite impressive. To make the playoffs of 6 consecutive tournaments is not easy.
We hope not to get grouped here at LAN either. No promises on that one.
Well, lucky Paravision got an invite because they were 10th in the rankings. They played in quite a few of the actual tournaments, but struggled to make deeper runs. And if they didn't get an invite, they weren't going to be here.
It's very true on that respect. Unpaid. Lot left to prove here in this series for them. They have the gun buys available for the first time on their T side. 2 tacticals per team have been called. Fnatic just calling their second one in now as Keita tries to get his team ready for what Unpaid are going to bring to the table here. And I guess that's the next question. What can they bring here on this T side?
Probably not a lot, honestly. I think it's tough because CT side should, in theory, be a bit easier. I think T side, with how you're going to be fundamentally reacting to the CT side, how you're going to be able to adapt, it's tough without a full team. I mean, they'll be looking at someone like Jacob to work the mid-round. They'll be looking at Han to start generating impact on the AWP. And then Cypher with his aggressive moves. Up from ramp, into cheetah, making opening chances become 5v4s.
And those have been the loudest 3 guys on this team thus far. Will they make more happen against Fnatic? They're taking full mid control. Again, the HEs play so well past this elbow angle. BlameF goes straight in with a swing on Cypher, who is nullified in a matter of moments. Matties is taken back by Nexa, though, who lurks out in lane. Meanwhile, Vladen starts pushing into the A bomb site outside of the main control and into the back of Temple. Is BlameF ready for this? Absolutely not. Kill found. Advantage for Unpaid.
And the double donut could be quite good, though, because it actually could spam away the bomb carrier for Han.
Taps it once. Crim's going to reveal himself with the SMG. Close enough. Burst fire for Han's going to try and drive him back. A second tap is going to draw more attention. Utility away with the HEs that will pop open the smoke permanently. And Vladen is waiting for Body to make a mistake out here at Temple. He's going to swing into the AK, who does react a little bit late, but does get the kill in regardless for Unpaid. Now they're down to 2 players on Fnatic. And Crims is still pressing around here at Donut.
Yeah, Nexa's not cutting anything off from this late lurk. And Crim's been able to walk out to get a couple. Does Han get traded?
Nork's been set up for this 1 versus 2 here. The bomb known about. It could still rotate if they go quick, but they're going to recommit. Nork backing away, wary of the second player. Unknown is Nexa at this juncture. And Han making noise. The utility sent in will now reveal that they're both coming in from main. Nork's got to hunker down. Han is going to get caught off guard, but there's a lot of damage now. Nexa needs to close out the job. 25 seconds. Bomb picked up, tapped, and held. And Nork's just going to peek right towards him and win the clutch for Fnatic.
Oh, there is no better feeling than clutching up against your old teammates. 1v2 from Nork. Good work for Crims to walk out on that timing, deal with the big box individual, and then counter instantly. Close on that left-hand side under tree. Fnatic should not have been able to have a chance to win that round. It was patient, it was slow, and Unpaid have made a real crack-up of what is a 4 versus 2. That is a done deal, isn't it?
It does seem like it. Unpaid, down to the pistols, already running into Crims, who continues to frag away. Cypher down for the remain, out towards main as Nork is ready to receive them with the AWP as well, and his stellar or presence about to be felt once again by his former squad. Jacob will prod him, but he will make the miss. Not like it helps all that much here. Unpaid have really got very little to work with.
And unfortunately for Unpaid, they just haven't won many gun rounds across this first map of the series. They won the pistol, they've won a couple of anti-ecos that have set themselves up nicely on the economy. They won a decent round number 12 with Jacob getting that multi back in spawn. But if we're going to compare consistency from the first half and the second half, as soon as the rifles are coming in, it's Fnatic all day.
I'm going to get to 11 for it. Unpaid. Try to make their way into this B bomb side, but they've got to get through Body and Crims first because they're now set up towards Shelf. Quick bursts onto Jacob. Smokes will come down, allow them across towards the B bomb site, but now it's the backside defenders to take over. Matty's key among them, forcing out a TK against Nexa, taking down Vladen as well. There's not much left for Han. 1 versus 5, not a single player to fall on Fnatic. Establishing their confidence. Unpaid. Now just to go on to the next rifle buy, but in a similar story towards Solid, they're going to have to bring back quite a margin to bring in the comeback.
And a lot of people might look at the online form from Fnatic and say, it's quite inconsistent, it's not deeper runs, it's not quite the qualifications we're looking for. I want to list off the teams that have eliminated them recently in online competitions. Sangle's one of them, 3D Max is a second, Heroic is a third. You're talking about big names in Tier 2. Metasport recently, maybe the Into the Breach and the Ecstatic one is a bit of a red herring, might be one that you can judge slightly. Matty's aggressive down from lane. Nexa struggled individually. Han gets one, Cypher gets another. It's a good press here from Fnatic. I like the intent on the CT side.
They've lost so much on the Unpaid side. 3 versus 3. His damage is at least returned by that Shelf player onto the Donut Man. Smoke's involved. Will try block Cypher from making his way up towards sights. Crimson revealed himself towards that short position. Cypher swings in, catches him on a reload, and gets the advantage together for Unpaid. Now they've got to plant the bomb. And force BlameF back into an engagement which Cypher loses 2v2.
Yeah, BlameF was actually quite close to actually giving away the information by just standing in the flames. He backs off just enough. Do they want to commit for it? They've got the timing. It's going to be a difficult one to deal with Jacob in Red Room.
It's hunting to the back line, seeing nothing. Fnatic.
It's a good save. I mean, the money's decent here from the CTs. They don't need to go for this.
Give one over to the Unpaid camp. 6th to the T-side board, but as I said before, it's one out of many required to bring in this comeback.
It's a good timing there from Cypher. What Krim smokes off top ramp, tries to get out there from short, spams away, gets the reload off, and then hang on a second, the Brits just walk through my resmoke. That's basically how he's opened up the bomb site.
The real smoke criminal. Well, again, that's one back for unpaid, 5 more to equalize to Fnatic. And the rebuy that will be received by the CT forces as well. You drop weapons, keeping the money line relatively all right. Same can't be said for unpaid. To lose this round, to lose the map up. Jacob trying to counter the utility that's sent in towards Elbow, but again, consistently, HE is landing on Cypher down to 73 without even seeing contact of a CT player.
And Matty's aggressive into Cheetah, wants to give that fight back to the lane default. You've got Cypher scaling in there with Nexa.
Nexa try and back up with the smoke fades here at Cheetah. Matty's leaning forward against him, dives away. Reforms with Nork as Cypher starts leaning forward to check these corners. They don't see anyone to the CT basis though. Fnatic smoke the position.
Unpaid, looking for space, and as of right now, they're getting a lot of respect. Now you've got a double donut and a deep player of body out in red room, just searching for info. And jump spotting at the moment. Resmoke comes down there from the likes of Nexa and Cypher. The spam comes in close, not quite the connection though.
Still looking to lean towards mid, converge upon these donut players. BlameF and Crims are the 2 men of contact. Molotovs towards the backside, smokes start coming forward. They run right into BlameF with their backs turned. Cypher is dead and buried. Nexa is not going to continue towards that position. He might look towards red as meanwhile his teammates start acting out towards the bomb site. Need to get this plant in soon because they're running out of time. Matty's has caught Nexa on the rotation. Down at red he goes. Body will fight back onto 2. Only take 1 with him. Vladen with a responsive and the bomb is out in the open. Needs to get picked up, needs to get planted. They've got 15 seconds or so to do so. Jacob almost lined them up, but Vladen takes 2 back. Now where's Nork? His AWP at range and playing the range game, and that needs the perfect burst, but only a tag comes in for the AK. That's Fnatic clutch up to map points.
And Fnatic look comfortable. Yeah, you can look at that round, Jay, and say, how do they look comfortable if it comes down to a 1v1? The setup of that round, the re-smoking from Donut, the crossfire between BlameF and Matty's, BlameF and Crims, I should say. Matty's, who gets here on the flank, gets out of Cheetah, catches that timing, Body gets an easy kill. It's only because of a lineup. It's only because there is a slight timing there from Vladen that there's something to work with. Fnatic have been comfortable on Ancient, and it has been a disappointing showing from Unpaid.
6 map points to register. Fnatic moments away from taking away Ancient. For Unpaid to have little involved in this opening. Cypher's down already. Nexus traded back on Matty's body. Is going to sit pretty in the back lines. Spot out Nexus, burst through for the headshot. Take back advantage here for Fnatic. Bomb not quite towards the site just yet. It can get planted, but as Han goes down, it gives Vladen lesser chances to do much here alongside Jacob. Continuing to face firefight, sprays, blinded. Finally, Body's going to get caught on the reload, but so is Vladen here, tagged up by the backlines. That Warp of Nork actually get faced on by Jacob, and Vladen can bail out on Crims. It's now all BlameF for his own 1 versus 2.
And let's see what the young Dane's going to be able to do against this one. Let's see if Vladen actually overpeaks with the bomb.
Putting the team on his back, and indeed Vladen does. Now, where's Jacob? The last man standing. Did he move to the back lines? Did he press to the front? He's making noise. He's going for the bomb. Trying to fight on BlameF, but giving away all this information, meaning that the CT player is just going to hang back and wait and takes his chance to swing, but doesn't end up getting the kill. Jacob keeps Unpaid alive.
Well, it's a lifeline for another round. It's difficult to say that too much more is going to be strung for the Unpaid side, especially with how strong that B defense was looking. A good effort from Vladen and Jacob just to attempt to recover this. Couple of good shots being hit by the Norwegian, and right at the end there, seemed as if BlameF had the right idea. Wide swing as soon as you hear the footstep, but the Galil just about gets the burst headshot.
Spirit's trying to get higher on the Unpaid side. force back in from Fnatic, though. They're going to take the fight right back towards them. The 5-7 of Crims are going to take Jacob down, veteran on veteran. And look at Matty's not going to do the same. Han's going to get caught off guard as Bowden goes dropping the AWP, dropping back to the Galil because he knows that his player's right around the corner and he needs to fight with automatic firepower. Nexa comes in with bonus support, so they do keep control of the man advantage, but that got dicey for a second.
Yeah, very similar to what Unpaid did with their half buy when they went aggressive into A main with the MP9s. They just try and build all of that pressure towards that totem and elbow area. Han's done well to drop that AWP and to go over to the rifle, because it should be noted that if he's got the AWP there, he's not surviving, is he? He's getting run down for sure.
Unpaid, just barely inside of this round, should be able to get towards the A bomb site, plant it, and from there the SMG and 5-7 shouldn't really be able to formulate a retake.
And now we've got some rounds to play with for Unpaid. You've actually been able to cripple the economy for the Oppo.
Look for number 9 on their T-side board, but that still leaves you with 3 more chances on Fnatic to close, and that really is the problem here. Even though you can start to grind these rounds back, you know you can start to build something up, it just takes one. Doesn't even have to be a rifle round for Fnatic.
Well, it's almost this one.
Yeah. Just imagine if they had faced and those main players had gotten the kills against Han and co. Imagine if Vladden had dropped a little bit earlier. That could have ended up being a disaster way to end off this map up. But Unpaid do maintain their lives for now. Fnatic should give them one more as well. This was a force buy round. The Galil will stay in for Nork at least, but everyone else should have very little.
And remember what the Des was kind of talking about with the veto, Jay, how Ancient and Anubis is kind of like for both teams, gets played a huge amount. If I'm Unpaid and I am the underdog in this matchup that's looking for revenge, looking to make a statement, it feels as if you have to win Ancient. Because if you don't, you're going on a map where it's 50-50. I don't like those odds if I'm an underdog. I want to be able to at least go 1-0 up in the series. Have yourself a bit of security moving into that second map. Try and see if you've got that decider as at least an opportunity. It's tough to bring this into overtime. It's tough to even look at this as a potential map win. But that has to be the focus right now. Developing and giving a fight back to the favorites.
They are mounting up a T side. They are mounting up for a 9th round as well. So long as they don't fumble, as long as they just gain the easy picks and disallow the chances for Nork and Blame F to strike us. Those are the guys in the upgraded weaponry here. Bonus pistol brought in by Blame. Cypher leaning towards the stack, plays into the CT bases. Flashbang against him does almost catch him off guard. He doesn't actually escape. He gets caught on the geometry there. Han now needs support of Nexa, and Vladden is going to be able to deliver alongside his man. So they do maintain control just about. Losing Cypher, not all that encouraging, but at least 4 maintain in play. Maintain in play. 4 players maintain in play.
You're trying to get me on edge here, Jay. A single flash play, losing 1 player? Nah, they did all right there. They did pretty good.
I'm just worried because, again, I feel like that there are many opportunities presenting for Fnatic to close out these rounds, even with the awkward sort of buy states.
Yeah, but you're not going to get many more than that, because now that they're on series point, they're going to try and prioritize the gun rounds, aren't they? So you're not really going to have that many more.
And just with the fact as well that they've got those gun buys that have been more successful on the Fnatic side, it's just like, you know, just looking at the outlook for Unpaid, is that every one of these mistakes just fills me with a lot of worry at the moment.
What, the mistake from the last round of losing Cypher fills you worry? You can't be serious, Jay.
Well, I am. So enjoy it, bitch.
Oh my goodness. If you were saying the mistakes in the gun rounds, I would accept that. But the mistake of losing Cypher...
It's the map point is the thing that just puts me on edge in these situations.
Really? Because it's almost like if you lose a round, the map's over.
Exactly. And that's why. That's why. Anyway.
He's just trying to troll me at this point.
I do that all the time, actually.
Yeah, true.
Fnatic, 3 more opportunities left for them to close this down. 3 rounds that Unpaid will need back-to-back. And with the economy being where it is, it does mean that Fnatic will have themselves at best a half buy for the next, and then guns for the 24th round.
Now I'm going to ask you this. Considering you said Fnatic are your #1 team at the tournament, if they drop a map, if they maybe even lose a series in a best-of-3, in the group stage, does that concern you for still being the #1 team? Should they go flawless?
It depends who they lose to. If you're talking about Unpaid specifically, there's a lot of intangibles about it that may or may not cause, like, you know, issues later down the road. But come back to that in a second, because Fnatic have already struck Nork with Crimson from mid, tanking damage on both players. Matty's going to follow up on Han as Jacob already fell towards that duo. 5-on-3 established. Unpaid, unable to find a trade.
Problem here is they've got no space. They are stuck in lane. They know that mid is compromised, and you've got Cypher on half HP. The only way that you could win this is individually if you have a miracle.
Cypher doesn't. Picks up body. Matty's trades him quickly. And Nexa needs a miracle kill or get one on Matty's. They've still got one player in the back of the site. Nork standing by. Crim's on his way in. Smokes will extinguish the flames out there, suppress that short access. They're continuing to try and prod Fnatic to make a mistake, but they're not biting here.
And that's how Fnatic should play a 3 versus 2. Play very defensive, give them respect, don't give them much at all. I say that. Nork is making a solo info play. There's nearly a lineup. At least he spots both of them and the bomb.
Now Crim's going to make his way back. Nex is making his way to a different position as Vladen tries to hold this ramp control. Nex is in an awkward spot with low HP, so now it's all going to be left on Vladen as Blamer finds his trade. Swing in, Crim's watching, damage done, spray through. Vladen on less than 20 points of health to clutch this 1-on-2. And 20 seconds to the clock. BlameF is ready for him to peek in from long. He's going to start walking, swing for the headshot. No, not quite. BlameF finds his swing in the end. And Fnatic indeed will close this down, taking Ancient, map 1.
It was a good effort there from Unpaid, but I think the difference that I'm looking at is that I don't really look at this team and saying, I want to see a good effort. I want to see them to be a threat. I want to see them actually taking maps off of top teams, upsetting top teams. And right there, the first half, it was okay. It was adequate. I didn't see enough that gives me much hope, I would say, in this group stage.
Yeah, I have to agree on that one. And you know, it was always going to be a case of the what ifs, right? What if they can get Jacob and Cypher and Vladen going? What if they could get Han? And that's really sort of like what Unpaid were looking at the most in this kind of matchup. And unfortunately, those what ifs are going to remain what ifs because they weren't able to do it on Ancient at the very least. I mean, you also got your map coming up next, I guess, so that might be something. But I don't know, you know, it just, again, there's not much of that substance there.
Well, the problem is Jacob was the best performer in the first half. He finished the half at 11 kills. What did he do in the second half? Got 3 kills and that's it. Yeah. Wasn't that key decisive man that was going to make a difference. And you can look at all of those numbers. I don't think those numbers make anything. There was no one that was there to be consistent. There was no one there that was making consistent X factor. And because of that, it means that you're going to always struggle to push a map in your way.
I mean, the only thing I take away from those numbers is that Matty's is very, very good. You know, that's all I can really say about that one on Fnatic. And he was the guy that really shut down a lot of those attempts from the Unpaid side to get involved in mid, especially on that first half. So with that in mind, with the idea that they definitely have the better elements on that Fnatic camp, I feel like that, well, there's going to have to be a lot of a turnaround from Unpaid going into their own map pick. Again, I'm looking for more of that substance here.
Yeah, and it's tough because when you're not an actual team, when you're coming into a tournament with stand-ins, you can't just base it off of hope.
Yeah.
You can try. But for Fnatic, they should 2-0 this series. I think they've shown fundamentally they're playing some good Counter-Strike. They've got some good timings. I'd say even BlameF didn't get that activated on Ancient. Didn't feel that he had to work too hard. And that is a good sign because if there is a bit more threat, that's where he's going to really show what he's made of.
Well, hope may be one of the last few things that remain for this Unpaid side. They're going to have to hope to take their own map victory on Anubis after this short break. So do not go anywhere. We'll see whether they can stay alive against Fnatic when we return.
Respect from 1xBet. 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 Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Let's see how many seconds it takes to finish. Let's go, let's start. Harika.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast pay.
Well, it's a long way back for Unpaid against the Fnatic side, who do look solid as a rock, taking Ancient while looking pretty damn good in doing so. And, you know, as we look towards our second map, Doug, I want to sort of like reassess what we were saying before. We want to see more substance. We want to see more of the rifle rounds. We want to see more of those star individuals getting more involved for the Unpaid side. And now my question is, are we going to see that on our second map of Anubis?
Yeah, it's tough to come to a bit of a conclusion. We know that for Unpaid, they've got 5 wins, 7 losses on this map in the last 3 months. We know that Han played it once. We know that Vladin's played it 4 times. We know that Nexus at 11, Jacob's at 12, and Cypher's at 11. So different iterations, slightly different lineup coming in on this map. They're going up against a strong-looking Fnatic side today, who's now, what, ended their 10-map losing streak with a pretty good one.
Indeed they have. And again, you said before, looking solid in doing so. Like, you can talk about the scoreline, you can talk about the little return that we saw on the tail end of that map up from Unpaid, but ultimately what it comes down to is the rifle rounds look confident. They didn't look tested even when they were getting those rounds on the board of the Unpaid side. I mean, even that last one from Vladin, right? That had to come down to what was a 1 versus 3 ostensibly, and even that wasn't as viable if only it was for a single one lineup. So it's like, again, those are the small margins that are making they're making a difference for Unpaid in the sense that they're able to get something going for it, but not enough to actually get these maps together.
No, and I actually think that Unpaid has a veteran lineup, but not a lot of LAN players. Vladin is playing his 48th map on HLTV on LAN. You've got Cypher at 57 and Han at 66. That's all quite low numbers in comparison to Nexa at nearly 600, with Jacob that's also in that same sort of ballpark. You've got Body, Blame F, Crims on the side of Fnatic. If we're actually comparing LAN performances versus LAN on both squads, there's actually quite a disparity, I would say.
I can't disagree, you know, like even Unpaid, right? Some LANs that we've seen from them in previous history this year, which we thought that they could have been going decent on. I think about Mad Mesa event, for instance, where I think a lot of people looked at that and said that they could actually end up winning that, or at the very least going, you know, blow for blows with someone like Mongols, who did end up winning that particular event. You know, like it was one of those things where it's like, you know, you look at them and you would have thought that they would have had some opportunities here and there. They weren't able to capitalize upon that. So
then again, it comes back to the whole conversation that we've had with this lineup. I think it's tough to be critical for them in the LAN department.
Well, 1xBet are definitely critical of them in terms of this series. Not the best of odds in the world. Fnatic, heavy favourites coming into our second map of the series. And again, it is Bleed's Unpaid's chance to turn things around. So let's see whether they can do that right here with the pistol on the CT side start.
Now, Han re-smoking off, but the T's don't care about it. They are going quick in, and Han only gets 1.
Trial on a headshot on the Matties, couldn't quite do so. He's been a monster for this Fnatic side so far. 25 kills in that last map, and hoping to try and go 25 more here on Anubis. Bomb plant will be secured. Cypher engaging with the Julies. The Glock trying to fire back, does get a headshot in. Matties continuing to double up, looking for the triple. In fact, he lands Nexa, domes him. Jacob into the back lines, can take Crims out of the equation, but now he's got a face on Flame F with P250. Catches him with the knife pulled out. Now Vlad into the back lines. 3 to find. Bomb known about. But got to get these headshots. They're going to do so quick. He's got no kit in play. Taking a fight on Blame F, and Blame F just swings straight in for the kill. A double up for him, and Fnatic now 2 for 3 in pistols.
I actually thought Hahn played that very well. Re-smoked off in a good timing, got himself in a good position too, where you're kind of close behind the smoke, make it awkward for the T's, go 1 for 1. You're doing everything in your power to slow them down. The problem is he doesn't have site defenders, does he? They're doubled up mid and they're doubled up on A. So you're alone on the B-bomb site against what is a full-on rush as soon as that smoke goes down.
The end result, of course, is Fnatic on top, as they have been throughout the vast majority of this series. Not much of a force buy coming in from Unpaid either. They will bring in 1 helmet and a Kevlar for Jacob.
I do wonder if Unpaid get grouped. Does Kassad go and replace Michael on the desk for the playoffs and say, mate, I've got to get a day rate somewhere?
That's good. I like that.
Not T-Time. Can't replace him.
Nah, not T-Time.
Yeah, Michael, no worries.
T-Time is the goal. Cypher is not. Deagle taken down immediately by Crim's part. And MAC-10, one of 3 SMGs in play, looking for paydays over Unpaid.
It's an intriguing buy. You've got upgrades of pistols with a little bit of util and even a pistol armor.
Yeah.
It's in between an eco and a force. Some would say that's a half.
They do get only 1 pick out of it in Jacob's part. The MAC-10 lost of body. Shouldn't be too much of a sweat there for Fnatic overall, and it won't generate any sort of like retaking positions for Unpaid either. So the round itself will still sit the way of Fnatic. Unpaid will try and get together a...
no, they won't. No, they will double eco here,
I was going to say, because it's like traditionally...
thinking about it.
Traditionally, you would say like, oh yeah, no, it's an eco to the next. And as you mentioned before, it's more like a half buy than anything else. So the money doesn't quite line up. If Jacob picked up a rifle, if one of the rifler players pushed forward, then maybe they could think about forcing him around about that.
No.
But that's like, even that's like a bit of a stretch, as you say. So, yeah, not going to be the rifle starts for Unpaid just yet. Fnatic should maintain their control. Let's see what they do bring out, though.
I will say, banging best of 3 veto. I love my Ancient, love my Anubis. So the fact that we've got that in map 1 and map 2, I'm all for it.
Okay, Jacob's feeling rather hero today.
Yeah, again, we see these buys quite frequently at the tier 1 level where you try and prioritize a really strong gun round, but you're also looking to try and get Jacob in with as much individual impact to disrupt the economy for Fnatic.
Well, he had the helmet and the Kevlar off in the previous round, got that kill in, just enough to afford an M4 once again, and actually does strike on Blame F for it. So there's a positive start for Unpaid.
It's a very good start, but they need more off of it. You've got Cypher that might have a little flash play there on B, depending on if there's a rotate. You've got a very heavy stack right now of basically the majority of the squad towards A.
And slowing things down are Fnatic.
Well, it's the right idea. You have a rifle, you've got it in for an opening kill, then you just gamble stack. And if they hit A, you've got a pretty good chance of winning the round. If they hit B, you save the M4.
We'll see what Cypher can do with that SMG in hand. Even taking a weapon out of the equation for Fnatic, trying to make it expensive once again.
Now, this is a shame.
Yeah,
but both plays, again, they work out to be successful.
They do start pushing into main here for Unpaid, so they're going to start recognizing that no one's coming out towards the A bomb site, so rotations will come in, but they might be a little bit too late towards it. Molotov's sending the Cypher now. He takes him, Norg rather takes him down. The 4v4 established. Unable to hit that Deagle from range. The backstabbing players have closed their way out towards this Canal's position. Jacob revealing himself once again. The 5-7 Lada makes his way in towards Electric and does catch Crims off guard, but Norg is in with a responsive, and Matties takes the man advantage.
And Matties just keeping up the pressure towards CT. And if he can perform like that on map number 1, then you expect that he can perform to a similar and adequate level here on map 2. Top player for this Fnatic organization. And while I would say some of the roster changes as of late have been questionable, Body to in-game lead an international squad without international experience, Afro to also do the exact same, QB to go from Sangle to Fnatic. The one roster change that I will never be critical of is Matties to Fnatic, because that was bang on. That was a top move.
We talked about it before, we'll talk about it again. What a player he has been. Not only in this series, but ever since he joined up with Fnatic all the way back in November 2023, I believe it was.
The 27th of November.
Yeah. 10 whole days after my birthday.
Nice, Jay. Everyone's really happy to know that. That was also my birthday when Misfit joined the likes of the Brazilians,
Oh,
Team
yeah.
Solid, and the coach too, who wasn't even really coaching today.
I don't mean like your birthday going back 3 years. Your birthday this year.
This year, yeah. Imagine that though.
Yeah.
Long time coming.
Yeah.
Working hard for those LAN opportunities.
Fnatic working hard to keep the control of the lead here over Unpaid, who are bringing in the rifles in full this time. Han on the AWP, M4s for the other 4. Crims leaning forward against Vladan's contact. He's got utility in hand. He's looking for contact and just immediately to smoke off the main entrance. Jacob's going to see it first. That smoke comes in very quickly. Crims and Co counter and fall back.
Now, Han is posted out here from the mid doors. Now, he should get mollied if there is going to be any mid oppression, if there is going to be more emphasis towards taking that space. And because there hasn't been a molly, it probably tells Han that is a bit more of a group up towards the canals or outside of B main or the A main area. So a resmoke is going to come down, and the CTs are going to try and retake this space.
Flash forward of the fire. Vladan's going to turn away from it. Matthews is going to be allowed a little bit of control. The Molotov out towards the fountain. Lean forward to the bomb site. What a shot onto Jacob. Nexa going to get smoked and molly from both sides, from different directions. Nork's flashbang's going to keep Vladan completely blinded to an easy enough pick for Matthews on a double. Triple even found on a swing towards Hard. Nexa's in deep duty, but does catch him with his knife pulled out. Matthews turn away from position. He's going hunting for his man. No, and Matthews even quadras up. You can't stop him. You just can't stop him.
Do you know what's insane? They weren't even going to go A. In that round, Jay, that was just a setup. That was just a fake. Matties was drawing over rotates. If you replay that round and just keep your eyes on the radar, man, they're all going canals. They're all going into electric. He gets the first kill, they're still going electric. He gets the second, and they think, actually, maybe we do go A, because he's got 2, and he's got them all. What an insane round from Matties.
Wow. What was that you were saying? One roster move you never complain about is Matty's coming to Fnatic.
Let's clip those 2 back to back. Let's do that.
Yeah, that's like a TikTok meme right there. Wow, I am stunned. That was such an incredible round from him.
We've seen it a few times of the Aura of Han just being wide swung, and it comes back to the conversation of swing or be swung, something that we talk about very often in CS2. We've seen Han posted with the AWP in many angles on the CT bases and just being hard swung by the T sides.
Fnatic are running riot against Unpaid. Matties is leading that charge pretty nicely. Top fragger of the server, if that wasn't obvious to you already. Fnatic facing a much lesser buy from Unpaid, bringing in as much as they can do, but the best that they can do is the 1M4 and the assortment of downgrade weapons. Mag 7 for Han that gets nothing done there in mid. Body domes him, takes Vlad. He wants his own Matties moment right here. Triple. Nah, Jacob takes him back, but shouldn't do much more here. Blame F will trade very quickly, and that is the round for Fnatic.
Yeah, maybe Cypher needs to get a mix for Epic Land next weekend to go and get some money. He's won a few, actually.
He has, yeah, that's true.
I actually reckon if you were to take the number of LAN maps that he's played in the UK local scene, probably played more than actual international LANs. He is kept very close to his roots, even when he's had opportunities on ITB and here with Unpaid.
Oh, and in UK side's looking for a LF1.
Well, I did see a bit of a cryptic tweet that he might be presenting a lineup, so maybe I'm going to ask him a little bit later this evening.
Well, once again, report back tomorrow morning. We'll have a chat about that.
Is that what this whole event is just going to be?
Yeah, you do the investigating. I just, take all the glory.
Yeah, what did Youngster have for breakfast? Omelette or might not be a good day?
Yeah.
Did he go for the scrambled eggs? Oh my God, he's going to win. It might be what happens.
5-0 for Fnatic and Unpaid. I mean, you could see just in the cameras right there, like, frustration on their faces. Kasada having his head in his hands at certain points.
Well, they're not going to be happy, are they?
No. They have been...
Well, I mean, what should they be?
No.
Should they be robotic? Should they...
well, no, but at the same time, it's like, we talked about mental game, obviously. The thing that I mentioned is, like, what's that going to be like after the public announcements? And where's that going to be at? Is that going to be more? Is it going to be less?
Yeah.
I was hoping that it was going to be less today. That certainly hasn't really shown itself. Fnatic picking apart the boys. Matty's again involved alongside Body, finding Han. not skipping a beat on this B execution. AWP of Norg doesn't quite land on Cypher, but that Molotov has driven him back anyway. Bomb's on site. Oh, actually, it's not on site, excuse me. He needs to get picked up, but they're all on the site. And they've got plenty of time to do what they want to.
So do you reckon this is going to be similar to that Anubis versus M80 that went 34 to 37?
Please.
That was such an unreal game, by the way. And I guess even reflecting on that Pro League itself, I mean, beating Astralis in your opening game would have felt like a huge win. If they 2-0 M80, they probably look at Pro League at a very different account. They probably look at it as a very successful tournament.
Yeah. Going
down 0-2 versus M80, put them up against Big. Now, I would say that's an okay draw. It's not the toughest, but it's also not the weakest. They kind of got slapped in that one. 4-13 on Anubis, 6-13 on Mirage. And then what is your last chance, basically, in the third bracket? They had Mouse. That was a tough one to go out of the tournament in. And that was the only LAN tournament they've played in the last 3 months.
Yeah, Fnatic, obviously, you know, part of the partnered systems are going to be getting those opportunities at the higher-end events because of that, which will be going away next year.
Well, they missed out.
That makes this kind of event much more important towards them because they're going to need those ranking points and they want to keep getting invited to those events in 2025.
Yeah, there's a lot of squads, especially for the Tier 2 faces. You and I, Jay, we keep an eye on the squads that are in the CCTs and the Compass and the odd closed qualifier here or there and say, can this quote-unquote Tier 1 team hang in Tier 1 next year? I would say Big are on the cusp. Fnatic are probably another one. BetBoo might be another squad that comes to your mind. There's going to be a lot of names that, while we're familiar with them in Tier 1, to hold that mantle is not going to be easy next year.
And again, it means that these kind of victories are all important for Fnatic, and the fact that they're off to such a flyer here in their first best of 3 of RES is, well, encouraging to say the least. 6-0 at the moment. Cannot lose the T-side half unpaid. Unsuccessful across the entire board. Not a man performing in the fashion that even we saw in the last map, let alone what we know what these players are capable of.
Now, opening man advantages just aren't flowing on this CT side at all. They're getting completely overwhelmed on B. And it does make you wonder what the change-up is going to be with some of the side players. Hans is bringing that AWP from what was a B site hold previously to now playing the plat on A.
Utility setting up by Crims here. B site seems to be the target. Cypher does peek into body though and removes the forward contact. That might force a cancel. Crims has got to hide himself because he's the bomb. And he's all alone right here. If he goes down, Unpaid are going to find themselves quite a little bit of favoritism, but Norg comes in with support at the right moment as Cypher gets caught upstairs. Jacob gets caught elsewhere. Nexa now the only man to defend this B bomb site, and the man disadvantage for the Unpaid side. Now he's dead. And now Fnatic have the half.
Jay, you seen that 1xBet little aim trainer with the clock that we've been running in the adverts? How do you think you would do in that?
Oh, I'd be terrible. I'd be like scoring like over a minute.
Yeah, you'd probably still be better than Nexa though. 0-7 for Fnatic. Unpaid are having a tough time right now.
You are just savage today. You don't give a damn. Oh dear. I mean, look, there's not much that Nexa and a number of players on this Unpaid side are doing at the moment. 7-0, Fnatic. Yeah, this is looking like it's over. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, and I think people have been very harsh of Nexa's criticism of what he's been like since joining this team, and I agree with it completely.
You're one.
No, I am probably one of the biggest. Because, first off, he's been brought into a team to not be the in-game leader and to be an anchor when they're Vladen was a much better anchor than Nexa was at the time. And, yeah, I know there's mitigating circumstances. Now he has to in-game lead, but we spoke about it. He was 0-6 on Ancient. He's now 1-6 out here on Anubis. Now, I know the team's getting owned, but from an individual standpoint, in this tournament, in this group stage, if Nexa doesn't hold weight, if he does not hang as a fragging in-game leader, the team is going to struggle. They need him to just a decent level. He doesn't need to overperform, doesn't need to out-frag. He just needs to be adequate. And right now, he's anything but that.
On an individual basis, certainly, but take a look at the numbers on the rest of the board, and I think that right now, Unpaid just need anybody. Anybody to go ham, anybody to find star moments. And, I mean, we're getting star kills on occasion, but that's about it.
Well, look at Ancient, yeah? If we don't have the 2 anti-half-buy rounds being won by Unpaid, we could be looking at 13-5 5-ish. I mean, even Blame F didn't quite win that 1v2, did he, with the wide swing that came through with Jacob on that Galil? If a few rounds go differently, where you actually got Fnatic in prime positions, it actually could look very similar to the Solid scoreline, which is outrageous. It shouldn't be. I look at this game, now I would put Fnatic as the favourites. They're an actual team, the core's been together a lot longer, but is there a huge difference between Unpaid and Fnatic? No. There isn't in this best of 3. So why is the score like this?
It's true. On Unpaid's map pick as well.
And reflecting back to the interview, you kind of mentioned a few of the bits from Blame F. The one that I actually enjoyed the most out of that entire piece, Jay, was that my expectations for the event is to at least go to the playoffs. Now, he did say I want to go deep, but I like that the expectation is we need to win this tournament. We need to be first. You've got to be realistic. When you're on a 5-game losing streak and you can't even win a map and you're losing on LAN to teams that you shouldn't be, yes, in theory, they might be the best teams to us, but you do need to take it one step at a time. And I think you've got to be realistic with the goals to say, okay, we've only just added Nork into the team. He's only played 2 officials. Let's get into the playoffs and let's reassess the goal once we get there. That's when we can start thinking about the semis and the grand final.
Well, at this juncture, they're well on their way. T-side half has been won, Unpaid. Bringing in the guns as best they can and try and establish something more against Fnatic. Again, we're looking for someone to step up, anyone to step up, anyone to deliver that impact. Already, Han's been legged by Nork, and that AWP fight that got, well, down to 16 HP for Han, only 1 point done towards Nork, so just lose that as the comparison point as to where they stand. Flashes in towards B main, will try and get Unpaid on the fragging foot. Body is ready to receive it though. The Incendiaries going to reveal that they are pushed up. The HGs will confirm it, and well, Cypher will jump face to spot the man, but he does not connect the kill.
And I do feel for Han. I mean, he's in a very tough position with the team overall, with coming in as a stand-in, with not playing with any of these guys previously.
Yeah.
And you're the AWPer, and you've played 30-odd maps on HLTV this year. That's not easy for any player. But he needs to try and turn it around. He's getting the AWP in his hands quite consistently. We know that he has in the past been an incredible player. And I want to see it in this group stage. I want to see the Han that we remember from years ago.
Just not seeing that. Jacob is seeing the opening kill for this round, though. Has caught Body out to that B main entrance. Pick that comes in a lot less aggressively than Unpaid initially tried for. Now with that, they will start to rotate away from the B-bomb side. They are going to push the issue towards Electric and towards main, so 3 players look to try and defend, although the third man's still on his way in. They all hold up in his corner. Vlad lines up 2. Blame F takes 1 back. Han's AWP does strike, does get 1. And now Nork's going to get caught by Jacob as Unpaid finally find a round.
Well, it's a start. Now there's some building blocks to continue off of the back of it. Now, I would say, from the perspective of Fnatic, they've actually done quite well there. They've been able to tag up Han. They've put pressure out towards B main, but a couple of key jewels and the overplay here from Vladen. Little flash around the corner, the lineup. He set up so much damage.
Locked and loaded and locked out Fnatic.
Crims is on a Mac 10.
Why?
Well, he's thinking that there's no head Kevlar. He knows that the economy is quite low, so he's thinking CTs aren't going to invest.
Well, he's right on 2 aspects. Nexa and Jacob are without helmets. But Vlad and Han and Cypher will have no issues against the man who's going to be the first forward contact against Vlad. And flash round the corner. He's also just as blinded. He still gets away with the dink and sets up Maddie's with the kill. Body can also follow suit onto Han. So 2 for 2 trade, 3 versus 3. They're in the A bomb site and Unpaid are still rotating.
And they've still got a molly for Nork, and that's just going to try and slow those CTs, make it more uncomfortable for them to get out to camera.
Molly to ensure that the heaven position's also completely cleared up with the exception of that smoke angle, which Body will be able to see soon enough as it clears. Now looks on towards the bomb site itself, and that camera angle, awkward sprays adjusted towards regardless. Nexa comes up with 2. Now it's Blame F in a 1 versus 2. Flashes in his direction, still finds the gap against Cypher, who strikes back, and Unpaid with the kits in play will have enough time for this defuse and their second round.
And just a few whiffs on the post plant, isn't it? Body should be able to get 2 kills out there from heaven. Just not quite getting the tightness of the spray control. Unpaid give themselves a little bit of a lifeline. Decent trades from both of the anchors. You get Vladen getting 1, Han just about escaping through that camera smoke to get the impact. And then Nexa and Cypher get those last couple of kills. So Fnatic be able to keep buying here, but Unpaid, I mean, they need to go completely undefeated. They've got to get at least 5 CT rounds for me.
They have to face rifle round after rifle round for Fnatic. Still got cash in reserve even after another investment.
And even if these bomb plants keep going down, that's extra cash to flow.
Yep. It's not an easy task for Unpaid to get these 5.
You might think we might get a reset in round 12, but round 10 and round 11 will be up against rifles.
Cypher's ready to receive one of those rifles, or at least he's in position to receive one of them, but watching out from the main entrance and not towards Electric. Matty sees that smoke coming down and will get dinked, but will take Cypher with him. It's the opening casualty untraded.
For such an aggressive rifler, his crosshair placement is immaculate. 2 incredible showings in this best-of-3 series to Matty's. And just when pressure is building, he's the one to relieve it.
He's on 9 HP, so the rest of his teammates got to pick up the pieces. Fladden holding close here and aggressive in at A main. Matties will be the first man forward. Got Jacob with support in the shadow advantage. Doesn't mean anything to Vladen here. Jacob's going to start finding the trades, and we'll only find one of them. Nork's Orb takes it back. A-site has fallen, and the quick turnaround streak is quickly ended by Fnatic.
And it does actually give me a lot of hope for the Czechoslovakian scene, Joe, over these next couple of years, with Unity and Eklot being at the RMR, with Sinners being there too, with Sampy missing out, but thinking we are only going to get more of these young players coming through from the scene. We know that Mikey looks to get a chance on OG. We're seeing what Matties has been able to do on Fnatic. Who's the next call-up? Who's the next guy? I think maybe that's a scene that we need to start looking at in more high detail over the next year, because in the past it's been mainly the Danish scene, I would say, in Tier 2. You look at them and say, right, that's the next one to come up.
Matty's having his impact here in this round. Fnatic up to number 8. Han can at least take exit frag, so he can try and maintain his AWP with the AK of Nexa. He will take another exit frag, but he'll also go down. So that key piece of weaponry going to be unavailable to Unpaid. At least the 2 rounds have given them a little bit of money build, so they'll get back on the rifles once again. But as you said, Dwayne, you wanted to see at least 5 out of this half, and we're not going to get that.
Another thing to also consider, Fnatic's map pick, Unpaid starting on the CT side by choice. Might be something to discuss, sort of, I don't know. I mean, 8-2, it's just not really competitive at the moment, is it?
No, it's not. Fnatic almost winning that first fight against Jacob, 6 points of health in it between him and Blame F. Struggle there with the sprays. Matty's now leaning in with the AK towards Electric. Got Nexa in the back lines. Molotovs are sent forward. AWP of Han ready to receive alongside the backline defensive as well. Unpaid. Yet to see the Fnatic players make their way in.
Body just hoping for a duel. Maybe a fight against the Orpod? Not to be. Good shot from Han.
Spooled up a little bit more. You said you wanted to see more out of him? Well, a couple of good shots here and there. Building into a 3rd round, perhaps for Unpaid. Certainly a 5-on-3 advantage. Fnatic regrouping. Looking to look in. Well, they've got options towards mid. It's the Canals player that might become a concern.
Yeah, Fnatic, no. With Crim's space in from mid, there's workability into the round. The bomb might get dropped, and Nexa just about does it.
The device in sight with no one around for Fnatic to try and pick it back up. It seems like they're going to get picked apart for a round this time. Unpaid. Untested in round at number 11. Fnatic, if they can see the 3rd back to the opposition. But again, we will see plenty of cash available for this tier half. So even if Crims does go down here, it doesn't matter too much to his investment in the next round. It's more to keep the AK away from the CT-sided players more than anything else.
Yeah, Crim's approaching, what, its 8th year on Fnatic, and that's on the 2nd stint. That's ignoring the first one when there was that whole Fnatic and Godsend switch at the time.
Yeah, I think everyone would like to forget that, to be real, honestly.
I think the only time a player has come close to how long he spent on an organization was Captain Mo. I think from 1.6 transitioning into Go, he spent about 10 years on Tai Lu. But in the current day, you've got BTN on Nexus. You did have a Liege on Liquid, and then Rain on the whole Kingwin phase roster, and I think that's it. Like, you really are talking about a select few of that kind of time period.
A rock-solid element that's been around for so many years, and a guy that even Blame F has highlighted as a guy you can rely on at times. man that doesn't need much setup just to do his thing. Cypher will try and do his thing against Body. As he frags out first. Nice nades on Crims and Matties. They trade places though. Han's in with a decent pick. Cypher's now going to need some backup. No, he doesn't. Crims goes down. Nork with a trade. Blame F. Manic spraying. Doesn't quite line it up with the Nectar in the back lines. And now Nork's in a 1 versus 3 this time. Fnatic conceding a little bit more back to Unpaid. 8-4 half. Seems to basically be a guarantee at this point. Only time of formality for Nork. And that 4-round difference being a difference maker for Unpaid because it could have been so much worse at points.
It definitely could have been. I would say 4 rounds is okay. Is it workable? Probably not. But 0-7 to 4-8, you felt that you've given a fight back to Fnatic. You felt as if you've at least come into Anubis and you've generated something. The last thing you want to do is come into the second map of the series and just bomb out, right? Not even give us a challenge. So from that outlook, I would say positive for Unpaid.
Moving into the T side of things is where the real comeback could be formulated. Even if it is, of course, it's still going to be a very difficult ask. It's the kind of situation in this scoreline where the pistol and the conversions are going to matter the most towards them. Nork going to try and make his way onto the A bomb side. Has picked up that bomb. 15 seconds to the clock, though. They're going to wait for him. Know that the time is against the man, so they're just peeking together. Just get the quick burst on Blood and ensure that there is no chances for Nork to return fire. So, indeed, it will be 8-4 at the turn. Fnatic still solid, still looking amazing, still not tested by the Unpaid roster. 4 to make up at this stage.
Yeah, we have seen over the course of the day, Jay, some surprises. Fluxo being able to get a good upset earlier on. It does make you wonder if you are a side like Unpaid, mapped down in the series. Could you be the upset in Group B? I mean, Paravision absolutely schooled. Team Solid, that wasn't a competitive game. It went kind of as expected.
Yeah.
If you want to make a statement, you want to cause an upset, it's right here, right now. It's a good second half performance on the T side of Anubis needed.
4 rounds to 8. 4 rounds to make up for Unpaid. And it's on their T side. Now their chance to spool something together, but very little breathing room to make mistakes upon. And Fnatic will recognize that. Bring in the Julies for Blame F. Take him towards mid as he tries to play against what might well be a number of players that face him here on Unpaid, including the bomb carrier himself. But he's not out in the open himself. Flashed in to try peek, but seeing nothing of this heat of the T side.
Blame F just knows the timing's going to be critical here, and he actually hasn't seen the T players cross. At least he's hearing the footsteps drop down in the canals. This is a B split.
Nork's going to try and challenge alongside Matties. They'll get a kill between them. 2 for 2 trades as Han gets 2 back. Crims on backside, taking challenges towards that main entrance, and they're going to get caught off in the rotation. It's Han with a kill, but no more than that. Cypher's now all alone, and Blame F mows through 2 to keep the pistol in for Fnatic, and that is worst case scenario for Unpaid.
Han has just got 3 and they haven't won the round. Oh, that's infuriating, isn't it? With that sort of scoreline difference, you mentioned how critical the pistol rounds are. Han could not have set up this round any better. So much impact from the Bulgarian, but no support from his teammates. Blame F on the drop down with those Julies. CT side of Fnatic want to close this up quickly.
They may well get that wish.
Imagine Jacob. Han, yeah, I want the AK. Give it to me. What can you say? You're the stand-in.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I will give you the AK.
1xBet odds.
Is she pointing at Unpaid or is she pointing at Eternal Jade? 9-4 for Fnatic. Jacob might make something happen.
Trying his best, but ultimately unable to do anything with Han prodding forward first. Dead to rights on the FAMAS. HG's now on Jacob, just to make sure that he's definitely not doing much with his AK.
Well, the issue is no one else has bought armor. So in this circumstance, there's no point giving the AK to anybody else.
Aim punch for the other players. No real opportunities for Jacob to really provide impact. The HP being where it is, should get worn down pretty easily. Do turn the Glocks on towards Crims, but that's about it.
Do you know why the Glock is called the Glock 18?
I have absolutely no idea, no.
Do you know, I actually thought you might have known the answer there.
No, I don't.
Yeah, I don't either. Maybe at us. Give us a little social engagement. Find out. Why is it called the Glock 18?
Because Lord forbid anything else is interesting going on the screen right now.
Group B, absolute banger games.
Simple enough for Solid to go down in their earlier series, and for Unpaid, unable to mount up any potential in this matchup against Fnatic. 10-4 is the current score, and they will get the rifles out for the other 4 players. Jacob, of course, did try and invest heavy into the hero rifle, so Deagle's out for him only, unpaid. It's pretty much do or die in this round because there's no real opportunities available otherwise.
Yeah, in fairness, the winners and the decider game should be the ones that we're all watching for. Which of the 3 are going to make it into the playoffs? Crims and Nork didn't even need to get activated as that duo. Re-smoke down, Spam comes in close. It's just an immediate cancel. Unpaid cannot continue to brute force that play into A main, so you've got to go back towards the canals. You've got to be thinking about top mid. The Spam back against Nork does a lot of damage, but just not quite rewarded with that 4v4.
Nork topping the rifles back to make sure he has the FAMAS in play. The AK that Cypher had has been lost at this point. I think they actually did pick it up on Blame F. And they'll boost up, try and look on a nice angle here for Crims, actually. Ready with the HEs. Won't be seeing anything, though. Unpaid are just prodding at main at the moment. They're not looking for an execution, but they'll have to do so soon. 43 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, Unpaid are just getting blocked, aren't they? Constant util towards A, constant util to Electric. You're running out of time, so it probably has to be an A split. Go triple mid and split in from camera, and Vladen can come A main.
Time is short. Blame F actually rotates away from it as it starts to get taken by Unpaid, so they'll just press the issue. Smoke down over at Temple. Incendiary's coming up. Nork repositioning with Crims to a passive angle, just going to stall that bomb carrier for the time being. Flashbangs come over, 10 seconds. If Jacob gets cut down, that's going to be round cut out, and indeed he goes down to Crims. That's it, it's over. Try and fight back for Nexa. I think they're a little bit too late to get this plant in. Nexa with a couple of kills. No, actually, Unpaid make it to the bomb site in time, so Body's forced to fight alongside Matties. 2 versus 2. They're coming in from main. They fight Nexa. Nexa goes back, and Matties is traded by Han, who keeps Unpaid alive.
Yeah, that is actually, I would say, an unlosable round. With how low the timer was, with the Incendiary going down to camera, you're looking at that and you're saying, there's no way. It will not happen. The bomb gets dropped for the first time, but doesn't get dropped for the second. Great effort from Han, and he's actually been attempting as much as possible to bring in this comeback, to show that Unpaid have got a level of fight. The fact that he's top fragging and generating this level of impact seems a bit silly with him being the stand-in.
He's doing well to make a good case for himself. It's the one thing the individual wanted to do. Fnatic forced to suffer to his efforts. But what more can Han generate, and what support will he get around him in terms of working something back in this 5-round deficit? Fnatic have a broken economy state, so they will finally start to relieve some of that pressure. And much like in the last map, we might be seeing a late-game resurgence from Unpaid. But will it turn into a full-blown comeback?
Well, it has to be this round here. You've got a double stack on B, 3 towards A, no mid defender. Now, the blockage of util is going to be tight because there isn't a huge amount of util left for Fnatic. A few more smokes for Crims and Matties. And Unpaid, at the moment, are shaping up for what looks to be an A-split. And this looks promising with a gamble stack here for Fnatic.
45 seconds on the clock. Unpaid have run this clock down low once again. Hoping to do the exact same thing and catch Fnatic overwhelmed. Mac 10 of Vladen against the MP9 of Nork. He's facing in, shoulder bait spotted from both individuals. Vladen does not pull the trigger. He does go around that corner to get the kill. Vladen in support of Cypher. They line up for the M4. No, Blame F does not get away with both of the picks. Plant will be secured. 2 versus 3 for the retake of Fnatic. Body and Matties, no kits for either.
Now, the disappointing factor in that round is while the gamble stack is towards A, there's not much rifle support, is there? You've got both of the stronger rifles of Body and Matties defending that B bomb site, so you're funneling them in, but they're just not quite getting enough impact out of it. And this is going to test the in-game leadership for Body. This is going to test the coach of Kita at the right tactical timeouts to make sure this game is closed in a 2-0. With how Fnatic have played, they should easily win this series. There's no way that we should be sent to that decider of Inferno, but it's not always as easy as that, is it?
Yeah.
So that's just what they've got to try and manage, and the task in front of them at the current moment of time.
Terrorists win.
4 to make up now for Unpaid. They should be able to get a bit more of a layup now with Fnatic's economy state not being all that amazing. Not quite as hyped in the Unpaid camp as of yet. Some big streaming moments out of them over this, this series, but not much to scream about right now. A lot of work to be done. Fnatic putting much work into this round. It's just the basics again with the pistols. I Eagle up for Blame F, but that will basically be it. Despite that, the USPs have assisted to the killer body. So Cypher is down. Jacob struggling to get Blame F on the trade.
Hey, you'd say it's a promising start. The problem is there's no one on B. So the best that Fnatic can do here is just look for exits. Try and make the round a bit more expensive.
Well, Vladden will be there to try and deal with the players in at Canals. Fighting range against the FAMAS. It's very awkward. You're right. 5-on-3 now for Fnatic. And they're setting up.
Yeah, they are definitely going to go for this. There is no way you are saving in a 5v3.
No investment. Just to save weapons now with an AK and assistance. Blame F's finally going to get caught by Han. As he goes down, his teammates start to act. Matty's not quite successful against Nexa. The AK doing better than the FAMAS in that respect and turns back on body. Aim improving. Crims can take one more with the USP, making an expensive round for Unpaid. But ultimately, it will still be a round for Unpaid here. Han's going to ensure that Crims doesn't try anything funny, although his USP might still take him for the exit frag. Doesn't quite make that successful. It's number 7 for the T side.
Well, in the end, it's probably the right call. There's no point just wasting away that AK. But it's the attempt that is required there. You have such a good setup. And if you get that kill cleanly against Nexa, it probably is a round victory.
I can't believe Matty's caught with his back turned and everything just flicked perfectly to his contact. Oh, that's amazing. Fnatic, another tactical has been called by them because they are recognizing the possible threats at play for Unpaid. Only their first one utilized here in this map up.
Well, we haven't even seen Han on the T-side AWP yet. He's got money for it if he wants to invest now.
Will he choose to do so? That is the next key question. Are those on the AKs as you would expect? And indeed, the big green gun is out for Han. 14 kills deep, top performer for Unpaid. Will he remain there? Will he expand upon that? Will he continue to make a difference for the Ts?
Maybe if you hold tab and see that Crims is down at 6 kills, Unpaid might think we need to hit A little bit more. Crims is struggling individually, not having the best of CT halves. Let's target the weakness.
It's contrary to the glowing things that people have said about him. Again, Blame F in his interview with HLTV was saying, he's really great because he's just that solid anchor who can do everything. Well, right now, he's not quite doing everything. He's not quite doing much for Fnatic. Will that pick up? Will Unpaid exploit him? Right now, he's playing the utility against this main presence, which Cypher and Han are going to try and make their way forward of anyway, try and spot the individual Nork, but unable to take him down.
They're putting back and forth of just util. Now, Body's trying to make an info play out of B main. You've got a really passive and defensive Nexa outside.
Sees him jump in. That's information to gain for both sides. What will it lead to? Second player inbound, flash is sent, engagement for Jacob, does find the kill, and Nexa follows suit on Matty's. And Unpaid are taking 2-man advantages left, right, and center here.
It just felt that Unpaid capitalized on a great timing of that aggressive approach. And now just start splitting onto B. This should be an instant save. Fnatic, after taking a tactical, try and get a bit active. Timing doesn't work out for them. They lose both Body and Matty's without trading one another. Good util usage there for Jacob, and good timing for him and Nexa to peek together.
What a way to shut down one of the best players in the server right now. Fnatic's Matty's not allowed to do anything in that main push, so Unpaid up to number 8. They're starting to come together for the T half. From the 0-7 deficit that they would have faced earlier on, they now have only 2 rounds in this second half for Fnatic, and they are within 2 rounds of equalizing against Fnatic.
Yeah, the problem is they're going to be up against another gun round, aren't they? Nort, Blame F, and Crims are saving, and Body's got money in reserve.
Hana's lost his AWP. Do get it back in the end, so fortunate. See the reinvestment onto body right here. So, as you said before, we will be seeing weapons unpaid. Pressure still against them. Not quite as much pressure as that previous map when they were down on the map point by a margin of 5. But even so, Fnatic to exploit any one weakness, any one mistake. We've seen how Unpaid have crumbled in this series as a result of that. If they do so again, then it might be lights out for them in their opening best of 3.
And the Des was talking about Nork and maybe some of the inconsistencies as of late. Is this where he puts his foot down come the next gun round when money's good and say, right, I'm getting on the AWP, I'm going to make a difference, I'm going to close this game out, I'm going to prove to my old teammates that I'm here to play?
It's possible. Right now he's on the AK. But if they upgrade towards it, then it'll be very apparent. Even though Nork has not quite been able to activate as much here in this second map. Han's AWP is ready for someone to prod out of the electric position. He'll spot that smoke, but he won't see anybody quite literally. No contact from Fnatic early. He's been very slow in the openings and the rounds, but Nexa has struck. Nork has dropped. Body going to trade him.
Yeah, this A site's completely opened up, and with the util coming into the exec, this is going to be a tough retake for Fnatic.
4 on 4. Pistol of Matty's being the first man as part of the rotations here. BlameF is going to be ready for Jacob to rotate in from mid, but no, he's going for the bomb because it's not with them on the site yet.
Fnatic are trying to get bodies out here towards the CT spawn sightline. Body is hoping for some over-aggression, but Cypher and Vladden aren't really over-peaking right now.
Yeah, they're just hunkered down on the bomb site, waiting for the bomb to arrive.
Could be another save here for Fnatic.
They don't have a kit in play. I don't think Nork had one either.
Well, they'll search for a kill in heaven.
If they get it early, then they might consider. They might get 2 if Body's good enough. Not quite. Crims, however, is for the trade. 10 HP for him. The H is coming in close, but not going to land against him. The AWP of Han ready for a shot. Lands on BlameF, swings back in for the second, but only lands a tag somehow. The AK of Jacob bails them out.